immortal and indestructible, I tread upon the universe, burying heaven, earth, and the gods of chaos. Who claims invincibility, who dares to speak of being undefeated? Only I, the Emperor of Ruins, shall laugh at the mortal world through the ages. Huang, foolish for 16 years, awakens to wield his sword against 9 brides. These 9 brides are none other than the most powerful 9 primordial gods and demons in existence. Huang was born from the Primordial Universe, eternal and unyielding. Yet, to utterly eradicate the 9 primordial gods and demons, he resolves to restart a life with a cauldron in hand. This life is destined to pierce through all. Those who humiliate me shall die. Those who violate oaths shall die. Those who wish to kill me shall die. Those who embody divine and demonic treachery shall die. Kill, kill, kill. Heaven cannot bury my ambition, and the earth cannot conceal my bones. In this life, I, Huang, shall bury and slay all enemies with an invincible demeanor. With a single thought, I can bury heaven, earth, and the gods and demons. Chapter 1. On the day of the annulment of the engagement, a sword cleaves through 9 brides. Spirit Realm. Imperial Vein Mountain. Hall of the Spirit Emperor. Huang, you foolish waste, kneel. Xianxia berates a young boy, pointing at him. He then delivers a kick. Bang! The boy kneels, his gaze vacant, a visage of foolishness. His name is Huang, the son of the Spirit Emperor. He has been foolish since childhood. Yet, a fool has his fortune. From the day of his birth, he was betrothed to 9 families. Yaoqi Sacred Mountain, Lung Ruoxua, Lian Mountain Manor, Du Xianxian, Ancient Emperor City, Gu Lioli, Taichu Sect, Jiang Chuqing, Moonfall Valley, Tang Xiener, Qingyun Sect, Su Sueki, Murong Clan, Murong Lingshuang, Wansha Tower, Hongdai, Duanhuan Ridge, Yuji. These 9 fiancés have now become the 9 most renowned beauties of the spirit realm. Apart from Imperial Vein Mountain, the powers they represent signify the foremost of each lineage. Indeed, 1 mountain, 1 manor, 1 city, 1 sect, 1 valley, 1 clan, 1 house, 1 tower, 1 ridge, and 1 emperor. The Spirit Emperor stands supreme. On the day of Huang's birth, congratulations poured in from all directions. The number of suitors was countless. Ultimately, the arrangements were set. 1 mountain, 1 manor, 1 city, 1 sect, 1 valley, 1 clan, 1 house, 1 tower, 1 ridge. As the son of the Spirit Emperor, he should have shone like the sun and moon. Yet, merely a year later, the news of the young emperor's inherent foolishness sent ripples throughout the spirit realm. The 9 major lineages knew of this and felt regret. Yet due to the Spirit Emperor's might, none dared to speak of it until now. Huang, your parents, the Spirit Emperor, and the Heavenly Queen have fallen in the outer battlefield. You are now without protection. From now on, you are but a stray dog. If not for waiting for someone, I could kill you right now, Xianxia said coldly. At Imperial Vein Mountain, Xianxia had always been suppressed by Huang. But today, he could finally revel in his triumph. In the hall, many high-ranking officials of Imperial Vein Mountain were seated. The Grand Elder occupied the central position. As for Xianxia's humiliation of Huang, the others chose to ignore it. This time, with the Spirit Emperor and Heavenly Queen's demise, the forces of the spirit realm must undergo a reshuffle. We cannot hold Imperial Vein Mountain. It will be divided. Without the Spirit Emperor's protection, this fool cannot escape death. But before that, we must find ways to extract more benefits. Does anyone have any objections? The Grand Elder scanned the room, asking indifferently. None. Among the elders of Imperial Vein Mountain, though some cast fleeting glances at Huang with a tinge of guilt, ultimately, there were no objections. At this moment, dawn broke, and a faint mist enveloped Imperial Vein Mountain. The towering mountains resembled a celestial realm, and the world was steeped in tranquility. Yaoqi Sacred Mountain, Lung Ruoxua, comes to annul the engagement. Suddenly, a cool voice shattered the serenity of the realm. A celestial maiden, clad in feathered garments, gracefully entered the hall of the Spirit Emperor. Her beauty was unparalleled, perfect in every aspect, exuding an aura of aloofness. In an instant, all gazes focused on her, except for Huang, who remained foolishly kneeling, his expression vacant. Finally, she has arrived. The Grand Elder sighed in relief, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, upon hearing the news of the Spirit Emperor and Heavenly Queen's tragic end, do you intend to add insult to injury? The Grand Elder feigned concern. Grand Elder, spare the pretense. Huang is merely a discarded pawn to you. I will never marry a fool. A mere ant beneath my feet does not deserve to gaze upon a majestic Kunpeng. Lung Ruoxua spoke calmly. Though Huang is a fool, he is nonetheless the son of the Spirit Emperor, betrothed to 9 families. If the other 8 families unite to protect Huang, it may be. The Grand Elder's words were interrupted by another haughty voice. Luyan Mountain Manor, Du Xianxia, annuls the engagement. Another stunning beauty emerged, dressed in fiery red, like a phoenix ablaze. The newcomer was none other than the princess of Luyan Manor, Du Xianxia. Huang, a fool. Without the Spirit Emperor, he is as lowly as a puddle of mud, unworthy even to look upon me. Du Xianxian's lips parted gracefully, her beautiful visage imbued with cold disdain. The marriage decree bears the Spirit Emperor's command, akin to overwhelming celestial might. Unless all 9 families simultaneously annul the engagement, otherwise, the decree will invoke the Spirit Emperor's wrath, obliterating any who breach the contract. The Grand Elder still bore a troubled expression. At this moment, Huang should have been the center of attention, yet he was treated as if abandoned, no one caring for a fool devoid of cultivation. Every word spoken in the hall could determine his fate. Ancient Emperor City, Gulioli, annuls the engagement. Taichu Sect, Jiangchuqing, annuls the engagement. Moonfall Valley, Tang Xian'er, comes to dissolve the marriage. At this moment, 3 more breathtakingly beautiful women, each with distinct auras, enter the hall. Behind them were powerful experts. Gulioli, daughter of Guyu, the lord of ancient Emperor City, held an immensely noble status. Jiangchuqing, the holy maiden of Taichu Sect, possessed terrifyingly high spiritual cultivation talent. Tang Xian'er, the foremost genius of Moonfall Valley in this generation. We have discussed and concluded that if we 9 simultaneously offer a drop of our blood upon the marriage decree, along with the blood of that fool, we can nullify the Spirit Emperor's command. Though this act may cost him his life, sacrificing an ant to gain our freedom is well worth it. At this moment, voices echoed from afar as 4 more stunning women stepped into the hall. Qingyan Sect, Su Sueki, annuls the engagement. Murong Clan, Murong Lingshuang, annuls the engagement. Wansha Tower, Hong Dai, annuls the engagement. Duanhuan Ridge, Yuji, annuls the engagement. The 4 women appeared, unhesitatingly declaring their intentions. Suddenly, the hall was filled with 9 unparalleled beauties, each capable of overshadowing the heavens. The gathering of these 9 beauties rendered the sun and moon dim. Are you certain? Once the agreement is nullified, it cannot be altered. The Grand Elder spoke blandly. Today, the annulment is imperative. Moreover, the 9 spirit veins of Imperial Vein Mountain are to be divided among our 9 families. Holy Maiden Lung Ruoshua stated. Agreed. The Grand Elder nodded, then turned to Li Qingye. Qingye, retrieve the marriage decree. Upon hearing this, Li Qingye kicked Huang aside and reached into his bosom. This fool, Huang, has treasured this marriage decree greatly, always keeping it on him. When the Spirit Emperor was alive, we dared not touch him. Now he is but a dead dog, ripe for my bullying. As he spoke, he retrieved a golden silk scroll from Huang's bosom. Get lost. Li Qingye kicked Huang aside once more. The golden silk scroll unfurled. Buzz. The golden light dazzled. The names of the 9 women and Huang simultaneously appeared, intertwined in the air. Offer blood. The 9 women unhesitatingly pricked their fingers, a drop of blood flying towards the golden silk scroll, merging within. Now, we only lack the blood of that fool. Kill him and directly take his blood. The 9 women spoke coldly and mercilessly. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the hall finally fell upon Huang. The once young emperor has met such a fate. Tragic and lamentable. Many in the crowd sighed, yet none intervened. Kill Huang. I shall go. Li Qingye volunteered boldly. Are you all certain about annulling the engagement? At this moment, a voice unexpectedly rang out. Everyone, as if confronted by a specter, stared at Huang in disbelief. Just now, is that fool really speaking? Under their astonished gazes, Huang slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. To dissolve the engagement, why must I pay with my life? A mere drop will suffice. At this moment, Huang's gaze was no longer vacant. It was filled with a fierce spirit, brimming with murderous intent. His expression was no longer foolish, but rather indifferent. As he spoke, the blood on his hand coalesced into a single drop, floating toward the golden scroll. The golden scroll first burst forth with a dazzling radiance, only to then disintegrate into ash, vanishing into the ether. Engagement dissolved. Huang murmured softly, a smile spreading across his face. Huang, you are not foolish. Is this an act? It no longer matters. A worthless fool without any cultivation. Just kill him to avoid annoyance. Indeed, I used to feel disgusted at the thought of my fiancé being a fool. If it weren't for the protection of the Spirit Emperor, I would have long desired to slay him. At last, heaven has opened its eyes. Both the Spirit Emperor and the Queen have fallen. Now we may kill at will. Moreover, the 9 spirit veins of the imperial lineage now belong to our 9 families. After their initial shock, the 9 maidens quickly adopted a disdainful demeanor. Ha! Hearing the words of his former 9 fiancés, Huang could not help but burst into laughter. How amusing! Truly very amusing. Huang fixed his gaze upon them. They were beautiful, yet each possessed a heart as treacherous as a serpent's. What are you laughing at? Huang, you worthless fool without any cultivation, to gaze upon the 9 goddesses is a blasphemy. Damn it! At this moment, Xianxia drew his spirit sword with a clang, aiming for Huang's head. Huang is doomed. Very well. He shall join the Spirit Emperor and the Queen, all neatly together. The crowd watched, yet no one intervened. They all believed Huang was as good as dead. The 9 maidens looked on with coldness and disdain. Poof! In the next instant, a head rolled to the ground. However, it was not Huang's head that fell. It was Xianxia's. His eyes bulged in disbelief. In fact, the sword had somehow found its way into Huang's hand. Everyone was left dumbfounded, their expressions a blend of incredulity. Just now, he asked me what I was laughing about. I laugh because the engagement is annulled, and I can finally unleash a killing spree. Ha! Huang laughed maniacally. For the past 16 years, his feigned folly stemmed from a mysterious ancient cauldron. This cauldron had accompanied him since birth, known as Tunshin, capable of devouring myriad spirits. From the moment Huang was born, he had merged with the Tunshin cauldron, his soul being absorbed into it, undergoing refinement day and night. Only at this moment, with his soul reaching a preliminary completeness, could he finally break free from his shackles and return to his body. Though he appeared foolish for 16 years, everything in the outside world was clear to him within the cauldron. He discerned who was virtuous and who was malevolent with utmost clarity. A killing spree? Do you think you can do so with this worthless body? Huang, it seems you are not merely pretending. You are truly foolish. Ha! The sacred maiden of Xianxia was as cold as snow, laughing behind her hand. But in the next moment, swish, a flash of sword light passed by, and a head fell to the ground. The laughter abruptly ceased. All looked on in terror as the head of the sacred maiden of Xianxia rolled across the ground like a ball. Her eyes widened, her beautiful face still bearing the remnants of fear and disbelief. Those who insult me shall die. Only then did Huang speak coldly. Before they could react, he swung his sword again. Swish, the head of Du Qianqian from Liuyan Mountain fell. Those who insult my parents shall die. Huang bellowed. The sword did not halt. Swish, 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 3 more heads fell to the ground. Gulioli from Gu Dicheng, Jiang Chuqing from Taiqimen, and Tong Xian'er from Yuelua Valley. Death. Those who violate the oath shall die. Those who betray and harm my parents shall die. Those who wish to kill me shall die. Those who covet my imperial lineage shall die. Kill, kill, kill. Qingyun Zong, Su Sueki. Murong family, Murong Lingshuang. Wanchalo, Hongjia. Duan Huanling, Yuji. Death, death, death. Chapter 2. The Heaven-Swallowing Cauldron, Devourer of All Spirits. Huang, with eyes stained crimson from the throes of battle, appeared as a deity of death emerged from the depths of hell. With a mere flick of his sword, the 9 betrothed lay lifeless, their bodies severed beyond revival. In an instant, the grand hall was enveloped in a chilling silence. The onlookers, momentarily stunned, wore expressions of disbelief. How could Huang possess such terrifying prowess? Was he not a fool, a mere waste? Moreover, Xianxia and the 9 maidens were all esteemed prodigies of the spirit realm, each formidable in their own right. Even the weakest among them, Xianxia, was a 9th-ranked spirit master, while Jiang Chuqing, the holy maiden of Taichu sect, was a 9th-ranked spirit general. Yet, they had not even the chance to react. All fell in an instant. The crowd found it unbearable to accept such an outcome. Preferring to believe it was but an illusion, they observed that Huang exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy. In the spirit realm, cultivation comprises 11 realms: spirit disciple, spirit scholar, spirit master, spirit general, spirit commander, spirit king, spirit emperor, spirit sect, spirit venerable, spirit saint, spirit ancestor, and spirit emperor. From spirit disciple to spirit ancestor, each realm consists of 9 stages. The spirit emperor stands alone, unparalleled. Throughout the spirit realm, only one spirit emperor may exist. A new spirit emperor can only arise upon the fall of the existing one or ascension to a higher plane. Presently, the spirit emperor has perished beyond the realm. The foremost champions of the 9 great families are all qualified to vie for the title of spirit emperor. If they do not act swiftly to subdue Huang, they risk failing their mission. At last, the Grand Elder was the first to regain his composure. Infuriated, he barked orders. Just moments prior, he had ignored his son Xianxia's humiliation and attack on Huang. Now, with his son slain, he was consumed by rage. The formidable experts of the 9 great families also sprang into action. Their original task had been to protect their respective holy maiden, yet in the blink of an eye, they had all been annihilated by Huang. If they failed to return with Huang's head, they would have no explanation upon their return. After slaying his 9 wives, Huang finally exhaled a long-held breath of resentment. For the past 16 years, he had endured in silence. He had witnessed the grotesque faces of these individuals, observing their duplicitous nature. In the presence of his father, they bowed their heads and displayed utmost reverence. But in his absence, their demeanor shifted entirely to mockery and scorn. They brazenly discussed their hopes for his father's demise on the battlefield. All this torment stemmed from his perceived foolishness. Even the tragic loss of his parents on the battlefield was a result of the collusion between the Grand Elder and the 9 great families. Tragically, his parents had sacrificed themselves for the sake of the spirit realm, sealing the entrance to the outer domain. They preserved the spirit realm, but also safeguarded the very beast that conspired against him. Having just fallen, Huang's 9 fiancées arrived at his doorstep to call off their engagements, intent on killing him and seizing all that his father had left behind. As formidable experts converged upon him, Huang remained utterly unperturbed, a hint of derision gleaming in his eyes. They had come, and today, none would escape. Huang spoke calmly. Huang, you are far too arrogant. Do you even comprehend our realms? We are spirit saints. Today, each of the 9 families has sent a spirit saint in person. With me included, there are 10 spirit saints present. To kill you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The Grand Elder laughed furiously. Even if the spirit ancestor were to arrive today, he would have to kneel. Yet Huang responded with an undeniable voice. Such arrogance is but ignorance. You shall die. The spirit saints from the 9 families, incensed, launched their attacks. I, as the young emperor, command the Imperial Veins Mountain. All prohibitions are within my heart, activated by mere thought. Spirit suppression prohibition, activate. Huang's hands moved in a mesmerizing dance, forming a spirit seal directed at the array patterns on the ceiling of the hall. The entire Imperial Veins Mountain trembled. A mysterious light descended, and an extraordinary force surged into the bodies of all present. In the next moment, they felt their cultivation levels receding like a tide. Those who had aimed their attacks at Huang were simultaneously struck back by an unseen power. The Grand Elder and the spirit saints from the 9 families changed countenance, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Spirit suppression prohibition. How is this possible? Huang has been a fool since birth, devoid of any cultivation. How could he command the Imperial Veins Mountain to activate the spirit suppression prohibition? The Grand Elder exclaimed in shock. Fear flickered in the eyes of the 9 family spirit saints. The spirit suppression prohibition was a formation laid down by the Spirit Emperor of the Heavenly Empress, one of the most powerful and core prohibitions of the Imperial Veins Mountain. Once activated, even if the spirit ancestor were within the formation, his powers would be suppressed to below the spirit sovereign realm. Our cultivation is regressing. A spirit saint from the Taichu sect spoke in terror, his formidable aura diminishing. In a mere instant, he had fallen from the spirit saint realm to the 9th level of the spirit emperor realm. This fate befell not only him, but also the Grand Elder and the other spirit saints. In short, none on the Imperial Veins Mountain now possess cultivation level surpassing that of the spirit emperor. Do not panic. The spirit suppression prohibition is a one-time formation and lasts only 15 minutes. If we can endure for just a quarter of an hour, it will automatically become ineffective. Furthermore, even if we retreat to the 9th level of the Spirit Emperor realm, can Huang truly be our opponent? He is but a single individual, hardly worthy of fear. A spirit saint from the ancient Emperor city spoke calmly. However, as soon as his words fell, they witnessed a 7th level Spirit Emperor who had charged towards Huang, being utterly obliterated by an ancient cauldron, reduced to a puddle of blood. Huang had summoned an archaic and mysterious black cauldron, the material of which remained unknown. Inscribed upon its surface are countless enigmatic and minute runes. The ancient cauldron trembles, extinguishing the 7th-tier Spirit Empress, while the blood-soaked earth rapidly disintegrates, ultimately transforming into a diminutive rune, forever imprinted upon the mysterious ancient cauldron. This devouring cauldron is utilized in such a manner. After subduing an opponent, it can consume them, with their soul ultimately transmuting into a rune etched upon the cauldron, available for summoning. This is the first time Huang has summoned and commanded the devouring cauldron, and he is astonished by its overwhelming power. He continues to channel the cauldron's might, which now swells to a height of nearly 1 meter. This is the utmost limit of his current capabilities. According to the cauldron's description, the higher the mastery of the cauldron's master and the more advanced the consumed spirit entity, the larger it can grow. Presently devoid of cultivation, Huang can only sustain himself through the consumption of spiritual sustenance. Thus, he aims the devouring cauldron at the headless corpse of the primordial saintess, Xianxia. Lying on the ground, devour, Huang commands with a low voice. The cauldron radiates layers of dark light, enveloping Xianxia. Within the shadows, her body swiftly dissolves, ultimately vanishing and transforming into a rune upon the devouring cauldron. The cauldron has expanded slightly. It seems to have gained some weight. Huang, feeling this change, is greatly satisfied. He then directs the devouring cauldron towards the corpse of the Yaoqi saintess, Lung Ruoxue. Stop him. He must be halted. The 9 family spirit saints finally react. Huang, how dare you? They were once your betrothed, and you intend to reduce their remains to nothingness. How could you be so malicious? The 9 family spirit saints exclaim in fury, soaring to obstruct Huang. They had already failed to protect their own saintesses, who had fallen to Huang. It was an egregious dereliction of duty, one they could not justify. If they failed to safeguard even the bodies upon their return, they might as well take their own lives. Chapter 3. 9 Wives, No Remains. Amidst their furious accusations, the 9 family spirit saints' spiritual essence surged, transforming into lethal spiritual techniques. Crashing forth like tumultuous waves, Huang, wielding the devouring cauldron, stirred his consciousness. The runes atop the cauldron began to stir, emanating a foreboding dark light that erupted in all directions. Not good. The 9 family spirit saints instantly sensed the imminent threat to their lives. It dawned upon them that their cultivation had regressed to the 9th tier true emperor realm. As the dark light swept through, their attacks were obliterated in an instant. The shadowy glow remained undiminished, continuing to surge toward the 9 saints. Their countenances shifted in horror as they realized they had no choice but to summon all their spiritual essence to form a true spirit shield. Yet, with a crackling sound, the dark light struck, and the true spirit shield fractured, shattering into pieces. No! One of the 9 saints screamed in anguish. Their bodies were pierced, blood gushing forth. They stumbled backward, grievously injured, gazing in terror at the black cauldron in Huang's grasp. What manner of cauldron is this? It possesses such formidable power. Could it be an imperial-grade spiritual artifact? The 9 saints exclaimed in horror. In the realm of spirits, spiritual artifacts can be categorized into 7 grades: mortal, profound, earth, heaven, saint, ancestor, and emperor. Beyond these lies the realm of immortal artifacts. Emperor-grade spiritual artifacts are unparalleled within the spirit world, their divine might unfathomable. Historically, there have never been more than 10 such artifacts in existence. If Huang were to wield an Emperor-grade artifact, it would spell trouble for them. An Emperor-grade artifact? You truly underestimate its significance. In its presence, an Emperor-grade artifact is but worthless scrap. Huang scoffed coldly, his voice laced with disdain. His soul had resided within the swallowing heaven cauldron for 16 years, and he understood its extraordinary nature. Presently, it existed in its weakest, awakened state. Only when Huang ascended to the immortal realm could he hope to rouse the spirit of the swallowing heaven cauldron. At this moment, its spirit remained dormant. Huang wished to awaken it, yet he was powerless. Nevertheless, even in its current state, the swallowing heaven cauldron could easily crush Emperor-grade artifacts. And yet, some dare to label me, Huang, as cruel. No matter how vicious I may be, it pales in comparison to your ungrateful, treacherous kind. These 9 women, with hearts as venomous as serpents, sought my demise. Did anyone ever accuse them of cruelty and intervene to spare my life? No, you all wish for my death. Given this, do you still expect me to harbor even a shred of compassion for you? Huang said with a cold laugh. The swallowing heaven cauldron surged once more, producing an immense force that drew the bodies of the other 8 women toward it. The 9 saints could only watch helplessly as the 8 women were instantaneously reduced to dust by the cauldron's devouring power, transforming into 8 runes imprinted upon the ancient vessel's blank surface. Buzz! The swallowing heaven cauldron trembled, and the runes seemed to resonate. coalescing into ethereal swords that floated above the cauldron's surface. It was over. Completely over. Not only had the 9 women perished, but their remains were utterly obliterated. There would be no accounting to the spirit ancestor, and returning would lead to their doom. The expression on the 9 saints' faces turned ashen, like that of the dead. The spirit saint realm is indeed formidable, yet among the 9 families, there are tens of thousands of spirit practitioners. One more or one less makes no difference. Huang, with the 9 women now devoid of life, what more do you desire? Do you truly intend to eradicate us all? A spirit saint from Qingyun's sect questioned. His tone of inquiry prompted Huang to narrow his eyes, a chilling glint of murderous intent radiating from them. Do you truly believe I am unaware that my parents perished on the battlefield beyond the realms, due to a conspiracy? You, even with the 9 families combined, do not possess the audacity to betray my father. In the entire spirit world, only she would dare to orchestrate such a plot against him. She wished for my father's demise, intending to usurp his position and become the new spirit emperor. This individual must be the woman from the heavenly palace, right? Now that I, Huang, have awakened, all of you shall accompany my father in death. As Huang spoke, the swallowing heaven cauldron in his hand began to spin, and the rune swords surged outward, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. In the grand hall stood numerous formidable warriors from the Imperial Veins Mountain, all once loyal subordinates of the father, now turned traitors. The reason the Imperial Veins Mountain was left with only the Grand Elder, a 9th-rank spirit saint, was that the father had taken all spirit saints and above to the battlefield beyond the realm. Ultimately, news of both his and the mother's demise returned from that otherworldly conflict. Their subordinates were trapped in that battlefield, unable to return, as the Grand Elder colluded with the 9 families to seal the passage back. Thus, these individuals before me deserved nothing less than death. With a swift motion, the rune sword, emanating a dim yet piercing brilliance, cleaved through the void. One by one, the masters were pierced by the sword, meeting their end and transforming into runes upon the devouring sky cauldron. Once the cauldron was filled with these runes, it would ascend to its second phase. Spare us, young master, they cried out in terror. We were wrong. At that moment, the people of the Imperial Veins Mountain, who had previously mocked and ridiculed Huang, altered their demeanor entirely in the face of death, never once addressing him as young master before. Now, in a desperate bid for survival, their attitudes had flipped a complete 180. Huang, however, remained indifferent to their pleas. The rune sword, projected from the devouring sky cauldron, continued its relentless slaughter. Flee! The Grand Elder, Xianxia, showed no hesitation as he dashed toward the hall's exit. Initially, he had been the most eager to see Huang crushed to pieces. Yet now he was the fastest to escape. Xianxia, weren't you seeking vengeance for your son? Why are you running? Shouted a spirit saint from the flowing Cloud Mountain Manor. A gentleman avenges his wrongs. 10 years is not too late. If I don't leave now, I will lose my life here. Can't you see that little beast Huang, with that monstrous cauldron aiding him, slaughters us as one would crush ants? Without glancing back, the Grand Elder Xianxia fled the hall. Suddenly, a blade of rune light shot through him from behind, spilling blood as Xianxia collapsed upon the stone steps of the hall. None shall escape today. Kill, Huang declared, no longer wasting time, unleashing a massacre. The spirit restraining ban lasted but a quarter of an hour, and there were many more he intended to slay. Today, he would seize control of the Imperial Veins Mountain in his capacity as young master. This was rightfully his, and none could take it from him. Within the grand hall, the rune sword danced with deadly grace. The spirit saints of the 9 families were all eradicated, pierced through the heart, and shattered in their essence by the rune sword. Ultimately, they turned into runes upon the devouring sky cauldron, though these individuals were spirit saints. And even though their cultivation had fallen to 9th-rank spirit emperor under the spirit restraining ban, their lives, rooted in spirit saint essence, were not easily extinguished, Huang mused. At this moment, the hall lay devoid of life, having been thoroughly cleansed of its occupants. Only the venerable elderly Xianxia remained, crawling in desperation. He had been struck by a sword light from Huang, managing to survive, yet he was now fervently fighting for his life. The sound of heavy footsteps approached from behind. Xianxia understood that Huang was coming to kill him. Yin Tian, the ancestor, save me. You promised that if I assisted you in vanquishing the spirit emperor, you would ensure my safety. I beseech you, save me. Knowing that escape was futile, Xianxia began to scream into the void of the sky. Chapter 4. My cauldron, you cannot control. The majestic mountains echoed with Li Guanshan's cries for help. Once the unparalleled elder of the Imperial Pulse Mountain, he now resembled a wounded old dog, pathetic, disheveled, and engulfed in despair. Yet the inhabitants of the Imperial Pulse Mountain, each struggling for their own survival, kept their distance, too fearful to approach. Under the spirit suppression, Huang, wielding the devouring cauldron, appeared as an invincible demon. Those who provoked him met with death, utterly futile. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Huang coldly inquired from behind Li Guanshan, "How did you orchestrate my father's demise? If I tell you, will you spare me?" The elder asked with a glimmer of hope. One could not deny the strength of Li Guanshan's will to survive, even in such dire straits. He continued to struggle for life. "Absolutely not," Huang replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. "Then why should I speak? After all, it leads only to death." Li Guanshan shouta. Indeed, death was inevitable. However, I can offer two distinct methods of dying, one that is swift and painless, and another that involves enduring the torment of countless vengeful souls. Huang spoke calmly. As he gestured towards the devouring cauldron, a low hum resonated. The runes on the cauldron illuminated, transforming into a wailing spirit encircled by endless demonic energy, racing toward Li Guanshan. Even in its most rudimentary form, the devouring cauldron possessed myriad functions, such as commanding soul talismans. "Wait, I will speak." Just moments ago, the elder had resolutely refused, but now he hastily acquiesced. In his mind, Li Guanshan believed that as long as he lived, all possibilities remained. If one were to perish, even the most delectable of meals would pale in comparison. At this juncture, the elder sought to prolong his life through dialogue. His life story was indeed legendary. He had risen from a mere beggar to the esteemed elder of the Imperial Pulse Mountain, all through his valor and caution. Yet he still aspired for further advancement, which prompted his alliance with Yin Tian, orchestrating elaborate schemes. In the battlefield beyond the realm, there existed a sealed passageway leading to the ghost realm. 9 families, with their 9-stage spirit ancestors, collaborated to secretly breach the seal of the ghost realm. Although the opening of this passage would inevitably bring calamity to the spirit realm, we knew that your parents, the Spirit Emperor, and the Queen of Heaven would intervene at all costs to safeguard the spirit realm. Their purpose in safeguarding the spirit realm transcends mere allegiance to their kin. The paramount reason lies in your existence. With the arrival of the demonic cultivators, the spirit realm faced annihilation, and in your state of ignorance, your demise was inevitable. Thus, your parents, the Spirit Emperor and the Heavenly Queen, must protect the spirit realm to ensure your safety. As the news returned, the Spirit Emperor and the Heavenly Queen, as we anticipated, rallied the formidable warriors of the divine Pulse Mountain and the ancestral realm to breach the outer battlefield, intent on sealing the passage to the ghost realm. In this critical moment, the matriarch of the cloud sky intervened, shattering the return passage of the outer battlefield, severing all ties between the spirit realm and the external conflict. Devoid of the spirit realm's ethereal energy, both the Spirit Emperor and the Heavenly Queen, along with their subordinates, faced a grim fate, ultimately exhausting themselves to death. Indeed, today the 9 families, through clandestine channels, learned of the Spirit Emperor's demise, having sealed the ghost realm passage with his life. All of this I merely followed the matriarch of the cloud sky's directives. It bears no relevance to me. Young sovereign, grant me a path to survival. Li Guanshan implored once more at the end of his plea. In truth, Li Guanshan's plan was foolproof. Logically, without the unexpected emergence of Huang, he would have indeed succeeded once more, ascending to even greater heights. Yet, amidst all his calculations, he never foresaw that Huang would awaken from his stupor, transformed into such a formidable being. Upon hearing Li Guanshan's words, Huang's heart, once hardened and filled with vengeance, softened slightly. Yet it also deepened his sorrow. It dawned on him that his parents had plunged into the outer battlefield, disregarding all for his protection. Here he was, a foolish son, who had received their unwavering love and affection for 16 years without reciprocating even the simplest gaze. Regrets, hatred, when he finally awoke and sought to repay his parents' kindness. It was already too late. Bang! Huang knelt before the vast mountains and the endless void, tears streaming silently from his eyes. I, Huang, vow here and now, regardless of the cost, even if I must traverse 1,000 mountains and rivers, penetrate the heavens and the earth, ascending to the azure depths or descending to the yellow springs, I shall reclaim my parents. Alive, I demand to see them. In death, I insist on seeing their remains. Who dares to obstruct my quest for my parents? Kill. Yi Huang's eyes blazed crimson, dark energies surging around him. As the word kill escaped his lips, even the clouds above were scattered. The heaven-swallowing cauldron seemed to sense Yi Huang's turmoil, gently vibrating before him, rising and falling, exuding overwhelming malevolence and oppressive power. Li Guanshan. Today I shall take your head as an offering to my parents. At that moment, Yi Huang seized Li Guanshan's head, twisting with force, tearing it from his body. Blood gushed forth, staining Yi Huang's garments, yet he remained indifferent. Matriarch of the cloud sky, save me. Yet even at this juncture, Li Guanshan had not surrendered. His will to survive was astonishingly resilient. His soul surged forth, soaring into the heavens, crying out for salvation. Perhaps his fervent pleas resonated with the celestial powers. A thunderous roar echoed, and the firmament split open, revealing a colossal hand descending to claim Li Guanshan's soul. It was the goddess of the cloud and sky. She had finally heeded my call for help. She has come to rescue me. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Guanshan erupted with ecstatic cries, his spirit racing towards the enormous hand with renewed fervor. This is the imperial vein mountain. None shall depart without my consent, Yi Huang. Once they arrive, they must remain. Swallowing heaven cauldron, go. Yi Huang commanded, slamming down on the cauldron. Boom! The void shattered. The runes inscribed upon the swallowing heaven cauldron sprang to life. Pushed to their utmost limits, each rune igniting with a faint black demonic flame, echoing with mournful wails. Boom! The swallowing heaven cauldron, enveloped in black flames, surged with overwhelming demonic energy, crashing against the colossal hand. Impudent child, you overestimate your abilities. Crack! A resounding voice resonated through the heavens, akin to the might of celestial authority, rolling like thunder. The immense hand opened, grasping the swallowing heaven cauldron tightly. With force, it attempted to crush it. Yet, in that instant, the hand trembled, unable to maintain its grip. How could this be? Simultaneously, a gasp resounded from above. As the sound faded, boom, a great explosion erupted. The entire hand disintegrated, and the swallowing heaven cauldron expanded infinitely, resembling a small mountain, shattering the colossal hand. My cauldron, you cannot grasp it. Yi Huang stood with his hands clasped behind him, ascending through the air. Though devoid of any visible cultivation aura, he wielded unfathomable divine might. With a single step, he ascended to the heavens. Yi Huang unleashed a punch towards the firmament. A shadow of the black cauldron materialized upon his fist, shattering the celestial dome. The heavens fractured like a mirror, revealing its true form. There stood an unparalleled and exquisite woman upon a celestial palace, her eyes glinting with murderous intent as she coldly gazed down upon him. Goddess of the cloud and sky, it is indeed you. Yi Huang stood upon the cauldron, fixing his gaze upon the woman, his voice icy. Chapter 5. The 9 Steps of the Reverse Dragon, a single stomp shattering the goddess. The goddess of the cloud and sky had once aspired to attain the Spirit Emperor's position alongside his father, Yi Haoyan. Ultimately, however, it was his father who succeeded in ascending to the throne of the Emperor first. Thereafter, the goddess of the cloud and sky went into hiding, transcending the worldly realm within the cloud palace. I had presumed she had relinquished her ambitions. To my astonishment, she had remained patient, plotting for this very moment. While the contention for the Spirit Emperor's position is not without merit, historically, such contests have been conducted openly and honorably, employing overt strategies to achieve victory. When his father, Yi Haoyan, triumphed over the goddess of the cloud and sky, he had merely defeated her without taking her life. In fact, even in her direst hour, he had once intervened to save her. In an unexpected turn of events, the celestial maiden Yuntian returned her father's kindness in this manner. Celestial maiden, save me, cried the elder Li Guanshan, his soul alight with joy upon seeing Yuntian. After enduring great hardship, he believed salvation had finally arrived. Yi Huang, your father has fallen. The new Spirit Emperor rightfully belongs to the celestial maiden. Do you not hasten to kneel before the new Spirit Emperor? Li Guanshan's soul admonished, his desire for recognition palpable. Yi Huang cast a calm glance at Li Guanshan's spirit and replied, your elation appears somewhat premature. Do you not realize that the celestial maiden's arrival is merely a projection? Her true self is likely within the actual Yuntian palace, unable to descend for reasons unknown. He paused, then continued. Let me speculate. You are at a critical juncture in your quest for the Spirit Emperor's throne. This realm still bears the traces of my father's path. If you wish to ascend, you must refine my father's legacy into your own. For 3 years, your true self cannot leave the Yuntian Palace. Your hasty arrival as a mere avatar is but a ploy to serve as fodder. Standing confidently, Huang spoke with unmatched poise, as if plucking stars from the sky with ease. The onlookers from the Imperial Pulse Mountain stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the foolish young master they once knew? It appeared that the young master had been feigning ignorance. With the Spirit Emperor's demise, he was now determined to turn the tide and protect the Imperial Pulse Mountain. Though many still revered the Spirit Emperor and sympathized with Huang, most were of lower status and lacked the power to influence the unfolding situation. The revelation that their once derided young master was not only astute but possessed unfathomable strength was a profound shock. 9 fiancés had come to annul their engagements and threaten the young master's life, only to be vanquished. This news, conveyed by Yi Huang's devoted maid, Xiaozi, painted the 9 women as treacherous harpies. Upon hearing Yi Huang's assertions, Li Guanshan's soul was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, he felt a flicker of disappointment. Though he concealed it well, Yi Huang, even if the Celestial Maiden is merely an avatar, killing you would still be a simple task. Li Guanshan feigned nonchalance. Yi Huang could not help but admire Li Guanshan's mindset. It was evident that he recognized the Celestial Maiden as his sole hope, even if she were but a mere manifestation. A mere doppelganger? Yi Huang could easily crush it beneath my feet, Yi Huang declared. Li Guanshan, prepare to abandon all hope. With that, he took another step forward, effortlessly appearing before the Celestial Maiden. She regarded him with a cold gaze. It seems the world has labeled Yi Haoyan's son as simpleton, yet it is not you who is foolish, but rather the world itself. However, to eradicate the roots of the problem, now that you are aware it was I who ensnared your parents, I shall undoubtedly ensure your demise. Although I am merely a projection, as Li Guanshan stated, killing you is but a simple task. The Cloud Goddess regarded the scene with an expression of utter indifference. With a mere wave of her hand, the Cloud Palace beneath her transformed into a streak of flowing light, hurtling towards Yi Huang. Clouds seize celestial traces. Suppress the spirit of the heavenly palace, the Cloud Goddess commanded coldly. At that moment, the Cloud Palace radiated a secretive brilliance, sealing off all 4 corners of space for Yi Huang, leaving him with no avenue for escape before descending to crush him. The Cloud Palace was an Imperial-level spiritual artifact. Even in its projected form, Yi Huang, you cannot withstand it. Li Guanshan cried out in delight, having glimpsed the hope of survival. Although he was left with only his spirit, with the goddess's abilities, she could revive him at any moment if she chose to. Is an Imperial-level spiritual artifact truly formidable? Yi Huang's voice rang out with a chilling edge. He kicked towards the devouring cauldron. Boom! The devouring cauldron exuded a torrent of demonic energy, its tail trailing a long stream of demonic flames, soaring defiantly upwards as it collided with the Cloud Palace. Bang! The Cloud Palace shattered, transforming into countless spiritual lights, all consumed by the devouring cauldron. Ultimately, it coalesced into a faint rune, etched upon the cauldron's surface. Its delicacy was due to the fact that the Cloud Palace was merely a projection, not its true form. Should the true Cloud Palace ever be devoured, the runes would become distinctly visible. Is this cauldron a celestial artifact? The Cloud Goddess displayed no emotional response to the destruction of the Cloud Palace's projection. Instead, she fixated on the black cauldron before Yi Huang. Her interest piqued. She too could not discern the grade or origin of this cauldron. However, being able to so effortlessly shatter the Cloud Palace's projection suggested it must be no less than an Imperial-level spiritual artifact. She surmised it to be a celestial artifact. Yi Huang, surrender this cauldron to me, and I can grant you a swift end, the Cloud Goddess said coolly. She emanated an unparalleled celestial majesty, regarding Yi Huang with the gaze of one who looks down upon all beings. Clearly, she had begun to perceive herself as the new Spirit Emperor, elevated above all, akin to a deity with the power to determine the fates of all life. Were you? Do you think you are worthy of possessing it? The Cloud Goddess declared. You need not offer me a swift end. Let me grant you one first. At that moment, Yi Huang ascended into the heavens, standing tall above the Cloud Goddess. Step of the Reverse Dragon. First step, shatter the heavens, Yi Huang declared as he descended. The devouring cauldron seemed to respond to his call. An endless stream of runes surged forth, all converging at his feet, forming a formidable footprint that descended from the heavens. This is... The cloud goddess's expression shifted dramatically, and she was about to scream in alarm. Bang! Yet, Huang had already brought his foot down. The cloud goddess radiated an intense spiritual light, attempting to withstand the impending strike. But all was in vain. Puff! The ancestral spirit of the cloud heaven maiden was shattered, leading to a catastrophic rupture from her head to her legs, until she explosively disintegrated into a myriad of ethereal lights, devoured by the devouring cauldron. Huang, you dare to obliterate my avatar. Very well. In 3 years, when I emerge from my seclusion and attain the status of Spirit Emperor, I shall return to slay you and reclaim my cauldron, echoed the furious voice of the cloud heaven empress in the void. This time, she was evidently unhinged. 3 years? I cannot afford to wait that long. 1 year, at most 1 year, and I shall personally ascend to the cloud palace to claim your head. Huang responded assertively, his voice resonating amidst the white clouds. Chapter 6. Rooting out the threat, leaving no remnants. I have been defeated. Li Guanshan's spirit was utterly dumbfounded. He had hoped that the cloud heaven maiden could save him, only to find himself in peril, trampled by Huang, who crushed him with a single step. For a moment, he struggled to accept such a fate, but soon he gritted his teeth. Young Emperor, I am willing to serve as your slave, your servant. If only you spare my lingering soul. Even at this juncture, Li Guanshan refused to surrender. However, Huang did not grant him the opportunity to finish his plea, activating the devouring cauldron to consume him, transforming him into a rune inscribed upon the cauldron's body. Next, it was time to purge the traitors. Huang's gaze shimmered with cold resolve. Within the Imperial Vein Mountain, numerous betrayers remained. Allowing them to linger would only sow further chaos. Having been foolish these past years, Huang knew precisely who deserved to die and who did not. While the spirit restriction was still in effect, he, along with the cauldron, began traversing the grand palaces of the Imperial Vein Mountain. Youthful Emperor, do not enter. There is an ambush. As Huang approached his own palace, the voice of the maid, Xianxia, rang out. No sooner had her warning been issued than shadows manifested, encircling Huang completely. A group emerged from the palace. Exudinia Menacinoha. At the forefront stood a young man in green attire, a dagger poised against Xiaozi's back, his left hand gripping her throat. Huang, dare to take another step forward, and she shall perish, declared the leader, Xianxia, a direct disciple of his father, Haoyan. The name Xianxia had been bestowed upon him by his father. Senior brother, you were once a beggar on the brink of death, saved by my father and brought to the Imperial Vein Mountain as his beloved disciple, given the name Xianxia. Yet, I cannot fathom how, just after my father's demise, you would turn against him. My father treated you as his own son, while you regard him as an enemy. I truly cannot comprehend it. Huang observed Xianxia. Not understanding is precisely as it should be, Huang. I had not intended to reach this point so swiftly. Yet, despite my meticulous plans, I did not foresee your sudden awakening from your folly. Moreover, you know too much about me. Even if you do not kill me, you would undoubtedly cripple me and imprison me. Given this, how could I passively await my demise? Huang, in your foolishness, I have confided nearly all my secrets to you. However, there remains one that I have never revealed. My father was the lord of the Western Sky City, who perished at the hands of your father. I fell from the position of a young lord to that of a beggar, all thanks to your progenitor. You are unaware of this, as is your father. Thus, do you now comprehend why I regard your father as an enemy? He is, after all, the murderer of my father. Xianxia cried out hoarsely. Heaven has opened its eyes. Haoyan has finally fallen, and my opportunity for vengeance has arrived. Today, not only will I avenge my great grievance, but the Imperial Vein Mountain shall also be mine. As he spoke the final words, Xianxia erupted into triumphant laughter, embodying the demeanor of a victorious conqueror. Huang's expression remained unchanged. He spoke calmly. How do you know my father is unaware of your identity? When you were brought here, my father inquired of me whether he should accept the son of an enemy. He answered himself, stating that he fought fairly against the lord of the Western Sky City, representing opposing factions. On the battlefield, they were mortal foes, yet in the world beyond, they were merely distant acquaintances, not to probe the future. Therefore, he chose to accept you as his own. Thus, do not presume to judge my father with your ignorant gaze and filthy heart. You are unworthy. Huang's words pierced Xianxia's heart like a cold dagger. How could this be? You lie to me. Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief. It turns out the fool was none other than himself. unwilling to accept the truth. Lie to you? You are not even worthy of my deception. Release Xiaozi, and I might consider it. Before Huang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xianxia. Release her? That is impossible, unless you surrender the black cauldron and sever your own arms. Huang, I will count to 3. If you do not comply, your maid shall die. 1, 2. Xianxia counted, the dagger pressed against Xiaozi's back. At this moment, a mere gentle push could bring her life to an end. But in that instant, Xiaozi suddenly recoiled, colliding with the dagger. The blade pierced through her chest. Xiaozi revealed a sorrowful smile. Even in death, I shall not allow anyone to use me to threaten the young lord. I can accept my inability to assist the young lord, but I shall never permit myself to become a burden to him, Xiaozi declared resolutely, then slowly closed her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Xianxia stood momentarily stunned, unable to react. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail maid would exhibit such resolve and loyalty, forming a stark contrast to his own betrayal. Xiaozi. Huang's entire being erupted with overwhelming demonic energy. The devouring cauldron emitted an unprecedented brilliance. The reverse dragon 9 steps, second step, shattering time and space. Huang's feet were adorned with countless runes, and with a single step, he appeared beside Xiaozi, enveloping her in his embrace. Sell. Huang's movements were as swift as lightning, sealing Xiaozi's wounds, stanching the flow of her life force, and safeguarding her soul from dispersing. Yet, this was merely a fleeting moment. The vitality within Xiaozi was nearly extinguished, and after the seals, only a wisp of life remained. Xiaozi, as long as you do not perish, I can revive you. Huang transported Xiaozi into the space of the devouring heaven cauldron. Then his gaze, crimson as blood, swept across the battlefield. Aside from his parents, it could be said that Xiaozi was the only one he held dear in this world. She was his maid, 3 years his senior, who had cared for him since childhood, nurturing him with genuine affection. Throughout his 16 years of foolishness, Xiaozi meticulously attended to his every need. Now, to ensure her own safety and not to become a burden, she had resolutely sought death. You all deserve to die. At this moment, Huang resembled a vengeful deity, his voice resonating as if from the depths of hell. This realm, where the effects of the spirit binding restriction were weakest, was the battleground. Attack! Kill him! Xianxia quickly reacted, issuing orders with a commanding voice. He was evidently well acquainted with the Imperial Pulse Mountain and the spirit binding restriction, aware that Huang's palace was least affected. Thus, some among them could elevate their realms to the 9th stage spirit sovereign. It was precisely for this reason that Xianxia exuded such confidence and laid this ambush. Kill! The command was given, and the crowd surged forward, disregarding all else, charging at Huang. Huang remained silent in the face of it all, yet a sword of iron appeared in his hand. Whoosh! With a single swing, he beheaded all who dared to attack. From the moment he drew his sword to the instant the heads fell, it was a matter of mere moments. Huang had preempted them, causing the demise of over a dozen spirit sovereigns. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Kill! Xianxia. Hundreds of powerful spirit sovereigns, armed with lethal weapons, charged forth like ancient beasts. Huang drew his sword once more. Within him, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. However, a dark rune surged forth from within, converging upon the iron sword in his grasp, subsequently transforming into terrifying sword energies of runes that swept across the battlefield. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons wielded by the hundreds of spirit sovereigns were all severed. The rune sword energies continued to erupt, tearing their bodies apart with surgical precision. The entire palace square was littered with the remains of the slain. Before Huang, only one figure remained standing, Xianxia. At that moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. Xianxia understood that Huang was powerful, yet he had never anticipated such overwhelming strength. Even with the prowess of a 9th stage spirit sovereign, he was no match for Huang. Huang, you just mentioned that you might consider sparing my life. I shall depart now, and I promise you, I will never oppose you again. Xianxia implored. Huang cast a glance at him, one infused with the disdain typically reserved for the foolish. Firstly, I had contemplated sparing your life. With that, Huang unsheathed his sword, and in an instant, Xianxia's head tumbled to the ground, his eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Yet, you have harmed Xiaozi. How could I allow you to remain whole? Furthermore, I am not my father. I am Huang. Vengeance for grievances, recompense for wrongs. Roots must be severed to eradicate future threats. Yi Huang declared coldly. Chapter 7. Defying Heaven in Cultivation, Breaking Through 83 Realms in a Day. With the fall of Xianxia, the rebellion at Demai Mountain finally came to a close. Those deserving of death had been thoroughly eliminated. At that moment, the heaven-swallowing cauldron in Yi Huang's grasp trembled, absorbing the corpses of Xianxia and his ilk, transforming them into ethereal runes. The spirit-binding barrier dissipated entirely. Charge in. Kill. Protect the young emperor. Just then, a group surged forward. Upon seeing only Yi Huang, they were momentarily taken aback. Commander Gao Yuan, you have arrived too late. These traitors have all been vanquished, Yi Huang remarked, observing the bearded man at the forefront with a nonchalant tone. This man, known as Gao Yuan, was a 9th-level spirit sovereign and the patrol commander of Demai Mountain. While his strength was unremarkable, his loyalty was commendable. Moreover, with the spirit saints and spirit ancestors currently engaged in the outer battlefield, a 9th-level spirit sovereign was considered the strongest within Demai Mountain. I pay my respects to the young emperor. The young emperor displays great might, quelling the turmoil with a single cauldron. Seeing this, Gao Yuan led his men to kneel, simultaneously relieved. Rise, all of you. I shall now enter seclusion. Gao Yuan, you are in charge of safeguarding Demai Mountain, Yi Huang instructed. Rest assured, young emperor. As long as the mountain stands, so shall its people, Gao Yuan replied joyfully. He had finally risen to prominence. Previously, he had been overshadowed by too many spirit saints and spirit ancestors, leaving him with no opportunities. The resources within Demai Mountain are now open to all disciples. You must strive to enhance your abilities in the shortest time possible. After Yi Huang finished speaking, he dismissed Gao Yuan and the others. His most pressing concern was the elevation of his own strength. Those foolish 16 years had taught him that relying on others is akin to relying on oneself. Only through self-improvement can one command respect from all corners. Yi Huang did not linger in the palace, but instead soared toward the rear mountain of Demai Mountain. Despite his apparent foolishness over the past 16 years, Yi Huang possessed an intimate knowledge of Demai Mountain. Everything had been leading to this moment. Once awakened, he would need to swiftly find a place for seclusion. He arrived at a spiritual cavern at the rear mountain of Demai Mountain, a location saturated with rich spiritual energy, the source of 9 spiritual veins. This time, the 9 women had come not only to annul the engagement, but also to covet the 9 spiritual veins of Demai Mountain. These veins were the very foundation of Demai Mountain. Standing at the source of the 9 spiritual veins, Yi Huang retrieved the heaven-swallowing cauldron, his consciousness delving deep within. At the forefront, within the first layer of the devouring heaven cauldron, Xianxia lay suspended in slumber, a dagger lodged in her chest, unable to be removed. To extract, it would mean the dissipation of a vital essence sealed within her. To rescue Xianxia, 15 sacred herbs are required as primary materials to concoct the rebirth pill. At the Imperial Vein Mountain, 8 varieties of these sacred herbs can be found, with supplementary materials readily available. However, the remaining 7 sacred herbs will likely necessitate a thorough exploration of the great forbidden areas and paradises within the spirit realm. Nonetheless, the 9 families should possess some of these herbs. It is fortuitous. At that time, we shall extinguish the 9 families and seize the sacred herbs. Xianxia, wait patiently. After a year and a half, I shall rescue you, Yi Huang vowed with unwavering determination. He then withdrew his gaze, his consciousness soaring toward the very heart of the first layer of the devouring heaven cauldron. There lay a thunder pool, where lightning intertwined, emanating a terrifying pressure. Yi Huang's consciousness manifested in human form, drifting into the thunder pool, unharmed and untouched, instead experiencing a sensation of comfort as his soul bathed in the lightning. For the past 16 years, his soul had been refined within this thunder pool. It was only today, after achieving soul perfection, that he could freely enter and exit this layer of the devouring heaven cauldron. At this moment, Yi Huang's soul sank into the thunder pool. Outside his consciousness, he sat cross-legged in the spirit cave, his arms embracing the devouring heaven cauldron. Primordial Devouring Event Technique Activat. He proclaimed, and with that, boundless spiritual energy converged from 9 spiritual veins, first consumed by the cauldron, purified, and then flowed into Yi Huang's body. The Primordial Devouring Heaven technique allows for the rapid absorption of the world's spiritual energy for personal use, serving as the complementary art for the cauldron's master. Throughout these 16 years, though Yi Huang focused solely on refining his soul, the devouring heaven cauldron and he were one entity, continuously transforming his physical form, meridians, and chi. Additionally, within the first layer of the cauldron space, numerous ancient texts such as the Primordial Devouring Heaven Technique, Dan Classics, Herbal Classics, Martial Classics, Sword Classics, Blade Classics, and Fist Classics, among others, were present. Huang simultaneously refined his soul and studied these various methods. The speed at which he comprehended these arts was astonishing. He grasped them at a glance, mastered them in an instant, and soon became proficient. This is also why he became so powerful immediately upon awakening. Though devoid of spiritual power, his physical prowess allowed him to utilize secret techniques from the martial classics, such as the reverse dragon 9 steps. Coupled with the power of the devouring heaven cauldron, he was able to vanquish the spirit sect and eliminate the female ancestor, even without any spiritual cultivation. Thus, what Huang had previously exhibited was merely his mastery of physical cultivation. His spiritual cultivation had yet to formally commence. Now, with his soul returned and communication with his physical form unobstructed, he could begin his training. In truth, even if Huang solely pursued the path of physical refinement, he would be capable of sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. However, after studying the numerous ancient texts within the devouring heaven cauldron, he concluded that only through the fusion of body and spirit, both ascending to the pinnacle of supremacy, could one attain eternal invincibility and immortality. My physique has been transformed, rendered entirely pure. My chi and dantian are vast and boundless. Theoretically, during initial cultivation, as long as there is a sufficient spiritual energy, there should be no barriers to achieving different realms. I am eager to discover how far I can ascend under the influence of the heaven-devouring cauldron and the primordial heaven-devouring art. At this moment, Huang channels all his energy into his cultivation. Endless spiritual power surges into his body, circulating through his limbs and bones. A breakthrough occurs. Subsequently, Huang's realm ascends like a rocket, progressing with unstoppable momentum. From the first level of spirit disciple to the second, then to the first level of spirit master, and the second. In the brief span of an incense stick's burning time, Huang breaches 18 realms, attaining the 9th level of spirit master. Yet this is not the conclusion. It is merely the beginning. As Huang cultivates the primordial heaven-devouring art, infinite spiritual energy flows into his chi and dantian through the cauldron. He progresses from the first to the second level of spirit master, then to the first and second levels of spirit general, and finally to the first and second levels of spirit emperor. After half a day, Huang successfully breaks through the realms of spirit master, spirit general, spirit king, and spirit emperor. However, the breakthroughs do not cease. It is not until a day later that Huang finally opens his eyes slowly. Boom! The entire spirit cavern trembles, a terrifying aura and pressure sweeping across the surroundings. 3rd level of spirit sovereign. In just one day, I have surpassed 83 minor realms. Huang, feeling the immense strength coursing through him, is filled with exhilaration. With such power, he fears no enemy. Henceforth, none shall dare to oppress or insult him. Huang rises slowly. At this moment, the spirit cavern has become devoid of spiritual energy and requires a considerable amount of time to recover. Exiting the cavern, he arrives at the palace only to find chaos. Blood staining the ground. Gao Yuan is still commanding others to drag away the corpses for burial. Gao Yuan, what has transpired? Yuan inquiris in aggraviton. Chapter 8. A Man and His Sword, Flattening the Broken Tiger Gate. Upon seeing Huang, Gao Yuan and the others are struck with a sense of suffocation. A tremendous pressure descends upon them, making them feel as though they are facing a deity. Bow to the young emperor. Gao Yuan and the others instinctively kneel. Previously, they bowed to Huang because of his status, but this time they kneel due to the overwhelming power and aura he exudes. Rise. In the future, there is no need to kneel before me. Now, explain what has happened. Huang commands, his presence authoritative yet calm. Gao Yuan and the others feel an awe-inspiring dignity that only a spirit emperor could possess. Moreover, after merely a day of seclusion, the young emperor has ascended from no cultivation to the 3rd level of spirit sovereign, a breakthrough of 83 realms in a day. This leaves Gao Yuan and the others utterly speechless. Yet, the 3rd level of spirit sovereign appears as an insurmountable mountain before Huang, who stands at the 9th level of spirit sovereign. After a long moment, Gao Yuan finally regains his composure and speaks, "Is the broken tiger gate." The Vice Master Lin Feng approached with a group, demanding an audience with the young emperor. I informed him that the young emperor was in seclusion and indisposed to visitors. However, he retorted that the Imperial Vein Mountain had become a toothless tiger, its stature diminished, lacking even a single spirit saint. He insisted that I convey a message to the young emperor. From henceforth, the Imperial Vein Mountain would be under the protection of their Duanhu Gate, which would require only a protection fee in return. Naturally, I declined their offer. Yet they threatened to seize the treasures of the Imperial Vein Mountain as a form of protection fee, warning us that these treasures could not be safeguarded by the mountain. When they attempted to forcibly take the treasures, we fought valiantly to resist them. After a fierce battle, they retreated temporarily, but not without proclaiming that if the protection fee was not delivered to Duanhu Gate within a day, their gate master would personally come to raise the Imperial Vein Mountain. Gao Yuan expressed his fury as he recounted the events, while Yi Huang listened intently, his expression darkening. How dare mere Duanhu Gate insult us in such a manner? Very well, since they demand a protection fee within a day, I shall ensure that within the same time frame, their entire clan faces annihilation, avenging the fallen disciples of the Imperial Vein Mountain. At that moment, Yi Huang radiated an aura of lethal intensity, causing Gao Yuan and the others to involuntarily step back in fear. The Duanhu Gate is affiliated with the Murong family, located 1,000 miles from the Imperial Vein Mountain. Gao Yuan cautioned. It seemed the Murong family intended for the Duanhu Gate to test our resolve, preparing to take action against us. Gao Yuan, I shall activate the mountain-sealing Imperial Formation. For 1 year, no one shall enter or exit except for myself. Yi Huang made a swift decision. Although the Imperial Vein Mountain no longer had a spirit emperor, spirit saints, or spirit ancestors, it still possessed profound heritage. Once the mountain-sealing Imperial Formation was activated, it would safeguard the mountain for 3 years unless a spirit emperor personally came to breach it. After activating the formation, only Yi Huang would be allowed to enter or exit. He did not hasten to descend the mountain, but instead entered the spirit emperor's treasury within the Imperial Vein Mountain. Although he possessed the devouring cauldron, it was impractical to summon it for every confrontation. He needed a weapon of his own. The Spirit Emperor's treasury could only be accessed by the Spirit Emperor, the Heavenly Queen, and Yi Huang, containing unparalleled sacred medicines, divine artifacts, rare materials, and mystical techniques. Yi Huang discovered sacred herbs required for concocting the rebirth pill, along with auxiliary ingredients and an ancient alchemical furnace. Once he gathered the necessary spiritual herbs, he could concoct the rebirth pill on the spot to revive Xiaozi. This was the violent spirit's sacred pill, which, when consumed, would cause a surge in spiritual power, instantly elevating one to the spirit saint realm. A valuable asset, it would serve as one of his trump cards. Yi Huang stored the vial containing the violent spirit's sacred pill within the devouring cauldron space. As this was his first descent from the mountain, he naturally aimed to be thoroughly prepared. He also collected the recovery spirit pill, the rejuvenation pill, and the tranquil heart pill. Yi Huang packed a multitude of precious elixirs into the cauldron-esque space. Following this, he proceeded to the weapons repository. The Daluo sacred sword, the heavenly demon halberd, the spirit turtle shield. These spiritual artifacts are all of at least the sacred level. Anything beneath that does not deserve to be here, take them away. Yi Huang acted without a moment's hesitation. In his eyes, should he encounter a formidable opponent, unleashing all the sacred artifacts at once could crush the adversary utterly. Yet, he still lacked a weapon that suited him. There, in the corner, lay an ancient and rusted celestial sword, quietly resting. Had it not been for the resonance with the sky-devouring cauldron, Yi Huang would have overlooked it entirely. A pearl covered in dust. It requires the blood of foes to awaken its edge. Only through the nourishment of slaughter can its former brilliance and splendor be restored. This sword is nameless. The instant Yi Huang grasped the rusted iron sword, a wave of consciousness surged into his mind. This must be the resonance between the rusted sword and the sky-devouring cauldron that activated this lingering awareness. Yi Huang also discerned that the rust on the sword was no ordinary rust. It possessed a curse-like power. Should it come into contact with a wound, it would amplify the damage. Excellent. This sword shall serve me well. You shall accompany me in my battles and bloodshed. A day will come when you shine once more in all your glory. With his newfound weapon, Yi Huang lingered no longer and departed the Spirit Emperor's treasury. Gao Yuan, remember, no matter what happens, do not emerge until I return to the Emperor's Vein Mountain. If you encounter insurmountable danger, retreat to my palace. The mountain's Imperial Formation will contract there, forming an unassailable defense. Stay there and await my return for rescue. Yi Huang issued his instructions before soaring onto the back of the purple lightning beast. This creature, a rare mutated spirit species of noble lineage, was the only one of its kind on the entire Emperor's Vein Mountain. Only the Spirit Emperor, the Heavenly Queen, and Yi Huang were deemed worthy to ride it. Raised on the finest spiritual sustenance since its youth, this beast could traverse over 10,000 miles in a day. Go! Yi Huang commanded. And the purple lightning beast transformed into a streak of lightning, racing down the Emperor's Vein Mountain, vanishing from Gao Yuan and the other's sight. The Duan Tiger Gate is situated approximately 1,000 miles from the Emperor's Vein Mountain. Mounted on the purple lightning beast, Yi Huang arrived at the entrance of Duan Tiger Gate in less than an hour. Who dares to trespass on my Duan Tiger Mountain? The entrance of Duan Tiger Gate was established atop Duan Tiger Mountain. However, the gate acted with extreme arrogance and tyranny, especially after the decline of the Emperor's Vein Mountain, as they had proclaimed themselves the overlords of this region spanning thousands of miles. Even at the foot of Duan Tiger Mountain, numerous disciples of Duan Tiger Gate patrolled, effectively turning this area into a forbidden zone. Any reckless intruder would face death. As Yi Huang appeared on the purple lightning beast, 12 disciples of Duan Tiger Gate brandishing swords intercepted him. Without uttering a word, he urged the lightning beast forward. Thud! 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 The 12 disciples were trampled into the ground beneath the beast's hooves. The purple lightning beast, a mutated spirit species, outwardly appeared as a steed, but in truth, it was a fierce creature, its hooves as hard as gold and iron. With a single stomp, it could shatter rocks, let alone mere flesh. This is bad. Someone has breached the mountain. Quick, notify the others. Not far away, the sentinel gasped in shock at the scene before him. With a swift motion, Yi Huang unsheathed his sword and executed a sweeping strike. Dozens of patrollers were severed in half, their corpses littering the ground, the scent of blood overwhelming. The nameless iron sword, stained with crimson, quivered gently as if expressing a sense of exhilaration. Blood nourishes the sword. Today, you shall drink deeply from it. Yi Huang remarked nonchalantly. Riding atop the purple lightning beast, he charged towards the mountaintop with ease. At the summit, the broken tiger gate trembled. It is Yi Huang. He has come to slay us. A scout shouted breathlessly. Immediately inform the gate master. I will intercept him, commanded Deputy Gate Master Lin Feng, rallying the elders and disciples of the broken tiger gate to the gates. Yi Huang, is it just him? Lin Feng inquired, rushing forward. Yes, the scout replied. Who gave him the audacity? Does he truly believe this is the Imperial Pulse Mountain, where the spirit suppression ban aids him? This is our territory at the broken tiger gate. He has come seeking death. Lin Feng scoffed, his disdain evident. Although the news of Yi Huang slaying 9 wives and massacring 10 saints at the Imperial Pulse Mountain had spread, they believed he had merely relied on the spirit suppression ban to cheat. Outside the Imperial Pulse Mountain, he was nothing. No sooner had Lin Feng's words left his mouth than he witnessed the gruesome sight of corpses flying toward him. He beheld a lone figure on horseback, cutting down every disciple of the broken tiger gate in his wake. Some had their heads severed, others cleaved in two, while some were obliterated by powerful sword energy. The courtyard of the broken tiger gate was transformed into a scene reminiscent of the hellish realm of Azura, strewn with remains. Those with fragile constitutions were compelled to vomit upon witnessing such carnage. Yi Huang, how audacious you are! Do you not know that your slaughter of the disciples of the broken tiger gate will lead to the demise of the entire Imperial Pulse Mountain? Lin Feng bellowed in fury. His words struck a nerve within Yi Huang. Leaping down from the purple lightning beast, he gripped the nameless iron sword, his entire being enveloped in demonic energy. Then I shall be the one to bury your broken tiger gate, Yi Huang declared, stepping forward and nearly instantaneously arriving before Lin Feng. With a swift slash, Lin Feng's head fell to the ground. I, a dignified, 9th-tier spirit sovereign, could not even react before Yi Huang? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind consumed by that singular thought. Yi Huang continued to swing his sword, facing the elders and elite disciples of the broken tiger gate who had emerged alongside Lin Feng. In that moment, the core figures of the broken tiger gate were all gathered here. The sword energy wielded by Yi Huang surged forth like crashing waves, leaving no corner untouched. The elders of the spirit's sovereign realm and the elite disciples of the broken tiger gate were all swept by the sword energy. The elite disciples could not withstand Yi Huang's sword energy, their bodies exploding into fragments, scattered across the ground. Only the 9th-tier spirit sovereigns could barely hold their ground. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, poised to rend them asunder in the blink of an eye, leaving them to perish in despair. The nameless iron sword, having feasted upon the blood of its foes, exhibited a faint crimson gleam that hinted at its burgeoning sharpness. A devil. Yi Huang was indeed a devil. I deeply regret having provoked him. The remnants of the broken tiger gate, some driven mad by sheer terror, were now shrieking in madness. Yet, Yi Huang showed no mercy. With a sweeping strike of his iron sword, he annihilated them all. He eradicated the roots of their threat, leaving no potential peril behind. Yi Huang, you beast! How dare you intrude upon my broken tiger gate? Is this place one where you can run rampant? At that moment, a chilling voice rang out. An imposing elder with white hair soared into view, accompanied by a noble-looking man clad in purple, exuding an air of regality. Additionally, 10 esteemed elders of the Broken Tiger Gate arrived, forming an arc to encircle Yi Huang. These 10 elders were all on the cusp of the Spirit Saint realm. When my father was alive, you would have to kneel before me. Now, you truly have the audacity to defy the heavens. Yi Huang scoffed. These individuals, driven by insatiable ambition, would seek to eliminate both the Imperial Pulse Mountain and him if he did not extinguish them first. Attack, kill him, then ascend to the Imperial Pulse Mountain and eradicate his entire lineage to avenge the fallen disciples of the Broken Tiger Gate. The white-haired elder was none other than Fang Yun, the master of the Broken Tiger Gate, a formidable figure at the first level of the Spirit Saint realm. The 10 elders charged at Yi Huang as commanded. Whoosh! Yi Huang unsheathed his sword, and 10 heads soared into the air simultaneously. Streams of blood spouted several meters high. The 10 semi-saints could not withstand Yi Huang's single strike. This was unequivocally a one-sided massacre. Moreover, in an instant, the iron sword was poised at Master Fang Yun's throat. The esteemed master of the Broken Tiger Gate, its foremost expert at the first level of the Spirit Saint realm, had not even been granted the opportunity to retaliate. The arrogance that had once radiated from Fang Yun was now cast aside as Yi Huang's sword rested against his neck. Yi Huang ceased this. The man in purple shouted vehemently upon witnessing the scene. Yet, with a flash of the sword, Fang Yun's head fell, blood splattering across the face of the purple-clad man. Do you know who I am? How dare you defy my command in my presence? The noble man, enveloped in an aura of grandeur, gazed at Yi Huang in disbelief. Do I need to know the identity of a dying man? Yi Huang, replied coldly. I am Murong's heir, Murong Ling Tian. You have slain my sister. Do you understand the calamity that awaits you? I had intended to spare your life today and bring you back to the Murong family for judgment. However, that is no longer necessary. Your life shall serve as a burial for you and your Imperial Pulse Mountain, in exchange for my sister's life. Murong Ling Tian spoke icily. It was he who had instigated the Broken Tiger Gate to test the Imperial Pulse Mountain, and he had come to avenge his sister, Murong Ling Xuan. Did you think that bringing a few third-level Spirit Saints would suffice to kill me? You underestimate me, Yi Huang, far too much. Yi Huang suddenly drew his sword, thrusting it into the void behind Murong Ling Tian. A series of sharp sounds echoed as 3 corpses materialized from invisibility, tumbling to the ground. These were 3 third-tier Spirit Saints, his guardians, and the source of his confidence. Yet now they lay lifeless. Murong Ling Tian stared blankly at the scene, an icy dread coursing through him. Yi Huang, I am the young master of the Murong family. You cannot kill me. If I perish, both you and the Imperial Pulse Mountain will face catastrophic retribution. In the face of death, Murong Ling Tian finally relinquished his arrogance, speaking with palpable fear. He sensed the murderous intent emanating from Yi Huang. By slaying you, I shall obliterate your Murong family. I shall spare none involved in the conspiracy against my father. As he spoke, Yi Huang unleashed the heaven-swallowing cauldron. With a sharp sound, it subdued Murong Ling Tian and ensnared his body within a spatial layer of the cauldron. The cauldron then rotated, unleashing its devouring power, consuming all the inhabitants of the Broken Tiger Gate along with their treasures. Murong ancestor, I will come before you with the bodies of all the Murong clan's disciples and demand to know why, given my father's immense kindness toward your family. You sought his harm, Yi Huang declared coldly, stowing away the cauldron and gazing into the distant sky. He then mounted the purple lightning beast, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the Murong family territory, miles away. Chapter 9. Do you still remember the boy who gifted you the wooden carving? A mountain, a village, a city, a door, a valley, a sect, a family, a building, a ridge. Among them, the family refers to the Murong clan. Within the lineage of aristocratic families, the Mu-Rong surname is paramount. Supported by four major affiliated powers, the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families. Each of the four families guards its own territory, fortifying the Mu-Rong family at the center. A veritable fortress. There is a saying, to annihilate the Mu-Rong, one must first extinguish the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families. However, these four families are not easily vanquished. Their strength is second only to the Mu-Rong family, and they form a community of shared interests. When one faces hardship, the others come to aid. Chui family territory. A quaint village along an ancient path. Huang rode, the purple lightning beast, leisurely progressing while savoring the scenery along the way. Having traveled thousands of miles at great speed, the beast now slowed, taking a brief respite. This was not Huang's first descent from the mountain, but previously he had been in a dazed state, accompanied by his parents as they explored the world. This time, however, it marked his first independent descent, fully aware and alert. The village he arrived at was known as Peach Blossom Village, renowned for cultivating peach blossoms and earning a living by selling them. During the blooming season, the village transformed into a breathtaking paradise, akin to a realm untouched by the mundane world. When Huang was 13, his parents had brought him here, and they had dined in the home of a farmer. The warmth and joy of that human experience lingered vividly in Huang's memory, as he beheld the harmonious interaction among his father, mother, and family. A sincere and joyful smile graced his lips. At that time, this farming household had a 3-year-old daughter, whom the father affectionately named Little Peach Blossom. Passing through this place, memories flooded back to him. Huang found himself missing his parents. Uncontrollably, he made his way towards the village. However, upon entering, his expression soured. The once beautiful peach orchards had now transformed into desolate wasteland. The village lay in an eerie stillness, shrouded in gloom. Riding in on the purple lightning beast, Huang noticed the villagers' fearful expressions as they hastily retreated into their homes. The sound of doors and windows slamming shut echoed around him. Only a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with disheveled hair yet bright eyes, stood at the village entrance, gazing ahead with anticipation, clutching a wooden carving. The moment Huang laid eyes on the carving, he was taken aback. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a troop of ironclad cavalry thundered in. "Get out of the way, you traitorous beasts who have betrayed the Spirit Emperor." In that instant, a petite figure darted forward, aiming a kick at Huang. He deftly maneuvered the purple lightning beast aside. The diminutive figure missed her mark and did not pursue. Instead, she scooped up the little girl and retreated swiftly, creating distance between herself and Huang, her eyes filled with animosity. She was a girl of 16 or 17, clad in a green dress, her beauty striking, wielding a spirit sword while shielding the little girl behind her. Possession of forbidden items warrants death. Anyone found in possession of or believing in anything related to the Spirit Emperor shall be executed without mercy. Meanwhile, even before the cavalry arrived, a chilling voice rang out. In that moment, Huang finally grasped the situation. It became evident that the villagers and the girl in the green dress had mistaken him for one of the iron cavalry. Huang dismounted the purple lightning beast and stepped aside, opting to observe. The cavalry charged forward, their spirit horses rearing and neighing, encircling the girl in green and the little girl. How bold! That is a wooden carving of the Spirit Emperor's family. It is forbidden. You shall die. A commanding figure, wielding a massive iron spear, ruthlessly aimed it at the little girl. The spear dwarfed her tiny frame, and with the leader's immense strength, a single strike could reduce her to a mere puddle of blood. Stop! The girl in green leapt up, using her sword to block the attack. Clang! She was sent flying, staring at the remaining half of her spirit sword, her expression grim. Who dares to obstruct the enforcement team of the Chui family? The leader coldly scrutinized the girl. I am Guwani, a student from the Qingshan Academy in Qingshan City. Your Chui family's enforcement team commits such wanton slaughter of the innocent. You shall face the Academy's retribution. The girl in green replied with a chilling tone. As laughter erupted from the leader of the Chui family and his band of iron cavalry, it seemed they had just heard the most amusing jest. Guwani, is it? I've heard of you, the foremost genius of the Qingshan Academy. At the tender age of 16, you have already reached the 9th rank of the Spirit General realm. In times past, your future would have been boundless. But now, alas, you are a wanted criminal. The announcement from the Mu-Rong headquarters today declared that the Academy has misled its students, aligning with the demonic, and shall henceforth be abolished. All Academy members are now deemed wanted criminals, and those who resist shall be met with merciless execution. What was it you just said? That we would face retribution from the Academy? Huh. You, a wanted fugitive, dare speak of punishment? Do you not find that utterly ludicrous? Once, your Academy boasted the backing of the Spirit Emperor, and you were indeed arrogant and formidable. We concede that. But with the Spirit Emperor gone, you are nothing but a rabble, foolishly aspiring to stand alongside our noble families as equals. How absurd! The leader of the Chui family scoffed loudly. Upon hearing this news, the girl in the blue dress, Gu Wani, felt as if struck by thunder, her countenance pale. The Academy is gone? How could the Academy possibly cease to exist? I refuse to believe it. You have no authority to abolish the Academy. Gu Wani cried out vehemently. She could not fathom such a reality. Once, the Spirit Emperor had liberated the enslaved, establishing the Academy to ensure that every individual possessed dignity, the opportunity for education, martial training, and cultivation of the Tao. It was undoubtedly a monumental act that benefited countless lives. Hence, the Spirit Emperor garnered immense support and adoration from the lower echelons of the spirit realm, who built temples in his honor, enshrined his divine status, and worshipped him with reverence. Yet now it was to be dismantled, a criminal wielding the Spirit Emperor's forbidden artifacts. A key figure from the Academy. Excellent. Let them all be executed as a warning. Let the world know that all associated with the Spirit Emperor shall be eradicated, both physically and spiritually. The leader of the Chui family bellowed with authority. Dozens of iron cavalry, armed with lethal weapons, simultaneously charged at Gu Wani and the little girl. The child had long since succumbed to tears, paralyzed by fear. Yet, she clung desperately to her wooden carving, perhaps her only source of solace. Gu Wani finally regained her composure. However, confronted with the assault of the iron cavalry, even the prodigious talent of the Xianxia Academy found herself powerless. The gap in their realms was insurmountable. These cavalrymen were the elite of the Chui family, all at the Spirit General realm, with their leader having attained the Spirit Commander realm. Fully armed, Gu Wani found herself with no choice but to await her fate. In the face of death, she held the little girl tightly. Even if she were to perish, she would shield the child with her own life. At this moment, Gu Wani embodied the Academy's belief, to protect those who are worthy of protection. Is this the end? Alas, my strength is ultimately too meager to save anyone. Between life and death, Gu Wani felt no fear. Instead, she was consumed by the guilt of her own inadequacy, unable to rescue anyone. Behold, what a poignant scene this is. Soon, destruction looms. I revel in this sensation of devastation. The leader of the Chui family exclaimed with a twisted psyche. Clang! Dozens of sharp weapons fell. In that fleeting moment, Gu Wani and the little girl were on the verge of being crushed into a pulp. Suddenly, a figure materialized out of thin air. This individual wielded a weathered iron sword, sweeping it through the air, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that engulfed the surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. Numerous cavalrymen were instantly sent flying, their bodies disintegrating into a gruesome spectacle of shattered flesh, remains, and a torrential downpour of blood and entrails. Little Peach Blossom, do you still remember me? The boy who gifted you the wooden carving. Huang gently pulled the little girl closer, his smile tender. Chapter 10. Could it be that you are that foolish young emperor? Do you recall the boy who presented you with the wooden sculpture? This question resonated like a thunderclap, piercing deep into little Peach Blossom's heart, awakening the memories buried within her soul. Huang Gige. It is truly you, Huang Gige. Little Peach Blossom lifted her gaze to Huang, her voice trembling. Tears glistened in her eyes, mingling with joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from reuniting with her long-missed Huang Gige, while the trepidation arose from the fear that this, like before, might merely be a dream. Indeed, it is me. Fear not, little Peach Blossom. With Huang Gige here, no one in this world can harm you. Huang took little Peach Blossom from the still-dazed Gu Wani, seizing the wooden carving from her hands to examine it closely. Despite his 16 years lost in a foolish state, unable to speak, smile, eat, or engage in any normal activities, he excelled in one thing: wood carving. Even when his spirit seemed detached from his physical form, Huang could instinctively carve. The wooden sculpture in little Peach Blossom's hands was his most cherished and satisfying creation. Yet, in his dazed state, he had unhesitatingly gifted it to her. It was a feeling difficult to articulate. In his foolishness, he acted purely on instinct, such as in the act of carving. Upon seeing little Peach Blossom, Huang, in his stupor, instinctively felt as if he had known her for an eternity. Thus, He presented her with the statue depicting himself, his father, and his mother, the three of them together. In the sculpture, his mother and father embraced closely, with her holding a small version of himself. Ye Huang Gige. It truly is you. Woo-woo. Little Peach Blossom could no longer contain her emotions, throwing herself into Yi Huang's embrace, weeping freely. During this time, she had lived in constant fear. Her parents had been taken away for providing offerings to the statues of the Spirit Emperor and the Queen, forced into labor as minors, with no word of their fate. Therefore, Little Peach Blossom had remained at the village entrance, longing for their return. Instead of her parents, she encountered the iron cavalry of the Chui family conducting inspections in the village. As for Guwani, he had intervened precisely because he sensed Little Peach Blossom was in danger. Such audacity! The Chui family's cavalry dares to kill. Young man, regardless of who you are, in the territory of the Chui family, you and your companions are assuredly doomed to a grave without rest. The leader of the Chui family has just narrowly escaped a calamity. He is a spirit commander, quick-witted and agile. At the moment his life was threatened, he utilized his subordinate, a spirit general, as a shield. While his subordinate was brutally slain, he emerged unscathed. As I conversed with Xiao Taohua, did it become your turn to interrupt? Yi Huang glanced at the leader of the Chui family, a brazen individual. Just now we have been too careless, allowing you an opportunity. This time, I shall take your life. The leader of the Chui family summoned all his spiritual energy, wielding his iron spear, infused with terrifying destructive power, as he struck towards Yi Huang, simultaneously enveloping Gu Wani and Xiao Taohua within his onslaught. Seeking death, Yi Huang lightly swept his iron sword. Clang! The massive iron spear shattered into two pieces, crashing to the ground, accompanied by the severed head adorned with a black helmet, the very head of the Chui family leader. His eyes bulged, forever unclosed. This battered iron sword, seemingly rusty and dilapidated, proved unexpectedly sharp. In that fleeting moment, Yi Huang witnessed a flash of blood light on the sword, which effortlessly sliced through the iron spear and decapitated the leader of the Chui family. Guwani, standing nearby, was already dumbfounded. The rapid turn of events had been overwhelming. She had believed her life was forfeit, only to realize that the youth she had perceived as an enemy had effortlessly vanquished the Chui family's cavalry and saved her life. Ye Huang, could it be that you are the foolish young emperor? At that moment, Guwani seemed to recall something, unable to suppress her exclamation. Yet, she quickly covered her mouth, as she now grasped just how terrifying this youth truly was. The Chui family's cavalry fell before him. No match at all, annihilated in an instant. Brother Yi Huang, my parents have been captured by them. Xiao Taohua confided in Yi Huang about her plight. They must have been taken by the Chui family to work as miners. Over the past few days, I have learned that these individuals are taken to the Beishan mine, over 100 miles away, which is the largest spiritual mine owned by the Chui family. Guwani spoke, her eyes fixed on Yi Huang, deep in thought. Now she understood Yi Huang's identity. Were it not for her own status, she would have been unable to restrain her curiosity about the events on the Imperial Pulse Mountain. Especially since the young emperor was no longer foolish, having single-handedly slain 9 wives and quelled a rebellion. These tales had already spread far and wide. Even though the 9 families and other factions sought to suppress the news, the truth could not be concealed forever. Guwani was now filled with intrigue regarding this legendary young emperor. Then lead the way. We shall go rescue Xiao Taohua as parents at once. Ye Huang nodded, urging Guwani to guide them. To go directly? The Beishan mine is guarded by a 4th-tier spirit saint, and not just one. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Guwani cautioned Yi Huang, for she was well aware that his ability to slay saints atop the Imperial Vein Mountain was ultimately reliant on the spirit restriction. Confronted with a fully fledged spirit saint, she harbored no illusions about Yi Huang's prospects. Lead the way, she urged. Yi Huang ceased his idle chatter, grasped one individual by the hand, and leaped onto the back of the purple lightning beast, with the 3 of them riding in unison. Yi Huang positioned himself at the rear, Guwani in the center, and the youngest, Xiao Taohua, at the front. Northward, a straight path of 100 miles. Without a moment's hesitation, Guwani promptly indicated the route. 100 miles away lay the northern mountain mine, where numerous statues of the Spirit Emperor were being transported, only to be shattered into fragments by miners wielding heavy hammers. No, I cannot do this. How can I betray my conscience and strike the statue of the Spirit Emperor? Showing such disrespect? Spirit Emperor, eternal as the ages, I cannot bring myself to swing the hammer. One miner, raising a colossal iron hammer, hesitated tears streaming down his face. But just as his lamentation echoed, a flash of sword light pierced through him, turning him into a mist of crimson. A mere mortal dares to speak recklessly? Whoever dares to utter another word or slacken their efforts shall meet the same fate. A figure clad in white coldly declared. Upon sighting this individual, the entire northern mountain mine fell silent, trembling in fear. On the highest peak of the northern mountain mine, countless workers were diligently carving the likeness of an elder, none other than the revered ancestor of the Morone family. Destroy the celestial heaven, honor the ancestor. Within the domain of the Morone clan, the ancestor sought to erase the traces of the spirit emperor Yi Haoyan and imprint his own path, necessitating the crafting of countless statues, both grand and diminutive. Such a scene likely extended beyond the Morone family. The other 8 clans will be no less fervent. Young master, we have news. Yi Huang's whereabouts have been uncovered. After annihilating the Duanhu men, he has appeared in Peach Blossom Village and is now heading straight for the northern mountain mine, reported a spy from the Chui family. The man in white, of noble lineage, was none other than Chui Chongxian, the young master of the Chui clan. What? Yi Huang. Excellent. He dares to venture here. I shall ensure he does not return. Ling Shuang, you were supposed to be betrothed to me after your annulment, and it is all Yi Huang's fault. Today, I shall rend Yi Huang's body into pieces, and he shall accompany you to the grave. Chui Chongxian's voice initially brimmed with excitement before twisting into a venomous snarl. Yet, scarcely had Chui Chongxian's words fallen when a streak of sword light, without warning, slashed through his throat. Blood gushed forth. His head was sent soaring 10 meters into the air. In that moment, he glimpsed a man wielding an iron sword, riding a purple lightning beast, accompanied by 2 girls. One large and one small, racing towards him. In an instant, they stood before his headless corpse. It is he, Yi Huang. I have been slain from afar by him. At that moment, he finally discerned the visage of his assailant. Chui Chongxian's head was severed, and he let out a self-deprecating smile before his consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 11. Assisting tyranny deserving of death. Yi Huang. He has slain the young master. The guards of the Chui family finally reacted, exclaiming in shock. Instantly, chaos ensued. Quickly summon the master of the arena. We must intercept him. The Chui family's guards, trained soldiers forged in the crucible of battle, swiftly dispatched a messenger to inform the master of the arena upon witnessing Chui Chong's demise. Concurrently, hundreds of iron-willed guards formed a semicircle before Yi Huang, their murderous intent palpable. With a surge of spiritual energy, Yi Huang leapt into the air, gripping a rusted iron sword, and swept his blade forward. Clang, clang, clang. In the aftermath of his strike, over 100 of the Chui family's iron warriors found their weapons shattered, their bodies cleaved in 2. It was an unmitigated massacre. It is the young emperor. Though the spiritual emperor has fallen, the young emperor remains. There is still hope. The miners, retreating to the sidelines, witnessed this scene with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. When the spiritual emperor Yi Haoyan was alive, slavery had been abolished. They had lived with dignity and freedom, able to marry and raise families. But now, they were once again captured and reduced to slavery, treated as expendable as ants by the Chui family. Great young emperor, we are all compelled by circumstance. We are deeply grateful to the spiritual emperor, offering our devotion to his statue day and night. We would rather die than betray him. But they threatened our families, forcing our hand. A miner knelt before Yi Huang, bowing his head repeatedly. Upon entering, Yi Huang beheld this scene. Witnessing the destruction of his father's statue ignited a flame of fury within him. News of his father's demise had only reached him days ago, and they had since disbanded the academy and reinstated slavery, classifying anything related to his father as forbidden. A wave of murderous intent surged through Yi Huang. With sword in hand, he strode towards the enormous statue of old ancestor Morone. The ground trembled as the entire northern mountain mine quaked. The Chui family's cavalry had arrived, clearing the area with ruthless efficiency. Roll back. Who dares obstruct our hunt for Yi Huang shall be slain without mercy. The sounds of carnage echoed as thousands of Chui family cavalry formed a battle formation surrounding Yi Huang. The miners who lagged behind were ruthlessly cut down before they could react. The northern mountain mine harbored a formidable ironclad army of the Chui family. This was a dire predicament. This was a regular army. Only those who reached the rank of spiritual general could enlist, and they had been tempered by the trials of war. Forming their phalanx, they could even slay spiritual saints. Guwani spoke with a furrowed brow. I believe in Brother Yi Huang. Xiao Taohua, clutching a wooden carving, replied earnestly. Oh, why is that? Guwani inquired. Intuition and instinct, Xiao Taohua responded. Intuition tells me that Xiao Taohua and Brother Yi Huang have known each other for a very long time, perhaps even for ages. Xiao Taohua's gaze never strayed from Yi Huang's silhouette as she spoke. Intuition? Such an enigmatic notion. If danger arises, I shall ensure your safety first, Guwani thought, still more inclined to trust in the tangible. Should Yi Huang falter, she would whisk Xiao Taohua away before returning to devise a plan to rescue him. Hiss! The thunder beast emitted a series of cries, signaling to Guwani that it would protect them, as the minor emperor had entrusted it with this duty. The thunder beast is truly formidable. Xiao Taohua, now well acquainted with the creature, could comprehend its words. Yi Huang, kneel and accept your demise. We may spare your body. Otherwise, we shall rend you limb from limb, declared the leader of the Iron Blood Legion coldly. Puff! Yet, scarcely had he uttered those words when a rusted iron sword was suddenly poised at his throat. He had no inkling of when Yi Huang had materialized before him. None could discern his presence. Swish! The decrepit iron sword sliced through the air. The head of the Iron Blood Legion leader tumbled to the ground. Slay! Avenge our leader! The Iron Blood warriors, witnessing their leader's murder, were driven mad with rage, charging toward Yi Huang without a hint of fear for their lives. Complicit in tyranny. They must perish. Yi Huang, wielding the battered iron sword, surged forth, his spiritual energy billowing, sweeping across the battlefield. The sword aura surged with unparalleled ferocity, rendering him an unstoppable force. Where he passed, the Iron Blood warriors fell like blades of grass, their blood flowing like rivers, their corpses forming mountains. Alone, with but a single sword, Yi Huang resembled a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell. Quickly, form a battle array. The remaining Iron Blood warriors, realizing their impending annihilation, scrambled to coalesce their strength. Battle array, coalesce. The remaining thousands of Iron Blood warriors channeled their collective power into the foremost among them. This individual seemed to embody the strength of thousands, unleashing a blade of light that cleaved toward Yi Huang. The blade of light was as vast as a door, descending from the heavens. Boom! The earth was cleaved, leaving a chasm several meters wide. Yet then, a rusty, broken sword sliced through, a flash of crimson light glimmering upon its blade as it surged forth. The red light collided with the blade of light. Crack! The blade shattered, exploding into a myriad of ethereal sparks. Swish! 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 Yi Huang unleashed a flurry of strikes, the sword aura mercilessly slaughtering the Iron Blood warriors. Some had their heads severed, others were cleaved in two, while others were obliterated into fragments by the sword's might. The ground was littered with corpses and severed limbs, resembling a hellish battleground. Yet, Yi Huang did not blink, forging onward. His target remained a statue of the ancestor. Do not impede him. At this moment, the members of the Chui family finally comprehended Yi Huang's intentions. He sought to obliterate the statue of their ancestor. The elite warriors of the Chui family would certainly not acquiesce to his desires. Should the statue of the revered Elder Murong be destroyed, not only would they meet their doom, but the Chui family would also face dire consequences. Release the spirit beasts, bellowed Chui Yunsheng, the master of the North Mountain Mine. As he arrived, with a thunderous roar, the entrance to a mine opened wide. Beasts adorned with metallic spikes surged forth. The three-eyed silver wolves, inherently as resilient as iron and silver, were further augmented by their spiked armor, rendering them nearly invulnerable. Yi Huang was destined to become prey for these formidable creatures. The Chui family's elite rejoiced. With a rusted iron sword in hand, Yi Huang darted forward, his figure moving with an uncanny agility. With every flash, a three-eyed silver wolf fell beneath his blade. The worn sword in his grasp began to glow with a faint crimson light, becoming increasingly sinister. This sword bore an enigmatic quality. Despite its rust, it proved indestructible. Recall the three-eyed silver wolves. At this rate, they will be exterminated. Someone urged the master. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed their leader cleaved in two, devoid of the opportunity to issue commands. The master was a first-tier spirit saint. If he could not withstand Yi Huang, what hope did they have? The thoughts of the Chui family's warriors barely formed before they were torn to shreds by Yi Huang's sword energy. It's over. Quickly summon the four elders. Yi Huang has approached the ancestor-s statue, brimming with murderous intent, cried a terrified disciple of the Chui family. Yi Huang, you are audacious. The statue of our ancestor is sacred and inviolable. Anyone who approaches within 100 meters shall perish. Just as Yi Huang was about to reach the towering statue of Elder Moron, for figures soared forth to block his path. Chapter 12. Yi Huang's sword slays 3 heads. The 4 figures emanated an overwhelmingly fearsome aura of the sacred path. These were 4 spirit saints, each having attained the 4th tier. They were the 4 guardians of the North Mountain Mine. Behind them, a sacred spirit ring materialized, appearing both divine and imposing. The 4 guardians made their simultaneous appearance. Could Yi Huang, standing alone, withstand their combined might? All eyes were drawn to this confrontation. Yi Huang and the 4 4th-tier spirit saints became the focal point of attention. After all, these guardians had forged their spirit rings. Yi Huang, a single individual, seemed utterly outmatched. The disciples of the Chui family smirked arrogantly, their words laced with confidence. The path of spiritual cultivation presents 3 formidable hurdles, each increasingly difficult to surmount. The first hurdle is the 4th-tier spirit saint realm. Only by transcending the 3rd-tier spirit saint realm to reach the 4th tier can one condense the first sacred spirit ring. This sacred spirit ring can unleash a life-bound divine ability, capable of annihilating 100 3rd-tier spirit saints in a single blow, whilst also extending one's lifespan by a century. The first hurdle requires an understanding of the heavenly principles, a concentration of celestial transformation, which has consequently obstructed countless spiritual practitioners. Throughout the ages, innumerable spiritual saints have been unable to advance beyond the 3rd tier of the spiritual saint realm. The second obstacle is the spiritual ancestor realm. To ascend to the 4th tier of the spiritual saint realm, one must surpass a century of lifespan, ultimately attaining the 9th tier of spiritual saint. Yet, the transition from the 9th tier to the spiritual ancestor realm is a challenge 100-fold more arduous than breaking through the 4th tier of spiritual saint. Among 1,000 9th tier spiritual saints, it is unlikely that even one will succeed in making this leap into the spiritual ancestor realm. The third hurdle is the 9th tier spiritual ancestor realm. This represents a threshold and qualification for contending for the position of the Spirit Emperor. In the entire spiritual realm, fewer than 20 individuals possess the capability to vie for the Spirit Emperor's position. Before them stand 4 4th-tier spiritual saints, crowned with a sacred spiritual halo. Their presence imposing and enigmatic, emanating a trace of heavenly pressure that instills profound dread among the onlookers. The gazes of the surrounding spirits upon these 4 4th-tier spiritual saints resemble that of mortals gazing up at deities. It is no wonder that the crowd perceives Yi Huang as lacking in any chance of victory. A mere mortal daring to slay a god? Yi Huang, kneel and accept your fate. The 4 4th-tier spiritual saints approach, their sacred halos radiating a soft glow as they loom over Yi Huang. The heavenly rings of the sacred order press down. The 4-seated spiritual saints bellow in unison. 4 strands of terrifying heavenly pressure intertwine, forming a net that blankets the heavens and gently descends. The miners and members of the Chui family surrounding them cannot withstand this force, collapsing to their knees, their spiritual power suppressed to near oblivion. Yet, this is merely the residual might of the heavenly principles. And neither the crowd nor the Chui family are the targets of this force. The sole focus of this overwhelming pressure is Yi Huang. Yi Huang bears the brunt of the 4 sacred halos' heavenly pressure, an unimaginable burden to endure. Retaining even 1/10 of his combat strength would be remarkable. How can he possibly fight back? Guwani, seated upon the thunder beast, wore a worried expression. Yi Huang, do you still intend to resist? Such arrogance is beyond measure. Under our 4 heavenly halos, you are less than an ant. Crush him. The 4-seated spiritual saints exuded a murderous aura as they advanced toward Yi Huang, embodying the divine's intent to annihilate mere mortals. Yi Huang remained silent. To him, uttering another word to a dying man would be a waste of time. Thus, he gripped his weathered iron sword and swung it forth. A futile struggle, indeed, seeing Yi Huang's attempt at resistance. One of the seated spiritual saints could not help but scoff. Yet, just as the derisive words escaped his lips, Yi Huang had already passed him by. Blood gushed from the saint's neck, his head having vanished without a trace. With a casual flick, Yi Huang tossed the severed head before the remaining 3 seated spiritual saints. Astonishment struck them. How could it be? How could our heavenly pressure be ineffective against him? The remaining 3 seated spiritual saints exclaimed in disbelief. As the sound faded, Three heads soared almost simultaneously. Huang, with a single swing of his sword, severed all three. My spirit, having been tempered by the thunder of the divine tribulation in the realm of the swallowing heaven cauldron for 16 years, has reached a preliminary state of perfection. How could mere strands of heavenly might intimidate me? Ridiculous. Huang shook his head. His greatest strength at present lies not in his physical form or spiritual cultivation, but in his soul. Even when facing the spirit ancestor, his soul would remain utterly unscathed. Had he truly triumphed? Huang had actually slaughtered 4 Saint Ring spirit saints? How could a mere 16-year-old possess such monstrous power? The remaining members of the Chui family trembled in fear, their legs quaking beneath them. Clearly, they never imagined that their 4 esteemed spirit saints would be defeated. Not a single one of the Chui family would be spared. Huang, undeterred by the slaughter of 4 spirit saints, locked onto the remaining Chui family members with his consciousness and continued to wield his ancient iron sword. Thud, thud, thud. The iron sword danced, its blade slicing through the air. In an instant, the remaining disciples of the Chui family at the Beishan mine met their demise. Subsequently, Huang directed his sword toward the unfinished statue of Ancestor Morong. Crack! Boom! The sound echoed as the enormous head of Ancestor Morong was severed, crashing to the ground and creating a deep pit. Ancestor Morong, I shall systematically dismantle your power, eliminating your kin one by one. This is merely the beginning. Huang murmured softly. At that moment, all the miners bowed down, a sea of black before him. We pay our respects to the young emperor. The miners were overwhelmed with excitement. Such a young emperor, possessing such strength, held immeasurable potential for the future. He was entirely deserving of contention for the title of the next spirit emperor. Throughout history, only the spirit emperor Yihaoyan truly cared for their lowly citizens. Thus they placed their trust in this youthful young emperor as well. Rise. There is no need for such reverence. Today, I have vanquished all the masters of the Chui family in the Beishan mine, and your continued presence here would only jeopardize your lives. You are now free to depart and return to your homes. Huang addressed the miners. We shall heed your command, young emperor. We will return home. But we hope you take care. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about fuel for the fire, an elder miner respectfully replied. Soon after, the miners left the Beishan mine, each returning to their respective homes. It was not that they did not wish to assist Huang. They understood that their presence would only be a burden, a realization shared among them all. At that moment, the purple lightning beast arrived, carrying Guwani and Xiao Taohua. My parents are in that mine. Xiao Taohua pointed to a mine beside the statue of Morong. It was a forbidden area. Anyone who entered had never been seen again, rumored to harbor lurking spiritual fiends. Young emperor, you must proceed with caution, she warned. As the old miner prepared to depart, he offered a final reminder. My parents are still alive. That ominous spirit beast, a large ailing cat, had sustained injuries and required the nourishment of spirit stones for healing. Little Peach Blossom spoke as if she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Huang was not surprised. He had long known that Little Peach Blossom was extraordinary, possessing certain unique abilities. Very well, I shall take you inside. Huang led Little Peach Blossom into the cave. Guwani had intended to follow, but encountered individuals from the Xianxia Academy, thus remaining outside. The academy's head had perished in battle, and the institution was reduced to ashes. Wani, what are your plans moving forward? Do you wish to leave with us? Inquired the group from Xianxia Academy. Leave? No, I intend to stay and follow the young emperor. Guwani replied thoughtfully and earnestly. Sister Wani, are you out of your mind? Do you not comprehend the terror of the Morong and Chui families? They warned. Remaining at the North Mountain mine would surely lead to your demise. Wani, heed your teacher's advice and come with me now. The members of Xianxia Academy were initially taken aback, then began to persuade her. They understood the current situation well. Although Huang had demonstrated incredible strength and potential, he was but one person. Should a 7th-tier spirit saint arrive, Huang would be doomed. There is no need for further persuasion. In this world, where could one truly prosper? Only with the young emperor's invincibility can we hope for brighter days. Guwani stated with unwavering determination, whether to stay or leave is entirely voluntary. I implore you not to press the matter further. With a sigh of regret, the individuals from Xianxia Academy turned and departed. Soon, the vast expanse of the North Mountain mine was left with only Guwani and the Thunder Beast standing solitary by the cave entrance. Deep within the mine, Huang pointed ahead to a great white tiger devouring spirit stones and asked Little Peach Blossom, Is this the alien cat you mentioned? Chapter 13. A woman sealed within Little Peach Blossom. In the depths of the mine, a group of miners diligently extracted spirit stones, while some were tasked with feeding the white giant tiger. Father, mother. Little Peach Blossom finally found her parents and rushed towards them. At that moment, her parents, who were feeding the white tiger, were initially filled with joy upon seeing her, but that quickly transformed into terror. Little Peach Blossom, do not come any closer, her parents cautioned, clearly fearing that approaching the great white tiger might provoke it and put her in danger. Fear not, I shall speak with it, Huang replied calmly, stepping forward until he stood before the great white tiger. Surprisingly, the tiger could scarcely be bothered to move, merely rolling its eyes at Huang while continuing to feast. Alien cat, I present you with two choices. First, to become the mount and pet of that little girl. Now, I shall subdue you, transforming you into a rune upon the ding of devouring heaven. I am a person of virtue, and I shall grant you 3 seconds to contemplate this. Huang spoke with an air of indifference. At that moment, the ding of devouring heaven shimmered with runes, rising and falling above the great white tiger's head. Should it choose the second option, the ding would unhesitatingly exert its suppression. Huang discerned the origins of this magnificent tiger. It was likely a spirit beast domesticated by the Chui family, now injured and in need of spirit stones for healing. The bloodline of the white tiger was extraordinary, having undergone multiple transformations, its ancient ancestral lineage growing increasingly potent. In its peak condition, it would possess the strength of a 6th-tier spirit saint. I am bound by constraints. The slave bee seal of the Chui family keeps me from freedom. Were I unshackled, I would willingly serve as a mount. The white tiger spoke with an air of nonchalance. However, its body trembled slightly, betraying its facade of calmness under the constant threat of death posed by the black ding. Simple. Devour. Huang commanded, activating the ding of devouring heaven. A surge of devouring power was released, and, in the next instant, a crimson rune was extracted from the white tiger's body and consumed by the ding. I am free. The white tiger roared, rising in exhilaration, its roar echoing through the cavern like the collapse of the heavens, sending miners trembling in fright. In a flash, Huang shattered several fallen boulders, rescuing a few miners. Freedom? You are mistaken. Having lifted the Chui family's slave seal, I must inscribe my own mark upon you. This seal will not affect you adversely. The sole consequence is that should you incur injury, you will endure 100-fold of that pain. As he spoke, a seal was forcefully etched into the white tiger's consciousness. The tiger roared in defiance, attempting to resist, but soon realized that its spirit was as fragile as an ant before Huang's formidable presence. To resist would mean annihilation. Thus, it surrendered, allowing the seal to be inscribed into its very essence. And if you perish? The white tiger inquired with a hint of reluctance. Then you shall utterly cease to exist, Huang replied coolly. Though the white tiger appeared languid and innocuous, countless lives had undoubtedly fallen to its lethal prowess. Its terrifying nature of slaughter merely concealed beneath a veneer of tranquility. Such a fierce spirit could only be effectively controlled through a seal. To place faith in mere trust would be to court death at any moment. Having just glimpsed a flicker of its inherent savagery, the white tiger, upon hearing Huang's words, swiftly reined in its ferocity. Rest assured, I shall protect my master with utmost diligence, regardless of the peril encountered. Even at the cost of my own life, I shall undoubtedly perish before the little master. The grand white tiger's demeanor shifted swiftly, its form diminishing into that of a large white cat, leaping before the Little Peach Blossom to win her favor. Hee, what an adorable kitty, from now on. You shall be named Abai. The Little Peach Blossom exhibited no fear, gently caressing the head of the great white cat. Just then, from the depths of the mine, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, accompanied by a terrifying pull, the subterranean tide of spiritual power. The great white cat let out a cry, while the Little Peach Blossom suddenly radiated an otherworldly light, resonating with the tide of spiritual energy before being drawn into its embrace. Dabai, lead them to safety, Huang commanded, rushing toward the underground tide. As a spirit beast, Dabai was acutely aware of Huang's formidable nature. Thus it promptly gathered all the miners and surged out of the mine. Meanwhile, Huang followed closely behind the Little Peach Blossom, unhurried, for she was unharmed, and thus he felt no urgency to act. Instead, the pure and immense spiritual energy from the subterranean tide continuously flowed into the Little Peach Blossom's diminutive form. What extraordinary constitution is this? The Little Peach Blossom is indeed exceptional. Huang said softly. At this moment, he retrieved the swallowing heaven cauldron. Prepare to shield her at the first sign of danger. The cauldron trembled, eager to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Patience. I am keen to observe how much spiritual energy the little peach blossom can draw upon during her initial bloodline awakening. This subterranean tide of spiritual power is the true foundation of the Beishan mind. Otherwise, such a plethora of spiritual or could not possibly exist above. Huang calmed the cauldron's fervor. The little peach blossom's uniqueness had been evident to Huang since their first encounter at the tender age of 13. At this moment, the little peach blossom seemed to possess a vortex akin to a black hole within her, as boundless spiritual energy surged into her like rivers flowing into the sea. It is inscrutable, completely inscrutable. Huang observed the little peach blossom, yet found himself at a loss, for her cultivation aura exhibited no discernible change. Thus, I shall resort to this method. Swallowing heaven cauldron, manifest my third eye awaken. Huang vispit. The cauldron began to spin rapidly before merging with Huang's brow. A tremor rippled through the void. The cauldron transformed into Huang's third eye, revealing a vertical eye that slowly opened at the center of his forehead. In that fleeting moment, golden light erupted, piercing the darkness as it gazed upon the little peach blossom's dantian. Initially, only a void of darkness was visible, yet boundless spiritual energy converged toward the center of that empty abyss. The little peach blossom's dantian is, astonishingly, a realm of profound darkness? But where does this spiritual energy ultimately lead? Huang was taken aback, but he soon resumed channeling his third eye, piercing through the boundless darkness until he finally beheld the center of the void. There stood an altar, upon which lay a crystal coffin, quietly positioned. Yet, Huang could not discern the scene within the coffin, shrouded as it was in an enigmatic mist. All the spiritual energy absorbed by the little peach blossom was converging towards that crystal coffin. Open. Huang was unwilling to concede defeat at the moment of retreat. He made a final push, exerting all his strength to unveil a corner of the mist. With a thunderous roar, the power of the sky-swallowing cauldron was summoned to its utmost limit. The mist was torn apart at last, allowing Huang a fleeting glimpse of the crystal coffin. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he exited the state of his third eye. At that moment, his aura felt somewhat diminished, and a faint crack appeared on his forehead, from which blood began to flow. Huang paid it no heed, still engulfed in the astonishment of what he had witnessed. Within the little peach blossom, there was a sealed woman. What connection did this woman have with the little peach blossom? Huang's expression grew grave. Chapter 14. The Chui Family Strikes. Huang is doomed. Xianxia City. In the Chui family hall, the family head, Chui Hao, wore an exceedingly grim expression, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. My son is dead. The Beishan mine is lost. The statue of ancestor Murong has been decapitated, and all Chui family disciples have perished. Are you telling me that this was the doing of that beast, Huang? Chui Hao's gaze swept across the crowd as he bellowed. Below him stood the elite members of the Chui family, none of whom had the qualifications to be present unless they had attained the 4th rank of the Spirit Saint realm. However, the strongest among them was none other than the family head, Chui Hao, at the 8th rank of the Spirit Saint realm. Those even more powerful clearly looked down upon this gathering. That rogue, Huang, had feigned ignorance for 16 years, his cunning as deep as the ocean. Even without the aid of the spirit binding restriction, he could now possess the strength of a 5th rank Spirit Saint. According to reliable sources, the chaos stemmed from a peculiar, ancient iron sword in his possession, along with a mysterious black cauldron. Huang harbored astonishing secrets. If we could uncover these secrets, perhaps our Chui family could cultivate an extraordinary talent. Might it be possible that this was a trump card left to him by the Spirit Emperor? I propose we immediately deploy an army of 100,000 and mobilize hundreds of 5th and 6th rank Spirit Saints, led by the Grand Elder, to seize Huang. The family head need only remain at home and await our good news. The elders and experts of the Chui family began to discuss fervently. In the end, they unanimously endorsed the Grand Elder's involvement. Chui Hao's gaze settled upon a tall, white-haired elder clad in a gray robe. This man emanated a terrifying and formidable pressure. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the Chui family, Chui Xiong, at the pinnacle of the 6th rank Spirit Saint. Upon reaching the 4th rank of the Spirit Saint realm, the levels further subdivided. Each rank could be divided into 5 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, perfected, and pinnacle. The elder of the Chui family stood on the precipice of the 7th-tier spirit saint realm, with only a mere thread separating him from that esteemed level. In fact, he had already placed half a foot into it. "Elder, what are your thoughts?" Chui Hao respectfully inquired of the elder, adhering to the family head's command. The elder, clearly not one for verbosity, responded succinctly. "Very well, with the elder's intervention, that little beast Yi Huang is assuredly doomed." Chui Hao felt an immense sense of reassurance. It was evident that he believed the elder's involvement would render their victory inevitable. Thus, with a decisive command, the vast machinery of the Chui family in Xianxia City began to whirl into action. Countless formidable members of the Chui family assembled, and a battalion of 100,000 elite warriors, led by the elder, set forth towards the northern mountain mine. In an instant, the northern mountain mine became the focal point of widespread attention. Naturally, news of Yi Huang's slaying of the Chui family's young master, his defeat of a 4th-tier spirit saint, and the destruction of the statue of the venerable Murong had already spread, leaving many astonished at the audacity of this seemingly foolish young sovereign, who had wreaked such havoc over the past 16 years. During this time, representatives from the Meng, Zhao, and Li families arrived to offer assistance, and even the Murong family sent envoys. Yet, Chui Hao declined their offers, asserting that the Chui family was more than capable of handling the situation. Within the depths of the northern mountain mine, Yi Huang regarded Xiao Taohua with a grave expression. However, he recognized that he lacked the power to intervene at this moment. Moreover, this woman seemed to be a temporary boon rather than a threat to Xiao Taohua. Indeed, she might awaken at the moment of true life and death peril. Meanwhile, Xiao Taohua's body underwent a remarkable transformation, as streams of spiritual energy flowed into her veins. Of course, the majority of this energy was absorbed by the woman within the crystal coffin. It appeared that she could only absorb energy up to a certain threshold, contingent upon Xiao Taohua's ability to endure it, a conclusion Yi Huang reached after careful observation. He then extracted Xiao Taohua from the underground tide of spiritual energy. "Brother Yi Huang, what has happened?" Xiao Taohua awoke from her slumber. "Nothing of consequence, Xiao Taohua. Just wait for me there," Yi Huang replied gently. The underground tide of spiritual energy was still vast, and Xiao Taohua had only absorbed a mere fraction of it. Naturally, Yi Huang could not allow the remainder to go to waste. He stepped into the tide, cradling the heavenly swallowing cauldron, and activated the primordial swallowing technique. In the next moment, boundless spiritual energy surged into Yi Huang's body like rivers converging into the sea. 4th-tier Spirit Master, 5th-tier Spirit Master, 6th-tier Spirit Master. Yi Huang's cultivation ascended at an astonishing pace. The sheer magnitude of the spiritual energy in this subterranean tide was overwhelming. However, once he had absorbed it all, the northern mountain mine would be rendered utterly desolate. Outside the mine, Guwani, the Thunder Beast, Dabai, and Xiao Taohua's parents awaited anxiously. The other miners had long since departed. At this moment, Zaidawawa's mother wore an expression of deep concern. "Aunt, Zaidawawa is under the protection of the young emperor. She'll be safe," Guwani reassured her. "The young emperor possesses the grace of his father. Do not fret too much." Zaidawawa's father, more resolute, sought to comfort his wife. With the destruction of the Beishan mine, the Chui family will not rest easy. They are likely already on their way here to exact vengeance. "Allow me to use my life-bound artifact to investigate," the large white cat interjected. "It is rather dull waiting here." Thus, it opened its mouth and produced an ancient mirror. With a hum, the mirror radiated a brilliant light, reflecting scenes into the void. "This is the Qianquan Mountain River Mirror, capable of observing images within 100 miles. The large white cat explained. Guwani looked up, her expression shifting dramatically. "They have arrived. How can they be so swift?" It became evident that they had taken a direct route, unencumbered by detours. Guwani exclaimed in shock and anger. She could see that wherever the Chui army passed, towns and villages were reduced to rubble, all living beings turned to mere flesh and blood. In their haste, the Chui family sacrificed all towns and settlements between Xingshan City and the Beishan mine, flattening everything in their path to reach the mine with utmost speed. "It's over. They came too quickly. It seems we have no chance to escape. The Beishan mine is sealed, and there is no retreat," the large white cat lamented. The leader of the assault was the Chui family's eldest elder, accompanied by 1,000 Chui family spirit saints and 100,000 death warriors. To kill the young emperor, the Chui family truly spared no effort. Guwani forced a bitter smile. In this battle, no one could see a glimmer of hope. Yet, she had no regrets. If it came to it, she would fight to the bitter end. The news about the Beishan mine had already spread far and wide. The disciples of the academy who had just departed from the mine felt a wave of relief. Had they remained like Gu Wani, they would surely meet their doom. "Yi Huang, it's over. It's a pity for Gu Wani," one disciple remarked. "What is there to pity? We advised her to leave, yet she insisted on staying, lecturing us on lofty principles. Now she finds herself in this predicament. It is her own doing," the leading disciple, Li Yue, coldly stated. The other disciples merely shook their heads, lacking any sympathy for Gu Wani, believing she had indeed brought this upon herself. As the news spread, countless spirit cultivators gathered outside the Beishan mine, eager to witness the spectacle. Indeed, the Chui family was as formidable as the rumor suggested. Since the Ling Emperor took all spirit saints and ancestors to the outer battlefield, the Demon Mountain had become a mere shadow of its former self. The young Emperor Yi Huang was now utterly isolated, doomed to perish. Amidst the multitude of gazes, the Chui family, as eldest elder, accompanied by 100,000 death warriors and 1,000 spirit saints, surrounded the Beishan mine, proclaiming, "Yi Huang, come forth and meet your end." The Grand Elder, Chui Xiong, spoke with an imposing authority, his voice resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Chapter 15. There are too few beasts, there aren't enough to kill. 100,000 elite warriors of the Chui family, 1,000 spirit saints. A dark mass loomed, suffocating in its intensity. Where is Yi Huang? Let him emerge and face his demise. The second elder of the Chui family, standing beside the Grand Elder, coldly regarded Gu Wenying and her companions. "If you wish to harm the young emperor, you shall first step over my corpse." Gu Wenying trembled slightly, her heart evidently gripped by fear. Yet, she remained resolute, standing her ground against the 100,000 elite warriors of the Chui family and 1,000 spirit saints. The title of young emperor? With the fall of the spirit emperor, his designation has become a relic of the past. Your fervent defense of him suggests a close relationship. However, I refuse to believe that Yi Huang will not appear when I systematically slaughter you one by one. If he does not show himself, it merely underscores that he is unworthy of allegiance. The third elder of the Chui family proclaimed, his words laced with malice. At that moment, countless onlookers observed. If I were Yi Huang, seeing the formidable lineup of the Chui family, I would certainly not reveal myself to meet my end. Should he emerge, he would certainly perish. He lacks the courage. The spectators shook their heads, murmuring amongst themselves. The Grand Elder of the Chui family was also scrutinizing the crowd's reactions, finding satisfaction in their responses. To obliterate all that is associated with the Spirit Emperor, one must not only destroy his statue, but also tarnish his reputation. For instance, the cowardice displayed by the Spirit Emperor's son would undoubtedly inflict significant damage upon his legacy. In the end, the populace would gradually forget the virtues of the Spirit Emperor, retaining only the memories of his flaws. You merely seek to kill me. Why must you make things difficult for them? But at that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the cavern. Yi Huang, holding hands with Xiao Taohua, stepped into the gaze of the world. Yi Huang, he dared to show himself. The crowd was momentarily incredulous. Knowing he was walking to his death, he still had the audacity to appear. Is Yi Huang truly out of his mind? Little beast, you have finally emerged. You have slain the young master of the Chui family and eradicated my kin. Your sins are unforgivable. The second elder of the Chui family declared coldly, speaking in a tone of judgment to condemn Yi Huang. My parents, along with the spirit saints and spirit ancestors of the Imperial Pulse Mountain, sacrificed themselves to seal the passage to the ghost realm and preserve the spirit world. Yet you conspired against my father, severing the path for his return from beyond, aiming to eliminate his influence, even destroying his statue and temples while prohibiting all related matters. My father, in his mercy, spared a group of ungrateful wretches who repay kindness with malice. Yi Huang, vow here that none of the individuals or factions involved will escape my retribution. Today, let us begin settling the score with your Chui family. Faced with the 100,000 elite warriors of the Chui family and the 1,000 spirit saints, Yi Huang exhibited no fear, instead subtly overshadowing them. His words resonated with countless cultivators present, stirring their spirits and wavering their resolve. For the truth, he spoke contrasted starkly with what they had been led to believe. The warriors of the Chui family, skilled in the art of death, were summoned to form a lethal formation. The Grand Elder, dismissing any trivialities, issued his command without hesitation. He paid no heed to Yi Huang's words. In this world, the principle of survival of the fittest prevailed. Once Huang met his demise, his utterances would dissipate into the ether, losing their significance. With a thunderous march, 100,000 Shui family warriors surged forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. A chilling aura of death enveloping the entire Beishan mine. Armed with long, jet-black spears, their tips gleamed with a sinister light, reminiscent of the cold gaze of the Grim Reaper. Kill! The 100,000 warriors swiftly transformed their formation into 10 deadly arrays. They were machines of slaughter, devoid of emotion or pain. The Chui family warriors were more fearsome than iron-blooded soldiers. Each was at least a 9th-tier spirit general, conditioned to obey orders and execute only with ruthless efficiency, lacking any sense of pain or fear. It was rumored that a mere 100 of them could contend with a first-tier spirit saint. Now, with 100,000 warriors forming 10 death arrays, Huang, alone and outnumbered, faced an inevitable downfall. The onlookers, feeling the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the Chui family warriors, were struck with a profound sense of dread. A behemoth like the Chui family was beyond their capacity to resist. Moreover, looming over the Chui family was the formidable Murong clan. The thought of opposing such forces was utterly disheartening. Despite the certainty of death, they pressed forward, an act of folly. The scholars from the academy mocked Gu Wani, and by extension, Yi Huang, for all believed this battle held no suspense. 10 arrays of death, each comprising 10,000 warriors, coalesced into an enormous black spear of death that soared from the formation, aimed directly at Yi Huang. 100,000 Chui family warriors could easily flatten the current Imperial Pulse Mountain without our intervention. The experts from the Chui family spirit saint realm sneered, stepping back alongside the Grand Elder to observe coldly. You all, retreat into the mine. Yi Huang's it. The impending attack from the 100,000 Chui family warriors promised to annihilate everything in its path. Retreat, Gu Wani urged, pulling Little Peach Blossom back into the mine, fully aware that remaining would only serve as a burden to Yi Huang. I can stay and assist. The great white cat hesitated, understanding that if Yi Huang faltered, Little Peach Blossom would face certain death. If Little Peach Blossom perished, its own fate would be sealed. You go in and protect Little Peach Blossom. These foes are not enough for me to fear. Yi Huang's voice was chillingly resolute. The great white cat, feeling a sense of futility, retreated into the mine. When it came to bravado, it now only acknowledged Lord Yi Huang. Kill! The 100,000 Chui family warriors roared in unison, a tidal wave of murderous intent surging forth towards Yi Huang. Gather the killing intent. Sword technique. Yi Huang wielded the weathered iron sword, channeling the sword techniques he had acquired from the depths of the cauldron. Until now, he had refrained from employing them, deeming them unnecessary. However, in the current moment, the menacing aura emanating from the 100,000 assassins of the Chui family made it an opportune time to unleash this swordsmanship. The murderous intent in the air converged, coalescing upon the battered blade, all of it at his command. With a single stroke, Yi Huang unleashed. Whoosh! The sword light erupted forth, instantly transforming into countless beams of brilliance, cleaving towards the ominous Black Death Spear. Crack! The Black Death Spear shattered, disintegrating into a myriad of dark specks that vanished into the ether. Yet, the slashing sword light remained undiminished, continuing its advance. In the blink of an eye, it surged into the heart of the killing formation, descending upon the Chui family assassins. Block! Sensing imminent danger, the Chui family warriors summoned the power of their lethal array, forming the most formidable defensive stance. Thud, thud, thud. However, the murderous sword energy sliced through their defenses without hindrance, followed by a cascade of blood, as severed heads fell like rain. A battlefield once teeming with life transformed into a graveyard in an instant. One sword, 1,000 heads severed. The intent of the sword grew sharper. The worn iron sword in Yi Huang's grasp glimmered with a crimson hue, as if rust were shedding from it. Everyone stood in shock. Yet, Yi Huang granted no one a moment to react, not even the remaining Chui family assassins. Once more, he unleashed the most powerful move of the slaughtering sword technique. The infinite slaughter. Infinite, infinite, the sword light is boundless. Behold, the endless waves of murderous sword light surged forth again, this time enveloping the 90,000 Chui family warriors within. In a heartbeat, 90,000 heads tumbled to the ground. The battlefield became a nightmarish scene, with severed heads rolling, corpses piled high, and rivers of blood flowing, as if it had transformed into a hell on earth. Yi Huang, A solitary figure with his sword advanced towards the elder of the Chui family. This sword was designed to slay beasts. Alas, today there were too few beasts to be slain. Huang halted before the gathered spiritual saints of the Chui family, resting his hand upon the sword and sighing deeply. Chapter 16. In the same realm, 1,000-fold stronger than others. Faced with the direct insult of being called beasts, the expressions of the Chui family's saints darkened considerably. Just moments ago, the elder of the Chui family had confidently referred to him as a mere beast. Now, with their 100,000 assassins decimated in an instant, they found themselves utterly stunned, rendered speechless. Huang, was he truly this terrifying? Countless cultivators stood in disbelief. The elder remained relatively composed. What was there to panic about? Activate the suppression talismans. 900 spiritual saints, strike together, leave no mercy. Xianxia commanded loudly. The 9 spiritual saints of the Chui family, ranked from 1 to 3, received the order, swiftly darting out, talismans in hand. Go! The 900 spiritual saints shouted in unison, transforming into 900 beams of light talismans, enveloping Huang. Buzz! The talismans intertwined, forming a barrier of spiritual light that enveloped Huang. In an instant, his cultivation visibly began to wane. Before long, only the aura of the spirit realm remained. However, the 900 spirit saints of the Chui family entered this area without experiencing any effect, clearly indicating that their suppression talismans had undergone special treatment, rendering them ineffective against these formidable foes. Huang, it is said that at the Imperial Pulse Mountain, you relied on the spirit suppression barrier to slay 9 wives and massacre 10 saints, quelling the rebellion. Now, let us see how it feels to be on the receiving end. The 900 spirit saints of the Chui family sneered with evident pride. Armed with their weapons, they conjured their most potent techniques and charged towards Huang. Huang, you are merely at the spirit realm now. What can you possibly use to contend with us? The 900 spirit saints unleashed their full power without reservation. Swish, swish, swish. The air crackled with the shimmering sword energy and flashing blade light, completely engulfing Huang. A mere spirit realm practitioner was no more than an insignificant ant before 900 spirit saints. This time, Huang's demise seemed assured, leaving no room for doubt. The remaining 100 spirit saints of the Chui family, ranked from the 4th to the 6th tier, chuckled derisively as they observed from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. From the outset, they believed their involvement was unnecessary. They had merely come to ensure absolute certainty. Initially, they had thought that the 100,000 death warriors of the Chui family alone would suffice to subdue Huang, without needing the 900 saints to intervene. Yet now, not only had the 900 saints engaged, but they had also employed the spirit suppression talisman. Fortunately, Huang's death appeared inevitable this time, leaving no further suspense. The elder members of the Chui family sighed in relief as they beheld Huang, consumed by the onslaught of sword shadows and blade lights. They did not wish to find themselves in a position requiring their own intervention. If they had to take action, it would imply that the situation had spiraled beyond their control. As it stood, it was merely a matter of 10,000 death warriors. A trivial loss of 10,000 expendables, which the Chui family could readily replenish. After all, without the Spirit Emperor, reverting to a system of slavery and capturing as many commoners as needed for training was merely a matter of command. For these noble families, commoners were nothing more than consumables. Boom! The area where Huang stood transformed into a death zone under the terrifying assaults of the 900 saints. Crack! But in the next moment, a fist print erupted forth. The streams of sword light and blade shadows disintegrated. Huang's figure slowly emerged from the chaos, still radiating the aura of a 9th-tier spirit realm practitioner, yet unharmed. The attacks from the 900 saints had still failed to inflict any damage upon him. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The 900 spirit saints felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, inundated by an unprecedented sense of unease. What was happening? Huang's cultivation had clearly dropped to the 9th tier of the spirit realm. Why could he not be slain? Panic surged within the hearts of the 900 saints. They continued to wield their swords, intertwining their blade lights and sword shadows into a net, ensnaring Huang. Boom! With a simple punch, Huang shattered the intertwining sword light and blade shadows. Thud! With a powerful thrust, Huang leapt into the air. The earth trembled, fissures appearing across the expanse of 1,000 meters. In an instant, Huang transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting before the 900 holy spirits. With a resounding thud, He unleashed a punch, obliterating a first-tier spirit saint, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. The remaining spirit saints of the Chui family, caught off guard, were met with Yi Huang's relentless onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens more of the Chui family spirit saints were reduced to bloody remnants. Their souls were devoured by the devouring cauldron, requiring no summoning from Yi Huang. Within him, the cauldron unleashed its voracious power, consuming the souls of the 100,000 Chui family's dead warriors and those fallen spirit saints, transforming them into intricate runes on the cauldron surface. On this day alone, the devouring cauldron amassed over 100,000 runes. The might of his physical form rendered him an unparalleled force in close combat. Indeed, Yi Huang was a cultivator capable of effortlessly slaying saints in close quarters. He was virtually invincible. The corporeal forms of the spirit saints crumbled before him, utterly defenseless. It was no wonder he remained unfazed by the suppression of his cultivation by the spirit-binding talismans. He required no path of spiritual cultivation. His prowess in physical cultivation alone sufficed to vanquish 900 spirit saints. Countless cultivators bore witness to this spectacle, awakening from their stupor. The magnitude of their shock was incomprehensible. To describe Yi Huang's monstrous talent and terrifying prowess as defying the heavens would be an understatement. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, another 100 of the Chui family spirit saints were obliterated by Yi Huang's fists. In close proximity, the flesh of these spirit saints appeared as fragile as tofu before him. Each punch claimed a life without the need for a second strike. Quick, create distance. The remaining 900 spirit saints of the Chui family finally reacted, their voices trembling with fear. Yi Huang employed an eerie method of movement. Each flicker of his figure resulted in another Chui family spirit saint being pulverized into a heap of gore. It's futile. We can't escape. They lamented in despair. We are doomed. Yi Huang is a demon. In a heartbeat, the number of the Chui family's holy spirits dwindled to less than 100. Their psychological defenses had shattered. Desperation, fear, and the looming shadow of death seeped into their hearts, starkly contrasting their previous arrogance and bravado. Elder, save me, cried the remaining Chui family spirit saints. Bang, bang, bang. Yet soon, their cries for help were silenced, no longer able to utter a sound. The 900 holy spirits of the Chui family had been utterly annihilated. None were spared, not a single one left behind. The situation spiraled out of control. Chui Xiong, the elder of the Chui family, was the only one who could still feign composure. The others trembled internally, unaware of the terrifying monstrosity they faced. Elder, while the spirit-binding talismans still hold effect, Yi Huang's spiritual cultivation realm must be suppressed. We still have a chance. The second elder of the Chui family exclaimed. Suppress me? You think this trinket can contain me? Yi Huang shook his head dismissively. The aura emanating from him suddenly erupted, soaring through the heavens, and, in an instant, he ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th tier of Spirit Sovereign. It turned out that Yi Huang had merely refrained from resisting the spirit suppression talisman of the 900 saints, allowing his spiritual cultivation to falter under its weight. However, he had no need for such cultivation to effortlessly vanquish the 900 saints. He had indeed reached the 7th tier of Spirit Sovereign, having previously been at the 3rd tier. This remarkable advancement in his cultivation left the 100 spirit saints of the Chui family, ranging from the 4th to the 6th tier, utterly astonished. At this moment, Yi Huang truly stood at the 7th tier of Spirit Sovereign, harnessing the tidal forces of spiritual energy from beneath the earth. He had broken through from the 3rd tier to the apex of the 7th tier. The energy required for subsequent breakthroughs would only grow increasingly vast. Yet, Yi Huang felt no elation. Instead, he experienced a tinge of frustration. The resources required for his spiritual cultivation breakthroughs were immense. Theoretically, he faced no barriers in the spirit realm. As long as he possessed sufficient spiritual energy, he could transcend. However, the further he progressed, the more colossal the energy demands became. For the same tier, the amount of spiritual energy he needed to absorb could be thousands or even millions of times greater than that of others. Conversely, within the same tier, he could surpass others by a factor of 10,000. Chapter 17. To Qingshan City, annihilate the Chui family. Yi Huang disregarded the astonished gazes of the onlookers, gripping his weathered iron sword, and slashed at the void. With a resounding crack, the spirit suppression barrier shattered. It became clear that, from the beginning, this barrier had held no power over Yi Huang. He could have dispelled it at any moment. Yet he chose to endure its suppression of his spiritual cultivation, opting to rely on his physical prowess to obliterate the 900 saints of the Chui family. This was an unabashed act of contempt and humiliation directed at the Chui family. Huang was undeniably audacious, yet it appeared he possessed the merit to be so. The Chui family had miscalculated this time. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, their perceptions of the situation shifting. Initially, they believed Huang's defeat was inevitable. However, it now seemed less certain. They even harbored a nascent belief that Huang might yet have a chance. How could this be? After 16 years of apparent folly, he awakened to such strength? Was the Chui family truly on the brink of downfall? Those who had departed the academy previously, leaving no one behind, now expressed their dissatisfaction. Their thoughts stemmed from a desire to affirm their choices were not in error. Thus, they preferred to witness Huang's demise. Although their true adversaries were the Chui and Murong families, the very ones responsible for the destruction of their academy. Human nature can be dreadfully irrational, often directing animosity towards those who ought not to be hated, while harboring resentment towards those who have genuinely aided them. Patience is key. Simply observe. Even if Huang were to survive this peril and preserve his life, he would soon face the true elite of the Chui family, as well as the Zhao, Meng, and the clans, and beyond them, the Murong family. Just contemplating this filled one with an overwhelming sense of despair. Huang is but a momentary victor. He cannot stir up a tempest, and to follow him is to tread a path of demise. The senior sister of the academy, Liwa Skufakulli, the Chui family, led by the esteemed elder Chui Xiong, boasted 100 spirit saints ranging from the 4th to the 6th tier. Their expressions were grave and filled with foreboding. With events having escalated to this juncture, there was evidently no alternative but to engage in a battle of life and death. Activate the spirit rings, the elder commanded with a thunderous voice. A resounding hum echoed as the 100 spirit saints of the Chui family manifested spirit rings above their heads. Though each bore but a single ring, their luminosity, size, and hue varied significantly. The 4th-tier spirit saints displayed white rings, the smallest and dimmest among them. The 5th-tier saints exhibited rings infused with a hint of red, larger and more radiant. The 6th-tier saints' rings had transformed halfway to a vibrant red, being both grander and brighter. Yet, the most imposing and luminous was undeniably that of Elder Chui, whose ring had attained a remarkable 90% red hue. Unleash the power of the spirit rings. Strike. The elder bellowed. The 100 spirit saints of the Chui family, adorned with their rings, appeared supremely sacred and majestic, radiating brilliance. The earth trembled, the ground crumbled, and the void fractured as a barrage of terrifying assaults converged upon Huang from myriad angles, even penetrating from beneath the earth. Huang was wholly targeted, with no escape from this onslaught. This was the might of spirit saints who had coalesced their spirit rings. A far cry from a mere 10,000 soldiers and 900 saints of the Chui family. Each attack from even a single one of them possessed the power to rend mountains asunder. Unperturbed, Huang gripped his weathered iron sword, conjuring a multitude of sword lights that expanded into a shimmering curtain, effectively blocking all incoming attacks. This was a counteroffensive, where the formidable sword energy could obliterate any offensive. Kill. The 12 4th-tier spirit saints charged forth first. Their spiritual artifacts clashed against Huang's sword curtain. Crack. The artifacts shattered, and the 12 4th-tier spirit saints were simultaneously sent sprawling. But before they could land, 12 streaks of sword energy pierced their foreheads, rendering them lifeless on the ground. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief. They had anticipated a grueling battle for Huang, yet such a scenario had not unfolded. After swiftly dispatching the 12, Huang did not remain static in defense. Instead, he soared high, unleashing a series of radiant sword lights. The moon-shattering sword technique. Huang released a cascade of sword lights that suddenly fragmented into countless shards of moonlight, akin to a tempest, raining down upon the assembly of spirit saints. No, my defenses have crumbled. I cannot withstand this. The 4th and 5th-tier spirit saints of the Chui family screamed in terror. Yet, before their cries could fade, they were pierced by the shards of sword energy, collapsing into lifeless husks. Huang, what manner of prodigy are you? The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. This was an outcome they had never anticipated. Just as the conflict commenced, the Chui family suffered the loss of more than half of their 4th and 5th-tier spirit saints. Ah, This diminutive spirit realm harbors such extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, atop a mist-shrouded mountain, a woman cast her gaze toward this scene. Despite the vast distance of over 100,000 miles, she could perceive and behold everything here. Even a ninth-tier spirit ancestor would lack such prowess. Miss Kaiwei, what are you pondering? At that moment, a stunning mature woman inquired. She was the Queen Mother, the sovereign of the Xianxia sacred mountain, renowned as the foremost mountain in the world. Nothing much. I was merely contemplating how Xianxia sacred mountain truly deserves its title as the world's #1, able to overlook the four corners of the earth. Lin Kaiwei replied with a faint smile. Her smile was captivating, her beauty ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. If Miss Kaiwei fancies it, you may reside here permanently. If our external realm can aid me in attaining the throne, I would gladly offer Xianxia sacred mountain to you, the Queen Mother suggested tentatively. The external realm has a long-standing rule of non-interference in the affairs of the spirit realm, which I cannot violate. However, we are indebted to the Xianxia sacred mountain, so should it face peril, we may ensure its safety, Lin Kaiwei responded. Queen Mother, I have intruded for many days. As this is my first venture into the world, I must traverse the mortal realm for further experience. I bid you farewell. Lin Kaiwei cupped her fists in respect to the Queen Mother, then summoned her flying sword, which instantly expanded to the size of a door. She stepped upon it. Whoosh! Lin Kaiwei soared upon the flying sword, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. The art of sword flight from the external realm. Alas, she would not assist me. Yet, Lin Kaiwei's reluctance does not imply that others from the external realm would decline, for the portal of the external realm lies within my Xianxia sacred mountain, which I have already discovered. A flicker of coldness passed through the Queen Mother's eyes. At the northern mountain mine, Huang had eliminated all of the Chui family as spirit saints, save for the eldest. This battle posed no challenge for Huang, who had just broken through to the 7th-tier spirit sovereign realm. The 6th-tier spirit saints could no longer pose any threat to him. I am the eldest of the Chui family. You little beast, if you dare to kill me. The eldest of the Chui family was unable to maintain composure. Now terror-stricken as he threatened Huang while hastily retreating, desperate to distance himself from the imminent danger. Yet, Huang flashed forward with a terrifying and uncanny speed, suddenly appearing before the elder, his tattered iron sword slashing downward. As the elder continued to retreat, his head was severed, flying 100 meters away. Is he dead? Huang possesses such dreadful potential. We should not have departed then, murmured a disciple of the academy, filled with regret. They realized that when they left the northern mountain mine, Huang was merely at the 3rd-tier spirit sovereign realm. Only half a day has passed, yet Huang has astonishingly ascended to the realm of 7th-order spirit sovereign. Such formidable potential suggests that it will not be long before he possesses the qualifications to contend for the title of Spirit Emperor. If one could align with him at this juncture, the future would undoubtedly hold boundless opportunities. Sister Liu from the Xianxia Academy wore a grim expression. Events had not unfolded as she had anticipated, intensifying her resentment and jealousy towards Guwani. Let us return, she suggested with Guwani by our side. We shall surely become significant figures in Huang's future. Very well, I shall accompany you, came the response from the group of disciples from the Xianxia Academy, now displaying a shift in attitude as they rushed towards the North Mountain Mine. Young Sovereign, I am willing to follow you. I believe you will assist me in restoring the Xianxia Academy, declared a middle-aged man who once belonged to the academy. Huang regarded him with a discerning gaze, recalling how this individual had previously urged Guwani to forsake him, only to now seek his favor. Such a fickle character, a mere weather vane, was bound to bring about trouble. With a swift motion, Huang's worn iron sword slashed through the air. A sickening sound followed as the middle-aged man's head was severed, tumbling towards the approaching disciples of Xianxia Academy. Begone, take another step forward, and you shall meet the same fate, Huang declared, sheathing his sword and casting an indifferent glance at them. Liu and the others, who had intended to return and support Huang, were thoroughly intimidated and retreated in fear from the harbinger of death. Let us depart. Huang mounted the thunder beast, while the large white cat transformed back into a white tiger, carrying Xiao Taohua, her parents, and Guwani. Where we headed? Guwani inquired. She exhibited no signs of distress regarding Huang's execution of the middle-aged man. Rather, she felt he had indeed deserved such a fate. If Huang refrained from killing, she would not hesitate to do so herself. To Xianxia City, to annihilate the Chui family. Yi Huang replied with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 18. They may all gaze upon the remains of their kin. The Chui family has been defeated. 100,000 elite warriors and 1,000 spirit saints, including the Grand Elder of the Chui family, have all perished. This news swept through Xianxia City like a tempest, particularly affecting the Chui family. Defeated? How could this be possible? The Grand Elder had intervened personally. Yet he could not subdue a mere 16-year-old boy. Yi Huang even dared to proclaim his intent to come to Xianxia City and obliterate the Chui family? Imbeciles. They are all utterly worthless. Chui Hao's furious voice echoed from the hall of the Chui family. Clearly, the Grand Elder's demise had dealt a devastating blow to the Chui family. It was no wonder that the family head, Chui Hao, was consumed by rage. This incident would have significant repercussions for the family's reputation, likely leading to their downfall. Below, a scattering of spirit saints from the 4th to 6th ranks could be seen, noticeably diminished in numbers, as many had met their end at the North Mountain Mine at the hands of Yi Huang. Among them were the elders of the Chui family, including the Grand Elder, the 2nd Elder, and the 3rd Elder. At this moment, the assembled individuals were rendered utterly silent, afraid to utter a word. After all, Chui Hao was a 7th-tier spiritual saint, and the pressure he exuded in his fury was exceedingly formidable. However, the family head, I just received news that Yi Huang is truly heading towards Xianxia City. What should we do now? Should we send experts to intercept him? One brave member of the Chui family dared to inquire. Who shall we send? You? Even the Grand Elder, at the pinnacle of the 6th-tier spiritual saint, fell victim to Yi Huang's blade in the northwest. Who among you can withstand him? Yet, in the midst of his rage, Chui Hao began to regain his composure, realizing that a swift decision was imperative. Otherwise, should Yi Huang, this little beast, arrive, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Nevertheless, Chui Hao remained unperturbed. The Chui family possessed considerable strength. The family's ancestor was at the 1st tier of the spiritual ancestor realm. If Yi Huang dared to come, he would be courting death. However, to call upon the ancestor for assistance would signify his own incompetence, rendering him unfit to be the family head. Notify the Meng, Zhao, and Li families to bring that weapon of slaughter. United in strength, we shall surely vanquish him. If we fail and Yi Huang reaches Xianxia City, even if we ultimately kill him, the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families will become a laughingstock. The heads of the 4 families may very well be replaced. Furthermore, I shall personally lead the charge with that weapon to intercept Yi Huang. Kui Ao declared. Upon receiving the family head as command, individuals promptly set out. Chui Hao began preparing to exit the city and ambush Yi Huang. The heads of the Chui family intended to join forces with the Meng, Zhao, and Li families, armed with a mysterious weapon to prevent Yi Huang from approaching Xianxia City. What could these 4 weapons be? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Their curiosity piqued about this enigmatic instrument of slaughter. The outsiders had not seen it. It was a gift from the Murong family to the heads of the 4 clans. It was said that when the 4 weapons combined, they could transform into a formidable instrument of destruction. Yi Huang was indeed in grave danger. At this moment, discussions were rampant as everyone focused on the impending battle. Little did they know that Yi Huang was set on annihilating Xianxia City, while the heads of the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families were preparing to confront him, armed with the mysterious weapon. If an ambush were to take place, it would undoubtedly be along the narrow passage between Xianxia City and the North Mountain Mine, the Sky Canyon. We need only observe that location to witness an extraordinary clash. However, with the mysterious weapon in the hands of the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and the family heads, victory seemed assured. The discussions continued unabated. Lin Kai-wei soared through the skies on her sword, traversing vast distances in mere moments, arriving at Xianxia City. Hearing the conversations swirling around her only deepened her intrigue regarding this youth named Yi Huang. It turned out he was the son of the former spiritual emperor. After 16 years of foolishness, he awakened to become so formidable. Yi Huang possesses an extraordinary bloodline, harboring astonishing secrets, particularly that tattered iron sword, reminiscent of the legendary treasure from realms beyond. As for the much-discussed Black Cauldron, I have no pertinent information regarding it. An intriguing youth, daring to challenge the entire spirit world single-handedly. I am curious to observe how far you shall tread. Should you manage to ascend to the spirit ancestor realm before the age of 17, perhaps you would be worthy of my sex cultivation, allowing us to join forces and partake in the Ascension Conference, where you might secure the top position and gain early entry into the celestial realm. For now, I shall remain an observer, Lin Kaiwei mused silently. At that moment, she vanished, appearing in the sky-opening canyon, patiently awaiting the encounter between Yi Huang and the four family heads, Cui, Ming, Zhao, and Li, as they engaged in a life-and-death battle. Yi Huang rode the Thunder Beast towards Green Mountain City. The Great White Cat yearned to advise Yi Huang to seek refuge in a secluded place to cultivate for a while before taking on the Cui family. Having once been a tamed spirit beast of the Cui family, it was acutely aware of their terrifying foundation. However, it feared that expressing such thoughts would result in its own demise at Yi Huang's hands. The Great White Cat had witnessed Yi Huang's formidable power and fearsome nature. It now held but one thought. Whatever Yi Huang said was beyond reproach, and whatever Yi Huang did was undoubtedly correct. Its role was simply to follow the reckless path laid out before it. A town of 100,000 had been so effortlessly flattened by the Cui family. These noble clans truly deserve condemnation for treating the lower-class citizens as mere disposable commodities. Viewed in this light, Yi Haoyan, the Spirit Emperor, was indeed magnificent for abolishing slavery and genuinely treating the common folk with equality. What a pity. At that moment, they passed through a ravaged town, a scene of devastation, littered with countless corpses. Guwani couldn't help but sigh, her expression somber. What do you lament? Yi Huang asked casually. He was in no rush to charge towards Green Mountain City, knowing that the Cui family would undoubtedly send experts to ambush him. What a pity your father, Yi Haoyan, the Spirit Emperor, fell too early, Guwani stated bluntly. She felt no fear towards Yi Huang. After a brief acquaintance, she understood that he only eliminated those deserving of death. While her words might provoke his ire, she was confident he would not harm her for it. At worst, she would be subject to a few harsh words. Fun? No one has witnessed it firsthand, yet you assert my father truly perished? Yi Huang replied. I have vowed to step onto the battlefield beyond the realms and find my parents. I will see them alive or dead. However, before that, I shall ensure that those who conspired against my parents and the sacred spirit of the imperial vein and the forces allied with them paid dearly. Yi Huang spoke calmly, his emotions stable, facing it all with a serene demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Huang had arrived several miles outside the sky-opening canyon. You all wait here. Someone ahead seeks to ambush me, he stated nonchalantly, showing no surprise at the situation. In truth, with Yi Huang's initially perfected divine soul, nothing beyond several miles could escape his perception. For 16 long years, the masses have labeled the young emperor as foolish and incompetent. Had it not been for Yi Haoyan, the Spirit Emperor, surviving even a single day would have been a daunting challenge. Yet, now he stands alone, supporting the Imperial Pulse Mountain, and in the future, he might even uphold an entire realm. Even when faced with attempts on his life, he displays an air of tranquility, as if such occurrences are merely mundane affairs to him. Observing Yi Huang's departing figure, Guwani couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Her brother Yi Huang has never been foolish. Throughout these 16 years, he has merely existed in a peculiar state. Once awakened, it will be the time when Yi Huang reigns invincible across the world. This small corner of the spirit realm cannot contain the soaring Kuanping. Suddenly, Xiao Taohua interjected. However, as she spoke, she instinctively covered her mouth, as if the words had escaped her lips involuntarily. Both the big white cat and Guwani looked on in astonishment. Xiao Taohua, since you emerged from the spiritual tide beneath the earth, it seems you have undergone some changes. Your previous words don't seem characteristic of you, Guwani remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Those words weren't mine. Yet, there's an innate urge within me that compels such expressions. However, it seems to resonate with my true feelings. Xiao Taohua admitted, perplexed by her own state. Just as they remained in contemplation, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from ahead. A corner of the one-line sky canyon was shattered. Is the battle about to commence? Guwani and Xiao Taohua turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, witnessing 10 pinnacle, 6-stage spirit saints, adorned with a holy spirit ring, simultaneously charging towards Yi Huang. These 10 individuals are formidable figures, akin to the elder of the Cui family. In truth, they serve merely as vanguards, tasked with intercepting Yi Huang right here. Yi Huang regarded them in silence, grasping his worn iron sword, and ascended from the body of the purple lightning beast, launching himself into the fray. Yi Huang, while the family head has dispatched us as vanguards, the reality is that there is no need for the family head to intervene personally. We can send you to hell ourselves. The 10 pinnacle, 6-stage spirit saints roared, unleashing a cataclysmic strike directed at Yi Huang. In an instant, the two forces clashed in midair. The next moment, blood rained down from the heavens. 10 heads soared into the sky, landing in an orderly fashion atop the mountain peak of the one-line sky canyon, allowing the onlookers to behold their lifeless visages. Chapter 19. The 4 great family heads arrive. Were 10 six-stage pinnacle spirit saints dispatched in such a manner? All the observers stood in stunned silence, gazing upon the serene faces of the 10 six-stage spirit saints. They appeared tranquil, as if Huang had gently severed their lives with a single stroke. This scene was profoundly shocking to the onlookers. Although they were aware of Huang's strength, they had not anticipated it could reach such staggering heights. The mission assigned to these 10 six-tier spirit saint pioneers was originally intended to impede Huang and buy time for the 4 family heads, Cui, Meng, Zhao, and Li. However, upon their arrival, they were swiftly eliminated. The anticipated grand battle turned out to be a one-sided massacre. At merely 16 years of age, Huang has achieved what no other genius in the annals of the spirit realm has accomplished, slaying 6-tier spirit saints with the ease of slicing through vegetables. As the onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation, they were left in utter shock. Lin Kaiwei floated above the clouds, surveying the scene below. What an exquisite sword, she mused. Even before it has fully unsheathed, it exudes such terrifying power. I am now 7 parts certain that it is the legendary sword from beyond the realms. Moreover, Huang's strength surpassed all expectations, far exceeding what the world had imagined. If he is to be nurtured, then this sword shall temporarily remain in his possession. It is said that this sword is exceptionally selective in recognizing its master. Any rash attempt to seize it would provoke its ferocity, resulting in the demise of the would-be thief. How, I wonder, has Huang managed to earn its allegiance? Lin Caiwei's curiosity deepened. Having just descended from the holy mountain of Yaotai, after entering the spirit realm from beyond, she had not anticipated encountering such intriguing events and individuals. Although the spirit realm is regarded as the lowest tier among the myriad worlds, legends speak of primordial forces hidden within, coveted by all cultivators. To refine and absorb even a fraction of this power would allow one to reshape their bloodline, bringing them closer to the primal origin. Alas, the passage from beyond opens but once every century, accessible only to those of my cultivation level. However, my master has mentioned recent significant changes. The pathways between realms might soon reopen entirely. Yet, what could this monumental shift entail? If such a day were to arrive, the spirit realm, despite its perceived inferiority, could very well become the fiercest battleground. I must prepare in advance and secure a capable ally within this realm. Huang is the ideal candidate. In an instant, Lin Kaiwei contemplated many possibilities. Her purpose for venturing into the spirit realm extended beyond mere worldly experience. It was to lay the groundwork for future endeavors. At this moment, Huang had alighted once more upon the body of the purple lightning beast. Is this the caliber of adversaries the Cui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families send to confront me? Do they truly underestimate Huang? He declared coldly, his voice resonating across the heavens and dispersing the clouds. Lin Kaiwei, concealed among the white clouds, nearly revealed her true form. This fellow is overly arrogant, she thought, fuming. Moreover, his boisterous proclamation is rather juvenile. A playful glimmer danced in her beautiful eyes. The trials of the mortal realm are meant to temper the heart. Though she had secluded herself for 2 decades, cultivating her formidable power, the beings of this world appeared to her as mere ants. Yet, her heart remained untouched by the warmth of worldly experiences, leaving it incomplete. As she descended into the spirit realm, she must suppress her own strength and refrain from acting impulsively. Otherwise, she would attract the attention of the celestial laws, which could lead to her expulsion or annihilation. The words of Huang are exceedingly audacious, mercilessly humiliating and trampling upon the 4 esteemed families of Cui, Meng, Zhao, and Li. In this land, these 4 families have long been the absolute rulers. It was only during the era of the celestial Emperor Yihaoyan that they exhibited any restraint. Now, following the fall of the celestial emperor in the battlefield beyond the realm, they have returned to an era of lawlessness and unbridled arrogance. Here, no one dares to show disrespect towards the 4 families, for those who do have met with a grim fate, reduced to mere corpses. Only Huang now dares to tread upon their faces, subjecting them to relentless humiliation and derision. From the Broken Tiger Gate to Peach Blossom Village, through the North Mountain Mine, he has slaughtered his way to the one-line Sky Gorge, and mere miles ahead lies the stronghold of the Cui family, Qingshan City. It is evident that Yi Huang possesses both the qualifications and the audacity to humiliate the four families. At this moment, the onlookers are at a loss for words. Yet they secretly revel in the spectacle. After all, the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families have oppressed them mercilessly, but as a marginalized group. They have only been able to harbor their fury in silence. As for revenge, none have the courage to entertain such thoughts. Yet now, witnessing Yi Huang single-handedly trampling upon them brings genuine exhilaration. Should he succeed in annihilating the Chui family, it would be even more gratifying. However, they dare not express their delight, for many spies of the four families lurk among them, known as recorders of sins, ready to report any sign of disrespect towards the four families. Such actions would lead to the exposure of their identities and the extermination of their entire kin. Yi Huang, your audacity is unparalleled, daring to show disrespect to the four families? I have noted your words. When the heads of the four families convene, your demise shall be at hand. At that moment, one of the recorders from the four families, unable to withstand Yi Huang's humiliation, stepped forward to retort. However, as soon as their words fell, blood was spilled. Their head landed amidst the 10 sixth-tier spirit saints, becoming a mere remnant of their existence. Yi Huang, you're excessively brutal. Yet, there are disciples from the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families who cannot bear to watch any longer, voicing their grievances against Yi Huang. But before they could finish their words, Yi Huang dispatched them on their final journey, transforming them into mere remnants for all to behold. When it comes to brutality, who can surpass them? Yi Huang is merely responding to violence with violence. In the face of a ruthless enemy, one must be even more ferocious to instill true fear in them. Otherwise, despite your strength, they will still dare to trample upon you, simply because you are benevolent. Just like his father, immensely powerful, respected outwardly by the 9 families, yet inwardly scorned. This disdain emboldened them to conspire against him, to reinstate slavery immediately after news of his fall, abolishing the academy and prohibiting any mention of the Celestial Emperor. Moreover, the 9 goddess of the divine lineage of mountains seeks to annul her marriage, to slay her husband, and to divide all that belongs to the imperial lineage mountain. Indeed, Yi Huang resolutely refused to harbor even a trace of benevolence towards these wretched beasts. Those deserving of death shall be slain. Those needing obliteration shall be eradicated. None shall be spared. Yi Huang, do you truly believe that the 4 great families are without support? Today, the heads of our 4 esteemed families shall personally escort you on your journey. As Yi Huang was about to summon Gu Wani and the others to press onward, a sudden tremor shook the heavens and the earth, and 4 immense pressures descended upon them. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, their gazes drawn toward the horizon. There, 4 figures, exuding an aura of murderous intent, streaked through the air like lightning, arriving before Yi Huang in the blink of an eye. The newcomers were none other than the heads of the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families. Behind them, they bore mysterious objects shrouded in black cloth, from which a faint yet ominous aura of forbidden lethality emanated, instilling dread in the onlookers as if they were confronted by 4 monstrous entities poised to devour them whole. Chapter 20. The Forbidden Demonic Weapons from Beyond. Eradication of the 4 family leaders. The leaders of the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families were at the pinnacle of the 7th stage spirit saint. In their presence, the 6th stage spirit saints appeared as mere ants. Furthermore, the enigmatic weapons they carried added an air of suspense to the impending battle. Previously, no one would have considered Yi Huang a match for the heads of the 4 families. However, after witnessing his ability to annihilate 10 peak 6th stage spirit saints in an instant, doubts began to surface regarding the certainty of their superiority. What those 4 bear behind them are indeed forbidden artifacts. It seems Yi Huang may find himself in genuine peril. Should I intervene? Lin Kaiwei pondered, her gaze fixed on the objects carried by the leaders of the Chui, Meng, Zhao, and Li families, her heart a tumult of emotions. In her estimation, without the forbidden weapons, Yi Huang stood a fair chance of triumphing over the 4 family heads. Yet, with the addition of these artifacts, the odds appeared grim. I cannot intervene just yet. Yi Huang, whether you can become my ally depends entirely on your capabilities. The future opportunities that may come your way hinge upon your performance. Should I prematurely interfere, I risk attracting the attention of those from the otherworldly secret realms, who are undoubtedly present and likely have their chosen candidates. If they were to learn that you are my selection, they would surely strike to eliminate you. Therefore, my inaction at this moment is indeed the wisest course. Lin Kaiwei mused inwardly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the battlefield. The battle had commenced. Yi Huang faced the four family leaders without trepidation, launching a powerful assault. With an ancient iron sword in hand, he executed a horizontal slash. The sword's brilliance cleaved through the void, descending upon the four family heads in an instant. Spirit rings. Activate. The expressions of the four leaders remained unchanged as they activated their spirit rings. A resonant hum filled the air as two crimson spirit rings simultaneously materialized above their foreheads. The seventh-stage spirit saints could manifest two spirit rings, marking a fundamental distinction from the sixth-stage spirit saints. A seventh-stage spirit saint could wield dual divine abilities, one for offense and one for defense. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. At that moment, one of the spiritual rings behind the four family heads radiated a crimson light, transforming into a shimmering barrier that enveloped them. With a resounding clash, the sword aura unleashed by Yi Huang was unexpectedly repelled by the red barrier. Is this the power of a seventh-tier spiritual saint? It is indeed incomparable to that of a sixth-tier spiritual saint, Yi Huang mused internally, maintaining an air of composure. After all, his opponent was at the pinnacle of the seventh-tier spiritual saint, while he himself was merely at the peak of the seventh-tier spiritual sovereign. Unable to instantly annihilate his foe, however, he could effortlessly transcend a significant realm to vanquish his adversary. Yi Huang, is this the extent of your attack? Today, allow me to demonstrate the formidable strength of a spiritual saint who has manifested two spiritual rings. You are but a mere spiritual sovereign, nothing more than an ant in our eyes, they exclaimed, their voices cold and commanding. After successfully defending against Yi Huang's assault, the four family heads initiated their counterattack. A hum resonated as their spiritual rings quivered in unison, condensing for crimson sword auras that advanced toward Yi Huang. Blood surged within him, transforming into a golden silk garment that enveloped his body, a manifestation of his physical cultivation path, and the first time he employed such a powerful defensive state. As the four sword auras struck him, they merely left faint traces upon his skin, failing to breach his formidable physical defense. Is this all you can muster? Yi Huang shook his head, disappointment evident on his face. He had anticipated that a peak seventh-tier spiritual saint would be capable of penetrating his defenses. Yet the four family heads proved to be utterly ineffectual, leaving only faint scars upon him. I initially intended to use your attacks to test my physical resilience. However, given your utter inadequacy, what purpose do you serve? Yi Huang utirit koldi. What? Yi Huang dares to regard us merely as a whetstone? The crowd was struck with disbelief, their shock palpable. The four family heads felt a profound humiliation, their hearts seething with uncontainable fury, their eyes ignited with murderous intent. Yi Huang, your arrogance knows no bounds. Today, only by shattering your corpse into 1,000 pieces can my resentment be quelled. The four family heads were now utterly enraged, abandoning any semblance of restraint to unleash their full might and hidden tactics. Yi Huang, do you truly believe this is merely a confrontation with the Cui family? The four family heads have united because we are one and the same. Only through our combined strength can we achieve true power. Activate the four symbols, sword, intent. With their swords in hand, the heads of the Cui, Ming, Zhao, and Li families summoned their most powerful strike. The Wind God Sword, Thunder God Sword, Fire God Sword, and Lightning God Sword. The swords of the four family heads simultaneously harnessed the elemental forces of wind, thunder, fire, and lightning, coalescing into a terrifying energy sphere that surged toward Yi Huang. This energy sphere, infused with the celestial powers of wind, thunder, fire, and lightning, continued to expand, causing the very fabric of space to rupture in its wake, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. At the heart of the apocalyptic phenomena stood Yi Huang. Wind, thunder, fire, and lightning. How intriguing. Comme fort. Unflinching, Yi Huang advanced towards the onslaught. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying destructive forces of wind, thunder, fire, and lightning collided with Yi Huang, instantly engulfing him. Yi Huang was finished. The sword intent, transformed from the four celestial powers, could swiftly reduce him to mere carbon dust. The onlookers were equally astonished. It was no wonder these four were the heads of their respective families. They truly possessed formidable skills. United as one, their combined assault had driven Yi Huang to the brink of despair. At this moment, everyone believed Yi Huang had perished, and the outcome seemed devoid of any suspense. Well done. Indeed, your combined strike barely tickles me. To express my gratitude, allow me to return the favor. Just as everyone anticipated the battle's conclusion, Huang's voice suddenly resonated. Simultaneously, they beheld a scene of utter astonishment. They witnessed Huang's figure calmly stepping out from the terrifying celestial sword intense of wind, thunder, fire, and lightning. He bore no injuries. Instead, he radiated a luminous aura, resembling a sacred crystal body, impervious to all. With the second step of the reversed Dragon 9 steps, Huang shattered the fabric of time and space. In an instant, he appeared before the four family heads. At that moment, Huang did not wield his ancient iron sword. Instead, he formed his hands into fists, delivering a rapid strike to each of the four family heads. Ding fist! A phantom of a black cauldron materialized atop Huang's fist, hurtling towards the four family heads. Mysterious runes flickered upon the black cauldron's silhouette, emanating an eerie power. Boom! The four family heads had activated their defenses to the utmost extent. The crimson light emitted by their defensive rings enveloped them in layers. A futile endeavor, they scoffed. You couldn't even break our defenses with a single sword strike earlier. You shall not succeed now. Despite their shock at Huang's formidable strength, the four family heads remained composed, confident that Huang could not breach their defenses. Crack! Yet, in the next moment, the crimson light surrounding them shattered like a mirror. The four family heads trembled as they were struck by a terrifying force, their insides displacing as they were sent hurtling backward, colliding with boulders and spitting blood. This left all onlookers dumbfounded. The four family heads had been severely injured by Huang, while he remained unscathed. Such a result was beyond anyone's expectations, or perhaps too astonishing to even contemplate. Huang had appeared effortlessly dominant from the outset, while the four family heads had fought with all their might, now finding themselves in an utterly disadvantageous position. Were it not for the mysterious weapon concealed behind the four family heads, this battle would have concluded without any uncertainty. I am merely curious about the nature of the mysterious weapon that lies behind the four family heads. Do not rush. They are preparing to act. Having already unveiled the dark cloth and removed it from their backs, we shall soon be enlightened. The onlookers fixed their gaze intently on the four family heads as they unveil their concealed items. Huang, it is you who has forced our hand. The expressions of the four family heads are ashen, their eyes filled with malice. The mysterious weapon is their ultimate trump card, one they had hoped never to employ. Yet, Huang's defiance has compelled them to this desperate measure. Eldritch weapon, arise. The four men reveal their instruments of death, and the crowd finally discerns what they are. In the hands of the Cui family head lies an unusual skull, distinctly non-human. The Meng family head holds two slender arm bones, while the Zhao family head clutches two leg bones. The Li family head possesses a ribcage. These bones exude a thick black aura, as if countless vengeful spirits swirl around them. At that moment, they all simultaneously invoke their artifacts. An astonishing scene unfolds. These bones, suffused with dark energy, resonate with one another, swiftly coalescing into a complete skeletal structure that radiates an overwhelming aura of malevolence. What in the world is this? Some, struck with terror, recoil and exclaim in disbelief. It is the skeleton of an otherworldly fiend, once immensely powerful in life, now forged into a weapon of death. How dare the four families wield such a forbidden instrument? The weapons crafted from these otherworldly entities are notoriously prone to losing control. Hence, they must be stored separately, only to be united at the moment of use. However, once activated, the risk of uncontrollable wrath looms large. Should it spiral out of control, the otherworldly weapon would instinctively wreak havoc upon the spirit realm. Some among the crowd recognize the origins of the weapon and cannot help but cry out in horror. It is said that this weapon was bestowed upon them by the Murong family. This implies that the Murong family has been secretly forging these sinister weapons, with the potency of each weapon correlating to the strength of the fiend from which it was derived, necessitating the sacrifice of countless human lives. A weapon of this caliber requires the offering of no less than 100,000 souls. The Murong family is utterly ruthless, viewing the lives of the common folk as mere livestock. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd is filled with profound indignation. Yet, they find themselves powerless to act. In fact, faced with a malevolent weapon summoned by the four family heads, they must retreat, too fearful to approach. Lin Kaiwei observes the unfolding drama from the clouds above, her demeanor calm amidst the chaos. The The audacity to wield an otherworldly fiend as a weapon speaks volumes about the ruthlessness of these noble families in the spirit realm. Huang is now in peril. Can he withstand such a threat? Lin Siwei's eyes fixate on the otherworldly weapon, a peculiar glint flickering within, revealing her contemplations. Simultaneously, the four family heads point at Huang, coldly commanding the otherworldly weapon, "Go, slay him." In the next instant, the otherworldly weapon is fully activated, akin to a fiend from beyond, recklessly charging toward Huang. My father has expressly forbidden the utilization of the otherworldly fiends and the sacrifice of innocent lives to forge weapons of these malevolent entities. Yet, it is evident that you have persistently acted in defiance of his decree. It is utterly absurd. While my parents and the revered sages of the Imperial Vein Mountain are valiantly battling the otherworldly fiends on the battlefield, you furtively appropriate their carcasses to refine your sinister weapons. You wretches, truly, 1,000 deaths would not suffice before the weapon of the otherworldly fiend. Huang exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, his murderous intent surged with even greater ferocity. Huang, does your verbosity bear any significance? The victor takes all. You stand on the precipice of death, and it is not for you to dictate our actions. Otherworldly fiend, eliminate him, bellowed the four clan leaders. The weapon of the otherworldly fiend lunged ferociously at Huang, a tempest of malevolence swirling around it. Yet, Huang did not retreat. He charged forth, colliding head-on with the malevolent force. In but an instant, he was completely engulfed by the fiend's dark energy. Huang has perished, the onlookers sighed in unison. Ha! Huang, were you not quite arrogant? Let's see your arrogance now. Clan leader Cui laughed triumphantly, convinced of Huang's demise. However, in the next heartbeat, his mirth was abruptly silenced. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld an astonishing sight. Huang was consuming the dark energy of the otherworldly fiend. A torrent of sinister energy continued to pour into Huang's mouth. This is dire. The otherworldly fiend is on the verge of losing control. But then, an even more terrifying occurrence transpired. Their souls suddenly severed from the control of the otherworldly fiend, as if a powerful seal had been forcibly erased. Go, eliminate them, commanded Huang, pointing at the four clan leaders. What followed was nothing short of shocking. The weapon of the otherworldly fiend turned against its masters, obeying Huang's command and advancing towards the four clan leaders. The weapon had changed hands. Good heavens, how is Huang achieving this? Gasped an onlooker in astonishment. To accomplish such a feat, it would require Huang to possess not only profound mastery of soul techniques, but also a soul realm that far surpassed that of the four clan leaders. My word, in light of this revelation, Huang's abilities are truly monstrous. Others responded, their own shock evident. The faces of clan leader Cui and the other three clan leaders darkened significantly, fear unmistakably etched in their eyes. Retreat, they cried, recognizing the weapon's loss of control coupled with their injuries. They had no choice but to flee back to Xianxia City, though this would cost them their positions. It was a small price to pay for their lives. None shall leave without my consent. Huang's icy voice cut through the air. With a resounding explosion, he commanded the weapon of the otherworldly fiend to self-destruct. Such a ruthless maneuver. No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. Typically, when an ordinary individual acquires such a lethal weapon, they would be loath to destroy it. However, for Huang, the celestial demonic weapon was but refuse. With a resounding boom, the celestial demonic weapon was obliterated. The four family heads were once again struck by the terrifying force of the malevolent entity, their bodies plummeting from the sky. In that fleeting moment, Huang sprang into action. With a swift flick of his weathered iron sword, four heads soared into the air, ultimately resting atop the precipice of the narrow canyon. Thus, upon the summit of the canyon, the severed heads represented a tableau of lost visages, each bearing a myriad of expressions: fear, despair, anguish, and rage. It was akin to a breathtaking spectacle, observed by all. Let us depart. Huang beckoned to Gu Wani and Xiao Taohua as they traversed the narrow canyon towards Xianxia City, leaving behind a throng of stunned onlookers. To annihilate the Cui family? It seems the grand drama is about to unfold. Lin Kaiwei descended from the clouds, her form transforming into a streak of light, pursuing Huang's direction with fervor. Chapter 21. The Slaughter in the City. The news of the demise of the four family heads swept through Xianxia City like a tempest. This vast city, home to billions, was shaken to its core by the revelation. Particularly affected was the Chui family, who were engulfed in a fury. Huang, how dare he venture into Xianxia city? Courting death. The Murong family, upon learning of this, dispatched formidable experts to confront him. This audacious youth had the audacity to slay Murong Lingshuang. The Murong family would not let him escape, vowing to personally exact vengeance. Thus, they decided against sealing the city or defending it, allowing him entry, awaiting the arrival of the Murong family's experts to make a decisive judgment. At this juncture, the seventh ancestor of the Chui family took charge. He instructed the Chui members to refrain from rash actions and permitted Huang to enter the city. They merely needed to monitor his every move. Seventh ancestor, what if he comes to our doorstep? A member of the Chui family inquired. If that is the case, then we shall not be held accountable for our actions. He would have delivered himself to us, and thus, we would show no mercy. Even when the Murong family's experts arrive, they cannot reproach us, the seventh ancestor replied coolly. He was at the pinnacle of the 8th tier of the Spirit Saint realm, confident in his ability to vanquish Huang. Yet, with the Murong family's involvement, he dare not act impulsively. The Murong family's experts would arrive within half a day. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, he would not survive the day. There is no need for haste, remarked the 8th ancestor of the Chui family, a fully realized spirit saint of the 8th tier. Although they all yearned to rend Huang into pieces, with the Murong family declaring their intent to personally slay him and avenge their noble daughter Murong Lingshuang. The Chui family had no choice but to comply. The losses sustained by the Chui family this time are severe, should they dare to defy the Murong family again. It is likely that they will face unending misfortune in the future. Huang and his companions finally arrived outside Xianxia city. Initially, they assumed that the Chui family would have received word of their approach and would have fortified the city with a plethora of skilled warriors to intercept them. However, they were greeted with the surprising sight of Xianxia city devoid of any formidable experts. Everything appeared normal, with people bustling in and out, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The city gates towered several hundred meters high, emblazoned with 3 ancient characters, Xianxia city. To Huang's astonishment, they encountered no adversaries from the Chui family, nor any bounty notices. The entire situation was utterly perplexing. Huang extended his spiritual sense and detected that someone was watching him. It was likely a spy from the Chui family. Yet, why did they not take action? Why merely observe his movements? Huang found himself quite bewildered. Since the Chui family did not take the initiative to eliminate him, he felt no urgency. He had heard that Xianxia city was an exceedingly ancient settlement rich in historical artifacts, and thus he contemplated exploring the antique market first. If he could unearth a few valuable items, they would certainly aid him in the impending conflict and bolster his confidence. Given that the Chui family was not in haste, neither was Huang. With the Tun Tian Ding in his possession, even if he were to be outmatched, he could gracefully retreat with his companions. Hence, he was curious to discover what the Chui family truly intended. Let us proceed into the city. Huang called to Gu Wani, making his way towards Xianxia city. Wani, lead me to the antique market. As a native of Xianxia city, Gu Wani was the most suitable guide for this endeavor. Master, the antique market demands a discerning eye. Should one lack the requisite perception, they may end up acquiring worthless fakes or items of dubious authenticity, resulting in significant losses. Only a select few are able to find genuine treasures there. It is said that someone once unearthed a forbidden ancient artifact at the Qinwei antique market, igniting a bloody storm, but that is merely a legend from millennia past. In recent years, there have been no reports of anyone discovering astonishing antiques. Nevertheless, throngs of treasure seekers continue to arrive, hoping for a stroke of luck. As Gu Wani guided Huang toward the antique market, she provided insights about its offerings. Indeed, the volume of artifacts here was impressive. Upon reaching the antique market, Huang observed numerous stalls brimming with a dazzling array of ancient items. However, he did not intend to scrutinize each piece individually. Instead, he relied on the Tun Tian Ding to sense the items of significance. Any artifact that resonated with the Tun Tian Ding indicated its extraordinary nature. For instance, Huang had identified a weathered iron sword through its response. As he meandered through the market, Huang's Tun Tian Ding remained largely unresponsive, until at last, it reacted. His gaze was drawn to a stall featuring a damaged piece of black jade. At first glance, it appeared utterly unremarkable and would likely not merit a second look from the average observer. Shopkeeper, I shall take this piece of black jade, Huang declared. From his perspective, there was nothing overtly special about it. yet he placed his trust in the Tun Tian Ding. Since the celestial swallowing cauldron exhibits a sense of resonance, it undoubtedly possesses extraordinary qualities. Huang may consider acquiring it for further study. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones shall suffice. You may take them. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, momentarily revealed a cunning glint in his eyes, clearly having inflated the price deliberately. Ordinarily, such an obscure artifact with no discernible origin would be valued at no more than 10 medium-grade spirit stones, yet he made an exorbitant demand. Guwani, unable to contain her indignation, was about to unleash a tirade. Very well, it is a deal. However, Huang refrained from any haggling and produced 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. He claimed the black jade stone, while the proprietor collected the spirit stones. This item has captured my interest. It is mine. At that moment, a voice interjected. A young woman clad in a blue dress, exuding an air of arrogance, appeared. Beside her stood a tall youth in white attire, accompanied by dozens of formidable subordinates, each radiating an aura of iron and blood, resembling ferocious beasts that instilled fear in all who approached. Consequently, the area quickly cleared, leaving only Yi Huang and the blue-dressed maiden. I shall offer 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Sell it to me. The girl did not even glance at Yi Huang, tossing a pouch of coins to her attendant. Excellent. Excellent. It shall be sold to you, young lady. The vendor was overjoyed, never expecting such fortune. What he thought would yield 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones had turned into a windfall of 10,000. Yet, Yi Huang paid them no mind and turned to leave. Hey, the black jade is no longer for you. Stay. The vendor called out. Yi Huang cast a cold glance at him. You have already accepted my spirit stones. Return them to me. The vendor tossed the stones at Yi Huang's feet. He understood the choice between 1,000 and 10,000. However, Yi Huang did not bend to collect them and continued on his path. Halt! Did I permit you to leave? The maiden spoke icily. At that moment, her powerful subordinates blocked Yi Huang's way. Surrender the black jade and kneel. Pay me 100 bows. The maiden continued. Surrounding onlookers turned their gazes toward the scene, and upon recognizing the young woman and her companion, they collectively gasped. The daughter of the lord of Qingshan City, Mu Yi, and the distinguished young master Nangong Qingshu from Murong City. Good heavens, why must this lad provoke such calamities? He is doomed. Even the king of hell cannot save him. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, daring only to observe from a distance, clearly harboring immense trepidation toward the maiden and her companion. In Qingshan City, the Chui family undoubtedly held the top position, followed closely by the Mu family, the ruling clan of Qingshan, with Mu Yi being the daughter of Lord Mu Tianyan. Yi, why waste words on a lowly peasant? How dare he offend you so brazenly? Seize him, reclaim the black stone, and take his head. Let it be known what befalls those who dare defy the orders of Miss Yi. Nangong Qingshu scoffed. He was attempting to ingratiate himself with Mu Yi, as their families harbored intentions of a union. Brother Qingshu, your strategy is quite clever. Indeed, it is most entertaining. Mu Y laughed joyfully. As long as Yi is happy, that is all that matters. Strike, seize him. Nangong Qingshu commanded with a smile. Immediately, skilled subordinates drew their blades, aiming for Yi Huang's head, while others turned their weapons toward Zaidawawa and her companions. In that instant, Yi Huang moved. A dilapidated iron sword appeared in his hand, and without shifting his stance, he merely swiped it. With a series of sounds, the surrounding skilled subordinates fell, their blades shattered, lifeless forms crumpling into pools of blood. With a swift motion, Yi Huang unleashed another strike. By the time Mu Yi registered the danger, she felt the cold steel of a rusty sword pressed against her neck. Stunned for a moment, she quickly regained her composure and shouted in fury, "Peasant, how dare you wield such a filthy sword?" But before she could finish her sentence, her head was severed from her body, the lifeless form collapsing at Nangong Qingshu's feet, fresh blood oozing from the severed neck. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as all present stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. It was only when Mu Yi's head landed on the stall that the crowd snapped back to reality, the stall owner paling in terror. She is the daughter of the city lord. How dare you? The stall owner stammered in fear. Yet, Yi Huang's blade remained unyielding. With a swift stroke, he silenced the stall owner before they could finish their words. This individual had dared to extort him, yet Yi Huang chose to overlook the slight. However, he could not tolerate the humiliation of having spirit stones tossed at his feet. Most importantly, the man had aligned himself with Mu Yi, speaking on her behalf. That was the true path to his demise. That rusted iron sword. You are Yi Huang. At that moment, Nangong Qingshu finally awoke to the reality of the situation. Fear flooding his eyes as he regarded Yi Huang. He realized that before such a ruthless killer, he was as insignificant as an ant. Do not kill me. I am Nangong Qingshu, the young master of the Nangong family. I am willing to atone, he pleaded, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Yi Huang. How dare you? At that moment, Nangong Qingshu's protector flew in from a distance, attempting to intervene, but it was futile. Yi Huang had already swung his sword once more. With a final, swift motion, Nangong Qingshu's head soared into the arms of his protector. The protector cradled the head of his young master, a visage marked by astonishment and fury. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and a head soared high, silencing him forever, accompanying his young master to the underworld. Such terrifying swordsmanship, such menacing, killing intent. Among this group, why provoke anyone but Yi Huang? The onlookers were filled with dread. Yet there was an undercurrent of secret delight. Mu Yi, emboldened by the authority of the city lord, had been brazenly tyrannizing Qingshan City, bringing suffering upon its inhabitants who could only endure in silence. Little did she know, there were greater mountains beyond her own. She and Nangong Qingshu would meet their reckoning. As the little calamity collided with the great slaughter god, sealing their own fate. Just then, the sound of iron hooves echoed through the air. A battalion of city guards charged forth. The spectators had no chance to evade. They were trampled into the ground, reduced to mere flesh. It was the city guards. Despair engulfed the crowd. The city guards were notoriously cold-blooded and merciless. Once deployed, nothing could survive their path. Regardless of one's involvement, if one stood in their way, the outcome was inevitable death. Thus, the onlookers met their unfortunate demise under the relentless advance of the 1,000-strong city guards. It was him. He killed my sister. Uncle, seize him at once. I want him ground to dust. A young man cried out to a middle-aged man beside him. The youth was Mu Jian, the brother of Mu Yi, while the middle-aged man was her uncle. Upon learning of his sister's death, Mu Jian rushed to the scene, summoning the nearest city guards. Like his sister, Mu Jian had grown accustomed to tyranny within Qingshan City. Moreover, he was a notorious libertine, reveling in indulgence, utterly indifferent to who Yi Huang was. Now, with his sister slain, rage consumed him, and he sought nothing less than to obliterate her killer. This individual has the power to swiftly eliminate a host of skilled followers, as well as the protector of Nangong Qingshu. His strength is not to be underestimated. Mu Tianxiong noted, maintaining a calm demeanor as he analyzed the situation. The onlookers had all been crushed by the city guards, leaving no survivors. Thus, Mu Tianxiong was unaware of Yi Huang's true identity, for Yi Huang had already concealed his battered iron sword. Uncle, we command thousands of city guards, and with your prowess as a 6th-tier spirit saint, this lad is but an ant before us. Besides, in Qingshan City, aside from the Cui family, whom should we fear? Mu Jian asserted confidently. That makes perfect sense. Mu Tianxiong nodded in agreement with Mu Jian's words. This was Qingshan City. They could not allow anyone to trample upon the Mu family's honor. With Mu Yi's death, he was determined to exact revenge at any cost. If they did not, their family's standing in Qingshan City would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, this young man before them must perish. Confronted with the unfolding events, Yi Huang remained remarkably composed. Do you not inquire why I intend to slay them? At this moment, Yi Huang finally spoke with an unhurried demeanor. A deity crushes ants without the need for justification. Conversely, it is the insignificant insects that must atone for their offenses against the divine with their lives, exterminating their very existence. Mu Tianxiong spoke with a tone that exuded the authority and majesty of one in power. He likened Yi Huang to an ant, while he himself assumed the role of a deity. Indeed, a lowly commoner can be disposed of without a second thought. Why should one even ask? Act. Mu Jian commanded directly, instructing the city guards to intervene. Clang! The city guards drew their spirit swords, akin to bloodthirsty beasts, as they encircled Yi Huang with lethal intent. Yi Huang's gaze grew increasingly frigid. With words exhausted, there was no need for further dialogue. Everything would be resolved through the sword in his hand. Yi Huang swept his blade in a devastating arc. The infinite slaughter sword technique unleashed its full might. An endless torrent of sword energy surged through the streets. In mere moments, thousands of city guards lay slain in pools of blood, a mountain of corpses, a river of crimson. Mu Jian and Mu Tianxiong were finally struck with fear. Who are you? Mu Tianxiong exclaimed in horror. He had already begun to speculate about a certain individual, but would not have the chance for an answer, as Huang's sword descended upon him. Thud! In a single stroke, Mu Tianxiong was cleaved into pieces, his dismembered remains scattered across the ground. Only Mu Jian remained, trembling in fear. You ask who I am? You shall never know, but allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang, the young emperor of the Imperial Vein Mountain. The city guards were, in fact, subordinate to my father. The so-called city guards, sworn to the Spirit Emperor, were meant to protect the city and its people. Yet you have betrayed my father, colluded with the aristocracy, and brought calamity upon the populace, transforming from dragon slayers into the very dragons of evil. What do you think? Do you deserve to die? Huang coldly inquired, gazing at Mu Jian, who had long since collapsed, quaking in fear. Mu Jian was nothing more than a debauched wastrel, accustomed to bullying the weak. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Especially upon realizing Huang's identity and power, he was gripped by sheer terror. In his eyes, he was merely an ant trapped in the dirt, while Huang stood as a transcendent deity. Moreover, Huang was the young emperor, the supreme commander of the spirit realm's city guards. If anyone had committed an offense against authority, it was they. It was over. It was entirely over. In despair, Mu Jian thought to himself, "Young emperor, you cannot kill me. I am the last male heir of the Mu family. My death would mean the end of my lineage. My father and grandfather would surely go mad." In that moment, Mu Jian fell to his knees, pleading for his life, gripped by an overwhelming fear of death. As long as he can survive, he is willing to do anything. There's no need for that. Such a lord's residence is merely a blight upon the world. I do not require their surrender. I shall proceed to raise the lord's manor. With these words, Huang brandished his sword, and the head of Mu Jian fell to the ground. Huang casually picked it up, mounted the thunder beast, and instructed Gu Wani to lead the way to the lord's manor. Qingshan City is vast, home to billions of souls. The distance from the ancient treasure market to the lord's manor spans 100 miles. Therefore, there remained some time before they reached their destination. Huang took out the black jade stone he had just acquired and began to examine it. However, despite his keen perception and scrutiny, he found nothing extraordinary. It remained unremarkable, devoid of any response. It was no wonder it lay there, overlooked by all. Yet Huang pondered, how did Mu Yi come to favor this black jade, and precisely when he purchased it? This could not be mere coincidence. Could it be that someone had prompted her to make the purchase? Who could it be? Huang's expression darkened as he unleashed his spiritual sense, enveloping a 10-mile radius. Indeed, there was someone behind Mu Yi. Within his spiritual awareness, he caught a fleeting aura, but it vanished before he could capture it. Clearly, the individual was cautious and skilled in the art of concealment. Pursuing them now would likely yield no results. Nevertheless, Huang had noted the essence of that presence, and should they encounter it again, recognition would be certain. They cannot escape. How could they know that what I chose was bound to be a treasure? Is it possible they are aware of the secret of the devouring heaven cauldron? Huang muset silently. For now, he would not dwell on this matter, but would confront that individual next time to seek clarity. However, he did not linger on this issue and continued his examination of the weathered black jade. Finding this line of inquiry fruitless, he resolved to bring it into the cauldron's inner space for a deeper investigation with his spirit. Perhaps he would uncover something significant. An idea sparked within him. He then stored the black jade within the cauldron's inner realm and immersed his spirit within. It proved fruitful. Inside the cauldron's space, as Huang's spirit grasped the black jade, he felt it responding. At that moment, a surge of residual information flooded into his mind. The ancient sword control technique. In an instant, swords multiplied endlessly, traversing miles in the blink of an eye. Mastery of this technique requires the primal force as a conduit. As he absorbed this information, Huang finally comprehended its nature. This was indeed a piece of an ancient martial arts jade slip, which could only be activated through unique means. With the devouring heaven cauldron at his disposal, he bypassed such requirements and directly activated the jade slip. The primal force? This was the first time Huang had encountered such a term. Yet, in the next moment, an ancient and mysterious power surged into his body from the black jade. Soon, the black jade disintegrated into ash. Within Huang's being, however, an ancient and enigmatic spiritual energy emerged, radiating with a spectrum of colors. Could this be the primal force? Huang felt a stirring in his heart. Then he attempted to cultivate the ancient sword art within the cauldron space. And to his astonishment, it was indeed feasible. A surge of joy filled Yi Huang's heart, and he immediately devoted himself entirely to his training. Within the cauldron's confines, comprehension was instantaneous. Understanding led to mastery, and mastery blossomed into perfection. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Yi Huang adeptly practiced the ancient sword art, the primal energy seamlessly merging with his corporeal form. He felt his body grow stronger, with faint, iridescent patterns shimmering across his skin. Moreover, his cultivation level was on the rise, astonishingly reaching the pinnacle of the 9th-rank spirit sovereign in an instant. Yi Huang was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that this primal energy could be so extraordinary. A mere trickle was sufficient to effect such a remarkable enhancement to his prowess. The ancient sword art must also possess formidable strength, requiring special methods to activate its incantations and relying on primal chi for cultivation. Could this technique be of celestial origins? He pondered silently, curious about its true power. Instead of exiting the cauldron's space immediately, he continued to delve into the ancient sword art. Although he had already mastered it, achieving a higher realm would necessitate his own enlightenment. On the ancient streets of Xianxia City, a figure materialized from the void, shrouded in a veil of black mist. Despite the bustling activity around him, no one seemed to notice his presence, as if he were merely a wisp of air, an entity of nothingness. This young man possessed a terrifying level of spiritual awareness, nearly detected. Fortunately, he managed to retreat just in time from the range of perception. It appeared that the peculiar cauldron was indeed with him. Holding this cauldron allowed one to sense treasures of great significance. Furthermore, it seemed that the strange cauldron possessed capabilities beyond this. Regrettably, my understanding is limited to this extent. My master once advised that upon encountering someone in possession of that cauldron, it is best to maintain a distance until they reach a critical threshold, nurturing a proxy to approach or eliminate them instead. Mu Yi is too weak. Although I have used the chaotic soul technique to confuse her, she has proven more of a liability than an asset. The figure in the black mist murmured softly. Subsequently, he transformed into a wisp of black fog, dissipating as if he had never existed at all, coming without a trace, leaving without a sound. It seems that individuals from the realms of caves and blessed lands have also entered the spirit world. After the black mist dispersed, another figure emerged from the void. It was Lin Kai Wei. She had been shadowing Yi Huang, witnessing everything that had transpired. Time was of the essence. Yi Huang needed to grow rapidly. However, just moments ago, Yi Huang's aura appeared to have shifted again, breaking through from the 6th-rank spirit sovereign to the pinnacle of the 9th-rank spirit sovereign. Such progress was terrifying, even in the outer realms. There had been no reports of such prodigious talent. Therefore, it seemed I need not worry about his breakthroughs. Additionally, his spiritual essence was astonishingly powerful. Had it not been for my secret artifact aiding me in slipping into the void, I likely would have been discovered long ago. The more I observe, the more I realize the extraordinary nature of Yi Huang. I must act swiftly to finalize this matter. Otherwise, when that woman arrives, she may seize my beloved and complicate the situation further. Lin Kai Wei pondered, her figure flickering before vanishing into thin air. When Yi Huang emerged from the space within the cauldron, he found himself standing before an imposing residence, its grand entrance adorned with 3 characters: Lord's Mansion. At last, he had arrived. However, the Lord's Mansion was heavily guarded, with formidable warriors standing sentinel at the entrance. Clearly, the mansion had received all pertinent information and had prepared in advance. Yi Huang, you have indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent within Xianxia City, regardless of your origins. You shall face the law's retribution. Now, will you not kneel and accept your punishment? Law Enforcement Hall, take action. This wretch must be executed, his flesh flayed, his head severed, his heart extracted, his bones shattered, his soul bound, and subjected to 1,000 tortures before he may die. A chilling voice resonated through the air. From within the mansion, an elderly man clad in dark robes slowly emerged. He was none other than Mu Tianyin's father and Mu Yi's grandfather, Mu Yu, a superlative powerhouse at the initial 8th-tier spirit saint realm. He was also the former lord of Xianxia City, a veteran who had once fought alongside the spirit emperor on the battlefield beyond the realm. As his words echoed, a line of law enforcement hall experts stepped forth, swiftly encircling Yi Huang and his companions. Yet, Yi Huang remained silent, unmoving. With a mere thought, an ancient iron sword soared into the air, weaving through the ranks of the law enforcement hall experts. Hud, hud, hud. Blood splattered. In an instant, All the encircling experts lay lifeless in pools of blood. Chapter 23. Flattening the Lord's Mansion. Without uttering a word, he had taken lives. With this single display, Huang instilled fear throughout the entire assembly. He then casually tossed Mu Jian's severed head, which landed at the feet of Mu Yu and a middle-aged man. This man was unmistakably Mu Tianyan, the father of Mu Jian and Mu Yi, and the current lord of Qingshan City. If blame were to be assigned, it was your city guards who were at fault. Betraying my father, acting against your superiors, colluding with the aristocracy, and harming the people. Each of you deserves 1,000 tortures. Ye Huang, coldly retorted, exuding an air of calm confidence, perceiving those before him as mere prey. Yi Huang had not anticipated that the ancient sword technique would be so formidable. A mere trial had yielded extraordinary power, swiftly decimating the ranks of the law enforcement hall experts. Gazing at the severed head at their feet, Mu Tianyun and Mu Yu's expressions turned grim. This was their cherished son and grandson, 3 generations of sole heirs. With his death, their lineage would face extinction. Typically, the two lavished Mu Jian with affection, excusing him from arduous training, allowing him to indulge in pleasures at will. Anyone daring to defy Mu Jian would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Mu Tianyun and Mu Yu. Damn you, vile dragon! You have slain my son. I shall grind your bones to dust, but even that will not quell my rage. Do you not realize he was my only son? Mu Tianyan had remained silent until he beheld the severed head of his son, at which point his pent-up fury erupted. What of the young emperor? Even if you were the king of heaven for slaying my grandson, I vow you shall find no resting place in death. Indeed, I once followed the Ling emperor. So what? He has perished, and you, young emperor, are but a trifling matter. Mu Yu's voice rang out coldly. In their eyes flickered a frenzied, murderous intent. At a mere command, legions of city guards and formidable warriors would converge to eradicate Yi Huang. Yi Huang met their gaze with a chilling smile. Your son is merely a son. Are the sons of others not sons as well? Had my strength faltered today, or had I chosen not to resist, I would have already become a ghost beneath your daughter and son's blades. According to your reasoning, regardless of circumstances, I am destined to die. If death is inevitable, then why should it not be you wretches who perish? Today, in the name of the young emperor, I shall raise the Lord's mansion. Yi Huang's expression was frigid as he spoke, his voice resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. This spectacle undoubtedly stirred the cultivators of Qingshan City. They soared into the skies to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the Chui family remained on the sidelines, choosing not to intervene. It was an opportune moment to gauge the limits of Yi Huang's power. With the Mu family's fall, the control of Qinghua City would ultimately rest with us. The Chui family. The 7th ancestor of the Chui family hovered in the air, casting his gaze upon the Lord's mansion, exuding an air of absolute control. Act, regardless of the cost or consequences, and eliminate this scoundrel. Mu Tianyun commanded. The 300,000 city guards surged forth from all directions. A tidal wave of aggression directed at Yi Huang. Do numbers make one formidable? Yi Huang declared, standing his ground with pride. The city guards, fully aware of his status as the young emperor, still dared to strike, signifying their complete allegiance to the Mu family, rather than to the Imperial Pulse Mountain-esque forces. Therefore, they all must perish. Sword, Gome. Yi Huang called out in a low voice. Immediately, the heavens trembled as a terrifying sword intent descended. A sword shadow materialized before him, followed by a second, a third, and then countless sword shadows enveloped him in a mesmerizing display. Surrounded by these ethereal sword forms, Yi Huang radiated an aura akin to a celestial swordsman. Furthermore, countless cultivators felt their spiritual swords quiver uncontrollably, yearning to flee. What manner of technique is this? Could it be the legendary sword control technique? But this is supposed to be a lost art. How could Yi Huang possess it? Onlookers were filled with disbelief. The oppressive sword intent now pervaded the entire Lord's mansion. Kill! Yi Huang uttered a single word. In that instant, innumerable sword shadows surged forth, sweeping in all directions. As the shadow of the sword swept through, it swiftly shattered the assault of the city guards. Subsequently, the blade's essence soared into the crowd, and with a series of muffled thuds, torrents of blood erupted into the sky. The ranks of the city's elite guards fell like chaff before the Reaper's scythe, each stroke of the sword capable of claiming 100 lives in the blink of an eye. At that moment, myriad sword shadows crisscrossed the heavens and the earth. Please, do not kill me. I surrender. Young Emperor, I was wrong. At last, the city guards crumbled, their legs giving way as they knelt in desperation, imploring Huang for mercy. Expressionless, Huang continued to manipulate the flying swords with his will. The sword chi surged forth, severing necks and sending heads rolling. In mere moments, 300,000 city guards lay lifeless. They had attempted to defend themselves with iron shields, but the sword chi pierced through instantly, striking their hearts. Even those who fled to the stone walls, hoping to shield themselves from the onslaught, found no refuge, as the sword chi sliced through the layers of stone, dispatching them mercilessly. In that instant, the once formidable city guards appeared as fragile as a colony of ants, crushed beneath a colossal foot, their entire battalion obliterated. All present were rendered speechless by Huang's terrifying swordsmanship. The city lord's residence lay in ruins, the indiscriminate assault of the flying swords having decimated all below the spirit saint realm. Once a bastion of 1,000,000 soldiers, teeming with masters, it now held but 3,000 spirit saints. Huang, how could you be so brutal? You are a demon. Your father possessed a benevolent heart. Mu Igriku, having finally regained consciousness, shouted vehemently. It is precisely my father's benevolence that has fostered you ungrateful wretches, who repay kindness with enmity and bring calamity upon the world. Such benevolence is of no use to me, Huang. I respect my father, yet do not hold me to his standard. I, Huang, walk my own path. By killing to end killing, with the sword in my hand, I shall carve out a clear and radiant world, Huang declared coldly. These words stirred the spirits of many, yet struck fear into the hearts of those who opposed him, rendering them acutely aware of the threat he posed. Mu Tianyun, upon hearing Huang's proclamation, was consumed by deeper rage. You little beast, there will be no future for you. Today, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. All saints, form ranks. Activate the city's defensive weapons and slay Huang. With Mu Yuntian's command, all spirit saints stepped forward, their hands weaving through the air as they directed their power towards a singular point. In the next instant, the heavens split apart, revealing a golden ancient bell. Golden Buddha bell, subdue the demons. The 3,000 spirit saints shouted in unison, their holy energies surging forth with utmost intensity. Pouring into the golden Buddha bell, the bell vibrated with a resonant hum, its surface inscribed with swirling runes that transformed into radiant beams of golden light, enveloping each spirit saint as if they were clad in suits of golden armor, their defenses formidable. This treasured artifact was forged by my father, specifically designed to protect the city of Qinghua. Now you dare to use it against me? You shall pay dearly. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Huang's eyes. How does it feel to perish beneath the very treasure your father crafted? Mu Tianyun laughed maniacally, convinced that Huang's demise was imminent. As the terrifying suppressive force of the golden Buddha ancient bell bore down upon him like a colossal mountain, all swords converge as one. Break! With a mere thought, Huang summoned countless sword shadows, coalescing into a massive sword that soared skyward. The sword's momentum blazed like a resplendent sun, aiming to rend the heavens and shatter the celestial bodies. Crack! The suppressive force of the golden Buddha ancient bell shattered, failing to constrain Huang. In that fleeting moment, the sword shadows transformed once more, exactly 3,000 in number. Go! 3,000 sword shadows surged toward the 3,000 spirit saints, one sword for each individual, no more, no less. With the golden bell as their shield, they concentrated their defenses. Buzz! The golden Buddha light radiated, intensifying around the 3,000 spirit saints, who were enveloped by an ethereal golden bell. Huang, this is the indestructible bell shield. Let us see how you shall break it. The 3,000 spirit saints proclaimed proudly. Yet, scarcely had the words left their lips when the 3,000 sword shadows arrived. Bang! Their vaunted indestructible bell shield crumbled instantaneously. With a piercing sound, the sword shadows penetrated their bodies, and the spirit saints glanced down to witness the terrifying sword intent within them. In the next heartbeat, that intent tore their bodies apart, blood mist scattering, remnants strewn across the ground. Yet, the 3,000 sword shadows did not dissipate. Instead, they reformed into a singular blade. Its tip aimed directly at the current lord of Qinghua City, Mu Tianyun. Father, save me! Mu Tianyun screamed in terror. Plop! His head exploded, pierced by the sword energy. Everything transpired with staggering swiftness, from Huang's strike against the 3,000 saints to the annihilation of Mu Tianyun, all within the blink of an eye. The onlookers barely had time to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Now, within the Lord's estate, only the solitary elder, Mu Yu, remained. For Mu Yu, the events of the day felt surreal, as though he were ensnared in a nightmarish dream. In the span of mere moments, his grandson, granddaughter, and son had perished. The entire estate reduced to a scene of carnage. Just moments ago, this place had been a bastion of fear. Now it had transformed into a hell on earth. You wretched beast, you have slaughtered my entire family and razed my home. I shall fight you to the bitter end. Mu Yu had completely lost his sanity. The power of an initial stage, 8th level spirit saint erupted as he ignited his essence and charged at Yi Huang with a desperate fervor. Yi Huang stood unmoving, rooted in place, commanding the sword with his mind. His soul was initially perfected, immensely powerful, and exceptionally suited for the ancient sword control technique. With just his first strike, he displayed overwhelming might. Whoosh! Confronted by the onslaught of Mu Yu, Yi Huang ceased to hold back, unleashing the full force of the ancient sword mastery. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through the center of Mu Yu's forehead, resulting in an instant demise. The entire realm fell into an eerie silence. All gazes were fixated in astonishment upon the youth standing before the gates of the Lord's manor. Alone with his sword, he stood resolute, having leveled the manor merely through the mastery of his swordsmanship. Among the witnesses were eminent figures, such as the 7th and 8th ancestors of the Chui family, formidable beings capable of surveying all around them. Yet, in the presence of this youth, they felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, as if they were mere ants. At this moment, the hearts of the Chui family members were engulfed in terror. The 7th and 8th ancestors privately rejoiced in their decision. Had they intervened the moment Yi Huang entered the city, even if the first ancestor of the Chui family had dispatched this youth, the family would have undoubtedly suffered grievous losses, possibly at the cost of their own lives. Having witnessed Yi Huang single-handedly flatten the Lord's manor, they no longer perceived a chance of triumph against him. It seemed that only those at the 9th tier of the Spirit Saint realm might stand a chance to contend with Yi Huang, while the 8th tier posed no threat whatsoever. 7th Ancestor, will Yi Huang next turn his wrath upon our Chui family? A master from the Chui family inquired. Breaking the heavy silence, a palpable fear swept across the faces of all present, thickening the atmosphere with tension. Though they believed the Chui family could ultimately vanquish Yi Huang, the reality of his command over swordsmanship loomed ominously. Even in defeat, should he unleash his sword techniques, he could still decimate countless members of the Chui family. Their survival was far from guaranteed. Yi Huang was but a solitary individual, and even he would eventually tire, having just obliterated the Lord's manor. He must have expended considerable energy and would not strike immediately. Moreover, it was anticipated that a powerful expert from the Murong family would soon arrive. Even if Yi Huang were to attack, what could he achieve in his current state? We need not fear him, declared the 7th ancestor, offering a semblance of reassurance to the Chui family. However, both the 7th and 8th ancestors harbored doubts in their hearts. Should Yi Huang indeed come forth, they resolved to retreat to the resting place of the first ancestor at the first opportunity. The Lord's manor now lay in ruins. Yi Huang remained at the site, not hastening his departure. The heavenly devouring cauldron within him was unleashing its devouring power, absorbing over 300,000 souls. The cauldron was beginning to manifest subtle changes. It could grow larger, and the demonic energy it radiated became increasingly formidable. Once activated, its might would surpass that experienced at the Imperial Vein Mountain by more than a fold. In addition, the ancient, rusted iron sword seemed to have absorbed the essence of blood, the rust now a vivid crimson, exuding an otherworldly aura. A gentle swing unleashed a flash of red light, fracturing the void. After the bloodshed, the worn iron sword indeed began to reveal its latent sharpness. However, Yi Huang believed that only when the rust was completely eradicated would the sword truly manifest its might. At present, both the sky-devouring cauldron and the ancient iron sword were far from showcasing their true powers. Furthermore, my ancient sword technique has reached a minor completion. Yi Huang sensed the enhancement of his strength. Various techniques can be classified into stages: novice, proficient, minor completion, major completion, perfection, and pinnacle. The ancient sword technique, having merely reached minor completion, already exhibited such formidable power, indicating an immeasurable potential for the future. Yi Huang intended to regard this technique as one of his primary paths for future enlightenment. Young master, where shall we go next? Gu Wani inquired. to annihilate the Chui family. Huang cast a glance into the void. He spoke without restraint, ensuring the members of the Chui family could hear his declaration. This sent a tremor through their hearts. It was clear Huang was intent on attacking the Chui family. The spies of the Chui family were nearly paralyzed with fear. They had already witnessed the terror of this harbinger of death, and if he were to assault the Chui family, it was likely that few would survive. Thus, upon hearing Huang's words, they promptly relayed the message back to the Chui family. However, there was no immediate rush. Let's wait a moment. I need to recover here. Wani, you all come down as well and see what treasures this city lord's mansion possesses. Feel free to gather them for the enhancement of your own strength. Yet Huang continued. Some ordinary resources no longer piqued Huang's interest. Nevertheless, for Gu Wani and the others, these were once coveted treasures for their cultivation. This included the great white cat, who could hardly fathom that following Huang would yield such benefits. Places like the city lord's mansion were replete with cultivation treasures, thereby significantly enhancing its strength. Brother Huang, why do the spirit stones turn to dust the moment I touch them? They are far too fragile. At this moment, Xiao Taohua was also busy seeking treasures of interest. She possessed an innate ability to effortlessly acquire the finest cultivation resources. But when she laid her hands on an exquisite pouch of spirit stones, they instantly disintegrated to ash. Huang refrained from informing Xiao Taohua about the formidable woman residing within her, who absorbed those precious spirit stones, leaving only a fraction for her. Instead, he merely stated, Xiao Taohua, the spiritual veins you have awakened will autonomously absorb the spiritual energy from the stones. Xiao Taohua beamed with joy upon hearing this, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she asked Huang, Brother Huang, if I absorb spiritual energy, will I also become stronger? Huang nodded, of course. But tell me, Xiao Taohua, why do you wish to grow stronger? With a contented smile, Xiao Taohua earnestly replied, because if I become stronger, I can help my brother defeat the bad guys and protect my parents. After saying this, she resumed her quest for cultivation resources. Huang observed the small figure with an inexplicable warmth blossoming in his heart. It dawned on him that in this world, he was not alone. On the other side, the spies of the Chui family finally came to their senses. Quickly, retract the previous message. Just say that Huang has no intention of heading to the Chui family. He is here to restore his spiritual energy. Yet, the earlier news had already been relayed, plunging the entire Chui family into chaos as they prepared for battle. Fear gripping them. Fools! Why not send back the latest information? The members of the Chui family felt as though they were being toyed with, but instead of anger, they sighed in relief. At least Huang had not yet descended upon their clan. This clearly reflected their fear of him. In the ruins of the city lord's mansion, Huang's consciousness delved into the space of the swallowing heaven cauldron. This battle had indeed drained him significantly. However, with the cauldron at his disposal, he could continuously draw upon spiritual energy, making it unlikely for him to reach the point of depletion. Moreover, through the cauldron, Huang's recovery was 1,000-fold faster than that of others. It seems my absorption of spiritual energy has accelerated. My bloodline has also strengthened. Could this be the effect of the primordial power? After absorption, does it subtly reshape and enhance my bloodline? As Huang introspected, he made a remarkable discovery. The energy sea within him remained boundless and infinite, with the spiritual energy in the sea becoming increasingly solidified, resembling a vast ocean of purple energy. Just as Huang engaged in his cultivation, the void above Xianxia city suddenly trembled. Shadows began to manifest in the heavens. They bore spiritual halos above their heads, akin to great suns suspended in the sky, emanating an astonishing aura. 3 spiritual halos, one radiating dazzling golden light, indicated the presence of ancestral-level beings. Heavens! A spiritual ancestor had descended upon Xianxia city. Countless cultivators gazed skyward, gasping in shock. Amid their exclamations, figures floated down, and as they approached the ground, their oppressive might grew ever more formidable. Instantly, the inhabitants of Xianxia city felt an overwhelming pressure, as if numerous mountains bore down upon them. Crack! Finally, countless cultivators could no longer bear the weight and fell to their knees. This was the oppressive might of the spiritual ancestors, and it was not just one, but a multitude. They deliberately radiated this power to compel the entire city into submission and reverence. Who were they? As countless cultivators knelt, prostrating themselves on the ground, they dared not raise their heads. To do so might risk breaking their necks. This was the terrifying might of the spiritual ancestors. It was the powerful figures of the Morong family who had arrived. The 7th and 8th ancestors of the Chui family felt relatively less affected and were able to look up. Upon seeing the descending figures, they rejoiced. Hearing this, the members of the Chui family displayed their elation, for it signified the impending doom of Huang, while the Chui family would remain unscathed and experience rebirth. Upon learning that the visitors were formidable figures from the Morong family, the people of Xianxia city gasped in disbelief. It turned out that the Chui family had refrained from acting because they were awaiting the arrival of the Morong family's great experts. Huang had slain the esteemed Lady Morong Ling Shuang of the Morong family, prompting the family to seek vengeance personally. For the dignity of the Morong name could not be tarnished. It seemed that the city Lord's residence was destined for misfortune. If only they could endure a little longer until the formidable experts from the Morong family arrived, all would be well. Today, Huang was fated to meet his demise. In Xianxia city, countless cultivators harbored such thoughts, most feeling a sense of regret, some even secretly supporting Huang. However, their strength was insignificant. They could barely protect themselves, let alone assist him. Seal the city. A commanding voice resonated throughout the city, imposing and authoritative. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Beneath the celestial canopy, numerous restraints descended, enveloping the entire Xianxia city in a shroud of prohibition, rendering it a forbidden zone where no one could enter or exit for the foreseeable future. This was a trap laid for Huang, leaving him no opportunity for escape. The Morong family was evidently serious this time. At last, the formidable experts of the Morong family, over 100 figures, descended upon the ruins of the city Lord's residence. As they landed, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them, the oppressive pressure dissipating, allowing them to finally stand upright. The moment the Morong experts descended, they actively released their spiritual pressure, suppressing the entire city, sending a clear message. Before the Morong family, everyone was but an ant. It was also a warning to all who stood with Huang. Only death awaited them. Soon, over 100 figures floated before Huang. The Morong family. No wonder the Chui family had refrained from intervening. They were waiting for this moment. A cold glint flashed in Huang's eyes. He harbored immense hatred for the Morong family. Years ago, his father had bestowed upon the Morong ancestor a kindness that was immeasurable, without his father's assistance. The Morong family would not have attained its current status as the foremost family in the realm. Huang, you have slain our esteemed lady and the heir of the Morong family. Your life and the lives of all within the Imperial Pulse Mountain shall serve as compensation. Today, we shall take your life. In the future, we shall annihilate the Imperial Pulse Mountain, proclaimed the leader of the Morong family, stepping forth to gaze coldly at Huang. The pressure emanating from this individual was terrifying. The gathered cultivators no longer needed to kneel, allowing them to finally discern the over 100 formidable experts of the Morong family. Good heavens! The weakest among them was at the preliminary 9th tier of the spiritual sage realm. Among them, there were 25 at the spiritual ancestor realm, 10 at the initial stage, 7 at the middle stage, 5 at the advanced stage, 2 at the perfected stage, and 1 at the pinnacle stage. If I am not mistaken, that pinnacle spiritual ancestor exuding the most formidable pressure must be named Murong Xiaofeng. He had once received guidance from the spiritual emperor and ascended to ancestor status in a single night. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Huang's gaze also fell upon Murong Xiaofeng. This was someone he had encountered before. At the age of 10, Huang had accompanied the spiritual emperor to the Morong family, where this individual had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th tier for many years without a breakthrough. Upon witnessing this, Huang's father had offered guidance and infused him with a strand of imperial breath, enabling him to ascend to the spiritual ancestor realm overnight, an event that had sparked a remarkable phenomenon, becoming a celebrated tale. Unexpectedly, this individual harbors treacherous ambitions, repaying kindness with enmity, and has personally come to take my life. What a remarkable figure, Murong Xiaofeng. To seek my demise today, you must come in person. My father truly misjudged you back then. Huang shook his head. How audacious. Huang, how dare you speak against my master? Kneel now and repent, acknowledging your sins, and you may yet be granted a swift end, leaving you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, you will endure 3,000 tortures, and your body shall be torn asunder, your bones ground to dust, exclaimed a formidable master of the 9th rank. A terrifying pressure bore down, yet Huang remained unaffected. However, the great white cat nearly collapsed, and Guwani spat blood, while surprisingly, Xiao Tao Hua felt no impact, nor did her parents. Just as the words left his mouth, his head was severed. With a mere thought, Yi Huang activated the ancient sword art. The sword's radiance flashed from the void, silent and undetectable. By the time anyone noticed, the head had already fallen, the body cold beyond measure. You dare to think that this ragtag group could kill me? Such arrogance. With a thought, Yi Huang unleashed a torrent of sword energy, swiftly slaying several more novices of the Murong family. The ancient iron sword trembled, emitting a strange blood-red glow, aimed directly at Murong Xiaofeng. Chapter 25. The celestial cauldron emerges, slaughtering the spirit ancestor. From decimating the 9th-rank novices to unleashing the eerie, blood-red glow of the ancient iron sword towards Murong Xiaofeng, the entire sequence transpired in an instant, seamlessly executed. Despite appearing to be at a grave disadvantage, with a singular strike, he reversed the tide, instantly seizing the initiative. In terms of momentum, he was not inferior to the multitude of Murong masters. Even the novices of the 9th rank fell before him. Yi Huang, just how formidable is he? What are the limits of his power? The recently arrived elders of the Chui family, the 7th and 8th, gazed in horror at the scene unfolding before them, their hearts gripped by chill. Yet, there was a tinge of relief. Had Yi Huang sought to annihilate the Chui family earlier, they would likely now be among the dead. Fortunately, the Murong masters had arrived to shield them. Perhaps the Chui family could evade this calamity. Now, the Chui family was truly terrified, utterly unwilling to confront Yi Huang. Clang! The blood-red sword radiance struck forth. Murong Xiaofeng surprisingly managed to block it. A glove appeared in his hand, crafted from a mysterious metal, successfully halting the sword's advance, leaving only a shallow mark upon its surface. Initially, Murong Xiaofeng's eyes widened in shock, only to be followed by unrestrained elation as he fixated greedily upon the ancient iron sword in Yi Huang's grasp. What a splendid sword! They all claimed you possessed an iron sword comparable to a celestial artifact. I was skeptical at the time. Yet, even my astonishingly defensive ancestral-grade spirit-destroying glove has been marked by it. How can I not believe now? This sword, not yet fully restored, possesses such strength. I cannot begin to fathom its power once it is completely revived. Yi Huang, I shall take the sword that you wield, along with the secrets that you possess, such as the black cauldron and the swordsmanship techniques. Once you fall into my grasp, I shall have ample means to extract them from you. Murong Xiaofeng fixated his gaze upon Yi Huang, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. This time, their purpose extended beyond mere vengeance for Murong Ling Shuang and Murong Ling Tian. Most crucially, it was to acquire everything Yi Huang possessed before extinguishing his life. Once in possession of these treasures, the Murong clan would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Yi Huang appeared remarkably composed. His recent strike was merely a test. As he had anticipated, the peak of the first-tier spiritual ancestor was indeed formidable, not so easily vanquished. You desire my sword? Before that, I shall claim your lives. Yi Huang now unleashed the full extent of his 9th-tier spiritual sovereign prowess, wielding the ancient swordsmanship with unrelenting force. His intent was clear: to eliminate his foes in a systematic manner, from the weakest to the strongest. The ancient swordsmanship proved to be unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, several more of the Murong clan's 9th-tier spiritual saints were slain. This outcome was unforeseen by the assembly of Murong's esteemed experts. They had assumed their arrival would promptly conclude the battle and secure Yi Huang's capture. Yet, the struggle persisted. The Murong clan was nothing extraordinary. The title of the world's foremost clan was about to change hands. Yi Huang, simulate hafti. Do you truly think you can fathom the depths of my Murong family's heritage? Had it not been for Ling Shuang's hasty decision to withdraw from the engagement without informing the clan, thus lacking the accompaniment of a spiritual ancestor, do you believe you could have slain her? If it were not for our young master's reckless venture into Duan Humin, you would not have had this opportunity. Yi Huang, do not presume that by vanquishing a few juniors of my Murong clan, you have become invincible. Such ignorance is laughable in the extreme. Murong Xiaofeng stood aside, coldly mocking. He refrained from engaging, merely observing with disdain. Even the demise of his clan's 9th-tier spiritual saints did not perturb him. Though he verbally belittled Yi Huang, dismissing him as foolish, his inner thoughts betrayed a more vigilant demeanor. He noted that Yi Huang had consistently relied on a decrepit iron sword, with the black cauldron yet to be employed. That must be his trump card. Only by forcing him to utilize the cauldron and gauging its might could he consider striking. Otherwise, it would be too precarious. Muron Chiao Feng mused cautiously. Even if several of his clan's top experts perished, he remained indifferent, as long as he could discern Huang's true capabilities. The death of a companion is inconsequential if one's own life is spared. Mu Rong Xiaofeng was unconcerned as long as he remained unharmed. You do not strike? Are you intending to use them as fodder to gauge my strength, preparing for your ultimate strike? Mu Rong Xiaofeng, you remain as despicable as ever. But is it effective? Today, your fate is sealed. There is but one outcome for you all, and that is death. At this moment, Huang had fully unleashed the ancient swordsmanship, engaging in a fierce battle with a multitude of formidable Murong masters. You insolent wretch, your arrogance is intolerable. Allow me to end your life. At this juncture, 10 initial-tier spirit ancestors sprang into action. Huang skazes sharpened, and the dilapidated iron sword in his hand was pushed to its limits. A bizarre blood-red radiance surged forth, repelling each of them one by one. Do you desire to witness the might of the Black Cauldron? Very well, as you wish. Huang declared in a deep voice. Behind him, a torrent of demonic energy erupted, and a black cauldron materialized, emanating an overwhelming aura of darkness. The cauldron, now larger than when it had been at the Imperial Vein Mountain, bore mysterious runes that danced like tadpoles, densely packed and shimmering with a chilling light. Go subdue them. With a flick of his mind, the black cauldron soared into the air, its myriad runes bursting forth with dark radiance, trailing an elongated stream of black flames, akin to a shooting star with the power to shatter mountains. Boom! The black cauldron crashed down. Each of the 9th-tier spirit saints desperately attempted to resist. Layers of holy light manifesting around them, and 3 holy spirit rings activated to their fullest extent, shielding their bodies. Yet all efforts were in vain. The cauldron seemed to harbor the strength of countless forces. As it descended, it resembled an ancient mountain falling, and before the Murong spirit saints could react, their defensive barriers shattered instantaneously. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, all 9-tier spirit saints were suppressed into mere pools of blood. Their souls transformed into the runes adorning the cauldron, utterly extinguished. Witnessing this, the crowd finally grasped the terror of the Black Cauldron. Huang's worn iron sword and ancient swordsmanship were already astonishing, but now the emergence of this cauldron, instantly annihilating over 100 9th-tier spirit saints, felt like a surreal dream. When did the 9th-tier spirit saints become so feeble, akin to ants, crushed effortlessly by Huang? The onlookers found it hard to accept this reality. For them, 9th-tier spirit saints were beings of unattainable heights, rarely encountered. Yet Huang dispatched them as easily as slicing through vegetables. The 7th and 8th ancestors of the Chui family were merely 8th-tier spirit saints. Previously, they had entertained the notion of defeating Huang with their own strength. But now, reflecting on it, they found the thought laughable. Huang possessed the capacity to flatten the Chui family entirely. Even summoning the first ancestor of the Chui family would be of no avail. Huang was utterly terrifying. A battle once deemed without suspense was now rife with uncertainty. Murong Xiaofeng might not necessarily emerge victorious. The 7th ancestor of the Chui family and others harbored thoughts they had never entertained before. The Holy Ones had perished. Next, the slaughter of ancestors. Huang wielded the dilapidated iron sword in one hand and raised the black cauldron with the other, his entire being enveloped in an eerie interplay of red and black energies, rendering him even more bizarre and fearsome. Go! Huang struck the black cauldron with his palm. Buzz! The cauldron trembled, shattering the void, and instantaneously appeared before the 10 initial-tier spirit ancestors. Retreat. 10 individuals retreated in haste, unwilling to withstand the onslaught. They had already experienced the terror of the cauldron. Yet, as they took a step back, an endless tide of black runes surged forth from the ground, ensnaring their feet as if myriad hands were grasping them, anchoring them in place. No! Save me! They cried in panic. But the black cauldron came crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 One after another, bodies erupted, and the 10 members of the Murong clan, all novice spirit ancestors, perished in an instant. Huang, wielding the devouring cauldron, was utterly invincible. How long had it been? The formidable experts of the Murong clan had arrived less than 100 breaths ago, and now only a mere handful remained. Many found it difficult to accept this grim reality. Huang was merely a pinnacle 9th-tier spirit sovereign, yet he now slaughtered as if transcending 2 major realms. This was beyond their comprehension. Attack together. Hold nothing back. The remaining spirit ancestors commanded gravely. Thus, 14 first-tier spirit ancestors, ranging from mid to perfected realms, unleashed their mightiest strike against Huang. Defend. With a flicker of thought, Huang summoned the black cauldron above his head, cascading layers of dark light. The assaults from the 14 spirit ancestors shattered upon contact with the black light, failing to inflict the slightest harm upon Huang. Subdue. The cauldron retaliated, descending from the heavens with a heavy pressure. The 14 spirit ancestors braced against the onslaught with all their strength, momentarily managing to hold back the cauldron suppression, albeit barely. However, having committed their full effort to holding the cauldron, they could no longer divert their attention to other actions. But Huang could. In that moment, he moved. The reverse dragon 9 steps shattered the fabric of space and time. With a single step, he appeared high above the firmament. The instant he vanished, Murong Xiao Feng struck. But his attack went awry. He had believed this to be the perfect opportunity to strike. Yet he could not have anticipated Huang executing such a technique at that moment. Nearly instantaneous, he had disappeared from his original position, making it no wonder that Murong Xiaofeng's strike missed. The reverse dragon 9 steps shattered the clouds. In the sky, Huang took another step towards the cauldron. Not good. Elder Xiaofeng, help. They gazed up at Huang, descending from the heavens, the 14 spirit ancestors feeling the imminent threat to their lives, desperately calling for Murong Xiaofeng's assistance. At that moment, Murong Xiaofeng hovered in the sky, coldly observing the scene below. Your deaths are warranted. You shall become heroes of the Murong clan, venerated in the ancestral hall, receiving eternal tributes from the Murong kin. As he spoke, 5 gems of varying hues floated behind him, slotting into the 5 recesses of his spirit-extinguishing gloves. These gloves were but imitations, rumored to replicate an unparalleled artifact. If the 5 elemental spirit crystals could be gathered into the recesses, they would unleash a world-ending strike. Although this replica crafted by Murong Xiaofeng may be an imitation, the infusion of 5 distinct attributes of spiritual crystals within it enables the unleashing of astonishing quintuple strikes. This attack is an indiscriminate lethal maneuver. Huang could sense it. Yet, he remained merciless, stamping his foot upon the colossal black cauldron. A terrifying force erupted. Crack! The defenses of the 14 spiritual ancestors, who were struggling in the first tier of the middle realm, shattered first. Subsequently, their bodies erupted into a puddle of flesh. The annihilation palm. Simultaneously, Murong Xiaofeng floated in the sky, his hand clad in the annihilation gloves, descending with a powerful strike. The heavens and earth trembled, as a handprint imbued with 5 types of spiritual power expanded infinitely, crashing down upon Huang. Boom! A tantôt explosion ressounded. The earth was imprinted with a massive handprint. Huang vanished from sight. Everyone presumed he had perished. For Murong Xiaofeng's blow had reached the pinnacle level of the second-tier spiritual ancestor. No matter how exceptional Huang was, he could not withstand an attack from a peak second-tier spiritual ancestor. However, as the dust settled, a figure emerged, hovering above the black cauldron, coldly observing Murong Xiaofeng. In that fleeting moment, Huang had entered the space within the cauldron, allowing it to absorb the impact of the strike. Then he emerged in an instant. No one could discern the trick. Yet the fact remained that Huang had survived this lethal blow. Everyone was left in shock. Did you sacrifice your own kin for this futile strike? Huang, Molkit Majesty. Chapter 26. The Majestic Might of Heaven, Guided by the Sword. Murong Xiaofeng's countenance darkened profoundly. This time, in his descent upon Qingshan City to eliminate Huang, he had meticulously calculated every aspect, ensuring absolute success. Yet the outcome was thus. Indeed, sometimes human calculations pale in comparison to fate. Faced with Huang's merciless mockery, Murong Xiaofeng endeavored to maintain his composure, striving not to lose his rationality. In such a moment of impulsiveness, things could only spiral further into chaos. Huang, do you wish to know about the circumstances of the outer battlefield and the spiritual saints and ancestors of the Imperial Pulse Mountain? At that time, I was fortunate enough to partake in the operation to thwart their return, ensuring they missed their chance. Murong Xiaofeng suddenly spoke. So, what you imply is that our spiritual saints and ancestors of the Imperial Pulse Mountain had an opportunity to return, but you obstructed it. Huang, hearing this secret for the first time, felt a jolt in his heart and coldly inquired, how could I possibly prevent it? This operation involved the participation of 9 families. I am but one branch of the Murong clan. At that time, the spiritual emperor acted, single-handedly fending off millions of malevolent spirits to secure a chance for the spiritual saints and ancestors of the Imperial Pulse Mountain to return. However, the 9 families intervened, obliterating that opportunity, leaving them forever stranded in the outer battlefield. Therefore, Huang, do you truly believe that you alone can defy fate? It is better to descend and reunite with your parents. A family should be whole and harmonious. Ultimately, a faint smirk of cunning satisfaction appeared at the corners of Murong Xiaofeng's mouth. He had just initiated a conversation about matters of interest to Yi Huang, revealing certain secrets, all with the ulterior motive of delaying Yi Huang's actions, allowing him to set up his lethal strategy. Now, that strategy was complete. Yi Huang was doomed. In the course of their dialogue, Murong Xiaofeng executed a forbidden killing technique, Heavenly Thunder Kill. He casually scattered the activated thunder talismans around Yi Huang. Draw forth the thunder talismans, explode. Murong Xiaofeng bellowed. The void surrounding Yi Huang instantly solidified. Boom! Above the firmament, calamity clouds gathered, and endless bolts of lightning, imbued with annihilation power, surged towards Yi Huang, engulfing him in an instant. Yi Huang, this is the Heavenly Thunder Kill, capable of obliterating even a 3rd-tier spiritual ancestor. You, a mere 9th-tier spiritual dignitary, will be reduced to ashes beneath this tempest of thunder. Murong Xiaofeng proclaimed with triumph. Is this it? Are you merely tickling me? At that moment, a voice resonated. Then, everyone witnessed Yi Huang slowly emerging from the tempest of lightning, completely unharmed, with arcs of electricity coursing over his body. What is happening? Everyone was taken aback, especially Murong Xiaofeng, whose face was filled with horror. Apologies, but such levels of thunder are ineffective against me. Yi Huang casually flicked away an arc of electricity and replied nonchalantly, having spent 16 years within a layer of space in the cauldron. Yi Huang's soul had continuously been tempered by the heavenly tribulation lightning in the thunder pool, and his physical body had likewise absorbed the power of lightning, endowing it with formidable resistance. The thunder summoned by Murong Xiaofeng was indeed powerful in the eyes of the world, but it was trivial compared to that of the thunder pool within the cauldron. This time, Murong Xiaofeng had miscalculated, inadvertently kicking a steel plate. Damn it! How can such a prodigy exist in this world? My methods are exhausted. If I remain, I shall face peril. No, I must leave this place swiftly. At this moment, Murong Xiaofeng could no longer maintain his composure, his mind racing with thoughts of retreat. Nevertheless, he still suppressed his urge to flee and said to Yi Huang, since we have reached this juncture, today it shall be either your death or mine. Murong Xiaofeng was entirely prepared to risk his life, ready to perish alongside Yi Huang. His essence burned, his aura surging with astonishing speed. Murong Xiaofeng was determined to fight with all his might. A breathtaking battle was about to unfold. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Kill! At that moment, Murong Xiaofeng let out a furious roar, abruptly retreating and racing toward the city's outskirts. You heard correctly. Murong Xiaofeng was retreating. He was fleeing for his life. Everything prior had been an illusion, all the groundwork laid for this very moment. Burning his essence was intended to enhance his speed during his escape. However, his performance was so superb that it deceived everyone. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for such audacious maneuvers. Among them, Yi Huang floated high above, his expression tranquil. Without my permission, do you think you can escape? He stated calmly. Yet, if you insist on departing, I shall return a thunderbolt as a token of my regard. Yi Huang's voice was indifferent as he formed a sword gesture, pointing his blade towards the heavens. Softly intoning, from the celestial realms, transform into divine thunder, magnificent in its celestial might, guided by this sword. In an instant, tumultuous calamity, thunder rumbled from the heavens, all converging upon the dilapidated iron sword in Yi Huang's grasp. He then gently pointed the sword towards Murong Xiaofeng. No, Murong Xiaofeng had already dashed to the city gates, and with the aid of a forbidden artifact, he could breach the confines of the restricted space, an escape route he had prepared for himself. Yet in that moment, he realized he would not make it in time. The torrential calamity thunder, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, surged forth, engulfing him entirely in an instant. This was the celestial sword's thunder control technique. How could it possibly fall into mortal hands for you to wield? Murong Xiaofeng's heart was filled with confusion. Then, in despair and resentment, he was reduced to ashes. At that moment, A hint of pallor crossed Yi Huang's face. The celestial sword's thunder control technique was indeed formidable. Yet the spiritual energy required to wield it was immense and not easily summoned. In this battle, Yi Huang had nearly exhausted his spiritual energy. Fortunately, he emerged victorious, having slaughtered every formidable member of the Murong clan, leaving none alive. The outcome of this battle had already sealed the fate of Xianxia City. While the spatial constraints remained, it was time to extinguish the Cui family as well. With a mere thought, Yi Huang enlarged the dilapidated iron sword, transforming it into a flying sword upon which he stood. With a swift motion, he soared through the air, landing before the Cui family estate. This time, Yi Huang had truly come to kill. The scouts cried out in terror. As soon as his voice fell, his head was severed. Yi Huang, wielding the dilapidated iron sword, stepped resolutely into the Cui residence. Yi Huang, how could he arrive so swiftly? There is no escape. Xianxia City is enveloped in spatial restrictions, and we have no avenues left, the Cui family lamented in despair. Yi Huang's demeanor was icy, his heart devoid of mercy. His initial purpose in coming to Xianxia City was to annihilate the Cui family, and now it had culminated in their final destruction. The Cui family, in Yi Huang's eyes, appeared exceedingly weak, utterly fragile. Since death is inevitable, let us fight. The Cui family members shouted defiantly. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Yet, scarcely had their voices faded when sword light pierced their brows, causing their heads to explode. Yi Huang executed the ancient sword control technique. No one could rival the speed of his flying sword. Demon. Yi Huang, you are a demon. How can you so ruthlessly slaughter the innocent? The Cui family cried out in terror. With a swift series of strikes, the sword light mercilessly carved through their throats. Yi Huang advanced step by step into the depths of the Cui family estate. Wherever he passed, corpses lay strewn about, and rivers of blood flowed. In a short while, Yi Huang arrived at the innermost depths of the Cui family's forbidden ground, where the 7th and 8th ancestors had long since fled. Upon witnessing Yi Huang's approach, their faces turned ashen. Yi Huang, we can submit to you as your servants, at your beck and call. The 7th ancestor of the Cui family stammered. The fact that an 8th-tier spirit sage was so frightened by him showcased the terrifying presence Yi Huang held in their eyes. You have betrayed my father. How could I possibly accept you as servants? Yi Huang declared, I am a man of clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity. I repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance, uprooting the source. The notion of moderation held no sway here. With a swift stroke of his sword, the head of the 8th ancestor fell. He continued to strike, decimating the remaining ancestors of the Cui family. None among them were innocent. The 9 clans had conspired to obstruct the return of the spirit sage and spirit ancestor of the imperial vein, and thus, the dogs of those 9 clans could not be absent from this reckoning. All present had participated in this treachery. Furthermore, they had forbidden all matters related to the Spirit Emperor. Their entire lineage deserved extermination. At last, Yi Huang directed his sword towards the 7th ancestor of the Cui family, the last living member remaining. Yi Huang, you have forced my hand. Ancestors awaken. The 7th ancestor of the Cui family retreated rapidly, simultaneously shattering a jade slip. In the next instant, wooden coffins within the forbidden ground erupted, and spectral figures emerged, exuding an ominous aura of death. Here lie the 361 ancestors of the Cui family. In their final moments, they willingly transformed into corpses, nurturing their death energy through secret techniques, immortal for a millennium. Now they fight instinctively, devoid of pain, impervious to death. Only by slaying the intruders will they return to slumber, the 7th ancestor proclaimed. Yi Huang regarded the 361 ancestors of the Cui family with an unchanging expression. Corpses, death energy? Would summoning them allow for absorption? A thought stirred within him. He then focused his consciousness into the first layer of his cauldron space. You emerge. Yi Huang hoisted a stone coffin, which had long resided within that layer, containing a man clad in black. He appeared neither alive nor dead, having tempered himself within the cauldron's inner space for 16 years. This black-clad figure was Yi Huang's sole companion, and the only being with whom he conversed, albeit he was always the one speaking. The coffin bore the ancient character for ghost, hence he named him you. Yi Huang had observed you, sensing that he had been accumulating death energy. Once a sufficient amount had gathered, he might awaken. The words of the 7th ancestor had invoked thoughts of you, prompting Yi Huang to summon him forth to devour this death energy. Just then, Yi Huang suddenly became motionless. the seventh ancestor of the Chui family, believing he had instilled fear, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Yi Huang, have you finally succumbed to fear? The aura of death surrounds the area, a warning for the living to keep their distance. No matter how great your powers may be, you will find yourself unable to wield them here. Your demise is imminent, proclaimed the seventh ancestor of the Chui family with glee. As the spectral corpses lunged toward Yi Huang, he remained unervingly still, much to the delight of the seventh ancestor. However, in the next moment, a stone coffin materialized in Yi Huang's hands. With a sweeping motion, he dispatched the approaching corpses, sending them flying as they were consumed by a dark entity. Commanding with intention, a wondrous scene unfolded. The coffin opened, and the specter emerged, cloaked in black and eyes closed. His presence was akin to the arrival of a dark king, inducing tremors of fear among the spectral beings. As the specter advanced with a gentle grace, each step caused the corpses to disintegrate, merging into an essence of death that flowed into him. In no time, all 361 corpses had been eradicated, and the deathly aura of the Chui family's domain was entirely devoured. The specter retreated to the coffin, which closed and vanished, returning to the inner sanctum of the cauldron. Yi Huang stood in astonishment, gazing at the sole survivor, the seventh ancestor of the Chui family. What does this mean? Is the specter proclaiming that the dead belong to him, while the living are mine? Such a clear distinction. Yi Huang felt a mix of disbelief and amusement as he gently wielded his sword. With a swift motion, the head of the trembling seventh ancestor rolled to the ground. Chapter 27. Yi Huang's urgency. Just as Yi Huang obliterated the Chui family, Guwani, Zaidawawa, and their companions arrived riding the great white cat. Their master's prowess was astonishing. The swiftness with which he annihilated the family was truly terrifying. Gazing upon the battlefield littered with corpses, Guwani marveled inwardly. Yet, considering Yi Huang's mastery of the ancient sword technique, her astonishment was tempered. After all, if he were to unleash the ancient sword technique without restraint, the annihilation would indeed occur in the blink of an eye. The Chui family, steeped in malevolence, had finally met their end. Master, what are your plans now? Guwani inquired, her voice brimming with delight. The fall of the Chui family brought her immense joy, given that the academy had been destroyed by them. For the next few days, we shall remain in Xianxia City. The Chui family's estate will serve as our temporary refuge. Allow me to tidy up a bit. Yi Huang replied, his mind focused as the swallowing cauldron flew forth, unleashing its formidable power. This time, it not only consumed their souls but also absorbed their bodies, refining them into death energy for the specter to assimilate. Though meager, it was better than nothing. In no time, all remnants of the Chui family had been cleared away. There should be plenty of treasures here. You may search and collect as you please. Now go forth, Yi Huang instructed Guwani, Zaidawawa, and the great white cat. Brother Yi Huang, I shall go at once, exclaimed Zaidawawa, the most eager among them, as she hurried away. She reaped significant rewards within the Lord's manor. Acutely aware of her burgeoning strength, Yi Huang discerned that Xiao Taohua had unknowingly ascended to the 9th-tier spirit master realm. How long had it been since she genuinely commenced her cultivation? Barely a day, perhaps. Yi Huang was secretly astonished by Xiao Taohua's extraordinary potential. If she had reached such heights, one could only imagine the terrifying power of the woman residing within her. However, Yi Huang refrained from voicing his thoughts. Xiao Taohua's current state was quite commendable. As for the woman within her, as long as she posed no threat to Xiao Taohua, it was of little concern. Should she become a danger, regardless of her background, Yi Huang would inevitably suppress her in the future. I too have departed. Guwani and the great white cat have also left, all eager to enhance their strength. In the current circumstances, it was akin to utilizing all the resources of the Chui family and the Lord's manor to support just a few individuals. After their departure, Yi Huang remained in the forbidden grounds of the Chui family to recuperate and cultivate. Following a relentless journey of battle and bloodshed, he required a moment of tranquility to deeply contemplate what secrets lay beneath the Chui family estate. Suddenly, Yi Huang opened his eyes. He had just sensed a faint connection between the swallowing heaven cauldron and the subterranean depths. This sensation was exceedingly subtle. Had he not been one with the cauldron, he would have remained oblivious to it. Could there be hidden secrets below? Yi Huang recalled a legend surrounding Xianxia City. It was said that Xianxia City was ancient, possessing a prehistoric treasure that vanished within its confines, never to be seen again despite the efforts of countless formidable figures who delved deep into the earth, yielding no results. If that fabled treasure truly existed, then the swallowing heaven cauldron was indeed extraordinary, capable of sensing even this. Huang musit. Nevertheless, he was not in haste to seek treasure. Instead, he continued to meditate and cultivate, striving to restore himself. Only by achieving his peak condition could he approach treasure hunting with greater assurance. After 16 years of refinement within the cauldron space, Huang's mental state had become remarkably robust. He would not allow a mere artifact to disturb his tranquility. The forbidden grounds were enveloped in profound silence. Time passed swiftly as he meditated. A day and a night seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Just as Huang was about to conclude his cultivation, an ominous sense of danger suddenly surged from within. Yet he did not open his eyes, remaining in his meditative state as if unaware of any anomaly. Caution! A feminine voice pierced through the air, accompanied by a flying sword slicing through the void behind Huang. With a swift motion, crimson liquid splattered from the now diminished void, and a severed body fell to the ground. Huang's eyes flew open, revealing the presence of an exceptionally beautiful woman standing silently, exuding an ethereal grace. Though his 9 fiancées were renowned beauties within the spirit realm, they paled in comparison to her luminescence. This was a ghostly specter capable of invisibility, stealthily approaching to deliver death. Yet, she was under someone's control, as Lin Kaiwei explained. Huang, however, paid little heed to the enigmatic presence, for he had long sensed its existence. Even if Lin Kaiwei refrained from intervening, he could annihilate at the moment it made a move. His focus was primarily on Lin Kaiwei. Among the 2 individuals who have been shadowing me lately, one must be you. You are not the fleeting figure I encountered that day on the ancient street. Your aura is distinctly different, Huang remarked, casting his gaze upon Lin Kaiwei. In his heart, he had already formed a judgment. He had been aware of Lin Kaiwei's surveillance, yet, sensing no ill intent from her, he had deemed it unnecessary to expend time in uncovering her identity. Huang believed that whether she was friend or foe, her motives were clear. She would inevitably reveal herself, just as she did at this moment. Upon hearing Huang's words, Lin Kaiwei was taken aback, her understanding crystallizing instantaneously. She had initially believed that she had everything under control, only to realize that it was Huang who held the reins. Greetings, Huang. I am Lin Kaiwei, hailing from the outer small world. Lin Kaiwei swiftly adjusted her mindset. Initially, she regarded Huang with a hint of condescension, thinking that no matter how gifted one might be in the spirit realm, limitations were inevitable. After all, they had never ventured beyond this realm and were entirely unaware of the vastness of the world beyond, their knowledge and experiences confined to this locale. Thus, she had initially viewed Huang from a somewhat superior position. However, at this moment, she had entirely recalibrated her perception, treating him as an equal. Remarkably, the more extraordinary Huang appeared, the more delighted she became. Outer small world? I must admit, I do not fully grasp what you mean, Miss Lin. Huang, though somewhat familiar with the concept, sought to glean more comprehensive insights from Lin Kaiwei. Before we proceed, I wish to clarify my stance. I come in pursuit of collaboration. Harvarding nomadis. She continued, allow me to recount my origins. Beyond the spirit realm, there exist numerous small worlds, such as my own outer small world. In addition, there are realms like Dongtian, Fudi, Yujing, the dragon palace beneath the sea, and the realm of puppet cultivators, all of which are interconnected to the spirit realm through passages that typically open every century, allowing one individual to enter or exit with certain cultivation restrictions in place. However, this time is unlike any other. The spirit realm, having slumbered for countless ages, is on the cusp of a magnificent resurgence, with the primordial celestial palace set to re-emerge in the world. At that time, all the small worlds, and even beings from beyond the realms, will covet the primordial celestial palace, an opportunity no one will dare to overlook. Thus, once the primordial celestial palace manifests, the spirit realm will become the brightest star in the heavens, drawing all beings toward it. The present world is on the brink of an unprecedented transformation, as the seals between various realms gradually loosen and become ineffective. With the passage of time, an increasing number of individuals from lesser realms will descend into the spiritual domain, strategically positioning themselves to vie for the opportunities presented by the primordial celestial palace. In the near future, the entire landscape of the spiritual realm is destined to be rewritten. Lin Kaiwei spoke in a flurry of secrecy, while Huang listened intently, absorbing the weight of this information, his expression growing ever more solemn. How formidable are those who descend from your lesser realms? Huang posed the most pivotal question. Currently, only those of my caliber can descend. However, due to the constraints imposed by this spiritual realm, we are only able to wield the power of ninth-tier spiritual ancestors. Of course, were there no limitations. Even a spiritual emperor would appear as mere ants in our eyes. Moreover, as time progresses, the strength of those who can descend will only increase, and the powers we can unseal will multiply. After all, for the time being, lesser realms are considered to exist at a higher tier than the spiritual domain. To attain immortality, one must first transition into our lesser realm, thus gaining the opportunity to embark on the path of ascension, forge an immortal body, and condense an immortal soul, ultimately achieving true transcendence. Lin Kaiwei articulated without reservation. Are you suggesting that the ascension of a spiritual emperor does not lead to the immortal realm, but rather to a lesser realm? Huang's gazes sharpened, revealing his surprise at this revelation. Indeed, if a spiritual emperor from your realm successfully ascends, they will randomly enter one of the lesser realms. In our outer lesser realm alone, there are over 1,000 spiritual emperors who have arrived. Those who have just ascended are considered relatively weak in our realm. Yet their innate talents remain the finest of each generation from the spiritual domain. Thus, upon entering the lesser realm, they experience remarkable growth, with the majority still standing as paragons among men. Perhaps, when the primordial celestial palace manifests, many former spiritual emperors will return, inevitably igniting a dazzling clash of brilliance. Lin Kaiwei spoke candidly, leaving no stone unturned. Before departing, Lin Kaiwei informed Huang of the extraordinary nature of the spiritual realm. For instance, the forthcoming Immortal Ascension Conference will require a representative from the spiritual domain to qualify for participation, and she has identified herself as a potential ally, hoping to team up with him to secure a place in the conference and gain early access to the immortal realm. Huang did not immediately acquiesce, but assured Lin Kaiwei that if collaboration were to occur, he would solely seek her partnership, eschewing others from the lesser realms. The individual who has been tracking you hails from the puppet cultivation lesser realm. He appears to possess knowledge of your black cauldron and seeks to acquire it. Yet he's also deeply wary of it. The incident with Mu Yi was orchestrated by him to test you, and today's ghostly specter was also his doing. Thus, you must remain vigilant against this individual. Huang, you must strive to grow stronger swiftly, for only then can you secure your position in the upcoming competition for opportunities and stand out among countless prodigies, ultimately vying for the most resplendent path to immortality in this lifetime. Lin Kaiwei cautioned as she took her leave. Moreover, she has pressing matters to attend to and must leave Huang for a while. After Lin Kaiwei's departure, Huang fell into deep contemplation, instilled with a sense of urgency. The spirit realm, it turns out, is merely the most primitive of worlds, and to the spirit emperor, they are but mere ants. In light of this, it is imperative that I strengthen myself swiftly. Fortunately, despite the tumultuous upheaval within the spirit realm, powerful talents will gradually emerge. However, this place will serve as a buffer, as their cultivation will be suppressed upon entering. I still have time, yet it is all too fleeting. I shall now embark on a quest for the legendary primordial treasure. Resolute in his thoughts, Huang immediately set forth, guided by the resonance of the swallowing heaven cauldron, to a shadowy underground cave entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the abyss. Chapter 28. The White Turtle Carries Longevity. The cave was exceedingly dark and cramped, winding like a labyrinthine burrow crafted by spirit mice. Any ordinary individual would scarcely believe that treasures lay hidden beneath. Indeed, it was a tunnel forged by the spirit mice. Had they not inadvertently breached the cavern leading to the treasure, even the swallowing heaven cauldron would not have sensed its presence. Were it not for Huang's ability to perceive an increasingly potent resonance emanating from the cauldron, he would have retreated long ago, deterred by the myriad paths branching off in all directions within the cave. In such circumstances, it would be implausible for anyone to suspect that treasures were concealed below. Relying solely on the cauldron's guidance, Huang would find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the correct path forward. Moreover, as he descended deeper, Huang felt his spirit increasingly stifled by an enigmatic force, constraining the range of his perception. This indicated the presence of a divine prohibition, thwarting any mental probing. It was no wonder that even formidable beings who had descended here had discovered nothing. At this juncture, Huang found himself increasingly convinced that this was indeed the fabled primordial treasure. As he ventured further, the resonance from the swallowing heaven cauldron intensified. Unimpeded by the divine prohibition, the closer he drew, the clearer the sensation became. At last, sensing the powerful aura emanating from the cauldron, Huang realized he had arrived at his destination. Before him, the once opaque darkness gave way to a vast, subterranean expanse. This place must have once housed a grand palace. Now, however, the palace seemed to have vanished, leaving the space desolate. As Huang surveyed the immense underground chamber, he engaged in analytical reasoning. Even if someone were to stumble upon this place, it would be exceedingly unlikely they would unearth any treasure. No wonder, throughout the endless ages, no one had managed to find it, allowing it to slip in a legend. No one had come here since, as the treasure lay concealed even deeper below. From the swallowing heaven cauldron, Huang sensed that the source of the aura was situated beneath this subterranean space. Are there mechanisms at play? Huang's gaze began to wander throughout the underground realm, keenly observing his surroundings. However, upon discovering this barren underground space, Huang found nothing remarkable. The level stone floor and the uneven stone walls surrounding him offered little of interest. Even if there were hidden mechanisms, they would likely be difficult to discern. Suddenly, amidst his fruitless search, he heard a peculiar sound. Huang swiftly moved towards it and beheld a white spirit mouse, clutching a spirit stone in its mouth. Standing upright like a human, its hind legs were positioned oddly, while its forepaws manipulated the stone with an uncanny dexterity, seemingly channeling a unique technique. As the spiritual energy from the stone continuously infused into the white spirit mouse, its fur began to shimmer, almost radiating light. Was this creature cultivating? A spirit mouse engaged in cultivation? Huang was taken aback. He concealed his presence and form, opting to observe from the shadows. After a brief interval, akin to the duration of a tea ceremony, the spirit stone in the mouse's grasp disintegrated into dust. Only then did it cease its practice and proceed forward, nimbly climbing to a protruding stone, where it pressed a paw gently. With a resounding rumble, a stone door emerged from the very heart of the underground space. Indeed, the spirit stone utilized by the white mouse must have originated from the realm beyond that door. At this juncture, Huang deemed it unnecessary to remain hidden. With a swift movement, he executed the second step of the reverse dragon 9 steps, shattering the fabric of time and space, and appeared before the white spirit mouse in an instant. Caught off guard, the mouse found itself in Huang's grasp. It weighed no more than 1.5 pounds. With a startled squeak, the white spirit mouse let out a cry before its head tilted, becoming rigid in Huang's hand. Dead? Huang stared at the cold, stiff creature in his grasp, bewildered. Surely, this mouse couldn't be so timid as to succumb to fright so easily. Was it truly that fragile? Huang had merely intended to inquire a few questions. After all, a mouse that could cultivate must possess considerable intelligence and spirit. Alas, what a pity. In its next life, may it be born into a more fortuitous fate, and not as such a timid little creature. Huang released his hold. Suddenly, the white spirit mouse revived, dashing like a bolt of white lightning into the underground door. Its squeaks sounding almost like curses hurled at Huang as it fled. Feigning death. This creature had truly become clever. Huang hesitated for a moment, but did not linger, plunging into the underground passage. As he pursued, the little mouse continued to squeak and scurry. Although he could not comprehend its words, the tone unmistakably conveyed its displeasure, laced with colorful language. The little mouse moved with remarkable speed, leading Huang to an icy cavern. There, he beheld the treasured artifact sensed by the swallowing heaven cauldron, a palm-sized white turtle, its back adorned with a swirling cloud of tea leaves. The little white turtle appeared to be in a deep slumber. Upon entering, the small spirit mouse nestled beside the turtle, exhaling fragrant breaths towards Huang. The small spirit mouse, in a fit of rage, stood upright like a person, one paw on its hip while the other pointed accusingly at Huang. Huang, however, chose to disregard it. Approaching the icy cavern, he discovered an invisible barrier obscuring his path. The small spirit mouse seemed to believe that Huang could not enter, which emboldened its arrogance. "You can enter," it said, indicating that the control mechanism resided within him. Yet this barrier had endured for countless ages, its power nearly diminished to nothing. "It cannot deter me." With a rusted iron sword in hand, Huang made a swift cut, cleaving the primordial barrier before him, and he strode through with ease. Upon witnessing Huang's entrance, The demeanor of the small spirit mouse shifted dramatically, its squeaks transforming into a tone of utmost reverence as it clasped its paws together, bowing repeatedly like a human in supplication. This little spirit mouse was evidently begging for mercy. Just moments ago, it had been so audacious in its insults. Huang shook his head, choosing to ignore the now contrite mouse, and instead focused his attention on the little white turtle. What was the origin of this turtle? Carrying atop its back a treasure from the primordial era? From the tea tree growing on its shell, Huang sensed an overwhelmingly rich and potent life force, as if it harbored an entire river of vitality. This sensation persisted even under the constraints of the barrier. The undying had evidently sensed this very tea tree. At that moment, the entire tea tree was shrouded in white, ethereal mist, with only the bottommost aged leaf visible, green and translucent, its veins resembling tiny rivers of life. As Huang pondered the origins of this tea tree, the undying quivered gently, flooding his mind with information. The undying white turtle, bearer of longevity. Through the endless ages and myriad cycles of reincarnation, all fades to silence. Yet the undying white turtle, with the longevity tea upon its back, traverses the infinite river of time, arriving at the most resplendent era. With this newfound understanding, Huang realized the nature of the primordial treasure. It was a primordial being alongside an unparalleled medicinal herb. His heart surged with excitement as he could not help but reach out, caressing the little white turtle and attuning himself to its ancient life essence. Young one, merely observing is one thing. How dare you lay your hands upon me? And for heaven's sake, do not touch your elder's head. Just then, an ancient voice resonated within the icy cavern. Huang stepped back, gazing at the white turtle in bewilderment. Had it just spoken? The little white turtle was awake? Huang skaze sherpenit. Of course I am awake, albeit my consciousness is alert while my body remains sealed. Only with the aid of your undying can I achieve full awakening. To his astonishment, it seemed that in this lifetime, someone had indeed earned the allegiance of this black ding. It appeared that the most resplendent era was truly upon them. The ancient voice echoed once more. It seems that the other party is capable of penetrating the depths of my thoughts. Huang pondered whether awakening the little white turtle would be detrimental to himself. Rest assured, even if I were to awaken now after such a prolonged slumber, it would require time to gradually restore my strength. Moreover, I do not seek your assistance without recompense. I have ample rewards to offer. Do you notice the longevity tea upon my back? Although most of it is sealed by prohibitions, the leaf that is exposed can be given to you. Do not underestimate this single leaf. Merely a fragment the size of a fingernail possesses the power of resurrection. As long as you are not entirely deceased and still draw breath. Consuming a piece the size of a fingernail will enable you to instantaneously recover and return to your peak condition. The aged voice resonated once more. Huang was astonished. He had not spoken, yet the other truly discerned his thoughts. Are you capable of reading minds? Huang invited in surprise. It cannot be deemed mind-reading. It is merely a secret art of the domain. You currently reside within my realm, allowing me to perceive your thoughts. Beyond this space, it becomes challenging. Now, what have you decided? The elderly voice queried. What must I do? Huang replied, as if to indicate his agreement. He had contemplated directly seizing the longevity tea, but, recalling the message conveyed by the swallowing heaven cauldron, he understood that he could not take the longevity tea for himself. The white turtle, bearing longevity, has traversed from ancient times to the present, indicating its exalted existence. Given this, a fair exchange would be more prudent. You shall summon the swallowing heaven cauldron, and it will awaken my corporeal form, the aged voice responded. With a flicker of thought, Huang summoned the swallowing heaven cauldron. A hum echoed as the runes upon the cauldron shimmered, manifesting a tremendous force that directly consumed the sealing power surrounding the white turtle. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the cauldron ceased its consumption and returned to Huang's being. At last, the little white turtle slowly opened its eyes. Those were eyes that had witnessed the vicissitudes of time, as though they had observed the birth and death of the cosmos. Yet still it persisted. I, Turtle Grandpa, have finally awakened. This world, I have arrived. The little white turtle spoke with remarkable humanity, while its body quivered slightly. The piece of ancient longevity tea detached itself and floated before Huang. This is the reward for awakening me. You are merely a ninth-order spirit sovereign now. Far too weak. When you break through to the catastrophe realm, You may seek the most formidable calamity in the world to cultivate. With this leaf, you can achieve a flawless advancement. Furthermore, consuming this leaf will grant you the power of regeneration for a brief period, equivalent to a transient state of immortality. As Turtle Grandpa spoke, it shook its body once more, and in the next moment, the piece of longevity tea on its back vanished into its being, completely disappearing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, the little spirit mouse squeaked and bowed to the white turtle. You wish for me to accompany you? Indeed, Turtle Grandpa has a certain affinity with you. At that time, you were merely an ordinary little spirit mouse. When a plague struck, all the little spirit mice perished. Yet you found your way to me, seeking refuge, and thus managed to survive. This became your fortuitous opportunity. Subsequently, I imparted to you the art of cultivation, providing companionship to alleviate my boredom, and assisting me in unearthing passages, allowing a trace of energy to escape, thereby alerting the devouring heaven cauldron. Indeed, you should accompany me from now on. The old tortoise nodded in agreement to the little spirit mouse's companionship. Upon hearing this, Huang marveled, realizing that not all occurrences are mere coincidence. What is deemed luck is often meticulously orchestrated by human hands. Let us depart. It is time to leave this place. At present, a formidable expert at the fourth stage of the spirit ancestor realm is approaching Xianxia City. If you do not exit soon, your friend shall be in peril. The old tortoise cautioned. Hearing this, Huang's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he surged forth towards the exit. Chapter 29. Old Tortoise. I shall deem you the mightiest of allies. The atmosphere in Xianxia City was peculiar at this time, with the city lord's residence destroyed and the Chui family fallen. The order within the city was now more stable than ever before. Acts of oppression were conspicuously absent. The citizens adhered to the rules and regulations reminiscent of the time under Emperor Xianxia. This transformation stemmed from the fact that Huang was the current master of Xianxia City. Moreover, the lower echelons of the city felt a genuine joy. With the demise of the city lord's residence and the Chui family, the burdens of exorbitant taxes and the abduction of women had ceased. Regrettably, such tranquility was unlikely to endure for long. The Murong family would not acquiesce quietly and would surely dispatch even stronger experts. The populace sighed inwardly. Within the Chui residence, Xiao Taohua, Guwani, and the Great White Cat were diligently cultivating. Xiao Taohua was particularly formidable, consuming spirit stones voraciously. In a single night, her cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the spirit general realm, breaking through barriers with astonishing ease. This left Guwani and the Great White Cat in quiet astonishment. It turned out she had been hiding within the Chui family. I have sensed the presence of several ants. Yet, I have not detected Huang. Could it be that he has caught wind of the situation and fled? At that moment, a figure descended abruptly upon the Chui residence, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Though a terrifying pressure enveloped Xiao Taohua, Guwani, and the Great White Cat, their bodies trembled, the sound of cracking bones resonating ominously, and blood began to seep from their mouths. As for Xiao Taohua's parents, they were crushed to the ground, their fates uncertain. All of this transpired too swiftly, too unexpectedly. Hovering in the heavens was an elderly man clad in blue. The dreadful pressure emanated from him. The cultivators of Xianxia City, observing from a distance, felt a suffocating sensation. A peak 4th stage ancestor. This individual was an elder from the Murong family, arriving alone to eliminate Huang. The crowd was gripped by terror, realizing that after the demise of the formidable Murong expert at the hands of Huang, they had sent another to confront him. This time, it is indeed the pinnacle of the 4th order spiritual ancestor. Such a formidable being is more than sufficient to eliminate Huang. Huang is not present. If you wish to kill, then proceed, but do not expect me to yield, Guwani asserted, her voice unwavering despite the blood she coughed up. How loyal you are. Then let me grant you the honor of dying in loyalty, Murong sure coldly replied. One by one, I shall eliminate you all, and I do not believe Huang will remain hidden. He raised a finger and pointed it at Guwani. Should that finger descend, Guwani would undoubtedly perish in an instant. At that moment, an individual, a turtle, and a mouse burst forth from the underground chamber, returning to the surface. Huang just happened to overhear Murong Shi's words. The one you seek to slay is I, Huang. I have arrived. As Huang's voice resonated, he took a step forward. With the second step of the reverse dragon 9 steps, he shattered the fabric of time and space. In an almost instantaneous manner, Huang positioned himself in front of Guwani, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated the force of Murong Shire's finger. Huang, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Today, I come alone to sever you, Murong Shire said coldly. At the pinnacle of the Fourth Order's spiritual ancestor. Do you require assistance from the Turtle Elder? At that moment, a small white turtle appeared on Huang's shoulder, inquiring. Squeak! The little spirit mouse rushed in as well, eager to lend a hand, demonstrating its sense of camaraderie. No need, I can handle this person alone. However, Turtle Elder, I would appreciate your assistance in healing my friends. Huang stated. The white turtle, bearing the longevity tea, possessed the foremost healing abilities in the world. Presently, Xiao Taohua, Guwani, and the big white cat had all sustained serious injuries, and with Xiao Taohua's parents in uncertain peril, it seemed only the Turtle Elder could save them. A minor issue. Leave the healing to the Turtle Elder. The Turtle Elder, having been trapped for eons, was thoroughly bored, now that he had something to do. It was the happiest moment for him. As he spoke, the Turtle Elder had already appeared beside Guwani, extending a small paw, through which a gentle white energy flowed into Guwani's body. In an instant, Guwani was restored to her former self. Though he was a turtle, the Turtle Elder was not slow. In a flash, he appeared by the side of the big white cat and Xiao Taohua's parents, healing them instantly. Finally, he settled on Xiao Taohua's shoulder. He intended to heal her, but was astonished to find that Xiao Taohua's injuries had miraculously healed on their own. Oh, with an internal world and untouched by reincarnation, it seems yet another supreme being awaits the arrival of a brilliant era. The Turtle Elder gazed at Xiao Taohua, internally astonished. Grandpa Turtle, you are so impressive. My name is Xiao Taohua, and I thank you for saving my parents. Xiao Taohua expressed her gratitude to the Turtle Elder. It is my duty, Xiao Taohua. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek your Grandpa Turtle, he replied earnestly. Now, let us accumulate some goodwill, for the impending calamity will depend on Xiao Taohua. The thigh must be firmly grasped, the old turtle thought to himself. Floating in the air, Murong Shire was utterly astonished by the old turtle's prowess. This white turtle seemed almost supernatural. Excellent. If I kill you, I shall capture it and raise it within the Murong family, thus ensuring that my kin need not fear injury. Murong Shire laughed heartily, as if the little white turtle were already his possession. Upon hearing Murong Shire's words, the old turtle was both enraged and amused. Huang, perhaps we should let the old turtle take action. With one claw, he could shatter his skull and reveal the foolishness of his lack of perception. The old turtle began to curse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little spirit mouse joined in, spouting eloquent words to support the old turtle. Old turtle, you are more suited to saving lives. Once you subdue him, you could torment him to the brink of death, then rescue him, only to torment him again. Such a cycle until his spirit is utterly broken, Huang calmly suggested. What a brilliant idea. The old turtle's eyes sparkled as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Murong Shire felt a pang of unease upon hearing Huang's words. At that moment, Huang stepped forward, eager to test whether he possessed the ability to slay a fourth-tier spirit ancestor. After all, he had plans to eradicate the Murong family. Ancient sword control. The worn iron sword in Huang's hand flew forth, aimed at Murong Shire. Your sword control is impressive, but your realm is too low to harm me. Now, allow me to demonstrate the terrifying power of the 4 ancestral spirit rings, and reveal just how insignificant you truly are. Murong Shire declared, as the 4 ancestral spirit rings behind him activated, weaving a formidable 4-layer defense. In that instant, the ancient sword control could not break through. However, this was all anticipated by Huang. You may not breach my defense, but you cannot withstand my offense, Murong Shire proclaimed with arrogance. From within the 4 ancestral spirit rings, each conjured a beam of sword light, striking towards Huang. The space around them fractured. Clang! Huang defended with the swallowing heavenly cauldron. A 4th-tier spirit ancestor is nothing more than this. Having assessed the situation, it is time to conclude. Huang spoke calmly. As he spoke, they swallowed a pill, the violent spirit holy pill, which could unleash overwhelming spirit power, instantly elevating their realm to the 9th-tier spirit saint level. Huang harbored a notion to leverage the violent spirit holy pill to break through, stepping into the 9th-tier spirit saint realm, and before the effect dissipated and his realm declined, to absorb sufficient spirit power to maintain that state. To achieve this, one must devour spirit power at an accelerated pace. Yi Huang believed that within the ninth-tier spirit saint realm, aided by the swallowing heavenly cauldron, he could replenish his spirit power within a mere 100 breaths. Otherwise, conventional cultivation would prove too sluggish. Yi Huang could not afford to wait. He must grow stronger to possess the power to level the Murong family. What? Your cultivation has, in an instant, reached the pinnacle of the ninth order spirit saint? You. Murong sure still wished to say something. But Yi Huang had already summoned 3 sacred spirit rings behind his head, and with that, he activated the ancient sword mastery once more. With a swift motion, Murong Shi's ancestral spirit ring defense crumbled like tofu, shattered in an instant. The sword light sliced through his body, severing his limbs, sealing his cultivation. And then he was cast before Old Turtle. Old Turtle, I leave him to you. Yi Huang chose not to end Murong Shi's life, but entrusted him to Old Turtle. Excellent, splendid. Yi Huang, you truly understand Old Turtle. The fourth order spirit ancestor was a fine test subject. I have concocted various unknown elixirs and am in need of a guinea pig for testing. Perfectly fortuitous. Old Turtle chuckled. No, I refuse to be a test subject. Kill me, kill me. Murong Shi cried out in terror. Fear not. With Old Turtle here, you shall not perish. Old Turtle extended his turtle claw and patted Murong Shi's face reassuringly. I shall retreat into seclusion now. Old Turtle, this place is in your hands. Yi Huang's intent was clear. He wished for Old Turtle to safeguard Xiao Taohua and the others. Go on, with Old Turtle present. No one in this world can harm them in the slightest. Old Turtle responded. Yi Huang wasted no more time, returning to the forbidden ground, and quickly dove underground. The icy cave where Old Turtle had previously resided was, in fact, an exquisite spiritual vein. It seemed to have advanced in quality due to Old Turtle's slumber, surpassing even the veins of the Imperial Vein Mountain. Yi Huang intended to utilize it to break through to the ninth order spirit saint realm. He soon arrived at the subterranean ice cave, activated the Primordial Devour Sky technique, and harnessed the devouring power of the devouring cauldron to commence an aggressive consumption of spiritual energy. In the next moment, Yi Huang's cultivation began to stabilize rapidly. The pinnacle of the first order spirit saint stabilized. The pinnacle of the second order spirit saint stabilized. The pinnacle of the ninth order spirit saint stabilized. In merely a few dozen breaths, before the effects of the violent spirit saint pill dissipated, Yi Huang had thoroughly stabilized his realm at the pinnacle of the ninth order spirit saint. The entire exquisite spiritual vein of the ice cave had been completely drained. Having reached the pinnacle of the ninth order spirit saint, he was ready to flatten the Murong family. Yi Huang stood up and burst forth from the earth, emerging to the surface. You little rascal, you startle me. Old Turtle exclaimed. I am preparing to level the Murong family, where even ninth order spirit ancestors roam. Yi Huang radiated the majesty of the ninth order spirit saint, his aura imposing. Originally, Yi Huang had not intended to assault the Murong family so soon. But Old Turtle's appearance had altered his course of action. With Old Turtle by his side, it was akin to possessing an immortal body, an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality. Yi Huang deemed Old Turtle the strongest support. Ninth order spirit ancestor. Quite intriguing. However, this test subject is far too lowly, of no use. Master Tortoise extended his claw and gently struck, causing Murong Shi's head to shatter with a resounding crack. Chapter 30. Yi Huang arrives to celebrate a birthday. The corporeal form of a fourth-tier spirit ancestor is immensely powerful, akin to iron and stone. Yet, with just a light tap from Master Tortoise's claw, Murong Shi's skull burst apart. Master Tortoise, diminutive in size and adorned in a pristine white hue, exuded a radiant glow that made him appear approachable and innocuous. However, the reality was that he was a prehistoric beast that had endured for eons. The unassuming exterior would undoubtedly deceive the average person. Naturally, Master Tortoise's greatest strength lay in his healing abilities, burdened with the elixir of eternal life and possessing the primordial Xuanwu bloodline. His life essence had approached the threshold of immortality. Yet, as he himself lamented, having slumbered for far too long, his powers required gradual restoration. Thus, Yi Huang had no intention of allowing Master Tortoise to engage in combat. Rather, he could accompany him as a supportive presence, providing healing when necessary. The Murong family? This lineage was once renowned in prehistoric times, its ancestors quite formidable. It was unexpected to discover that this branch still had a legacy in the spirit realm. During that catastrophic event, the ancestors of the Murong family had long retreated from the spirit realm, Their progenitor utilized grand powers to carve out a small world, to which the entire Murong clan relocated. Now, it remained uncertain whether the current Murong family held any connection to that illustrious lineage of yore, mused Master Tortoise. Upon hearing this, Huang felt a flicker of surprise within. He had not anticipated the ancient Murong family possessed such a resplendent past. Regardless of whether the present-day Murong family bore any relation to their prehistoric counterparts, Huang was resolute in his intentions. The spirit realm must have been magnificent and radiant in antiquity, Huang inquired. From the treasures acquired, such as the sky-swallowing cauldron, the weathered iron sword, and the ancient sword techniques from the Black Jade, Huang discerned that the spirit realm was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. His knowledge gleaned from Lin Kaiwei paled in comparison to what Master Tortoise could impart. After all, Master Tortoise had lived through the ages, transitioning from prehistory to the present. It had been an era of brilliance, where prodigies emerged like meteors, legacies flourished, and aspirations soared to the heavens, capable of grasping the stars and the moon, breaking through the galaxies, and even contending with the mightiest doctrines of this cosmos. However, amidst the cataclysm, countless astonishing doctrines were reduced to ashes in an instant. As numerous prodigies bled upon the azure skies, mountains crumbled and the great paths collapsed. In that moment, even the immortal spirits could only retreat from the spotlight and lie dormant in the shadows. Do you know that the current spirit realm is merely a fragment of the once complete realm, a core remnant? Those small worlds are but pieces severed from the original spirit realm, spaces carved out and sealed within the outer realms. Upon hearing Master Tortoise's words, Huang was utterly astonished. He had not realized that the small worlds Lin Kaiwei spoke of were fragments of the primordial spirit realm, newly forged spaces. Now, as a brilliant era approaches, they are returning to reclaim the supreme essence of the spirit realm, the primordial power. Huang suddenly perceived these small worlds as parasitic leeches, siphoning away the essence of the spirit realm, drop by drop. Huang finally comprehended why the spirit realm had descended to its current status as the most inferior of worlds. Though maybe deemed the lowest, its once resplendent heritage compelled them to return, extracting the last vestiges of value, even seeking those with the bloodline of the spirit realm to join their ranks. Master Turtle, have you heard of the primitive heavenly palace? Huang had by now calmed himself. He recalled that the first target of this miniature world descending upon the spirit realm was indeed the primitive heavenly palace. You must have seen that underground space. There once stood a magnificent palace there. It has now vanished. That place was where the primitive heavenly palace had sealed its power. As the radiant era approaches, its seals gradually weaken, and the formations above begin to operate, leading it to conceal and relocate itself. It will only manifest in the world at specific junctures. Master Turtle spoke with an air of casualness, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Yet Huang was struck with astonishment. If given the chance, you must venture into the primitive heavenly palace. To rise amidst this resplendent era, such opportunities must not be missed, Master Turtle reminded him one final time. Huang nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of the situation. Contemplating such matters held little significance now. He resolved to take each step before him with utmost care. As long as one possesses formidable strength, any astounding opportunity that arises can be contested, Huang stated calmly. Excellent. This is the mindset one ought to possess. Master Turtle nodded, his countenance radiating satisfaction. At that moment, a radiant light emanated from Master Turtle's back, revealing a small purple tower. He transitioned from carrying the longevity tea to bearing the purple tower. This is the purple tower space. When fully expanded, it is indistinguishable from an actual tower. Yet when contracted, its internal space remains unchanged. Little Peach Blossom, you may reside within it and cultivate diligently, Master Turtle said with a benevolent smile, showing an almost excessive fondness for Little Peach Blossom. In truth, only Master Turtle understood that this was a formidable ally, and whether they could weather the impending calamity hinged on their ability to cling to this support. Thus, it was only fitting to endear himself to Little Peach Blossom. Really? Grandfather Turtle? Can my parents also join? Little Peach Blossom inquired with delight. Of course, I have inscribed a mark upon you, and entry requires merely a thought, Master Turtle announced, imbuing everyone with a thread of white light that fused into their beings. In an instant, they all felt a connection to the purple tower. With a mere thought, enter, The next moment, they all discovered themselves within the vast interior of the Purple Tower, realizing it was indeed expansive and contained a spirit-gathering array for cultivation, making life and training within it entirely feasible. Huang noted that this space differed from the one within the cauldron. It required activation, being born on Master Turtle's back, and necessitated the consumption of spirit stones to maintain its operation. Having come from the primordial era, Master Turtle was certainly not lacking in spirit stones, especially since the Purple Tower was currently in its most basic operational state. With such a treasure at their disposal, the convenience was undeniable. Let us proceed to the Murong family. Huang rode the Thunderbolt Beast, racing towards Murong City. Old Turtle rested on Huang's shoulder, while Xiao Taohua, Guani, and others practiced in the Purple Tower on Old Turtle's back. Thus, Huang journeyed with remarkable ease, accompanied by one rider, one beast, one turtle, and one tower. The distance from Qingshan City to Murong City exceeded 1,000 miles. At the speed of the Thunderbolt Beast, it would not be long before they arrived. As they sped along, Huang observed desolate fields, untended and barren. Villages passed by, where 9 out of 10 houses stood empty. The prosperous era that his father, Xianxia, had established over many years had been utterly devastated in mere days. The roads bore witness to frozen corpses, and the stench of wine and meat filled the red gates. Such is the nature of the world. Some creatures, inherently vile to their core, are unworthy of existence. When strong forces suppress them, they feign compliance, retracting their fangs, only to conspire in darkness. Yet, when no one remains to keep them in check, they reveal their true selves, exposing their fangs and brazenly committing wrongdoing. The Murong family has always been this way. Old Turtle remained remarkably calm, having lived for an eternity and seen through the folly of existence. Huang, at merely 16, lacked such equanimity. Witnessing these injustices stirred anger within him. This rage must be vented to attain a sense of justice and clarity of thought. Clop, clop, clop. Huang quickened his pace, eager to extinguish the Murong family. However, upon passing through an ancient forest, he halted the Thunderbolt Beast as a barrier of light appeared ahead. A forceful collision would surely spell instant death for the beast. Reacting swiftly, Huang pulled the Thunderbolt Beast to a stop. At last, you have arrived. This place shall be your grave. Today marks my father's grand birthday, and I have decided to present your head as a gift. A somewhat juvenile voice rang out, brimming with arrogance and disdain for Huang. Huang looked up to see a boy of around 14 or 15 standing before him. Surrounding them, shadowy figures in black emerged, perched on the treetops. Their consciousnesses fixated on Huang. To ambush me? Though I know not who you are, you must surely hail from the Murong family. Huang replied with composure. My sister, Murong Lingshuang, and my brother, Murong Lingtian, both fell by your hand. So tell me, who am I? I am their brother, Murong Lingyun. Encountering me shall be your greatest misfortune. Murong Lingtian gazed at Huang with a haughty expression, as if looking upon a corpse. That Murong brat is no ordinary foe. He has returned from a small world, Old Turtle remarked nonchalantly. Huang, eliminate him swiftly, and let us continue our journey. Old Turtle then drooped his eyelids and resumed his slumber. Yet, this statement struck a nerve with Murong Lingyun. You dare underestimate me, Huang? Very well. Shadow warriors attack. With a command from Murong Lingyun, the figures cloaked in black vanished, as if they had transformed into formless shadows. Huang, seated upon his purple lightning beast, maintained an air of indifference. Gripping his weathered iron sword, he swept the void with ease. With each stroke, the black-clad assassins fell from the air like chopped vegetables, their lifeless bodies strewn about in an instant. Such a trifling first-stage spirit ancestor dared to court death? Huang scoffed. These shadowy assassins were adept at concealment and assassination. Yet before Huang, they had no means of escape, merely delivering themselves to their demise. Unfazed, Huang flashed and appeared before Murong Lingyun, unleashing a powerful punch. The ding fist, with a resounding crack. A single blow sent the sixth-stage spirit ancestor Murong Lingyun flying, his bones shattering like brittle twigs, leaving him utterly defenseless. Remarkably, however, Murong Lingyun was clad in formidable armor that protected his vital areas, preventing Huang's punch from obliterating him entirely. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Indeed, Murong Lingyun was a prodigy. At just 15 years of age, he had already attained the sixth-stage spirit ancestor realm. It was clear he had not trained within the spirit realm, but hailed from a lesser world. Yi Huang, you cannot kill me. My identity is not merely that of a young master from the Murong family. I'm also a favored prodigy of the Murong clan, taken to the Murong lesser world at the tender age of 3. Upon my return, I carry a mission from the Murong clan. If you slay me, you will jeopardize their interests, and they will not let you go. Furthermore, the Murong family from the spirit realm will pursue you relentlessly. Murong Lingyun exclaimed in terror, sensing the impending threat to his life. At that moment, he was genuinely afraid of Yi Huang. How could it be that a 6th-stage spirit ancestor like him was unable to withstand a single punch from Yi Huang? Desperately, he invoked his prestigious background, hoping to intimidate Yi Huang and secure his survival. Yet, without uttering a word, Yi Huang executed a swift stroke with his sword, severing Murong Lingyun's head and holding it aloft. He then shattered the restrictions with another slash and mounted the purple lightning beast, galloping away with fervor. Murong City, the second largest city in the spirit realm, surpassed even Xianxia City in size by 3-fold, boasting a population of over 1 billion. Within this city, the Murong family held an unrivaled position, akin to the very heavens. No one dared to defy their will. The status of the Murong family's offspring was immensely revered here. At this moment, in the depths of Murong City, within the main hall of the Murong Grand Residence, the atmosphere was intensely somber. Murong Shi is dead. How could a peak 4th-stage spirit ancestor fail to eliminate a mere 9th-stage spirit sovereign? How can a 16-year-old boy possess such formidable strength? In the hall, the family head, a man named Murong Chong, surveyed those below with a chilling gaze, his voice laced with incredulity. He was the current head of the Murong family, a peak 7th-stage spirit ancestor. In the Grand Hall, the weakest among them was at least a 1st-order spirit ancestor. This illustrates the astonishing foundation of the Murong family, truly deserving of the title of the foremost family in the realm. Yi Huang must harbor a remarkable secret within him, for he possesses such extraordinary prowess upon awakening. Should we uncover the mysteries he holds, our Murong family may very well rise above the 9 veins. Although great changes are impending, should we assist our ancestor in achieving the rank of Spirit Emperor before these transformations occur, the benefits would be beyond imagination, with the fortunes and opportunities of the world flowing to the Murong family. One of the esteemed elders of the Murong family spoke. However, our attempts to eliminate Yi Huang have repeatedly ended in failure, rendering us the laughingstock of the realm. This time, we must capture him at all costs, employing any means necessary to seize the secrets he possesses, another elder of the Murong family asserted. You need not speak further. I am aware of what must be done. My son and daughter both fell at the hands of Yi Huang, and I shall claim his life. Were it not for the fact that I, Murong Chong, have a prodigious son, we would have truly faced the danger of extinction at the hands of this wretched youth. Murong Chong declared coldly, head of the family, are you referring to young Master Lingyun? He is indeed a prodigy, having been born amidst extraordinary omens. Before he reached the age of 3, he was already favored by the upper clans, who expended great resources to take him away. It is said that young Master Lingyun is returning today, coinciding with your grand birthday celebration. Once we eliminate Yi Huang, we shall present his head as a gift to you. The other spirit ancestors of the Murong family laughed sincerely. Had my Yuner been present, he could have crushed Yi Huang with a mere finger. Does a lowly insect dare to be compared to a rock? At the mention of this prodigious son, Murong Chong's face radiated pride. Bang! But scarcely had the words left his lips when his severed head soared into the hall, rolling to Murong Chong's feet. He looked down to see Murong Ling Tian's eyes wide open, staring at him in death. Yi Huang comes to offer birthday wishes. At that moment, a voice echoed. A youth, wielding an iron sword and bearing a white turtle, slowly entered the hall. Chapter 31. Flattening the Murong estate, confronting the ancestor of the Murong family. The newcomer was none other than Yi Huang, his sword still dripping with blood. It was evident he had fought his way into the Murong household. The guards, caught unawares by the swiftness of Yi Huang's blade, had been silently dispatched before they could react. It was only after Yi Huang tossed the head of Murong Lingyun that the formidable experts of the Murong family finally awoke from their stupor. At this moment, gazing upon the severed head of young Master Lingyun, the spirit ancestors of the Murong family were struck with profound horror. Young Master Lingyun, a prodigy of at least the 6th-order spirit ancestor, had been slain by Yi Huang. Moreover, as a disciple of the upper clan from the Murong small world. How dared Yi Huang to kill him? This madman, this demon, the spirit ancestors of the Murong family who had just been extolling Murong Chong for having a fine son, were now confronted with the grim reality that this beloved son had been slain by Yi Huang, who presented his head as a birthday offering. Along the way, your son attempted to ambush me, declaring he would give my head to you as a birthday present. Thus, I swiftly severed his head. Upon hearing him mention that today marks your grand birthday, I thought it would be remiss not to arrive empty-handed. Hence I brought his head along. I wonder if this token of longevity pleases the head of the Murong family? Yi Huang spoke in a calm tone. Just a moment ago, Murong Chong had been extolling the virtues of his exceptional son, but now his eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Yi Huang. His children had all fallen to Yi Huang's hand. In truth, Murong Ling Shuang and Murong Ling Tian's demise did not bring him overwhelming sorrow. However, the death of his most cherished hope, the Qilin child Murong Ling Yun, inflicted profound anguish upon his heart. Yi Huang, Murong Chong, swear that today I shall rend your body to pieces, avenging my Yuner. With a wave of his hand, a throng of spirit ancestors surrounded Yi Huang. This is the headquarters of the Murong family. Having entered, you shall not leave. I shall make you aware that to dare to slay my children is the gravest mistake of your life. At this moment, Murong Chong resembled an enraged lion. Wielding an ancient sword, he charged at Yi Huang. The other spirit ancestors also struck simultaneously. They no longer dared to underestimate Yi Huang, and thus exerted their full strength. Boom! The dilapidated iron sword in Yi Huang's hand swept across, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that sent them all flying. Even the entire hall collapsed, reduced to ruins. The might of a single sword proved to be utterly fearsome. The repelled spirit ancestors wore expressions of utter dismay, struggling to maintain their composure. They had been confronted by a mere 16-year-old boy, swept aside by a single sword strike, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. This was indeed a source of great humiliation for them. At this juncture, Yi Huang clashed with Murong Chong in a fierce exchange. Yi Huang remained steadfast. Regardless of your daughter or the entire Murong family, they are all deserving of death, unworthy of lament. Yi Huang responded coldly, and then his aura transformed. Gripping the worn iron sword, he activated the ancient sword technique, stepping through the 9 steps of reversal, channeling the primordial devouring technique. Unleashing his full power as he engaged the multitude of spirit ancestors in battle. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Huang could wield his sword from afar or engage in close combat. In but a moment, the spirit ancestors in the hall were all vanquished, leaving only Murong Chong, the pinnacle of the 7th-tier spirit ancestors. Murong Chong, today is not only your birthday, but also your day of reckoning. Receive my strike, ancient thunder technique. Yi Huang unleashed his full might. Endless thunderbolts descended, engulfing the space. Murong Chong strained to fend off the ancient thunder. Yet, from the heavens above, the overwhelming celestial might cascaded down, even as a 7th-tier spirit ancestor. He could not withstand it. Yi Huang fought with reckless abandon, unafraid of injury or death. With the turtle elder present, Yi Huang could fight freely, employing any technique. Even at the cost of 1,000 to wound 800, he could afford to try. After all, he bore upon his shoulders the strongest healer in the realm. Forbidden technique, sur de vous. Yi Huang even attempted forbidden arts, engaging in battle through the path of the soul. No. How could your soul possibly surpass that of a 9th-ranked spirit ancestor? Murong Chong's voice resonated with despair. Subsequently, his body stiffened, his gaze vacant, and he collapsed onto the ground. His soul was ruthlessly torn apart by Yi Huang. Of course, Yi Huang also appeared pale. Although the soul-binding technique was formidable, the backlash it inflicted was equally terrifying. Yi Huang's spirit instantaneously fell into a weakened state. However, should he succeed in refining the opponent's soul energy and endure this phase of fragility, he would emerge even stronger, restored. Old Turtle lazily lifted his eyelids, casually casting a healing light towards Yi Huang. In the next moment, Yi Huang felt his soul fully rejuvenate, and subtly, it seemed to have grown even more potent. With a swift motion, Yi Huang raised his iron sword and severed the head of the deceased Murong Chong, holding it aloft. Murong Chong was dead. Henceforth, the Murong clan would be without a patriarch. Yi Huang sepulched calmly. At that moment, those approaching the Murong residence happened to witness this scene, each one collapsing in astonishment. The patriarch of the Murong family is dead? How could this be possible? The crowd found it hard to believe. Today marked the grand celebration of Murong Chong's birthday, a fact well known throughout Murong City. Each year, they would bring the most precious gifts to offer their congratulations. with some individuals nearly exhausting their fortunes to gather ample birthday tributes. Failure to do so would result in being marked by the Murong family, making it impossible to live peacefully in Murong City. Thus, every year, they had to present their gifts. Now, their offerings lay scattered on the ground. And as they looked upon the youth holding the severed head, an unexpected sense of exhilaration surged within them. Yet, none dared to express it. For although Murong Chong was dead, the Murong family still remained. This youth was none other than the young Emperor Huang. Good heavens, truly, heroes emerge from youth. With a single sword, he dared to storm the Murong household and sever the head of Murong Chong. Yet, it was still regrettable. Someone murmured, regrettable? Why so? Although Murong Chong was dead, this was merely the patriarch's residence. The true depth of the Murong family's strength lay beyond the patriarch's abode. One should observe, the Murong family's death warriors and ancestors were situated in the mountains behind, especially the Murong ancestor, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th-ranked spirit ancestor. Could Yi Huang, merely a youth, contend against them? Ultimately, there would be but one path, death. Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed, silently retrieving their scattered gifts. They still saw no hope. The young emperor was ultimately too young, lacking the necessary experience. If only the spirit emperor were present, they thought to themselves. They believed that only the spirit emperor could alter the current predicament, while others were powerless to rewrite it. Yi Huang's assault on the Murong Hall and the subsequent decapitation of Murong Chong transpired in mere moments. By the time the Murong family fully comprehended the situation, they saw Yi Huang standing atop a high tower, holding aloft the head of their patriarch. Yi Huang, he truly dared to invade the Murong family? Moreover, did he brazenly slay our family patriarch? Cursed be it. All warriors of the Murong clan, heed my command. At any cost, eliminate Yi Huang. With this decree, the profound might of the Murong clan began to unfurl. Leading the charge were countless Murong warriors, the most formidable among them reaching the 7th tier of the spirit ancestor realm. They hovered in the air, dense as a dark cloud, obscuring the heavens. Kill! An innumerable barrage of attacks rained down upon Yi Huang. With a demeanor as cold as ice, Yi Huang summoned his battered iron sword and the swallowing heaven cauldron. Furthermore, the treasures he had retrieved from the spirit emperor's treasury now soared forth from the cauldron. Weapon art, Yi Huang uttered with a commanding voice. In an instant, he wielded myriad weapons with his mind, transforming them into unparalleled instruments of destruction, sweeping through the surroundings. As for defense, Yi Huang made no effort, with Lord Turtle present. He chose to assault relentlessly without concern for his safety. Hut, hut, hut. As the multitude of weapons emerged, many Murong warriors fell before him. Yet, Yi Huang too suffered grievous injuries. Even with his formidable physique, he found his body incessantly ravaged, nearly on the brink of shattering. Buzz! At that moment, a gentle white light emanated from the 4 claws of Lord Turtle, flowing into Yi Huang's body. Throughout this process, Lord Turtle remained oblivious, seemingly lost in slumber. Yet, as the white light entered him, the injuries Yi Huang sustained were instantaneously erased, as if the previous ruptures and bloodshed had been mere illusions, never truly occurring. This left the ancestors of the Murong clan utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Was Yi Huang truly invincible? Dreadful. If this continues, our kin shall be annihilated. The expressions of the Murong ancestors were grim. Just as their hesitation lingered, the battered iron sword in Yi Huang's hand surged forth. Countless sword shadows coalesced, simultaneously slicing through the air. Hud, hud, hud. Corpses fell like rain. The sky cleared in an instant, yet the ground was piled high with the dead. A river of blood flowing freely. The only survivors were mere 100 or so spirit ancestor warriors. Yi Huang opened his mouth to consume a multitude of medicinal pills, simultaneously invoking secret techniques, even igniting his essence blood, and then unleashing forbidden arts. With Lord Turtle present, he could recklessly shatter his own body to amplify his power without any lingering repercussions. At that moment, Yi Huang's cultivation surged to the 3rd tier of the spirit ancestor realm. Having reached this pinnacle, he became an invincible force within the spirit ancestor domain. The spirit ancestor warriors before him appeared as mere ants in his eyes. With a swift stroke of his sword, over 100 spirit ancestor warriors had no opportunity to react. They were cleaved in twain, their remains cascading down, blood staining the void. Murong ancestor, come forth and meet your demise. Yi Huang advanced step by step towards the rear mountain of the Murong clan. Today, He vowed to lay waste to the Murong clan. Huang, dare to take another step forward, and there shall be no mercy. The enigmatic elders of the Murong family began to emerge, each having attained the formidable 8th-stage spirit ancestor realm. At this moment, it was the 10th ancestor of the Murong clan who spoke. As his words fell, Huang had already brushed past him. In an instant, his body erupted, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Witnessing this scene, all present were rendered speechless. An 8th-stage spirit ancestor had been obliterated in such a manner, reduced to vapor. Murong ancestor, my father has shown you the grace of saving your life and protecting your clan. Yet why do you repay kindness with malice, betraying my father? Come forth and meet your demise. Huang's voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, resonating throughout the entirety of Murong City. The young sovereign displayed such overwhelming prowess, an embodiment of invincibility. Huang's performance astonished all. It was hard to fathom that he alone, wielding a sword and a cauldron, had nearly annihilated the Murong family. At this juncture, the 9th, 8th, and 7th ancestors of the Murong clan also appeared in succession. Yet, wherever Huang pointed his sword, heads fell without exception. Naturally, these individuals inflicted grievous wounds upon Huang, but those injuries were swiftly soothed by the Turtle Elder. With the Turtle Elder providing protection, Huang became a relentless force of slaughter, advancing with lethal intent. Unbeknownst to him, Huang had already reached the very depths of the Murong family's forbidden grounds, where an ancient blood-soaked altar stood. There, a gaunt elder sat cross-legged. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze striking like lightning upon Huang. If the Spirit Emperor does not perish, how can we vie for the opportunities of this resplendent world? If the Spirit Emperor does not fall, how can my Murong clan descend upon the spirit realm and restore the boundless glory of our lineage? What kindness, what sentiment, what righteousness, all are but fleeting illusions. Only power remains eternal. You, young man, are the final piece missing from the Yi family lineage. I shall fulfill my role as a good man to the end, sending you down to reunite with your family. After all, a family should be whole. The elder rose slowly, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Chapter 32. The Pinnacle of Power. The union of man and cauldron, embodying the sigil. What kindness, what sentiment, what righteousness, all are but fleeting illusions. Only power remains eternal. From a mouth of the Murong ancestor, Huang finally received his answer. So it was Huang Simidet. Thus, the other 8 families likely held a similar truth. With this understanding, he felt no psychological burden in his pursuit of vengeance. He feared no wrongful killing. At this moment, Huang felt remarkably at ease. Moving forward, he would simply continue his slaughter. Not a single innocent would be spared. Young man, you may not comprehend the magnitude of the existence you face. In the past, when I contested with your father, I merely lost by a hair's breadth. Now, I stand at the pinnacle of the 9th stage spirit ancestor realm. With one foot poised at the threshold of the Spirit Emperor, you boldly declare your intent to kill me. Do you not realize how utterly overconfident you are? The Murong ancestor rose, slowly stepping away from the blood-stained altar, his consciousness locking onto Huang. At the pinnacle of the 9th Order Spirit Ancestor, endowed with an extraordinary bloodline and secret artifacts, he is indeed a formidable alchemist. Shall I take action? The ancient tortoise, resting on Huang's shoulder, finally opened his eyes slightly. Not yet. I intend to slay him with my own hands. Huang, replied calmly. Ha ha, ignorance. The elder Murong erupted in wild laughter. His aura surging like a tidal wave, blood symbols manifesting around him, ultimately coalescing into a blood-red demonic blade. This blade, known as Blood Demon, requires eons and the sacrifice of countless lives to forge. Today, I shall use you to consecrate its edge. Gripping the Blood Demon, the elder Murong made a gentle slash towards Huang. A sharp sound echoed as a blood-red blade of light sliced through the air, tearing the void, and inflicting a massive wound upon Huang's body. Simultaneously, a terrifying malice surged within him. For an ordinary individual, such malevolence would likely shatter their form instantly. However, Huang activated the primordial devouring technique, swiftly consuming the malevolence. As for the wound, a flash of white light from the ancient tortoise's claws healed Huang's injury in an instant. It was as if he had been entirely unaffected, as he confidently advanced. Is that all you can muster? Huang had initially wished to gauge the might of a 9th Order Spirit Ancestor's attack. only to find himself somewhat disappointed. With each step forward, his aura intensified. Behind him, a vast black mist surged as the devouring cauldron slowly materialized, exuding boundless demonic power. Unity of man and cauldron. Huang beloved. The black cauldron behind him began to disintegrate, transforming into countless black soul symbols that began to imprint upon Huang's body. In an instant, Huang became a vessel of symbols, resembling an unparalleled great demon. This was Huang's most formidable state. Unity of man and cauldron, embodying the symbols. Upon awakening, he activated this state for the first time, feeling a strength he had never experienced before. In this form, all he had learned and cultivated underwent a comprehensive upgrade. The third step of the reverse dragon 9 steps, extinguishing all beings. Huang stamped his foot down, causing the entire forbidden ground to sink by a meter. The elder Murong was pressed into the earth, with only his head exposed. The ancient sword art, second tier, a dilapidated iron sword shot forth, glimmering with an eerie bloodlight, arriving in an instant and severing the elder Murong's head. With a splat, his head soared into the air, while the headless corpse, trapped in the ground, sprayed blood several meters high from the severed neck. Countless cultivators stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The elder Murong was slain in an instant. He was a legendary figure at the pinnacle of the Ninth Order Spirit Ancestor. Huang is simply too monstrous. Everyone was struck with awe, their gazes towards Huang filled with reverence. The ancient tortoise, previously asleep on Huang's shoulder, was now fully awake, gazing in astonishment at Huang's state. Unity of man and cauldron, embodying the symbols. Did Xiao Huang truly take this step? It appears that this powerful ally may surpass even Xiao Tao Hua in the future. Old Turtle, must hold on tightly. A glimmer of determination shone in Old Turtle's eyes as he thought, "This is unforgivable, utterly intolerable. Damn it, they all deserve to perish." Yet at that moment, the blood gushing from the decapitated body of Ancestor Murong did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into a figure of blood. This blood figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Ancestor Murong himself. Blood sacrifice. Unleash the blood demon. The blood figure of Ancestor Murong intoned an incantation. Boom! Subsequently, his headless corpse erupted into a spray of blood, merging into the blood demon blade. Huang, it is you who awakened my full blood demon lineage. I offer my own body as a sacrifice, granting me temporary access to the realm of the blood demon emperor. Now, what grounds do you have to contend with me? In his blood demon state, Ancestor Murong seemed to be surrounded by a roiling sea of blood, a tribute made from the lifeblood of billions. This was a formidable individual, sacrificing oneself to embrace the demon. Yet his current state was extraordinarily powerful and nearly impossible to vanquish. Each drop of blood could regenerate. Old Turtle cautioned Huang. Huang remained composed. After all, Ancestor Murong was once a figure capable of rivaling his father. Having lived for an exceedingly long time, possessing some means was only natural. Then I shall eradicate each and every drop of his blood. Huang stepped forward, wielding a weathered iron sword, and engaged in battle with the blood demon state of Ancestor Murong. In the span of mere moments, the two clashed thousands of times. Boom! Ultimately, the blood demon state of Ancestor Murong was shattered by Huang's punch, scattering countless droplets of blood across the expanse. Yet he did not perish. Each droplet transformed into a version of Ancestor Murong, floating in every corner of the world. Huang, in this state, I am invincible. Ha ha ha. Millions of Ancestor Murongs laughed in unison. The nearby onlookers, caught in the echoes of their laughter, were extinguished and transformed into a mist of blood, consumed by these Murongs. Huang remained silent, but he deftly manipulated the sword incantation. One symbol, one sword. Ancient sword control technique. Behold as the soul symbols emanating from Huang took flight. One soul symbol coalesced into a flying sword, then propelled by the ancient sword control technique. In an instant, countless soul symbol swords fell like a rain of blades, striking in all directions. Each soul symbol sword struck precisely into the bodies of the Murongs, pinning them to the ground, the mountains, or the stone walls, obliterating them. The sword of the soul symbols unleashed a devouring force. One by one, the Murongs, formed from the blood droplets, dissolved, ultimately becoming a single drop of blood, which was then scorched into vapor by the heat of the soul sword, dissipating into the ether. Collect. Then, with a wave of his hand, Yi Huang summoned the multitude of soul symbol swords back into black runes, which coalesced into a black cauldron, merging into Yi Huang's being. No, the spirit of the venerable Murong emerged, increasingly ethereal, on the brink of vanishing. He could scarcely fathom his own defeat. Yi Huang, you have slain Murong Lingyun. The day my Murong clan descends will mark my demise. His spirit echoed a defiant roar, filled with resentment. Ultimately, it dissipated entirely, transforming into a symbol of soul upon the black cauldron. 1/9 complete. After obliterating the Murong clan, the runes of the sky-devouring cauldron had filled 1/9 of its form. Once fully imbued, it would awaken the cauldron's spirit. Yi Huang casually stowed the blood demon blade into the cauldron's spatial realm, then floated high above, surveying the surroundings, and spoke with a serene tone. From this moment forth, the spirit realm shall know no Murong. Chapter 33. The Bloom of Tianhua, a Moment of the Meteor. This battle cemented Yi Huang's renown. His previous exploits, once perceived as trifles by the populace, paled in comparison. However, this confrontation, in which he vanquished the venerable Murong and annihilated the foremost Murong clan, signified that Yi Huang had indeed earned the right to contend for the title of Spirit Emperor. Like father, like son, truly, it may be possible for a dual emperor lineage. The gazes of countless cultivators towards Yi Huang shifted. Previously, his reputation as a fool had been so entrenched that even upon his recovery, few envisioned a promising future for him. Without the protection of Yi Haotian, the Spirit Emperor, his journey seemed destined for a short end. Despite his astonishing feats, slaying 9 wives, obliterating the Tiger Gate, flattening the Lord S's estate of Xianxia City, and defeating high-ranking Murong experts, they still deemed him incapable against the 9 veins, ultimately believing he would meet a grim fate. Yet this battle unveiled to them Yi Huang's formidable strength and his boundless potential. Yi Huang descended back to the remnants of the Murong clan, employing the sky-devouring cauldron to cleanse the battlefield of all corpses. Xiao Taohua, Guwani, and the great white cat rushed forth to gather cultivation resources. Squeak. The little spirit mouse also requested to join the effort. Old Tortoise, I shall retreat for seclusion, Yi Huang declared. Go ahead, Old Tortoise replied, with Old Tortoise safeguarding them. The others felt secure, allowing Yi Huang to focus on his seclusion. Yi Huang's gaze was fixed upon the Crimson Altar. The Murong clan's choice to establish their abode here was undoubtedly deliberate. Indeed, beneath the Murong clan lay a spiritual vein. This battle had drained considerable energy, making it an opportune moment for replenishment. Yi Huang seated himself cross-legged upon the Crimson Altar, silently invoking the primordial sky-devouring technique, embracing the sky-devouring cauldron. In the next moment, the spiritual vein beneath the Murong clan trembled, and an abundance of spiritual energy surged towards Yi Huang. Such immense spiritual power. While it may not rival the superior vein beneath the Chui clan of Xianxia City, its vastness was unparalleled, perhaps allowing for an attempt to breach the spirit ancestor realm. Yi Huang musit inyardi. He swiftly replenished the void within his body and continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the vein, striving to ascend to the spirit ancestor realm. Previously, Yi Huang had employed various secret arts, igniting his essence blood and merging his being with the divine, temporarily attaining the realm of the spirit ancestor. Having gained this experience, he found the subsequent breakthroughs to be considerably easier. Spirit Ring of the Ancestor, coalesce. 3 ethereal rings appeared behind Yi Huang. Originally of a purplish golden hue, the sacred rings transformed into resplendent, multicolored rings of the ancestor. Typically, the colors of spirit rings vary among individuals. However, the 7 colored rings of the ancestor were unprecedented. Yi Huang remained unfazed, for spirit rings merely represented the state of one's cultivation process. Should he eventually reach the realm of the Spirit Emperor, these rings would merge into a singular force, assimilating into his being. At the pinnacle of the first tier of the Spirit Ancestor realm, as the spiritual veins beneath dried up, Yi Huang realized he had achieved this peak. Logically, this vein could have supported thousands of spiritual cultivators in their ascent to the first tier of the Spirit Ancestor realm. Yet, for Yi Huang, it sufficed solely for his own advancement. Thus, in the same realm, he surpassed others by a factor of 10,000. With the grand era approaching, the first tier of the Spirit Ancestor realm was far from sufficient. I yearned to grow even stronger. Yi Huang musit. Although he had eradicated the Murong clan, he still faced the annihilation of 8 more clans, not to mention the formidable talents from the impending minor worlds, and ultimately, confronting the celestial maiden of Yuntian. Such cultivation was undoubtedly inadequate. Ever since Lin Kaiwei had informed him that the Spirit Emperor ascended randomly to various minor worlds to continue their cultivation and breakthroughs. Yi Huang understood that the path of enlightenment was long and endless. The Spirit Emperor reigned supreme in the spirit realm. However, in the vast universe of cultivation, the Spirit Emperor merely represented the threshold to broader realms. There are heavens beyond heavens and individuals beyond individuals. His vision could not be confined to this. Yi Huang began to redefine his future. In the forthcoming illustrious era, there would undoubtedly be a place for him. As for the remaining 8 clans, which one should he eliminate next? Yi Huang rose, deep in thought. Suddenly, a figure was sent sprawling, crashing at his feet. As the dust settled, Yi Huang beheld a woman, disheveled and battered, struggling to her feet. Lin Kaiwei. Yi Huang éclatait in astonishment. The Lin Kaiwei before him bore traces of blood at her lips, wounds upon her body, and her attire was stained with blood, starkly contrasting with the ethereal figure he had previously encountered. She appeared as though she had been cast down to the mortal realm. Yi Huang, flee at once. The news of my seeking you as a partner has been exposed, coupled with the betrayal from my family in the outer minor world. They have dispatched others to kill me and usurp my place. You are also implicated and marked for elimination. You must escape. They are coming for you. Lin Kaiwei, disregarding her own appearance, urged Yi Huang to flee. Yet he could not depart. At that moment, a voice resonated, followed by figures gracefully appearing, surrounding Yi Huang and Lin Kaiwei from all directions, enclosing them within. In a moment, I will obstruct them. Yi Huang, you must flee if you have a chance. Lin Kaiwei declared resolutely. It was evident that she herself was doomed, yet she hoped to secure a moment for Yi Huang to escape before her demise. Yi Huang's expression remained calm. He showed no inclination to leave, instead gazing intently at the approaching figures. Their presence emanated a terrifying aura. They were all prodigies from the small worlds. So you risked everything to come here merely to alert this lad to flee? But is it of any consequence? You shall all perish here today. Lin Kaiwei, you were once the foremost prodigy of the Lin family from the outer small world, yet your clan has betrayed us, colluding with the monstrous entities from beyond. You must be punished. A young man spoke coldly. Is that so? Since I dare to come here, I possess means to delay you, allowing Yi Huang to retreat unscathed. Do you know that my Lin family possesses a secret technique known as Heavenly Radiance Unfolding? Lin Kaiwei's hands moved in intricate gestures, and layers of brilliance erupted from within her, her aura continuously ascending. Witnessing this scene, the young man's expression shifted dramatically. Heavenly Radiance Unfolding, a fleeting meteor. Lin Kaiwei, have you lost your mind? By doing this, your only fate is to be reduced to ashes, eternally dissipating from existence. The young man exclaimed in terror. In the end, death is death. What does it matter if I turn to ashes? However, one thing is certain. Before I become ashes, I shall take you with me. Lin Kaiwei replied calmly. You mad woman. No, the people of the Lin family are all mad. Your parents unleashed the heavenly radiance, perishing together with an ancestor of my clan, just to ensure your brother's escape. The young man roared, retreating in fear. Once this woman unleashes the heavenly radiance, he could only withdraw as far as possible. Just as Lin Kaiwei's secret technique was on the verge of fully manifesting, a powerful hand pressed down on her shoulder. There is no need for such extremes. We are not yet at a dead end. I am here. Yi Huang's hand radiated a gentle power, entering Lin Kaiwei's body, instantly sealing her strength and interrupting the heavenly radiance unfolding. Lin Kaiwei collapsed, exhausted. Old Turtle appeared, carrying the purple tower. It extended its claw, emitting a beam of white light that entered Lin Kaiwei's body, instantly healing her wounds. The heavenly radiance unfolding not only enhances strength, but also defies the constraints of the heavens and earth. After its full manifestation, one would vanish like a shooting star. However, little girl, with little Yi Huang here, you truly need not go to such lengths. Yi Huang, that 9th-tier spiritual ancestor you ruined, this one here is quite good, young, and a formidable adversary. Capture him for me to use as a medicinal figure. Old Turtle suggested. Not at the moment, because right now, I can only kill him. I'm not yet capable of capturing him alive. Yi Huang shook his head, with a decisive step forward. The worn iron sword in hand swung mercilessly towards the group of black-clad men accompanying the young man. These individuals hailed from a lesser realm, yet their cultivation was comparatively feeble, limited to the 8th stage of the spirit ancestor realm. in a mere flick of his wrist. Huang severed their heads with astonishing ease. He then pointed his sword at the young man, declaring, "You shall contend with me. From this moment forth in the spirit realm, Lin Kaiwei is under my protection. Those who dare to harm her shall meet death." Chapter 34. The Great Desolation's Prisoner of Heaven. In the face of life and death, Lin Kaiwei fought desperately to remind herself to flee. Ultimately, in a bid for self-preservation, she resorted to her family's secret technique, the Heavenly Radiance Bloom. Though this technique granted immense power for a fleeting moment, transcending the constraints of the heavenly Tao, it also meant that her life would blaze like a meteor, brilliant yet ephemeral. It was Lin Kaiwei's profound sense of loyalty and righteousness that touched Huang's heart. It is important to note that her sentiments stood in stark contrast to the ruthless beings of the 9 clans, mountains, villages, cities, sects, valleys, and families, who lacked such compassion. "How dare you, a mere ant of the spirit realm, boast before me?" The young man sneered, his arrogance palpable. "Do you not understand that even your supreme spirit emperor must kneel before our realm's sovereign when they arrive in our world? To us, the spirit emperor's realm is but a mere beginning." His laughter reverberated with derision and scorn. Despite Huang's previous display of formidable strength, effortlessly dispatching his 8-stage subordinates, the young man remained unfazed. As long as Lin Kaiwei refrained from using the Heavenly Radiance Bloom, these so-called ants from the spirit realm posed no threat to him. At that moment, the young man gazed down at Huang with a condescending, icy demeanor. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, a terrifying fist imprint materialized, upon which a black cauldron floated ominously, crashing into his face in an instant. With a resounding impact, the young man's features were crushed, blood splattering and teeth scattering across the ground, rendering him a pitiful sight. This was, of course, the handiwork of Huang, an execution of his silent cauldron fist. This technique allowed for silent, sudden assaults upon adversaries, emphasizing swiftness and stealth, thereby sacrificing some power. Though it may not have inflicted fatal harm upon the young man, it was sufficient to leave him searching for his teeth amidst his disarray. In a moment, the once high and mighty figure had been reduced to a clown, left reeling from the unexpected blow. Just then, a melodic laughter echoed forth. Atop a distant tower stood a young girl clad in purple, her presence having materialized unnoticed. As evening descended, her violet hair, ethereal profile, and willow-like grace, bathed in the twilight glow, rendered her an otherworldly vision, akin to a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. Upon the sight of the girl clad in purple, both Lin Kaiwei and the young man underwent a dramatic transformation in countenance, their eyes brimming with an overwhelming sense of trepidation. "Yuhua Palace, Zimio Ferry." The young man, disregarding the agony of his shattered lips, uttered words that escaped his lips in a rush. "Zimio Ferry. The passage from your Yuhua Palace to the spirit realm is the most fortified. How could it descend upon the spirit realm so swiftly?" Lin Kaiwei exclaimed in astonishment. The ethereal maiden, known as Zimio Ferry, delicately lifted a strand of hair that the wind had swept across her forehead with her slender, jade-like fingers, her voice resonating like celestial music. "Sister Kaiwei, fret not about this. I possess my own means of descent. However, I have heard of your misfortunes in the Lin family of the Fengshe small world, witnessing your pitiable state, akin to a lost dog. I truly hesitate to further diminish your spirit. Yet, the treasures I desire must still be taken. Huang, I, Zimio Ferry, have set my sights upon you. Should anyone dare to interfere, they shall meet their demise." As she concluded her declaration, Zimio Ferry extended an exquisitely translucent finger, upon which rested a violet energy orb. With a gentle touch, the orb pierced through the void, resembling a violet meteor streaking across the heavens. With a sudden impact, the young man was struck by the energy orb, his body trembling as his expression froze. "Yuhua Palace, Zetian Finger, Slayer of Deities," he murmured in realization. As the words fell, an explosion of azure light erupted from within him, culminating in his obliteration, transforming him into a mist of crimson that dissipated into the ether. Retreat. Shadows concealed in the dark, without a moment's hesitation, hastily withdrew, too fearful to reveal themselves or confront the girl in purple. These figures were the prodigies from small worlds such as the Cave Heaven, Blessed Lands, and the Illusory Realm. They resolved to await the arrival of their realm's foremost prodigy. Choosing to evade the spotlight for now, The initial arrivals from these small worlds were acutely aware of their fate should they meet a similar end as the young man. They recognized his identity as Feng Qingjian, the 10th-ranked prodigy of the Fengwei small world. Barely having a moment to react, he was dispatched by Zimio Fairy in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it was evident that Zimio Fairy had not even tapped into her full power, remaining within the constraints of the spirit realm's regulations, which meant she wielded no more than the pinnacle strength of a 9th-tier spirit ancestor. Indeed, this exemplifies the chasm between an extraordinary genius and a millennium marvel. In the same realm, the millennium marvel Feng Qingjian was crushed and annihilated by the unparalleled genius Zimio Fairy. The hidden prodigies from the distant void, cognizant of their limitations, recognized themselves as akin to Feng Qingjian, belonging to the category of millennium marvels. Faced with a talent as exceptional as Zimio Fairy, should they dare to emerge, they would only meet the same fate of annihilation. Huang cast a glance at Zimio Fairy, somewhat speechless. In his view, she was somewhat meddlesome. However, considering that she had, in essence, assisted him in dispatching Feng Qingjian, he found himself at a loss for words. Huang, alongside the original Celestial Palace and the Ascension Conference, you should form a team with me. Rest assured, by following me, you shall partake in these fortuitous opportunities. Although Xianxia did not present herself with an air of superiority, there existed an undeniable dominance about her. This assertiveness is not inherently negative. It can be acceptable for those who lack ambition. However, what sort of individual is Huang? He is not one to settle for mediocrity, destined for greatness. A man who aspires to stand atop the world. How could he be subjugated by a woman? I regret to inform you that I have already formed a team with Lin Kaiwei. Huang gently declined, simultaneously indicating his alliance with Lin Kaiwei. Lin Kaiwei, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Earlier, when she inquired if Huang would consider teaming up with her, he had indicated that he would think it over. Yet now, in front of Xianxia, he not only rejected her invitation, but also proactively stated that he had already allied with Lin Kaiwei. Huang, I am now an outcast from the outer world. Teaming up with me offers no advantages and may indeed lead to great trouble. The denizens of the outer world will hunt me down and will not spare those who ally with me. Upon realizing her situation, Lin Kaiwei hastily spoke up to clarify her predicament. Had circumstances remained unchanged, she would still be the representative of the outer world. And hearing Huang's words would have filled her with immense joy. But now, her status had transformed. She had become a fugitive, and joining forces with Huang would only bring him endless trouble, even risking his safety. Huang, kindly responded. My decision to join you is not predicated upon the benefits you may provide or your status, but stems from your sincerity and candor. Rest assured, in the spirit realm, I will protect you. At this moment, Huang exhibited genuine earnestness, rendering Xianxia momentarily disregarded. So, I am being rejected? Huang, do you truly fear not inciting my wrath? I, Xianxia, have always been the one to decline others. No one has ever dared to refuse me. Floating like a celestial being, Xianxia's enchanting gaze was fixed upon Huang. He met her gaze with calm indifference and replied, Then I shall be the first to refuse you. A flicker of violet light flashed in Xianxia's eyes, a sign of her displeasure. Huang, do you comprehend the consequences of rejecting me? Her voice, once ethereal, now carried an edge of menace. Are you threatening me? A glint of danger flickered in Huang's eyes. Xianxia's brows furrowed slightly. In this lifetime, she had finally encountered a man capable of stirring her emotions. Until now, throughout her 17 years of existence, her heart had been as tranquil as still water, devoid of turmoil, as if she had transcended the mundane world, looking down upon all beings. Yet at this moment, the stillness of her heart began to show signs of being disturbed. It may not be a direct threat, yet I could easily incapacitate Lin Kaiwei, thereby stripping her of her eligibility to team up with you. Xianxia suppressed the turmoil within her heart and spoke with an air of indifference. Even without Lin Kaiwei, I would not choose you. Furthermore, having chosen her, no one shall interfere. Should anyone dare to harm her, I will take their life. With this declaration, Huang no longer held back, unequivocally expressing his stance. You. Very well, Huang. I shall observe how you protect her. In that moment, Xianxia's composure began to waver. Huang's words had nearly breached her defenses. Meanwhile, Lin Kaiwei stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed the celestial-like Xianxia lose her composure. She secretly hoped to see Xianxia brought low before Huang. Yet she was also deeply concerned for Huang's safety, fully aware of the formidable and terrifying nature of Xianxia. Huang, perhaps it will be better to reconsider. There is no need to provoke Xianxia prematurely on my behalf, she urged. Although she longed to join forces with Huang, she would rather relinquish that desire than place him in peril. No matter, some individuals simply lack proper upbringing. And if their elders have failed them, I do not mind taking it upon myself to educate them. Huang spoke calmly, unafraid of stoking the flames. It can be said that in the spirit realm, he feared no one. Huang, you have truly angered me. I shall first subdue you to teach you a lesson. Xianxia summoned a violet energy orb at her fingertips. Whoosh! She directed it towards Huang. However, this time, unlike when she had effortlessly eliminated Feng Qingjian, her intention was not immediate annihilation. The violet energy orb expanded, enveloping Huang, an overwhelming force of suppression descending upon him, instantly shrouding him within it. Purple Sky Finger, capable of both killing and subduing. This time, my aim is to subdue you. After taking action, Xianxia appeared particularly confident. Her tranquil state restored, as if everything were under her control. Subdue me? That would surely disappoint you. This is the spirit realm. No one has yet been born who could suppress Huang. Though you from the lower world may be strong, upon entering the spirit realm, even dragons must be coiled. A black cauldron emerged in Huang's hands, countless soul symbols coalescing into a pitch-black sword light. Break! He struck the cauldron's body. The dark sword light, infused with immense black energy, surged towards the violet energy barrier. Crack! The dark sword light collided with the violet energy barrier, shattering it into countless shards of purple light, dissipating into the cosmos. An action unreciprocated is an affront. You shall receive my finger in return. Huang extended a finger towards Xianxia, and with that gesture, a cage formed from myriad mysterious symbols descended upon her. The great wilderness prison sky finger, a single finger to imprison heaven and earth. The finger fell. Xianxia found herself imprisoned within a confined realm, as a terrifying pressure surged towards her. In an instant, she experienced an overwhelming sensation of time standing still, rendering her immobile. Chapter 35. The Narcissistic Xianxia. What manner of finger technique is this? It is astoundingly formidable. The shock within Xianxia's heart was beyond imagination. Her Ziqian finger, a technique renowned as the foremost finger art beneath the heavens, now found itself overshadowed by Huang's display, which exuded an air of celestial confinement. Yet, Xianxia was no ordinary individual. She was the unparalleled genius of Yuhua Palace, a prodigy not seen in a million years. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, her composure returned. Although Huang's technique was immensely powerful and defied the heavens, his cultivation level remained inferior, revealing a vulnerability. The Ziqian finger, capable of dividing yin and yang. Once she regained her calm, Xianxia launched a full counterattack. A radiant purple light emanated from her, exuding an aura of sanctity, as she concentrated all her power into her fingertips, aiming forward. This was the most formidable strike of the Ziqian finger she currently wielded, the yin-yang separation. With a single gesture, the yin and yang were cleaved apart. The resplendent purple light erupted forth like an unparalleled blade of brilliance. Who could have anticipated that Huang's single gesture would compel her into such a dire predicament, necessitating her ultimate technique? Upon her arrival in the spirit realm, Xianxia had scarcely regarded its inhabitants. After all, even if the spirit emperor of the realm ascended to the Yuhua Palace's minor world and encountered her, he would bow in deference and address her with reverence. This had fostered an illusion within her that the denizens of the spirit realm were exceedingly weak. Even though her strength was constrained by the laws of heaven, she believed she could effortlessly sweep through this world. Initially, her experiences confirmed this belief, until she encountered the youth before her. For the first time, Xianxia tasted the bitterness of setbacks and challenges. The purple brilliance sliced through the intangible confines of the vast desolation. Xianxia swiftly broke free, finally reclaiming her freedom, though cold sweat had dampened her back. Huang stood at a distance, refraining from further action. While Xianxia was haughty and domineering, she had never harbored any intent to kill him. Her strikes were solely aimed at subjugation. In kind, Huang reciprocated with a gesture of his own, since she had skillfully shattered the confines. He saw no reason to continue his assault. If Xianxia understood the situation, she would cease her pursuit. Should she persist, he would not hold back any further. Xianxia, do you require my assistance? The holy son of Taichu's sect, Huang, proclaimed, I am willing to ally with you to vanquish Huang. Just then, the heavens trembled, and an extraordinary light illuminated the sky as a palanquin soared through the air. 4 robust men carried it, accompanied by 8 elderly figures, creating a grand spectacle. As the palanquin descended, a handsome youth emerged, elegantly fanning himself with a jade fan, exuding an air of charm. You? What qualifications do you possess? Zimio, the ethereal fairy, bestowed no semblance of favor upon Xianxia. While she acknowledged Yi Huang's prowess, she deemed the others mere refuse. In response, the esteemed saint of Taichu, Xianxia, remained unfazed, imparting a smug smile as he proclaimed, should the fairy wish to spare Yi Huang's life, I possess a remarkable strategy that will compel him to heed your commands. Oh, replied Zimio, noncommittally. Xianxia, fanning himself with a jade fan, continued, the imperial Vein Mountain where Yi Huang resides is inaccessible to us, yet his maternal lineage remains vulnerable. The Miao Peak, the ancestral home of the Empress, is also part of Yi Huang's family. If we were to seize control of the Empress's clan, holding their fates in our grasp, Yi Huang would have no choice but to comply. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's expression darkened, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. The audacity of these 9 families was truly staggering. Yet, Yi Huang refrained from uttering a word, remaining silent as he regarded Xianxia with the gaze reserved for the deceased. At that moment, Zimio regained her former sharpness, her eyes narrowing, her aura radiating power. Are you presuming to instruct me on my actions? She inquired, her voice frigid, a glimmer of danger flickering in her eyes. Miao Xian's young palace master, my lord sincerely wishes to collaborate with you, and it is imperative that Yi Huang perishes. Otherwise, future troubles will ensue, interjected an aged servant clad in black, who, despite his station, had attained the initial level of the 9th-tier spirit ancestor realm. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of purple light cut through the air. With a swift motion, Zimio severed the old servant's head, leaving him no opportunity for reaction. Her fingers, poised as if wielding a sword, had executed the act from a distance. The sudden turn of events shocked all present. Then, Zimio's melodious yet chilling voice resonated. Firstly, the matters between Yi Huang and myself are my own concern. There is no need for your unwarranted interference. Secondly, since Yi Huang has captured my interest, should you desire his demise, I shall ensure your end first. Lastly, as a being of transcendent grace, akin to the celestial purple moon in the heavens, how could I, Zimio, condescend to associate with the likes of you mere knaves? As she concluded, Zimio lifted her proud head, casting a disdainful glance at the assembly. Yi Huang, I shall refrain from further meddling in this affair. Yet let it be known that our story is far from over. In due time, I shall openly claim you as my own. At the zenith of the immortal realm, I, Zimio, am destined to stand atop the path of greatness, and you, Yi Huang, shall be my first chosen follower. Zimio exuded an unmatched confidence, her words imbued with an air of supremacy. Yi Huang, however, was left speechless, taken aback by the self-absorbed beauty before him. Moreover, her capricious nature resembled that of a mischievous sprite. Wishing to avoid entanglement, Yi Huang chose to disregard her. Xianxia and his entourage wore expressions of deep discontent. Yet before Zimio, they could only harbor their fury in silence. The esteemed young master of the Miao Xian sect, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. However, since you have already taken one of my companions, let this be a token of my respect. We shall take our leave. A profound sense of frustration enveloped Xianxia. He dared not linger any longer, fearing that Miao Xian might lose her composure and strike at them once more. Nevertheless, he had ultimately achieved the purpose of his visit. Casting a fleeting glance at Yi Huang, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Yi Huang, I have conveyed the message. I refuse to believe you will not fall for it. Xianxia mused silently, then leaped into the carriage, preparing to depart. Did I ever grant you permission to leave? At that moment, Yi Huang's voice resonated. Though I may not be your equal, should I wish to depart, you cannot prevent me, Xianxia declared with arrogance. Simultaneously, the carriage unexpectedly ascended, hurtling swiftly into the distance. This carriage, it seemed, was a flying artifact, a revelation that took many by surprise. Moreover, With Hua Yunfei having seized the initiative and determined to escape, it appeared that Yi Huang could not catch up to him. Yet, Yi Huang remained unfazed, hovering in the air, directing a finger towards the direction in which Hua Yunfei was fleeing. The great Desolate's prisoning heaven finger. A single gesture to confine the universe. In an instant, the void before him seemed to freeze in time. Hua Yunfei and his followers, who had been racing through the skies, found themselves immobilized, unable to move. Do you truly believe such trivial tricks can elude me? Aware that I am not your match, yet still daring to confront me and divulge this information. Your intent is merely to lure me to your Taichu sect. I suspect your sect has prepared a lethal ambush, confident in your ability to eliminate me. Very well, I shall oblige you and first extinguish your Taichu sect. Initially, Yi Huang had contemplated which faction to eradicate first. However, since the Taichu sect had so brazenly revealed itself, he resolved to target them first. Moreover, the audacity of Hua Yunfei to threaten him using his maternal grandfather's lineage had sealed his fate. Yi Huang, I am a holy son of the Taichu sect, endowed with a dual nature. My Yin resides in the spirit realm, while my Yang inhabits the small world of Taichu. If you slay my Yin form, my Yang will descend into the small world, and the first to be vanquished shall undoubtedly be you. Should you perish, I shall eradicate all those connected to you. Hua Yunfei proclaimed with a venomous tone. At that moment, he struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the great Desolate's prisoning heaven finger. Yet, he was not Xianxia and could not hope to succeed. Yi Huang's technique was born from ancient texts within the swallowing heaven cauldron, albeit a fragmentary tome containing only the first 3 gestures. Currently, Yi Huang had mastered 2 of them. The great Desolate's prisoning heaven finger. The second gesture shatters mountains and rivers. Without uttering a word, Yi Huang responded directly to Hua Yunfei's threat. No, in the face of Yi Huang's gesture, Hua Yunfei and his subordinates emitted cries of despair as the once still world shattered. Along with the shattering of that realm, the souls within it were also destroyed. Hua Yunfei and his subordinates met their demise, transforming into wisps of crimson mist that dissipated into the ethereal realm, ultimately coalescing into a rune on the celestial devouring cauldron. Beside them, Xianxia stood momentarily stunned. He had just held back. Had he unleashed his full strength with but 2 fingers, would he have survived? Perhaps only by invoking that secret treasure could he hope to preserve his life. A chill coursed through Xianxia as he gazed at Yi Huang's silhouette. We shall go to Taichu Mountain, Yi Huang declared, not sparing a glance at Xianxia, but addressing Lin Kaiwei instead. He instructed Old Tortoise to inscribe a mark upon Lin Kaiwei, thereby granting him unimpeded access to the Purple Tower. Bearing the weight of Old Tortoise, Yi Huang's feet were graced by the presence of a dilapidated iron sword. With a swift motion, the sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the horizon before vanishing in an instant. It was only now, as Xianxia was overlooked, that he reacted. Yi Huang. Xianxia gritted her teeth, her emotions oscillating significantly. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure, her gaze turning icy. Now this is intriguing, is it not? In the future, as I stand atop the pinnacle of the immortal path, how lonely it would be without anyone by my side. Yi Huang. He is deserving of standing beside me, witnessing my ascent to greatness. After indulging in her own self-adulation, Xianxia found herself uplifted once more. However, she had no time to accompany Yi Huang for now. She had a destination in the spirit realm that she must reach. Her master had foretold that there she would undergo her first profound transformation. Yi Huang, when we meet again, I shall effortlessly crush you. With a smile, her ethereal figure gradually melded into the cosmos, disappearing entirely. Chapter 36. More fearful than demons and monsters is the human heart. Taichu Gate, the foremost sect in the world. Its mountain gate, established atop Taichu Mountain, overlooks the surrounding peaks. Each of these summits is governed by a peak master, all of whom possess strength not lesser than the First Order Spirit Saint realm. With myriad peaks standing tall, it is evident that outside the Taichu Gate, there are thousands of disciples of Taichu, each equally formidable. Within the gate, countless strong beings abound, attesting to the sect's flourishing prosperity. In the grand hall of Taichu Gate, the sect master Lin Zhao sat upon the throne, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yunfei has conveyed the message to Yi Huang. I surmise that it will not be long before he comes to confront our Taichu Gate. This child, Yi Huang, is far too monstrous and defiant. He must be eliminated before he reaches his full potential. If he continues to grow at this pace, it won't be long before we have no chance left. Everything is in place. We await Yi Huang's arrival. The Grand Elder of Tai Chu Gate remarked. Yi Huang is overly arrogant. He likely does not realize that we possess an offensive technique left by his father, Yi Haoyan. Once activated, it is equivalent to an attack from a spirit emperor, and none can withstand it. This time, our Tai Chu Gate will take responsibility for eliminating Yi Huang, while Yuluo Valley and Qingyun Sect will secure the Misty Peak. This is a prudent dual strategy. Even if we fail to slay Yi Huang, as long as we hold dominion over Misty Peak, he will still have to comply with our demands. A multitude of elders and formidable figures from the Taichu sect nodded in agreement, expressing their consensus. If they could vanquish Yi Huang and seize the opportunities and secrets he possessed, the Taichu sect, bolstered by the power of the Taichu small world, would undoubtedly dominate the spiritual realm. However, had they known of Yi Huang's extraordinary talents earlier, the saintess Jiang Chuqing should not have hastily annulled her engagement. A period of observation would have been prudent. The elders of the Taichu sect murmured, lamenting the hasty actions of the saintess, which ultimately led to her own downfall. Regardless, it was imperative that Yi Huang, now aware of their role in his father's demise, be denied any chance to grow stronger. Not only must he be eliminated, but all those connected to him should be ruthlessly exterminated, leaving no survivors. Such sentiments echoed among many of the Taichu sect's powerful members. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the heavens. Yi Huang soared through the skies on his sword, materializing instantaneously before the gates of the Taichu mountain. Standing amidst the sea of clouds and gazing down upon the Taichu sect, Yi Huang had arrived. The Taichu sect trembled. From countless peaks, beams of sword light ascended, and figures emerged, standing resolutely at the summit, swords aimed at Yi Huang. Within the sect master Lin Zhao led a host of experts forth. Activate the formation, Lin Zhao commanded, and a myriad of formation lights shot into the sky, enveloping the entire Taichu sect. This formation sealed the void, cutting off Yi Huang's escape. Yi Huang, you have finally come. Indeed, it is the Taichu sect that seeks to slay you, and we shall eliminate all those associated with you, leaving not a single one alive, declared the powerful members of the Taichu sect with icy resolve. They now exuded an air of certainty regarding Yi Huang's fate. Moreover, Yi Huang, you have fallen into our trap, and you may not even realize it. Ha ha ha, our holy son of the Taichu sect merely lured you with a minor scheme, and you came rushing to your demise, revealing the vast chasm between you and our holy son. However, at this moment, where is the holy son, Hua Yunfei? Why has he not returned? Some voiced their doubts. Your holy son? The instant he transmitted his message, I had already severed him. Rest assured, you shall see him soon, for I shall personally escort each of you to your demise, Yi Huang replied calmly. At his words, the faces of the Taichu sect's disciples paled dramatically. In that moment, they realized that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Yi Huang, since you have seen through everything, how dare you come to the Taichu sect to meet your end? Do you have a death wish? Lin Zhao spoke coldly. I am fully aware that this is a trap, that you possess lethal tactics designed against me, yet I still dare to come. Do you know why? Yi Huang's voice grew chillingly resolute. It is simply because I intend to eradicate every last one of you, leaving none behind. Arrogance. With that, the swords of countless peaks were drawn, ready to strike down anyone who dared to offend the Taichu sect. At this moment, Lin Zhao, the leader of the Taichu sect, was utterly enraged. With a single command, the multitude of swords surged forth, as each spirit saint wielded their blades, harnessing the might of the mountains to coalesce their sword intent and launch an assault on Yi Huang. The power of countless swords, combined with the might of the spirit saints, was indeed formidable. Even Yi Huang, caught within this tempest, could feel the oppressive weight of their sword intent. Yet, they had erred in their choice of opponent. With a mere thought, an ancient iron sword materialized before Yi Huang. Phantasm, he called out, and the worn blade instantly multiplied into a myriad of forms. Go! He then executed the ancient sword control technique. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword rays transformed into a torrential rain of blades, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. With a piercing sound, the sword energy surged forth, blood illuminating the sky as bodies fell like rain. One after another, the spirit saints were slain, their corpses impaled upon the peaks of the mountains. Boom! With a soft command from Yi Huang, thousands of corpses erupted, their terrifying energy sending entire mountain ranges crumbling. This astonishing spectacle transpired in the blink of an eye. The grand array of spirit saints that the Taichu sect had so proudly boasted of was thus shattered. The entire Taichu sect was plunged into a profound silence. How could this be? Huang was far more formidable than we had ever anticipated. Lin Zhao pondered gravely. What shall we do now? Inquired the Grand Elder and the others. Let us unleash the Spirit Emperor's slaughter technique. If we do not act now, I fear we shall lose our opportunity. For Huang is terrifying, possessing the power to obliterate the Taichu sect. We have gravely underestimated him, Lin Zhao lamented. At this moment, after vanquishing the multitude of spirit saints, Huang advanced step by step toward the gates of the Taichu mountain. Huang, I concede that you are powerful, even possessing greater potential than your father. However, since we have become foes, your fate is sealed. Do you understand? We are fully aware of our disadvantage, yet still lured you to Taichu Mountain. This is because within Taichu Mountain lies a singular strike capable of slaying anyone beneath the Spirit Emperor. This strike, known as the Huang sword, was wielded by your father and is sealed within Taichu Mountain, unable to be relocated. Thus, we can only lead you here to eliminate you. Lin Zhao gazed at Huang as if he were already a corpse. There was no need for concealment when addressing one on the brink of death. He laid bare the truth before Huang. Huang, to perish by the very strike left by your father. Do you not feel an overwhelming anguish? Unable to rest in peace, perhaps even harboring resentment toward him in your final moments? Ha ha ha, this is precisely the effect I desired. The masters of the Taichu sect erupted into triumphant laughter, revealing their grotesque countenances. Huang's expression remained calm, yet a torrent of murderous intent surged within him. The Taichu sect had once received immense favor from his father, Xianxia. Behind Taichu Mountain lay the Demon Sea, separated by a heavenly barrier. Yet, barriers are not impervious and may weaken, even developing cracks. 20 years ago, a rift appeared between the Demon Sea and the spirit realm due to celestial upheavals, allowing countless demons from the Demon Sea to invade. At that moment, the Taichu sect was on the brink of annihilation. Fortunately, the Spirit Emperor Xianxia arrived, just in time, single-handedly repelling the demons, sealing the fissures of the barrier, and leaving behind a strike for Taichu Mountain to guard against the formidable demons of the Demon Sea. Little did they expect that these individuals not only caused the death of his father, but now sought to use the Huang sword left by his father against him. Is this amusing? Go ahead and laugh. After all, there may be no opportunity to laugh in the future. Huang faced the gathering Huang sword with indifference, instead gazing at the members of the Taichu sect with an expression of boundless derision. Huang, facing imminent death, dared to remain so arrogant. Everyone, let us not hold back any longer. Unleash the full power of the Huang sword and slay Huang. With the strike of Huang, we shall send his son down to reunite with him. What a splendid tale that would be. The members of the Taichu sect laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the entire Taichu mountain trembled, and the sword sealed by the Spirit Emperor Huang was thoroughly awakened. An endless array of luminous symbols converged towards the heights of Taichu Mountain, ultimately coalescing into an immensely resplendent sword, embodying the sword intent of the Spirit Emperor, carrying the grandeur of celestial authority, capable of vanquishing demons and evil spirits alike. Huang, Pitish, led by Lin Zhao, countless disciples of the Taichu sect formed sword seals, directing them towards Huang. In the next moment, the Huang sword, imbued with overwhelming celestial might and boundless sword intent, descended upon him. The innumerable disciples of the Taichu sect gazed at Huang with expressions of exhilaration. Boom! The infinite sword intent instantaneously engulfed Huang. All the disciples of the Taichu sect believed Huang was doomed, likely reduced to naught. At last, Huang had perished, and the Yi family would no longer exist in the spirit realm. How exhilarating, how delightful! The disciples of the Taichu sect could not contain their ecstatic shouts, expressing the fervor within their hearts. Unfortunately, Huang had left but a single sword, wasted on Huang. It was all for naught. This old fellow truly was stingy. Could he not have left a few more swords? At that moment, some even began to criticize Huang. Do you all wish for my demise so eagerly? Yet, at that instant, a detached voice emerged from the boundless sword energy. It was Huang's voice. He was not dead. Lin Zhao and the countless disciples of the Taichu sect turned pale, their faces ashen, fixated on the source of the voice. They beheld Huang slowly emerging from the sea of sword intent, entirely unscathed, exuding an air of remarkable composure. Strangely, the terrifying sword intent from the Huang sword actively avoided him, swirling around him endlessly while not inflicting any harm whatsoever. As he stepped forth, the endless sword intent seemed to transform into a mere backdrop. Impossible. How could this be? The Huang sword can slay anyone beneath the Spirit Emperor realm. You are merely a spirit ancestor. How could it fail to kill you? Could it be that your father Yi Haoyan deceived us? The master of the Taichu sect, Lin Zhao, along with countless disciples, found it exceedingly difficult to accept the outcome, engaging in frantic inquiries. Observing these individuals, Yi Huang felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Is this what his father sacrificed everything to protect? They were all tainted, their malevolence oozing from their very essence. Why is it impossible? In this realm, this sword can sever all, yet it will never strike me, for it embodies my father's sword intent. My father bequeathed this sword to vanquish the fiends of the world and to cleave through malevolent spirits. And you are more wicked than the fiends of the world, more malevolent than the evil spirits. This sword must be wielded against you. Yi Huang's resounding voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. He extended a finger, and boundless sword intent, as if guided by an unseen force, converged at his fingertip, forming an unparalleled sword radiance. Yi Huang closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensation. He could feel his father's righteous spirit permeating the cosmos. This was his father. He could never become the man his father was. Yet this did not diminish his reverence for him. Father, lend me your sword to slay the wicked. With a final, thunderous cry, he unleashed the sword of Huang. Sweeping across the Taichu sect, countless sword energies intertwined, and where they passed, innumerable disciples of the Taichu sect fell. In that moment, their laughter was silenced, replaced by boundless fear and despair. The gates of the Taichu mountain crumbled. Bodies were torn apart by the sword energy, scattering fragments of flesh across the ground. Yi Huang, how can you be so vicious? Cannot you learn from your father to embrace compassion? Yi Huang, do you truly seek to eradicate us all? You shall not die a good death. When my Taichu small world descends, I will not spare you. Stop. Please stop. I surrender. I was wrong. Spare me, please. The master Lin Zhao and the elders, now overwhelmed with terror, began to curse, only to devolve into pleas for mercy. In the face of death, their true nature revealed itself. But how could Yi Huang show the mercy? To eradicate the roots, leaving none behind. That was their own decree. Yi Huang not only did not relent, but became even more resolute in his slaughter. In this world, while demons are indeed fearsome, the true terror lies within the human heart. He was not his father and could not afford to forgive. Thus, he could only eradicate them all. Yi Huang, you are a demon. No, you are far worse than a demon. An abhorrence 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Lin Zhao cried out in terror, teetering on the brink of madness. With a swift stroke, Yi Huang severed his head. Chapter 37. The Spirit Ancestor Like Chaff. Upon witnessing the fall of their master, the Grand Elder of the Taichu sect descended into utter despair. He understood that the Taichu sect could not escape the fate of annihilation today. Had they been facing the Spirit Emperor Yi Haoyan, perhaps their pleas for mercy might have swayed his heart. But before Yi Huang, begging for mercy would only hasten their demise. Yi Huang, you foolish simpleton who has been lost for 16 long years, how can you possess such power? I refuse to accept it. The Grand Elder shouted in despair. But in his defiance, Yi Huang pierced his brow with a single sword strike. So what if you have annihilated our Taichu sect? Your maternal relatives at the Mysterious Peak are currently besieged by the Qingyun sect in the Moonfall Valley. Your grandfather and uncle shall perish, and you cannot save them, nor can you rescue your parents. Even if you were invincible in this world, what would it matter? Throughout your life, there will always be regrets lodged in your heart. The ancestors of the Taichu sect, in their desperation, sought to undermine Yi Huang's resolve, attempting to shatter his Dao heart. Yet, Yi Huang remained unmoved, calmly continuing his slaughter. Moments later, the Taichu sect was utterly obliterated, every disciple mercilessly slain. Not a single soul left alive. Yi Huang summoned the devouring cauldron, consuming all the corpses and treasures within. Without a moment's pause, he soared towards the mysterious peak on his flying sword. Is the mysterious peak my maternal family? Along the way, a question arose in Yi Huang's mind. The reason for such doubt lay in his own uncertainty. Since his birth, he had never encountered his grandfather or uncle. However, he was certain that his mother hailed from the mysterious peak. Yet, she had never spoken of her father or brother, nor had his father mentioned them. Moreover, on a solitary occasion, his mother had taken him past the mysterious peak, but he distinctly remembered that only she had entered, leaving him outside. In his foolish state at that time, he had not thought much of it, but now it seemed rather odd. If not for Hua Yunfei's mention and the ancestors of the Taichu sect, he might have completely forgotten that he had maternal relatives, a grandfather, and an uncle. Yi Huang, muset silently. Gu Wani, do you know of the mysterious peak? Yi Huang inquired of Gu Wani within the purple tower. Among those present, Old Tortoise belonged to a primordial existence, having slumbered for countless ages, thus he could not possibly know of the mysterious peak. Lin Kaiwei hailed from a small world beyond, so there was no need to ask her. The little peach blossom and her companions came from a humble village, possessing even less knowledge than Yi Huang. Therefore, the only person he could inquire of was Gu Wani, who had originated from the academy and traveled extensively, gaining considerable insight. Young master, is not the mysterious peak your maternal family? Do you not understand it yourself? Gu Wani questioned, perplexed. It is quite normal for someone who has been foolish for 16 years to be unaware. Yi Huang gripped it blandly. Gu Wani shook her head, saying, the outside world believes that your 16 years of foolishness have been feigned. As for the mysterious peak, it is little known to the public, as it belongs to a hidden lineage that does not involve itself in worldly disputes. However, it is said to possess strength not inferior to the 9 families, and it is incredibly mysterious. Furthermore, it is widely acknowledged that the Empress hails from the mysterious peak. From the information at hand, it seems to align without issues. Yet Yi Huang felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. 1,000 miles from the demon barrier stands a colossal peak, piercing the clouds above. This mountain, lush and enveloped in mist, appears ethereal from a distance, resembling a celestial paradise. It is named the Mysterious Peak. Li Xinghai, cease your futile struggles. Most of your people have perished. Further resistance will lead to your demise. Allow me to share another piece of news. Your grandson, Yi Huang, has ascended to the Taichu Sacred Gate, and he is destined to perish beneath the sword left by his father, the Haotian sword. Outside Mysterious Peak, silhouettes linger, comprising elite warriors from the Qingyun sect and the Moonfall Valley. Leading the Qingyun sect is the deputy sect master, Su Ming, while the Moonfall Valley is represented by its master, Tang San. Both are formidable figures at the late stage of the 9th level of Spirit Ancestor. Accompanying them are 800 Spirit Ancestors, 10,000 Spirit Saints, and countless underlings beneath the Spirit Saint realm. They have encircled Mysterious Peak, sealing it completely. Do not harm my grandson. Su Ming, Tang San, your actions are despicable. My Mysterious Peak is a reclusive family, uninvolved in worldly disputes. Yet you seek to exterminate us merely to eliminate my grandson. Such a lack of integrity is lamentable. If the Spirit Emperor were present, would you dare to act with such arrogance and impunity? Li Xinghai, a robust elder with hair as white as snow, is consumed by rage, his voice filled with sorrow and indignation. Father, little Yi Huang is in danger. Let us fight our way out. Even if we perish, we must save my nephew. After all, he is the only bloodline left by my sister and the Spirit Emperor Haotian. We cannot allow the Yi family to be extinguished. A middle-aged man, resembling Li Xinghai, roars in response. He is Li Qingfeng, the uncle of Yi Huang. Alongside Li Xinghai and Li Qingfeng stands a group of disciples from Mysterious Peak, each appearing resolute and at home in the face of adversity. Very well, since you seek death, we shall grant your wish. Everyone, obey my command. Unleash your full might against Mysterious Peak. This time, hold nothing back. Annihilate them all. Su Ming, the deputy sect master of Qingyun, and Tang San, the master of Moonfall Valley, issue their orders in unison. As the impending battle looms, a piercing sword light suddenly cleaves through the heavens. Imbued with overwhelming celestial might and an unstoppable sword intent, hurtling forth. With a series of piercing sounds, the sword light traverses the battlefield, piercing through numerous figures. Blood sprays forth as bodies plummet like rain. Ultimately, as the sword light halts, it returns to the presence of a young man, hovering midair, the sword pointed at the crowd. Yi Huang. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the members of Qingyun sect and Moonfall Valley simultaneously changed their expressions, exclaiming in disbelief. You survived? How could the Haotian sword on Taichu Mountain fail to slay you? Su Ming and Tang San were expressions of incredulity. The situation appears to be slipping from their grasp. as Huang methodically dismantles the trap they had meticulously laid. At that moment, Su Ming and Tang San simultaneously received messages through their communication stones. Upon reading the thoughts conveyed, they instantly comprehended the events that unfolded atop Taichu Mountain. How could this be? The Taichu sect has been obliterated by your Haoyan sword? Damn it. How could we have committed such a fundamental error? Yet Huang, what can you wield here, aside from the Haoyan sword you utilized at the Taichu sect? The voices of Su Ming and Tang San brimmed with murderous intent. Only the sword in my hand, Huang replied with calm assurance. He then activated the second tier of the ancient sword control technique. The dilapidated iron sword hovering before him radiated an eerie crimson glow, swiftly transforming from one into two, manifesting as two battered iron swords. From one comes two, from two comes three, from three comes all things, Huang murmured. In an instant, the swords before him multiplied into countless blades, dispersing across the heavens and the earth. Go! With a wave of his hand, a torrential rain of swords surged forth. Establish the protective seal. Su Ming and Tang San bellowed. The 800 spirit ancestors, 10,000 spirit saints, and countless death warriors below the spirit saint realm simultaneously moved their hands, forming the protective seal. Buzz. Countless protective seals ascended, coalescing into a luminous barrier enveloping all spirits. Crack. The rain of swords descended. The protective barrier began to fracture, and the death warriors were sent reeling, spitting blood. Hold the line, cried Su Ming and Tang San with urgency. You cannot withstand it, Huang stated indifferently. Following this, innumerable sword rays converged, morphing into a dragon-like torrent of sword rain, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar, once more piercing toward the protective barrier. Boom! This time, the entire protective barrier shattered, disintegrating into specks of starlight. Over 10,000 death warriors were obliterated into a mist of blood. The remainder suffered grievous injuries. The 800 spirit ancestors and 10,000 spirit saints were now pallid, their initial pride and satisfaction long extinguished, replaced by overwhelming fear and despair. Kill! With a wave of his hand, the gathered sword dragon disintegrated into numerous sword rays. Weaving through the void, the sword energy swept across, cutting down countless death warriors. Thud, thud, thud. Bodies fell like rain, splattering upon the ground and transforming into puddles of flesh. Master, Huang is terrifying. We cannot withstand him. The spirit ancestor from Qingyun's sect exclaimed in horror. Indeed. Sect leader, we must retreat and devise a long-term strategy. The members of Moonfall Valley urged their leader. Let us withdraw, Su Ming and Tang San said, resigned. They harbored no desire to retreat, yearning to avenge Su Sueki and Tang Xian'er by slaying Huang. Yet the situation was beyond their control. They were no match for Huang now. Now you wish to leave? It is too late. Huang's voice resonated ominously. The expressions of Su Ming, Tang San, and the others changed dramatically as they felt an incomprehensible pressure descend upon them, accompanied by a shroud of darkness enveloping their surroundings, sealing all avenues of escape. Everyone looked up, and there, suspended in the void, was a colossal black cauldron, towering to a height of 100 meters, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, resembling an ancient demonic mountain hovering above their heads. This was the Black Cauldron, the legendary life-bound artifact of Huang. It was over. The heavens and the earth were sealed, and escape was impossible. The members of Qingyun's sect and Moonlit Valley cried out in terror. Kill! Huang struck mercilessly. Countless black runes erupted from the cauldron, merging with flying swords that darted through the realm. The first to fall were tens of thousands of spirit saints. Faced with the swords infused with the Black Soul runes, they could not defend themselves. Swords shattered and lives were extinguished, transforming into runes upon the cauldron's surface. Huang, how can he be so powerful, so terrifying? In the spirit realm, he was undoubtedly an invincible presence beneath the Spirit Emperor level. Regret flooded the hearts of the spirit ancestors. They lamented having provoked such a prodigy. Huang's rune-infused flying swords radiated an overwhelming malevolence, causing even the esteemed spirit ancestors to feel their insignificance, trembling in fear. The spirit ancestors were like blades of grass, continuously being harvested. Su Ming, the master of Qingyun's sect, and Tang San, the leader of Moonlit Valley, were engulfed in despair as they witnessed the scene unfold. How could this be? We don't even have a chance to escape. This is not how it was supposed to go, they exclaimed in horror. Yet at that moment, in the heavens above, The black cauldron emanated boundless demonic energy, with soul runes roaring, and a torrent of resentment surged forth, plummeting like meteors with long black tails. No, Huang. I have something to say. In the face of life and death, Su Ming and Tang Sen seemed to have words unspoken. But it was too late. The cauldron descended upon them, and they were instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Chapter 38. Because you are this princess's prey. Grandson, little Huang. At this moment, two voices filled with surprise rang out. A robust elder and a middle-aged man flew forth, appearing before Huang. The newcomers were Xianxia and Qingfeng. Huang gazed at them, but remained silent, for he had no recollection of the two. The titles of grandfather and uncle felt foreign on his tongue. Seeing Huang's expression, Xianxia and Qingfeng halted. It seems grandfather has forgotten. Little Huang has never met us before, so our first encounter may feel a bit awkward. It's all right. After some time together, it will be fine, Xianxia chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, little Huang, thanks to your timely appearance, you have saved the crisis at Piamiao Peak. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Little Huang already possesses the grace of his father. Qingfeng added, you should not be speaking to little Huang here. Hurry and invite him inside. An elderly voice interjected as an aged matron appeared, supported by a beautiful woman. However, they did not approach but stood at a distance, speaking. Xiao Huang, please first put away the black cauldron. I hear it is your life-s artifact, now renowned throughout the realm. Nevertheless, with the battle concluded, store it away for now and come over to let your aunt see you, gently urged the beautiful woman, supporting the elderly matriarch. This is your grandmother and your aunt. Li Qingfeng Raminda. Huang nodded, stowed away the black cauldron, and flew towards the mysterious peak. I hurried here upon hearing of the assault on Mysterious Peak. It is a relief to see you all unharmed, Huang said dutifully. If these truly were his maternal relatives, he felt it necessary to maintain proper decorum. Yet, in their first meeting, all were strangers, and thus he found it difficult to address them. Child, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Over the years, it was not that we did not wish to visit you at the Imperial Vein Mountain, but rather that there lies a hidden past here. Our Mysterious Peak was condemned by the Spirit Emperor as a clan colluding with demons. Thus we were forbidden from setting foot on the Imperial Vein Mountain, let alone visiting you or seeing you. It was almost akin to severing ties with your mother. We indeed bear some culpability when the demons invaded. We struck a bargain to protect the Leaf family, yet we never committed acts of cruelty against humanity. Nonetheless, we were still at fault, which is why we isolated ourselves on Mysterious Peak and never venture beyond. However, recently there was a breach of contract. Your uncle, upon hearing of the Elder's betrayal and the 9 clans challenging the Imperial Vein Mountain, defied his vow and sought to bring you back, but he was ultimately too late. By the time he arrived, the Imperial Vein Mountain was sealed, and you had already descended the mountain. Thankfully, upon learning that you were safe, he returned. Child, I cannot believe you have grown to this extent. Without you, our Mysterious Peak would have long since been reduced to ashes, Huang's grandmother lamented, her voice rich with emotion. This was the first time Huang had heard such matters, and his feelings were now somewhat complex. Grandmother, I have traveled so far and am weary. I wish to rest for a while. May I inquire if my mother's residence still exists? Huang, fine Ocean. Yes. We have indeed been remiss. The child has journeyed tirelessly, engaged in continuous battles, and is understandably fatigued. Qing Yan, please take Xiao Huang to his mother's room to rest. Do not let anyone disturb him. Any matters can wait until tomorrow, his grandfather Li Qingfeng said, coming to a realization. Xiao Huang, come with your aunt. Li Qingyan said, graciously taking Huang's hand and leading him to his mother's former abode. Qing Yan bore a striking resemblance to his mother. Could she truly be his aunt? Huang pondered it inyardly. The scenery of Mysterious Peak was indeed breathtaking. Every corner a picturesque view, akin to a celestial realm. Unique mountains and stones, a riot of blooming flowers, rare herbs and trees. Exotic birds and precious beasts were visible everywhere. Xiao Huang, do you feel a sense of unfamiliarity and distance towards us? Do not worry. Everything will be fine in time. From now on, your aunt, grandfather, grandmother, and uncle will be your closest companions. Li Qingyan said gently as they traveled. I will remember. Aunt, I will gradually adapt, Huang replied after a moment of silence. Exactly. When I was young, I ventured with your mother to the demon forest 500 miles away to hunt demons. On one occasion, I was grievously injured by a demon, And it was your mother who appeared just in time and risked her life to save me. It is unexpected that now she and I are separated by the veil of death. During their journey, Aunt Li Qingyan began reminiscing about the past with Yi Huang, which gradually eased his guarded heart. Is this Yi Huang your cousin? Today we are fortunate to have him. Otherwise, we would have lost our Piao Miao peak. Oh my! Cousin Yi Huang is so handsome. A group of young men and women approached, their curious gazes fixed upon Yi Huang. Mother, let cousin join us in our games, Lu Meng said, tugging at Li Qingyan's hand. However, Yi Huang felt that Lu Meng's gaze upon him was rather peculiar, as if she regarded him as prey. Does she see me as a target? Not today, but you may get to know each other, Li Qingyan smiled and replied. In the end, Yi Huang learned the names of these individuals. Lu Meng, daughter of Li Qingyan, Li Shan, son of Li Qingfeng. Aside from these two, there were others who were also cousins, though their relationships were not as close. Eventually, Yi Huang arrived at his mother's residence. It was a secluded courtyard, surrounded by picturesque scenery. It was evident that his mother had indeed lived here, as he could see belongings that once belonged to her, even the lingering essence of her presence. Could it be that my intuition was mistaken? Yi Huang pondered it silently. After bringing him to the courtyard, Li Qingyan urged him to rest well and did not linger before departing. Left alone in the courtyard, Yi Huang turned to the turtle perched on his shoulder. Old turtle, have you noticed anything unusual about Piao Miao Peak? The turtle, as if perpetually in a state of slumber, opened its eyes slightly and replied, This place harbors a killing array. Oh, this courtyard is quite extraordinary, Yi Huang remarked. It is a primordial killing array, a blood-draining formation. There are also various great formations interwoven for confinement, suppression, and imprisonment. Moreover, a formidable weapon lies buried here. This location is a place of unparalleled slaughter. Once you set foot here, survival is impossible. It seems your family is not to be trifled with. None of the people here can be taken lightly, the turtle commented, now appearing more alert. So this is a trap? But when did I step into it? Yi Huang remained unperturbed. After all, if the turtle was calm, he felt reassured. Furthermore, should a situation arise that he could not withstand, he could always retreat into the swallowing heaven cauldron. Safety is assured. However, Yi Huang seeks to unravel the true intentions behind the elaborate ruse that lured him here. It cannot merely be to extinguish his life. Furthermore, another question lingers. Are these individuals truly his kin? As the adversaries have yet to strike, he contemplates the possibility of waiting a while longer. He is curious to see how long they can maintain their charade. With this thought, Yi Huang dismisses further musings and steps into the Purple Tower, where he begins to sift through the spoils acquired from vanquishing the Taichu sect. There are numerous treasures, yet few hold any real utility for him. What is this? Yi Huang discards the items of little significance to himself, leaving them for Gu Wani and Xiao Taohua to peruse. At that moment, an ancient jade vial captures his attention. The spirit-sealing jade bottle. If it remains unsealed, it is highly probable that it contains a spirit river. Such a spiritual treasure is exceedingly rare, even within the confines of the outer realms, and its value is unparalleled. Lin Kaiwei, witnessing this, gasps in astonishment. How can it be unsealed? Yi Huang Inuitis. This kind of spirit-sealing jade bottle typically requires 3 specific methods for unsealing. To act recklessly could result in an explosion, leading to destruction for both the bottle and its wielder, for the force unleashed by spirit spring is unfathomable. Yi Huang, do you require my assistance in unsealing it? I happen to be proficient in the methods, Lin Kaiwei offers. You mean it could explode? Yi Huang's eyes gleam with intrigue, his focus diverging from the ordinary. Indeed, but to deliberately and instantaneously induce an explosion necessitates a specialized technique. I can instruct you in this, along with the unsealing methods, Lin Kaiwei responds. Isn't this supposed to be a secret art of your clan? Why would you be willing to impart it to me? Yi Huang expresses his surprise. Lin Kaiwei, however, responds with a wry smile. I am no longer a denizen of the outer realms. I am merely their wanted fugitive. Moreover, they have annihilated my Lin family, making them my enemies. Should the opportunity arise, I shall seek vengeance. Furthermore, in this world, you are the only one who regards me as a friend. What is mine is yours. We are bound together. Recalling the day Yi Huang fiercely protected her, Lin Kaiwei feels a surge of emotion. Moreover, Yi Huang represents her hope. By aligning herself with him, she sees a future, and this enigmatic man consistently brings her unexpected joy. Yi Huang, showing no pretenses, quickly masters the techniques for unsealing and inducing explosions. If he can encapsulate some volatile spiritual liquid within the jade vial and detonate it instantaneously, the results could be astonishing. He muses internally. At this moment, he successfully unseals the spirit-sealing jade bottle, discovering that it indeed contains a spirit river. Without hesitation, Huang channels the Taichu devouring heaven technique, cradling the devouring cauldron, and begins to consume the spirit river. In such circumstances, every increment of power translates to an enhancement in safety. After a night passes, Huang opens his eyes, an astonishing aura radiating from him, as four resplendent, seven-colored spirit rings manifest above his head. In a single night, Huang ascends to the pinnacle of the fourth tier of the spirit ancestor realm. The aura emanating from him rivals that of a spirit emperor. After all, Huang, at the same level, surpasses others by 1,000-fold. Hiss, young Huang. Your breakthrough to the fourth level of the spirit ancestor is akin to ascending to the spirit emperor. Fortunately, Master Turtle had made timely arrangements, ensuring that no one outside would notice. Master Turtle was astonished at this moment. How do you compare to the strongest prodigies of ancient times? Huang inwarded, suppressing his aura. Not at all inferior. Even when compared to that legendary woman in her youth, you are not her equal at the same realm. However, that individual has likely transcended the cycle of reincarnation, standing at the pinnacle of the cosmic path. Master Turtle sighed gently. Transcending reincarnation. One day, I too shall attain that. Huang, silently vovit. Young Huang, are you awake? I brought you breakfast. Just as Huang was conversing with Master Turtle, a voice emerged from outside. Xianxia entered the small courtyard, accompanied by a group of attendants, each carrying a dish. Soon, an exceedingly sumptuous breakfast was laid before Huang. Young Huang, this is a special preparation from your aunt. Enjoy. Xianxia smiled radiantly. Huang, unreservedly, devoured the entire spread, but then his expression changed drastically as he felt an overwhelming heat within. Poison. Aunt, why have you betrayed me? Huang glittered intently at Xianxia. Because you are the prey of this princess. A voice chimed in. Lu Meng stepped in, smiling, clad in a sheer gauzy garment, alluring as a serpent, her gaze enchanting and filled with endless temptation. Chapter 39. All are demons in human disguise. Lu Meng was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding a unique fragrance that could captivate the senses. Especially for men, there was a deadly allure. She moved gracefully, captivating all. Beside her, Xianxia's breathing had grown somewhat labored, evidently affected by Lu Meng's presence, which could ensnare both men and women alike. Mother, are you still here? Do you intend to join in? Lu Meng cast a glance at Xianxia, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Princess, this is the blood feast prepared for you. It is your prey. Enjoy it well. Xianxia looked at Huang, whose eyes were now somewhat dazed. A flicker of regret passing through her gaze before she sashayed away, her waist swaying gracefully. In no time, the courtyard was left with only Huang and Lu Meng. Even Master Turtle had vacated his perch on Huang's shoulder. Snap! Lu Meng snapped her fingers, and a radiant light enveloped the surroundings, transforming the courtyard into a secluded space. Pray, you have gone to great lengths to lure me here. You cannot merely intend to treat me as your blood feast. Can you? Huang exhaled a breath of heated air. Naturally, it is not so simple. If you are willing to listen, I would be more than happy to elaborate. Lu Meng appeared to be in no rush. She settled onto a stone bench, poured herself a cup of tea, and sipped it with grace. Huang had fallen victim to various insidious toxins, particularly an aphrodisiac. After ingestion, the effects required time to permeate through his bloodstream. The longer the duration, the more potent the drug became. Thus, for Lu Meng, the prolonged wait was indeed to her advantage. By the time the effects fully manifested, she feared that Huang would recklessly pursue her, pinning her beneath him. I am acutely aware that my demise is inevitable today, yet even in death, I yearn for clarity and refuse to be a fool. Huang lamented, his expression steeped in sorrow. In terms of self-cultivation as an actor, it had been they who performed thus far. Now, it was his turn to take the stage. It seems you possess some self-awareness. Very well, I shall divulge everything. But can you maintain your consciousness for long? Lu Meng glanced at Huang. Speak. Huang gritted his teeth, seemingly straining to suppress the sinister thoughts welling within him. Observing Huang's reaction, Lu Meng felt a swell of satisfaction. This was the essence of controlling a man. Moreover, this man was formidable and proud. All the effort expended to lure you here was not merely to take your life. but to seize your pulse, to kill, to collect treasures, and to acquire the sword. From a moment the saint son of Taichu sect conveyed the news to you, it marked the inception of the first trap. The subsequent encounters at Taichu sect, followed by Qingyun sect, and the siege of Piamiao Peak by the Moonfall Valley, were all orchestrated traps designed to lower your guard and convince you that we are your kin. Although the process deviated significantly, such as Taichu sect intending to use the Haoyan sword to eliminate you, only to have their sect obliterated instead, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. The 9 great powers of humanity desire your death, while we seek to capture you alive, which accounts for the unforeseen complications. Yet, Huang, you have proven exceedingly strong, not disappointing us as you have swept through all obstacles to reach this point. Lu Ming's voice was alluring, flowing with ease and confidence, as if she held all the threads of fate in her grasp. At that moment, Huang gritted his teeth in restraint, his eyes dimming as clarity slipped away, teetering on the brink of surrender. Witnessing Huang's transformation, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This powerful man of the human race was ultimately at her mercy. Who are you? Huang managed to utter with great difficulty, as if the mere act of posing this question drained him of all strength. Lu Ming recognized that he was on the verge of losing control. She smiled slightly. I am your cousin, and also your grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, and aunts. Have you truly forgotten? Lu Ming teased him intentionally. Huang remained silent, his eyes bloodshot and fierce, resembling the gaze of a demon, fixed intently upon Lu Ming. All right, enough of the jesting. In truth, we are all beings hailing from the sea of demons. It was your human clan, the 9 families, who sought us out to conspire in your demise. Only upon learning that you are the offspring of Yi Haoyan and Li Qingyu did we devise this scheme. In reality, your grandfather, Li Xinghai, your uncle, Li Qingfeng, your aunt, Li Qingyin, your grandmother, and indeed myself, along with your cousins, all truly existed. However, over 30 years ago, the ethereal realm was obliterated by us, leaving only Li Qingyu to escape. It must be said, had it not been for the valiant stand of Piamiao Peak against my demon army, my kin could have dominated the spirit world, and Yi Haoyan would have never risen to prominence. Ultimately, the disciples of Piamiao Peak even sacrificed their lives, sealing the entrance of the demons and granting you humans an additional decade, allowing Yi Haoyan to flourish. How infuriating. In a fit of rage, Lu Ming cursed once more. Enough. Little man, you now belong to this princess. Come forth and worship me. Lu Ming commanded with an authoritative tone. She believed the time was ripe. The aphrodisiac within Yi Huang should have fully manifested. The current Yi Huang was akin to a beast acting purely on instinct. Yet, she failed to notice that Yi Huang had become entirely tranquil. His gaze was chillingly cold. So, you are demons, the culprits behind the massacre of my mother's entire family. Yi Huang's voice resonated with an icy ferocity, reminiscent of echoes from the depths of hell. In that moment, Lu Ming felt something was amiss. Yi Huang did not lunge at her like a wild beast. Instead, his eyes were clear, radiating an intense aura of lethal intent. There was no trace of the effects of the aphrodisiac. How could this be? Lu Ming's body tensed, staring at Yi Huang in horror. You haven't been led astray from your true self? Lu Ming finally reacted, her eyes fixed on Yi Huang with dread. You all acted so convincingly. I must reciprocate in kind. Now that the charade is over, it is time to reveal our true faces. Yi Huang gazed at Lu Ming as one would regard a corpse. These demons, who had once brought ruin to his mother's family, now returned in these guises to ensnare him. They all deserve death. The vengeance that his mother could not exact would now be fulfilled by him. Yi Huang approached Lu Ming, his murderous intent unabashed. A tattered iron sword appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion, he sliced through the air. Thud! Lu Ming's head rolled away, her decapitated body collapsing to the ground. Yet, the scene of blood spraying did not unfold. Rather, a purple serpent emerged from Lu Ming's lifeless form and attempted to flee. Buzz! But a terrifying confinement descended, rendering it immobile. Yi Huang, I am the 3rd princess of the purple spirit serpent lineage. Should I perish, your spirit world shall face utter catastrophe. The purple serpent, measuring approximately 3 meters in length, astonishingly spoke in human tongue. The visage of Lu Ming was merely her guise. This form represented her true essence. The thought that he had nearly engaged with a serpent left Yi Huang feeling a wave of discomfort. Judging by the circumstances surrounding the purple serpent, It seemed that his grandfather, Li Xinghai, his uncle, Li Qingfeng, his aunt, Li Qingyin, and indeed all the disciples of the mysterious peak, were likely demons cloaked in human skins. It appeared he had unwittingly entered the lair of these fiends. Furthermore, should I meet my demise, the formidable killing array here would erupt instantaneously, sealing your fate. Spare my life, and I can lead you to safety. There is no need for us to walk this path of mutual destruction, the purple serpent urged, having regained its composure. Huang, however, remained impassive and unyielding, raising his hand to unleash a sword strike from afar. With a swift motion, the serpent's head was severed. Purple blood gushed forth as the headless serpent writhed. To Huang's astonishment, the creature did not succumb to death immediately. Without hesitation, he continued to strike, delivering several precise blows that cleaved the serpent's body into numerous segments, finally rendering it motionless. Huang, I shall remember you, it declared, even in its dismembered state. Who would have thought that my first avatar, Princess Xianxia, would meet such a grim fate during its trial? Once my true form emerges from the depths of the demon sea, you shall be the first I seek to vanquish. I hope you live long enough. Despite being severed into multiple pieces, the self-proclaimed Princess Xianxia managed to utter these words. Subsequently, the purple serpent's remains and blood transformed into a violet light, dissipating, leaving behind a faint rune imprinted upon the celestial cauldron. The moment the serpent was utterly extinguished, the extraordinary killing array within the courtyard was fully activated. A formidable weapon erupted from the earth, hovering above, poised to strike down upon Huang. Has the extraordinary killing array been triggered? What transpires? Could it be that Princess Xianxia has been slain by Huang? Outside the courtyard, Li Xinghai, Li Qingfeng, and Li Qingyin quickly deduced the implications of the unfolding events. This means our plans have been exposed, and a change has occurred. We must prepare for battle. Huang must not leave this courtyard alive. Though we have failed to seize the pulse, we must succeed in slaying him, claiming the cauldron, and obtaining the sword. Li Qingyan Asarta. Within the courtyard, Huang initially intended to seek refuge within the cauldron. However, Old Turtle appeared. When it comes to defense and healing, Old Turtle, claim the second position in the world. No one dares to assert themselves as the first. The white shell upon Old Turtle's back shimmered with numerous white runes, coalescing into a radiant barrier that enveloped them. In an instant, the space transformed into the safest haven on Earth. Despite the eruption of the extraordinary killing array and the descent of the formidable weapon, the white barrier remained unscathed. Old Turtle remained calm and composed, wearing an expression of indifference. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a dazzling radiance erupted throughout the small courtyard, interwoven with endless visions of destruction, ultimately settling into tranquility. The courtyard was utterly reduced to rubble. Surely, Huang must be dead now? Not only Huang, but even the spirit emperor within should be severely harmed. Li Xinghai and his son Li Shan were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, with a swift flash, a streak of sword light surged from the ruins of the courtyard, and their heads fell to the ground. Not just them, the sword light continued to flicker, its terrifying energy sweeping across the entire Miao Miao Peak. In an instant, the heads of all disciples of Miao Miao Peak were severed, including those of Li Xinghai and Li Qingyin. However, the decapitated disciples did not perish. They tore through their own skin and emerged as various forms of demons. In an instant, the air above Miao Miao Peak was saturated with demonic energy, a tempest of malevolence swirling around. Huang's figure slowly emerged from the remnants of the courtyard, gripping a weathered iron sword, his voice resonating with calm authority. Today, this sword shall drink the blood of demons, feast upon their flesh, and slay the wicked. The ancient sword in Huang's hand trembled slightly, as if in resonance with his intent. He advanced towards the myriad of demons atop Miao Miao Peak, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc. The brilliant sword light shone forth like radiant suns, striking down upon the demons while also aiming at the 9 formidable beings lurking around Miao Miao Peak, awaiting Huang's demise. Today, he would slay demons, eradicate evil, and exact vengeance. Chapter 40. The blooming of the other shore flower, a dreamlike sword. Once, Miao Miao Peak was serene and peaceful, akin to a paradise untouched by the world, a celestial realm. In stark contrast, it now brimmed with demonic energy, a maelstrom of violence and slaughter. Huang, I have heard of your invincible rampage in the spirit realm. Though you have yet to reach the realm of the spirit emperor, you already possess the bearing of one. Today I, the tiger demon, have come to challenge you," roared the demon. A colossal black tiger, towering over 20 meters, charged forth, shattering mountains and exploding trees in its wake, reaching Huang in the blink of an eye. Its fangs were as sharp as daggers, and with a single roar, it could shake the heavens and unleash a torrent of demonic energy. The tiger demon was none other than the demon impersonating Huang's grandfather. It emanated a terrifying aura, surpassing even that of a peak ninth-order spirit ancestor. The other demons, witnessing this, retreated in fear, unwilling to approach. Did the tiger demon intend to slay Huang alone? From within the skin of Li Qingfeng emerged the bull demon king, exclaiming in alarm, "There may yet be a chance." The tiger demon, with its extraordinary bloodline and immense strength, could potentially dispatch Huang in a single blow. At this moment, a fiery red fox with 3 tails burst forth from the skin of Li Qingyan, its alluring gaze like flowing water, and it spoke with an enchanting voice. This was a demon fox. Bang! But scarcely had the fiery red fox finished speaking when a massive tiger's head crashed down before it, creating a colossal pit in the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. Instant annihilation. The bull demon king and the fiery red fox demon exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of horror and trepidation. The fact that a formidable being like the tiger demon had been effortlessly slain by Huang left them realizing they stood no chance against him. "The enemy is too powerful. We must retreat," cried the fiery red fox. "Now that we have arrived, we must stay." Huang, wielding a weathered iron sword, advanced step by step upon the headless corpse of the tiger demon. "Flee!" The horde of demons, witnessing the scene, immediately snapped back to reality, desperate to escape from the mysterious peak. "Go!" The dilapidated iron sword in Huang's hand shot forth like lightning, traversing the void. The demons who had just reached the boundary of the mysterious peak had no time to react before the sword pierced through them, striking at their hearts or heads. Soon, the sword returned, hovering before Huang. The demons, having just crossed the threshold of the mysterious peak, felt their bodies tremble in the void, followed by a brief sensation of weightlessness, as if the very fabric of that area had frozen for a moment. Bang! 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 In the next instant, the bodies of the demons exploded, showering the sky with shredded flesh. This was the sword aura penetrating their bodies, detonating within, tearing them apart. What manner of sword aura is this? It is terrifying. Is Huang even human? He resembles a demon even more than we do. The fiery red fox and the bull demon king were stricken with fear. They had contemplated fleeing, but upon witnessing the demons reduced to mere fragments, they found themselves rooted in place. Blossoms of the Other Shore, a dreamlike sword. Huang attempted to master the more intricate and profound techniques of the second layer of the ancient sword control art. The first layer contained but a single move to control the sword. The second layer required the integration of sword techniques to unleash a far greater power. The second layer of the ancient sword control art encompassed 3 moves. The first move was the Blossoms of the Other Shore. Once executed, the sword light blossomed like the other shore flower, suffused with fantastical colors, yet harboring an inexhaustible ferocity. The sword aura surged forth, each strand of sword light resembling the blooming petals of the other shore flower, imbued with a mesmerizing beauty. Yet, with each burst of the other shore sword light, a demon met its demise beneath the blade. Huang, do you intend to eradicate us entirely? The fiery red fox questioned. Ignoring her, Huang continued his slaughter. Only when every demon had fallen as souls beneath his sword did he turn his gaze towards the fiery red fox and the bull demon king. Did you ever consider this day would come when you annihilated the mysterious peak? Huang mokit koldi. It was not I who destroyed the mysterious peak, but another. I was not involved in those events. It was a higher-up collaborating with the Lady of the Cloud Sky. It has nothing to do with me. You should let me go, the fiery red fox replied. Yet, her words inadvertently revealed a hidden truth. Lady of the Cloud Sky, it is you. 30 years ago, you conspired with the demons to harm my family. Today, you conspire with 9 clans to destroy my parents. I previously vowed to ascend to the Cloud Sky Palace within a year, but I can no longer wait even a year. In 6 months, no more than 6 months, I shall certainly shatter the Cloud Sky Palace and sever your head. In the depths of his heart, Huang let out a low growl. With a swift motion, he wielded his weathered iron sword and shattered the crimson fox demon. Upon witnessing this, the bull demon king turned to flee, not out of a lack of desire to resist, but rather because, in the face of Huang, a figure as fearsome as a god of death, even one as formidable as the bull demon king, could not summon a shred of defiance. With the second step of the reverse dragon 9 steps, he shattered the fabric of time and space. As Yi Huang advanced, he found himself before the Bull Demon King. Thud! Yet before Yi Huang could make a move, the Bull Demon King knelt before him. Lord Yi, spare my life. I am willing to sign a slave contract and serve as your mount. The Bull Demon King, standing on his hind legs, knelt with his forelegs bent in a gesture of supplication, displaying a remarkably human-like plea for mercy. His fur was glossy and dark, his physique robust, and his strength reached the pinnacle of the 9th-rank spirit ancestor. However, Yi Huang had no intention of sparing him. He was poised to deliver the final blow. Leave him. Let him serve as my mount, interjected Old Turtle. You are fortunate. I have taken a liking to you, Yi Huang remarked indifferently. Thank you, Old Turtle. I, Little Bull, vow to follow you till death, the Bull Demon King declared, demonstrating his ability to bend without breaking. He was eager to offer his life essence. Yet Old Turtle shook his head, stating, it is unnecessary. You are not yet worthy for me to claim your life essence. Serve well as my mount, and fortune shall come your way. At that moment, Old Turtle leaped from Yi Huang's shoulder onto the back of the Bull Demon King. Yi Huang observed as Old Turtle, albeit not claiming the Bull Demon King's life essence, silently inscribed a death curse within him. Should the Bull Demon King entertain any treacherous thoughts, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at Old Turtle's whim. Little Bull understands. I shall serve diligently as a mount, the Bull Demon King exclaimed, kneeling and bowing. A challenging feat for one of his kind. Yet, compared to those who had perished beneath Yi Huang's sword, he felt exceedingly fortunate. At the same time, an instinct within the Bull Demon King warned him that this self-proclaimed Old Turtle was a being of unfathomable terror. After all, even Yi Huang, a terrifying god of slaughter, held Old Turtle in high esteem. Do you know which demons were responsible for the destruction of the Misty Peak all those years ago? Yi Huang inquired of the Bull Demon King. I do, but over 30 years have passed. They have since become renowned demons of the Demon Sea, each at least of Spirit Emperor caliber, rendering them unable to traverse the rift in the barrier, replied the Bull Demon King. Very well. As long as they still draw breath, I shall one day pierce through the Demon Sea and take their heads one by one, Yi Huang stated coolly. Had Yi Huang uttered such words before, the Bull Demon King might have scoffed. Yet now, he could only mourn for those great demons of the Demon Sea, knowing that to provoke a figure like Yi Huang meant certain death. Once I deal with the nefarious onlookers outside, lead me to the rift you crossed, Yi Huang commanded, and with a flash, he surged toward the exterior of Misty Peak. Outside the ethereal peak, observers from the 9 families gathered. Although the Murong clan and the Taichu sect had been annihilated, their scattered disciples lingered. Upon hearing that Yi Huang was to be executed at the ethereal peak, they all came to witness the event. While they could not personally bring about his demise, witnessing his death would serve as a consolation for their kin. Under the extraordinary killing formation, Yi Huang was undoubtedly doomed. Though allying with demons was perilous, every risk was deemed worthy in the pursuit of Yi Huang's demise. The Murong clan, the Taichu sect, and the remaining 7 families' formidable members now bore witness to the activation of the exceptional killing formation, its blinding radiance ascending toward the heavens. Initially, they believed Yi Huang to be dead. Yet in the next moment, the skies over the ethereal peak transformed. The once tranquil land was suddenly engulfed in a torrent of demonic energy, as if terrifying monsters were emerging from the void. But in an instant, the atmosphere shifted again. Sword energy surged forth, and bloodlight soared to the sky. Soon after, tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. The assembly, still trying to comprehend the events, suddenly beheld a beam of sword light hurtling toward them. This is bad. The observers from the 9 families sensed impending doom, but it was too late. The sword radiance traversed the void at an alarming speed, and bodies exploded, dissolving into clouds of crimson mist. Flee! We must escape. It was Yi Huang. He had survived and was now slaughtering his way through. The onlookers from the 9 families cried out in terror. They began to flee in utter desperation. Their initial excitement transformed into abject horror. A horde of traitorous beasts, having allied with demons, thought they could come and go as they pleased. Yi Huang's cold voice echoed throughout the realm. His figure ascended to the skies, surveying the fleeing disciples of the 9 families. Spirit swords he might call. Yi Huang gesturet. And soul talismans morphed into sword talismans, sweeping outward to slay. The sword talismans soared through the air, and wherever they passed, corpses fell like rain. In no time, The observers from the 9 families were completely annihilated. Inform your master to cleanse their necks and await my arrival. Huang's voice resonated. Aware that the spies from the 7 families could hear, after dispatching the observers from the 9 families, Huang instructed the Bull Demon King to lead the way to the rift in the barrier. Currently, the rift only permitted passage for those at the pinnacle of the 9th tier spirit ancestor level. However, after one passage, it would take several months before another could be attempted. We only just crossed over, so the rift is temporarily sealed. After a period, it will reopen once it absorbs sufficient energy, the Bull Demon King explained. Old Turtle lay comfortably on the bull's back, soundly asleep. Huang finally understood why Old Turtle favored the Bull Demon King. It was evidently due to the latter's stable gait, making it ideal for napping while on the move. Their journey would take them through the demon forest. Master, beware of the demon forest. It is said to be treacherous. Those who enter often vanish without a trace. Sometimes, out of 1,000 who venture inside, fewer than half emerge alive. It was not an attack by demons, but rather a vanishing into thin air. This also applies to our entry into this realm. The Bull Demon King declared, this is an ancient sealed passage. If activated, the spirit realm and the demon realm could interconnect. However, beneath this passage lies an ancient guardian beast in slumber. Anyone traversing the demon forest will be unconsciously devoured by it, resulting in their disappearance. Should we slay this guardian beast and acquire its soul, we would gain the ability to freely traverse between the spirit realm and the sea of demons. Xiao Huang, would you care to give it a try? The old tortoise on the Bull Demon King's back had opened its eyes at some point, now observing the demon forest intently. By the way, this ancient beast is known as the soul-devouring beast. If we can refine its soul, it will allow your divine essence to first enter the soul-devouring realm. In conclusion, the tortoise added, go. Upon hearing the tortoise's final words, Huang nodded almost without hesitation. With the celestial swallowing cauldron in hand, a mere soul-devouring beast would be effortlessly subdued. Chapter 41, Madness Without Bounds. The demon forest is situated at the edge of the barrier. Due to its proximity to the sea of demons, demons occasionally emerge through the fissures in the barrier. Hence its name. Over time, the number of demons within the forest has steadily increased. Each year, various sects send individuals to hunt demons, which also serves as a trial and training for their disciples. Of course, this is not compulsory. Each sect may form their own teams to venture forth. Junior brother, run. In a clearing by the lake within the demon forest, a young woman clad in green wielded her sword, repelling a pack of demon wolves. She bore multiple injuries, her complexion pale, her eyes reflecting both despair and determination. At her feet lay the remains of human corpses alongside the carcasses of demon wolves. Senior sister, I will not flee, the boy behind her exclaimed resolutely. Surrounded by demon wolves, we are destined to die anyway. I would rather perish in battle than in flight. He tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with his senior sister. Around them, the demon wolves multiplied, having completely surrounded them. Foolish junior brother, it seems we are doomed to perish here. The senior sister, Lin Yusin, spoke, the master sister of Huang's sect and the leader of this expedition. Unfortunately, apart from her and her junior brother, all other sect members had fallen to the demon wolves. It must be Wang Ming from Tianshan's sect. After losing to you in the martial arts competition, he has harbored resentment. During this trial in the demon forest, they have been tailing us like a persistent leech. The young man, Wang Yun, stated, what will we do knowing it is them? Unless we can survive and escape. But Master Sister Lin Yusin shook her head. At this moment, the demonic wolves surrounding them had formed a menacing encirclement, launching a ferocious assault. Lin Yusin and Wang Yun, despite their valiant efforts, found themselves outmatched, succumbing to grievous injuries after only a few desperate defenses. It seems we are doomed, junior brother. I am sorry, I cannot protect you. Lin Yusin lamented. Sister, if we must perish, let us face death together. If there is a next life, let me be the one to protect you, Wang Yun replied. Both were engulfed in a haze of impending doom, their murmurs akin to final words, as they resigned themselves to the inevitable. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of sword light sliced through the air before them. With a series of thuds, the wolves that had closed in on them fell lifeless to the ground. Young master, leave the rest to us. A beautiful woman emerged from the purple tower, pursuing the retreating wolves. A massive white tiger sprang forth, carrying a little girl who was chasing after another fleeing wolf. Brother Huang, I'm coming too, the girl called out. Beside her stood an ethereal beauty. gracefully hovering next to a jade-like youth, observing the scene. It was apparent that this youthful figure had been their savior. However, both Lin Yusin and Wang Yun were rendered immobile by shock, for they had glimpsed the Bull Demon King, a formidable entity at the pinnacle of the 9th-tier spirit ancestor realm. Initially, terror gripped them, but it soon transformed into profound disbelief. This powerful demon was merely a mount, beneath which rested a slumbering white turtle, bearing a diminutive purple tower from which the woman had emerged. At that moment, Lin Yusin and Wang Yun's astonishment morphed into incredulity. Who were these individuals? Were they celestial beings? Such thoughts resonated simultaneously in their minds. Their sect, Huang, was considered a first-rate faction in the spirit realm, and the Bull Demon King could easily obliterate their entire sect with a mere stomp, akin to crushing an ant. Yet, such a being was relegated to the status of a mere steed. "Are you all right?" Huang inquired, having sensed their peril moments earlier and, with a flick of his consciousness, commanded his sword to slay the wolves, thereby saving their lives. "Oh no, we are fine. Thank you for your life-saving grace." Lin Yusin finally managed to respond, regaining her composure. "You are Huang, the young sovereign, aren't you?" At that moment, Wang Yun mustered his courage and addressed Huang. "I am Huang," he acknowledged with a nod. "We pay our respects to the young sovereign. I am Wang Yun, a humble disciple of Huang's sect. This is my senior sister, Lin Yusin." Wang Yun exclaimed in delight, kneeling with fervent admiration, his gaze towards Huang brimming with reverence, all while sharing the same age of 16 with him. Yet Huang has already ascended to the pinnacle. With a solitary sword, he has obliterated the Tiger Gate, the Lord's mansion of Xianxia City, and the Chui family, and he has even trampled the esteemed Murong family, the foremost clan in the world. Such remarkable feats have spread throughout the spirit realm, causing a sensation far and wide. Huang has now become an idol among the youth. "Young Emperor, I never imagined that in my lifetime I would have the honor of meeting you. Are you aware of how famous you have become?" Wang Yun exclaimed, even forgetting his own injuries in his excitement. "Oh, I am quite famous now. Huang inwidit nonjomitai." However, as a young emperor, it seems only natural to be renowned, especially considering that he had been foolish for 16 years, and his betrothal to 9 families was enough to make him a figure of great renown. After being foolish for 16 years, awakening in a single moment, and slaying 9 wives with a single sword strike, he stands unrivaled in the world. In the future, as the dragon soars through the 9 heavens, he is destined to surpass all ancient prodigies and gaze down upon both the past and present. Such is the public's current assessment of you, young emperor. Wang Yun spoke with fervor, but Lin Yusin was taken aback. Could such words be spoken in the presence of the young emperor? "Young emperor, my junior disciple Wang Yun is young and lacks decorum. Please forgive his indiscreet words." Lin Yusin hastily interrupted, seeking to plead on Wang Yun's behalf. Huang casually replied, "It's of no consequence. Old Turtle tended their injuries." Huang was not perturbed by Wang Yun's demeanor, seeing it instead as a sign of his straightforward nature and youthful zeal. Upon hearing this, Old Turtle raised his claw, releasing a cascade of white light that enveloped the two. In an instant, Lin Yusin and Wang Yun were restored to their former selves. "Is this it? Is this celestial magic?" The two were finally witnesses to Old Turtle's prowess, understanding why even the pinnacle of the 9th-tier spirit ancestor, the Bull Demon King, could only obediently serve as a steed. "Enough. A great battle is imminent. You two should depart swiftly," Huang kindly advised. Having saved their lives, he felt his duty was fulfilled and intended to continue his search for the soul-devouring beast. "Leave? You shall not escape today," a voice thundered. "The Huang sect supports the Empire Pulse Mountain and refuses allegiance to the Qingyan sect. You're already marked for death on our list. And who are you to associate with the remnants of the Empire Pulse Mountain? You shall be condemned as accomplices and eliminated together." At that moment, the ground trembled as rows of ironclad cavalry emerged, encircling them. Even Gu Wani and Xiao Taohua retreated to Huang's side, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The Tianshan Xiantai soldiers, these cavalrymen, once belonging to the Empire Pulse Mountain, have now pledged allegiance to the Tianshan sect. The Tianshan sect serves as a lapdog to the Qingyan sect. Anyone who does not submit to them and dares to support the Empire Pulse Mountain will be eradicated. Wang Yun spoke solemnly. "You possess some insight. Yet it is unfortunate that your Huang sect did not destroy the effigy of Yi Haotian Spirit Emperor's family and has secretly harbored it. Thus, you shall be trampled. Furthermore, Allow me to share some news. The Huang sect has already been leveled by the Xianxia sect. Your masters and fellow disciples are dead. And now only the two of you, the remaining remnants, remain. A young man emerged, cruelly laughing. This individual was none other than Wang Ming, the senior disciple of the Xianxia sect, who also bore the additional title of the sect's young master. Flanking him were two formidable first-tier spirit ancestors. Wang Ming, you demon! Wang Yun exclaimed, ready to charge forward, only to be restrained by Lin Yusin, whose face was etched with sorrow and indignation. Junior brother, do not act impulsively. The young emperor will support us, she conveyed to Wang Yun through a secretive mental message, which managed to calm him somewhat. Wang Ming, however, mocked. I had expected you to perish at the claws of the wolf packs I summoned. Who would have thought that it would be this young man who thwarted my plans? It appears you are also a supporter of the Imperial Vein Mountain. Then go down and join the Yi family. May you support them well in the underworld. He gestured towards Yi Huang, indicating for his subordinates to eliminate him first. Yi Huang had been quietly observing. Initially, he wished to remain uninvolved in the conflicts among the sects, but he was taken aback to learn that the Huang sect had been annihilated merely for supporting the Imperial Vein Mountain and safeguarding his father's idol. The 9 families, along with their affiliates, had acted with such ruthless fanaticism, devoid of any moral boundaries. Had it been a mere rivalry between sects, he would have refrained from interference. Yet now, the individuals before him had sealed their own fates. At that moment, a squad of ironclad soldiers received their orders and, without hesitation, swung their blades towards Yi Huang. The Bull Demon King intended to intervene, but was discreetly halted by Elder Turtle, who urged it to suppress its aura. Otherwise, sensing the Bull Demon King's presence, Wang Ming and his followers would likely not reveal their true selves. The 8 ironclad soldiers executed their strike mercilessly, showing no quarter, intent on ensuring Yi Huang's demise. However, before their blades could reach him, a flash of sword light surged forth. Thud! Thud! 8 heads fell to the ground. Yet the sword light did not cease. It continued to weave through the surroundings. In an instant, all the ironclad soldiers lay as headless corpses, tumbling from their steeds. This, Wang Ming, the Xianxia sect's senior disciple, along with the accompanying disciples, were now rendered completely astonished. The 2 accompanying spirit ancestors also bore expressions of shock. Thud! But before Wang Ming could utter a word, he witnessed a torrent of blood erupting around him as his comrades fell, their heads severed by the blade's light. Who are you, to dare oppose the Xianxia sect? The 2 first-tier spirit ancestors unleashed a tremendous aura, pressing forward. Lin Yusin and Wang Yun were utterly unable to withstand such oppressive power, collapsing to their knees, feeling as insignificant as specks of dust in the vast cosmos. In the face of such terrifying pressure, they sensed their lives hanging by a thread. Thud! Yet in the next moment, that overwhelming pressure vanished as swiftly as it had arrived. It turned out that the heads of the 2 Xianxia first-tier spirit ancestors had also been cleaved off by the sword light. Lin Yusin and Wang Yun gasped for breath, having just endured a harrowing encounter with death. You are Yi. The remaining Wang Ming suddenly recalled something, his voice trembling with fear. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, a flash of sword light severed his head. For the time being, follow me. In due course, I shall traverse the heavenly mountains, obliterate the Qingyun sect to avenge you, and assist you in rebuilding the Huang sect, Yi Huang declared solemnly. The Huang sect had fallen due to the actions of Ye's family, and it was his duty to rectify this wrong. Thank you, young Emperor Xia. Lin Yusin and Wang Yun expressed their gratitude. Old Turtle, have you located the soul robber beast? Yi Huang inquired of Old Turtle. It has been pinpointed. Let us proceed. Old Turtle instructed, directing the Bull Demon King to follow his lead. Meanwhile, Guwani, Xiao Taoa, Lin Yusin, and Wang Yun were taken into the Purple Tower. As the impending battle was too terrifying, even the slightest ripple could lead to severe injuries. Under Old Turtle's guidance, Yi Huang entered the depths of the demon forest through a chasm in the earth. There, he beheld a colossal creature shrouded in black mist, surrounded by countless vengeful souls seemingly slumbering in its presence. This was a soul robber beast. To it, the physical form was merely a vessel, while the true terror lay within its soul, having endured heavenly tribulations. While it remains asleep, gather these vengeful souls, Old Turtle subtly advised. Yi Huang nodded it, summoning the sky-devouring cauldron and unleashing its devouring power, forcefully consuming the black mist and vengeful souls surrounding the soul robber beast. With a roar, the soul robber beast awakened, its blood-red eyes slowly opening. Chapter 42. No grudge left unsettled. Journey to the demon sea to slay Princess Xiling. The demon forest trembled, startling countless birds into flight. A furious roar reverberated, causing all beings within the forest to shudder in fear. The mere awakening of the soul robber beast emanated an overwhelming presence, sending Huang staggering back 100 meters. First, destroy its physical form, then battle its soul, Old Turtle commanded from Huang's shoulder. Such a monumental clash was beyond the qualifications of even the pinnacle of ninth-stage spirit ancestors, the Bull Demon King, who was also confined within the Purple Tower. Lin Kaiwei was indeed qualified, having reached the Tribulation Realm. However, constrained by the laws of the Great Tao, she could not wield her Tribulation powers, rendering her assistance futile. Thus, only Huang stood alone, armed with a sword, a cauldron, and Old Turtle to confront the awakened soul robber beast. Huang nodded, gripping the weathered iron sword, the sky-devouring cauldron hovering above him, and stepped forward. The first step of the 9 steps of the reverse dragon shattered the clouds. The second step breached the fabric of time and space. The third step extinguished all life. Huang ascended towards the heavens, executing 3 successive steps towards the soul robber beast. Boom! 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 The terrifying force erupted, fracturing the void and sinking the earth by a meter. The colossal form of the first-level soul beast began to crack, oozing crimson ichor. Yet, its destruction was still a distant prospect. Inflicted with such grievous wounds, the soul beast instantly succumbed to a state of frenzy, its scales shedding spontaneously, transforming into a multitude of lethal blades that surged toward Huang. It also opened its cavernous maw, lunging to devour him whole. With an elegant flourish, Huang invoked the ancient sword art, the bloom of the other shore, and unleashed the dreamlike blade. The weathered iron sword in his grasp instantaneously morphed into a myriad of radiant sword glimmers, clashing against the soul beast's flying blades. The cataclysmic impact erupted, shattering the subterranean expanse. The clash of Huang and the soul beast surged to the surface. In that moment, countless flying blades and sword glimmers collided, annihilating each other, neither side yielding an inch. However, the soul beast had already opened its massive jaws, swallowing Huang whole. Unfazed, Huang was enveloped in layers of resplendent, multicolored light. This was the protective light of the ancestral spirit rings, rendering him impervious for a brief duration. Grasping the ancient iron sword, he focused his thoughts. 4 radiant, 7-colored ancestral spirit rings erupted in brilliance, resonating harmoniously with the sword in his hand. The forces converged as he unleashed a divine strike. The iron sword radiated an otherworldly crimson glow, and under the enhancement of the 7-colored rings, it erupted with a dazzling brilliance a millionfold. In an instant, the soul beast was reduced to a sieve, riddled with countless wounds, pierced through by the enchanting red light. Yet, its corporeal form remained unvanquished. Huang would not afford it a moment's reprieve. He executed the moon-splitting sword technique. A barrage of sword light erupted, fracturing instantly, resembling the shattering of a crescent moon, sweeping outward from Huang. This time, the physical form of the first-level soul beast was utterly obliterated. Human, you dare to destroy my corporeal body? A spectral figure emerged, its icy blood-red eyes fixated on Huang, emanating an aura of profound power. This was the essence of the first-level soul. Having endured the tribulations of thunder, its spirit was imbued with the essence of the great Tao. Although Huang's spirit had reached an initial state of perfection, it was merely comparable to the level of Spirit Emperor, still lacking the ascension to the realm of soul tribulation. Thus, in terms of spiritual rank, Huang was inferior to the first-level soul beast. Yet, Huang possessed his own advantages. Swallowing Heaven Cauldron, devour, he commanded sharply, fully activating the Swallowing Heaven Cauldron. In the next moment, the first-level soul beast was drawn into a terrifying vortex of devouring power, confined within the inner layer of the cauldron, in the realm of spiritual combat. This was his domain. Today, I shall vanquish you here. Huang, in his spiritual form, hovered within the inner sanctum of the cauldron, exuding an air of authority as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Arrogant one, I am a spirit who has transcended the first level of tribulation. A mere whisper of the great Tao can shatter your very soul. The first-level soul beast glared at Huang, an inexhaustible force surging from within, coalescing into a vibrant blue lightning bolt that danced atop, its fingertip. Annihilation of the soul, tribulation. The soul beast pointed decisively at Huang. The azure lightning, seemingly imbued with consciousness, surged directly towards Huang. The naive human boy, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, possessed a spirit as fragile as parchment in the eyes of us, the soul reapers. A mere touch from the annihilating lightning could reduce him to ashes in an instant. At that moment, a soul-reaping beast wore an expression of arrogance, convinced of its dominance over Huang. Yet, Huang merely smiled, his gaze laced with disdain. After 16 years within the cauldron, his spirit had been perpetually tempered by thunder, remaining indomitable. Although the force of the annihilating lightning was formidable, it was far from sufficient to extinguish his spirit. Instead of evading the impending doom, Huang boldly approached the destructive lightning. He sought to harness the very force meant to obliterate him as a means to refine his own spirit. The thunder within the lightning pool had lost its efficacy against him. Thus, he required a more potent lightning to fortify his soul. The soul-reaping beast had unwittingly presented him with an extraordinary opportunity, one he would not squander. Have you lost your mind? You're courting death. The soul-reaping beast roared in fury upon witnessing Huang's audacity. In an instant, the blue lightning surged into Huang's soul. Boom! As the lightning coursed through him, Huang's entire being bristled with energy, the bolt fracturing into countless smaller arcs, swirling around his form. A sensation of electrifying exhilaration coursed through him. His soul body charred, and pain surged forth, a torment that would likely incapacitate an ordinary soul. Yet, Huang remained unfazed. The charred remnants of his soul soon peeled away, revealing new layers of spiritual skin beneath. Moreover, an ephemeral power began to circulate within his soul. How can this be? What manner of creature are you? The soul-reaping beast, now stricken with fear, felt a chill creep down its spine. Its most potent attack had not only failed to harm Huang, but had instead rendered him stronger. This unforeseen twist plunged the soul-reaping beast into despair. In that moment, it felt true terror. It sought to flee, but this was the first layer of the swallowing cauldron, a domain ruled by Huang. There was no escape. Come fort, thunder, Huang commanded, extending his hand. From the depths of the lightning pool, an endless surge of electricity coalesced into a colossal sword of lightning. Gather, he uttered once more, as countless soul inscriptions from the cauldron merged into the mighty sword. Now, receive my strike, the soul-severing sword. He unleashed a strike towards the retreating soul-reaping beast, now 1,000 miles away. Crack! The heavens above the beast split apart. In a torrent of lightning-infused soul, inscriptions manifested into a radiant sword beam, descending upon it. No, my spirit can withstand even the trials of the first heaven's tribulation. Why then can it not endure such lightning inscriptions? The soul-reaping beast cried out in despair, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught. Its essence transformed into a vast reservoir of soul-reaping power. Devour. In a flash, Huang appeared at the site. Inhaling deeply as he consumed all the soul-reaping power, he then settled into a lotus position, commencing the refinement of the power. Within the cauldron, time stood still, and in the blink of an eye, the galaxy turned. When Huang awoke, his soul and consciousness had returned to his body. He had reached the first soul realm. Upon introspection, Huang discovered that his soul had indeed attained this level. Additionally, having refined the soul of the first soul beast, he had acquired new knowledge within his mind. Here, there was indeed an ancient teleportation altar, which, once activated, would enable communication between the spirit realm and the demon sea. Do you know where the great demons who once annihilated the Misty Peak reside now? Huang invited. The bold demon king replied, yes. They are quite notorious in the demon sea. Their whereabouts are common knowledge. Huang nodded. Old turtle, I intend to test this teleportation altar and venture into the demon sea to slay those great demons, he stated to Old Turtle, with his strength significantly enhanced. Huang yearned to challenge the demon sea. Your current power should suffice to deal with them. However, be wary of the formidable beings in the demon sea. Avoid provoking them, Old Turtle cautioned. If danger arises, I will teleport back at once. As long as I return to the spirit realm, even a powerful being from the first realm cannot harm us, Huang assured, as he began to activate the teleportation altar with a special technique. With a hum, the altar was activated, radiating a brilliant light that enveloped Huang. In the next moment, he vanished from his original location, only to reappear in a realm imbued with primal energy. In the distance, lofty mountains stretched endlessly, ancient trees towered high, and the aura of demons permeated the air. They had clearly arrived in the Demon Sea. Bull Demon King, do you know the whereabouts of the true form of the third princess of the purple spirit serpent? Huang suddenly asked. The bull demon was taken aback, a chill running through him. He had not anticipated that his master would be one to repay grudges. Previously, when the third princess's avatar met its demise at Yi Huang's hands, she had threatened him, declaring that should she be killed, the spirit realm would face catastrophic repercussions. She had explicitly stated that once her true form emerged, the first to be slain would be Yi Huang. Yet, Yi Huang bore no ill will. Upon entering the Demon Sea, he immediately sought information about the princess's whereabouts. Yi Huang was truly formidable. The Bull Demon King silently rejoiced that he was on his side. Otherwise, opposing such a person could lead to an uncertain fate. Master, the third princess of the Purple Spirit Serpent should be cultivating on Purple Spirit Mountain. It is merely 30,000 miles from here, the Bull Demon King respectfully answered. Let's go. Yi Huang commanded, his thoughts conjuring a weathered iron sword. Old Turtle sent the Bull Demon King back to the Purple Tower while he perched upon Yi Huang's shoulder. They then soared through the skies on the sword, heading towards Purple Spirit Mountain. Purple Spirit Mountain, the sacred ground of the Purple Spirit Serpent, spans a territory of 30,000 miles, all belonging to them. Here, they are the rulers, the sovereigns. It is said that the ancestor of the Purple Spirit is a powerful being of the First Realm, commanding the submission of all surrounding demons. On Purple Spirit Mountain, the ancestor reigned supreme, followed closely by the third princess of the Purple Spirit Serpent. It is said that her extraordinary talent, coupled with a trace of the purple dragon bloodline, allowed her to reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier of spiritual ancestors before the age of 20. This retreat is aimed at breaking through to the great demon realm. Once she fully steps into the great demon realm, her power would rival that of a spiritual emperor in the spiritual world. Thus, the third princess of the Purple Spirit possesses boundless potential and enjoys the utmost favor from the Purple Spirit ancestor, placing her in an unparalleled position. It is no wonder she dares to proclaim that should she be killed, a cataclysm would befall the spiritual realm. She indeed possesses such strength and confidence. At this moment, the third princess of the Purple Spirit is secluded in the highest cultivation cave of Purple Spirit Mountain, making the crucial attempt to advance to the great demon realm. However, she suddenly feels an unsettling disturbance, prompting her to open her beautiful eyes. In her human form, clad in resplendent purple attire, she is stunning beyond compare. What is happening? Why do I feel an impending calamity? Yet how could this be possible? This is the sacred ground of Purple Spirit Mountain. Who could silently threaten me here? Furrowing her brows, the third princess murmurs softly, but as her voice fades, a streak of sword light has silently sliced towards her neck. Immediately, Yi Huang's figure materializes from the void. His expression is cold. Wielding the swallowing heaven cauldron, he descends upon the third princess of the Purple Spirit, offering her not a sliver of opportunity for resistance. Chapter 43. Slaying the third princess and absorbing the spirit veins of Purple Spirit Mountain. Bang! The sword light first strikes the neck of the third princess of the Purple Spirit. Yet, a luminous barrier erupts from the necklace adorning her neck, astonishingly deflecting Yi Huang's strike. Crack! After withstanding this blow, the necklace around her neck shatters instantaneously. A protective secret artifact imbued with the power of the Tribulation Realm. No wonder, Old Turtle murmurs. The third princess narrowly escapes with her life. Upon recognizing Yi Huang, her lovely face changes dramatically. Yi Huang, how could it be you? How did you enter the Demon Sea? The third princess of the Purple Spirit is gripped by terror. The shock she experiences is beyond imagination. However, she reacts swiftly, intending to send a distress signal. Buzz! But the swallowing heaven cauldron descends, instantly sealing this space and isolating it from the outside world. Even sound and commotion are contained within. Yi Huang's swallowing heaven cauldron was not meant to kill the third princess of the Purple Spirit, but rather to seal the space. He is well aware that given her status on Purple Spirit Mountain, she must possess protective artifacts from the Tribulation Realm, making it impossible to kill her in a single strike. Everything unfolds as anticipated. At this moment, the secret artifacts on the third princess activate one after another, emitting a soft glow that envelopes her in protection. She possesses at least 3 protective charms from the Tribulation Realm. To kill her, one must first shatter her protective charms. Old Turtle gazes intently at the third princess of the Purple Spirit and states, "It is simple. 3 strikes will suffice. Huang replied nonchalantly. Although he was engaged in conversation with the old turtle, his movements did not cease for even a moment. Endless power coalesced at his fingertips, directing towards the third princess of Xiling. The great wilderness capturing heaven finger, 1 finger to imprison the world, 2 fingers to shatter mountains and rivers, 3 fingers to extinguish all life. Huang swiftly executed 3 fingers. As the first finger descended, the third princess of Xiling found herself ensnared, as if time and space had come to a standstill. Yet, a surge of power erupted from her, enabling her to break free from her confinement and regain her freedom, albeit at the cost of a treasured artifact meant for her protection. With the second and third fingers falling, 2 more beams of light radiated from the third princess, shielding her from the onslaught, though 2 additional protective treasures met their demise. One was a jade pendant affixed to her waist. Another, astonishingly, was her ominous omen. Additionally, there was a jade talisman. It was no wonder she required a human form to effectively wear her protective treasures. At that moment, the third princess of Xiling was devoid of her usual pride, her heart consumed by despair. The destruction of 3 protective talismans of the Calamity realm finally instilled a sense of fear of death within her. Huang. At that instant, she called out to Huang, pleading for mercy, urging him to cease his assault. However, just as she uttered his name, a streak of sword light had already swept across her neck. With a dull thud, the voice of the third princess of Xiling was abruptly silenced. Her head severed from her body, slain on the spot. The fallen third princess revealed her true form, a 10-meter-long purple serpent. The essence of demonic spirit was rich and potent. It must not go to waste. Collect. This time, Huang chose not to allow the devouring cauldron to consume it, but instead sealed it and stored it within the cauldron space. The third princess harbored a trace of the bloodline of a purple dragon, her spirit astonishingly vibrant. Her flesh would undoubtedly be a remarkable nourishment. Huang, pressed for time, opted to temporarily seal and store it away. He swiftly scoured the premier spiritual cave. Remarkably, this elite spiritual cave was connected to an astonishing spiritual vein underground. Taking advantage of the fact that the ancestor of Xiling had yet to react, he seized the opportunity to cultivate here. Huang thought to himself. Thus, he embraced the devouring cauldron, channeling the primordial devouring technique, exerting all his strength to absorb the remarkable spiritual vein within Xiling Mountain. Huang was aware that the commotion from absorbing the vein would be considerable, and the beings of Xiling Mountain would undoubtedly take notice. Therefore, he no longer concealed his actions and absorbed with all his might. How much he could absorb before the ancestor of Xiling arrived was paramount. Huang unleashed his full power, ravenously devouring the essence. He felt an incomparably pure and immense spiritual force surge through the cauldron and into his body. The spiritual energy from the demon sea contained attributes of the demonic. For another spiritual practitioner, it would require purification before absorption. Yet, for Huang, such issues did not exist. After passing through the cauldron, it transformed directly into the purest spiritual power belonging to him. Boom! The entire Xiling Mountain trembled. Members of the Xiling Serpent Clan rushed out from their respective spiritual caves. What transpired? Why was I suddenly unable to absorb spiritual energy? As if the energy beneath the earth had been instantaneously drained. In that place, someone was extracting the underground spiritual energy of Purple Spirit Mountain. A multitude of purple spirit serpents turned their gaze toward the spiritual cave where Huang resided. This was the cultivation cave of the third princess of Purple Spirit. Could it be that she had broken through, taking that pivotal step? It must be so. Otherwise, such an immense amount of spiritual energy would not be required. After a while, everything would be fine. Marvelous. Our Purple Spirit Serpent clan is about to produce a formidable demon, and indeed, the youngest in history. The dominance of our Purple Spirit Serpents over the Demon Sea is within reach. The elders and ancestors of the Purple Spirit Serpents rushed forth, their hearts filled with joy as they beheld this spectacle. They all sang praises for the third princess of Purple Spirit. However, as they waited, a sense of unease began to settle in. What was happening? The rate at which the underground spiritual energy was depleting was accelerating. At this pace, the spiritual veins of Purple Spirit Mountain would surely be drained. Did the third princess truly require such vast amounts of spiritual energy merely to break through to the great demon realm? The elders and ancestors of the Purple Spirit Serpents were perplexed. After all, The spiritual energy within the underground veins of Purple Spirit Mountain could easily support the ascension of thousands of demons to the great demon realm. Yet, the third princess alone seemed to be consuming nearly half of it. Still, there was no sign of cessation. The absorption was growing even more fervent. The third princess had been slain by a thief, who now sought to devour the spiritual veins of Purple Spirit Mountain. What are you waiting for? At all costs, capture him. At that moment, the voice of the Purple Spirit Ancestor echoed throughout Purple Spirit Mountain, as a figure surged forth from its deepest recesses. A terrifying pressure of calamity enveloping the heavens and the earth. What? The third princess is dead? The commotion before us was caused by the thief? The elders and ancestors of Purple Spirit Mountain were left in a state of disbelief. Who would dare to be so audacious as to ascend Purple Spirit Mountain to slay the third princess, brazenly siphoning spiritual veins right before their eyes? Moreover, how powerful was the third princess? She was only slightly weaker than a few of the ancestors. Now, the Purple Spirit Ancestor claimed she had been killed. Such news was, without a doubt, a tempest of disbelief for the Purple Spirit Serpent clan. The Purple Spirit Ancestor had arrived. It was time to retreat. Huang, not greedy. Upon being discovered by the Purple Spirit Ancestor, unhesitatingly ceased his efforts, brandishing the black cauldron, and dashed out of the spiritual cave. The thief is emerging. Let us unite to slay him. Upon seeing Huang burst forth, the experts of Purple Spirit Mountain surged forward to attack. The second Calamity Realm Purple Spirit Ancestor, with a colossal momentum, pressed onward. With the 9 steps of the reverse dragon, he shattered the fabric of time and space. Not granting the Purple Spirit Ancestor the chance to initiate the mountain ceiling prohibition, Huang took a step forward, vanishing from sight. He then soared into the sky on his sword, fleeing at an incredible speed. No need to send me off. I shall visit again next time. Huang's voice resonated throughout Purple Spirit Mountain. The numerous experts of Purple Spirit Mountain attempted to give chase, only to find that they could not even catch a whiff of his presence. The opponent was flying on his sword, moving too swiftly. Pursuing was futile. Hearing Huang's words, they were so enraged that they nearly spat blood. Investigate and ascertain the identity of this individual. I shall ensure he suffers excruciating torment. Flaying his skin, reducing his corpse to mere fragments, and scattering his ashes, roared the venerable ancestor of the Purple Spirit, who had reached the second level of cultivation. The recent assassination of the third princess of the Purple Spirit and the theft of a significant portion of the spiritual vein beneath Purple Spirit Mountain had spread like wildfire. This incident would undoubtedly render the Purple Spirit Serpent clan the greatest laughingstock of the Demon Sea, their prestige plummeting to unprecedented lows. Additionally, rival factions of the Purple Spirit Serpents might seize this opportunity to annihilate their lineage. In the Demon Sea, power reigns supreme, where the weak are devoured by the strong. The ancestor of the Purple Spirit was acutely aware of this reality, which is why he refrained from recklessly pursuing Huang. He needed to secure Purple Spirit Mountain, lest opposing forces take advantage of their vulnerability. Curse it! Just as I saw the rise of Purple Spirit Mountain within reach, the most promising third princess has been slain. Lamented the Purple Spirit Ancestor, filled with both rage and sorrow, yet feeling utterly powerless. Huang soared through the skies on his sword, acutely aware of the transformations occurring within his body. The spiritual veins beneath Purple Spirit Mountain were indeed astonishing in a mere short span of time. He had unexpectedly ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th-tier spiritual ancestor. Huang marvelit ignardi. Young Huang, as your cultivation progresses, the amount of spiritual energy you require will grow exponentially. This is due to the latent bloodline within you, which is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, it remains hidden for now, likely to manifest only once you reach a certain level of cultivation, he mused. During this period, Old Turtle had been closely observing Huang, recognizing him as the most significant ally for the future. Yet, as Old Turtle continued to watch, his astonishment grew. The potential of this young man surpassed his wildest imagination. Perhaps one day he would indeed break free from the cycle of reincarnation, standing atop the pinnacle of the Tao like that woman. I can sense it too. The demand for spiritual energy will become increasingly daunting, Huang reflected. However, I did not anticipate the existence of a hidden, unknown bloodline within me. This suggests that my father or mother's lineage is not so simple, he whispered. In the same realm, he was 1,000 times stronger than others, thus absorbing spiritual energy far beyond the ordinary. before you step into the realm of tribulation. While there are no barriers to your cultivation, the requirements for spiritual energy and resources are incredibly formidable. The demon realm is rich in resources. It is indeed an excellent place. You may break through to the pinnacle of the 9th-tier spiritual ancestor here, Old Turtle remarked. I share this sentiment. Therefore, let us first proceed to the Azure Lake, where a blue flood dragon resides, one of the principal culprits in the destruction of the Misty Peak, now a formidable demon, located 100,000 miles away. Among the various instigators of the Misty Peak's demise, this one is the closest to us. Furthermore, the Azure Lake is a premier spiritual field. Huang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he followed the guidance of the Bull Demon King, racing toward the Azure Lake 100,000 miles away. The surface shimmered with rippling waves under a clear sky. Beneath the Azure Lake lay a labyrinth of dragon caves. As one approached the center, the number of caves diminished until reaching a submerged palace, where the power of the demonic spirits was exceptionally concentrated. At this moment, the venerable Xianxia sat cross-legged at the very heart of the palace. Suddenly, as if responding to an unseen force, it opened its eyes, a cold glimmer flashing momentarily within them. Boom! Just as the sound echoed, a colossal black cauldron shattered through the palace and descended towards it with a menacing weight. Chapter 44, Slaying the Great Demon. The venerable Xianxia reacted swiftly. In the face of imminent peril, it activated all protective artifacts upon its person. A hum resonated as the light from its defenses flared up, momentarily staving off the black cauldron. However, with a series of crackling sounds, the protective artifacts were obliterated, rendered utterly useless. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xianxia hastily struck out with both hands towards the cauldron. Puff! The venerable Xianxia was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from its mouth, and countless fissures appeared across its form. The oppressive weight of the cauldron was overwhelmingly fearsome. To survive this ordeal was a stroke of great fortune for Xianxia. Whoosh! Yet, before it could even savor its luck, a multitude of crimson sword lights manifested, hurtling towards it with alarming speed. This lethal onslaught was relentless. Xianxia had no time to retaliate before being pierced through the head by a barrage of sword lights. Ultimately, all the sword lights coalesced into a single, dilapidated iron sword, which with a swift thrust impaled the venerable Xianxia's head, nailing it to the azure stone slab of the palace. Who are you? Why you seek to kill me? The venerable Xianxia manifested its true form, a serpent stretching over 100 meters in length. Its spirit surged forth, attempting to flee. It turned out that upon reaching the realm of great demons, one could condense a demon's soul. As long as the demon's soul remained intact, one could possess another body and be reborn. But how could Huang grant it such an opportunity? The Tian Ding trembled, releasing a terrifying force that bound Xianxia's spirit in an instant. Simultaneously, soul symbols appeared upon the cauldron, coalescing into dark, ethereal chains that ensnared Xianxia's demon soul, rendering it immobile. The one who seeks your demise is Huang, son of Li Qingyu from the mysterious peak. Huang sepulchre. Li Qingyu, that remnant of the mysterious peak. Curse it, though she was the empress of the spirit realm, did she not perish in the outer battlefield? And her son is clearly a fool. How could he possibly have the capacity for vengeance? The demon soul of Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief, clearly struggling to accept the unfolding reality. It appears you have always had channels to receive news from the spirit realm, and have inquired about my mother. Surely, you feared her retribution? Rest assured, I, her son, shall avenge her today, Huang stated coldly. At this moment, Xianxia finally found some semblance of calm, accepting the grim reality. It began to contemplate how it might preserve its life. Huang, you cannot kill me. I have served the demon sea. Should I perish, the sacred mountain of demons will respond, sending formidable beings to descend and eliminate you. I know not how you infiltrated the demon sea, but if you provoke the demon mountain, you shall undoubtedly become the target of all demons within the sea. The sacred mountain of demons will swiftly seal off the demon sea, leaving you unable to return. The venerable ancestor Xianxia endeavors to persuade Huang to refrain from impulsively ending his life. At that moment, the surrounding dragon demons, having sensed the commotion, rush in from all directions. I have come to create upheaval in the demon sea. Ancestor Xianxia, you may embark on your journey. Rest assured, I shall not spare a single demon from the mysterious peak whom I once slaughtered, and you shall not be alone below. Upon finishing his words, Huang pointed and shattered the soul of the ancestor Xianxia, transforming it into a soul talisman upon the cauldron. He then proceeded to seal the corpse of the ancestor Xianxia within the cauldron. This ancient dragon is indeed a great supplement. As for the sealing of the demon realm mentioned by Xianxia, Huang had secretly inquired with Old Turtle. And it turns out the sacred mountain of demons cannot seal that ancient altar. At this moment, a group of dragon demons finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The ancestor is dead, killed by a human. One of them shouted, "Charge forth! Avenge our ancestor!" Some fervent dragon demons recklessly rushed toward Huang. Ironically, those who shouted the loudest turned and fled immediately, while others not yet deceived also turned to escape. How absurd! Even a mighty ancestor Xianxia was dispatched in an instant. If they charged, would they not be delivering themselves to their doom? Regrettably, their little cunning proved futile in the face of overwhelming power, especially against Huang, who possessed the ancient sword mastery. The dragon demons rushing toward Huang were met with a sword light that shattered them before they could approach. Then, Huang summoned a worn iron sword, transforming it into a streak of light that darted through the azure lake, sometimes soaring into the sky, sometimes plunging into the waters below. Soon, the entire lake was stained a blood-red hue. At this moment, Huang sat cross-legged in the spiritual realm of the azure lake, channeling the primordial devouring technique, cradling the devouring cauldron, swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy of this realm. Guwani, Little Peach Blossom, Lin Kai Wei, and even the Great White Cat and the Ox Demon King emerged to plunder the Dragon Palace. The ancestor Xianxia was the sovereign of tens of thousands of miles in this region, under the protection of the sacred mountain of demons. Even forces with transcendent beings stationed did not dare to provoke him lightly. Thus the resources of this vast area had been gathered into the Dragon Palace by the ancestor Xianxia. My heavens, the resources of the Demon Sea are astonishingly abundant. Guwani exclaimed in astonishment. Well, the cultivation in the Demon Sea is still in a relatively primitive state, but with a 9 Tribulation realm powerhouse stationed. It is comparable to a lower-tier small world. As for the spirit realm, it has yet to awaken. When the primordial heavenly palace emerges, the spirit realm will enter its era of revival, at which point it shall become the center of all realms, with everyone eager to partake. Lin Kaiwei remarked, Little Peach Blossom must strengthen quickly, so she can assist Brother Huang in seizing opportunities. At that moment, Little Peach Blossom was diligently absorbing pieces of exquisite demon spirit stones. In her grasp, exquisite demon spirit stones disintegrated into fine powder. Even the formidable Bull Demon King and Lin Kaiwei were taken aback. As for Guwani and the Great White Cat, they had long since grown accustomed to such spectacles. Presently, the cultivation level of Xiao Taohua had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage Spirit Sovereign, an astonishing and formidable advancement. Only Lord Turtle remained undisturbed, feigning slumber. At the peak of the 7th stage Spirit Ancestor, Huang had absorbed the spiritual energy from the depths of the Azure Lake. Yet his level had only increased by 1 stage. Indeed, the further one progresses, the more terrifying the required spiritual power becomes. With my current prowess at the peak of the 7th stage Spirit Ancestor, even great demons and monsters are no longer my adversaries. And I could even contend with the Spirit Emperor. Huang held a profound confidence in his own abilities. Let us proceed to our next destination, 9 Demon Mountain, he declared. It was said that a golden-winged rock resided there. Summoning his companions, they swiftly prepared and took to the skies on their swords, heading towards 9 Demon Mountain. This sacred site of demons and monsters was rumored to house a palace at its highest point, overseen by a formidable demon at the 9th Calamity stage, governing countless great demons and monsters of the Demon Sea. In terms of cultivation realms, the Spirit Emperor, great demons, and dark monsters were considered part of the same grand tier. Beyond that lay the 9th Calamity stage, surviving the 9 calamities. A formidable being akin to a deity reigning over this realm was indeed fearsome. Alas, the Azure Flood Dragon, which had once traversed the spirit realm, had perished. Who was the perpetrator? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the soul lamp hall of the Demon Holy Mountain. A flicker of soul fire, which could only enter the hall with the protection of the Demon Holy Mountain, indicated the demise of the Azure Flood Dragon's soul lamp. It had been many years since anyone dared to challenge the sanctity of the Demon Holy Mountain. Dispatch 2 emissaries of the 1st Calamity stage down the mountain to investigate. Swiftly eliminate the murderer and announce it to the world. They must understand that the supreme authority of the Demon Holy Mountain is not to be trifled with. As the authoritative voice faded, two elders of the first calamity stage exited, bowing respectfully before the source of the voice, then stepping into the air. Departing the demon holy mountain. 9 Demon Mountain lay 80,000 miles from the azure lake of the azure flood dragon. It was now night in the demon sea, with a blood moon hanging ominously in the sky, casting a crimson hue over the world. Even 9 Demon Mountain appeared veiled in a shroud of blood. Atop 9 Demon Mountain, a golden rock stood against the backdrop of the blood moon, absorbing its essence. The death of the azure flood dragon? Surely, it could not be mere coincidence. Yet, the golden rock, in the throes of consuming the moon's essence, felt an unsettling unease. Having just received the news of the azure flood dragon's demise, it remained in a state of agitation. Let us await the investigation results from the demon holy mountain. The golden rock, too, had received word that 2 emissaries were dispatched for an inquiry. Azure flood dragon, we shared drinks not long ago. How swiftly have you transitioned to the other realm? By whose hand did you meet your end? Old Jinping pondered repeatedly, yet found himself devoid of any clues. This won't do. Under such circumstances, it would be prudent to withdraw for the time being. Seeking auspiciousness while evading misfortune is the essence of survival. I shall retreat to a secluded place to conceal myself for a while. However, a sense of unease gnawed at old Jinping, rendering him restless, and he ultimately resolved to hide and weather the storm. To contemplate departure now would likely be too late. Just then, beneath the blood moon, a figure soared in on a sword, landing before old Jinping in an instant. Flee! The moment he beheld the youth approaching on his sword, the turmoil within old Jinping reached a fever pitch, nearly boiling over. Without hesitation, he spread his golden wings and took flight at tremendous speed, confident that even if his pursuer flew as well, he would surely not be caught. Bang! However, just as old Jinping took to the skies, he collided with an invisible barrier, leaving him disoriented and seeing stars. Damn it, a restriction. When did this person lay down such a restriction in the air? And how did I remain oblivious to it? Fear gripped old Jinping's heart. He was usually so cautious and low-key. Yet today, he had made a series of blunders. Old Tortoise, was it not said that Jinping had a fiery temper? Why then did this old Jinping display such caution and timidity, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance? Had it not been for the restriction you set, he might have successfully escaped. Given my current speed of flight, I would certainly not have caught him. Huang remarked to old Tortoise. He truly had not anticipated old Jinping's vigilance, nearly missing the opportunity to intercept him. In the demon sea, a Jinping with a fiery temper would not have survived this long. His longevity is certainly not without reason. Old Tortoise replied nonchalantly. This old Jinping indeed appeared ancient, having lived for 2 centuries. However, due to his lineage, his cultivation remained stagnant at the great demon realm, making further breakthroughs arduous. Gentlemen, we hold no grievances against one another, so why resort to such extremes? We could simply sit down, enjoy tea and chess, and converse about life without raising our tempers or resorting to violence. Old Jinping soon regained his composure, devoid of any trace of anger, and spoke without a hint of malice. From Miao Peak, the son of Li Qingyu, Huang has come to slay you. Huang, however, did not indulge in frivolous conversation and stated his intent directly. Upon hearing these words, the calm demeanor of old Jinping vanished in an instant, replaced by fury and a thirst for blood. The mention of Miao Peak had revealed everything to him, including the fate of the venerable Qingjiao ancestor, prompting him to unleash his most formidable attack without hesitation. Buzzing with power, a golden radiance enveloped old Jinping, and his feathers transformed into blades of gold, all hurtling towards Huang. Simultaneously, he emitted a fierce roar, his claws glimmering with a cold light as they reached for Huang. The Jinping spreads its wings. The Peng's claws rend the heavens. Although old Jinping appeared aged, his eruption of power was fiercely vigorous. Huang was instantly engulfed by the onslaught of attacks. Reverse Dragon's 9 steps, shattering the fabric of time and space. Huang had been awaiting this moment. With a single step, he vanished into thin air, leaving all of Lao Jinping's attacks to miss their mark. In the midst of his explosive onslaught, Lao Jinping found himself in a vulnerable state, weakened and exposed. Yet, before he could regain his footing, Huang appeared before him, seizing him by the throat and forcefully smashing him against the 9 Demon Mountain. A resounding crash echoed as a corner of the mountain crumbled. Despite Lao Jinping's formidable physique, he still attempted to resist. However, with a mere thought, Huang summoned the black cauldron to suppress him. As a flying sword pierced through the air, the black cauldron anchored the space, unleashing countless soul talismans that fused into the dilapidated iron sword. This is bad. I'm done for. Despair etched across Lao Jinpeng's face. Moments later, with a swift thrust, the iron sword severed his head. Huang promptly sealed the body, storing it within the cauldron space. There were spiritual essences beneath the 9-demon mountain that needed to be absorbed quickly, for the forces from the demon sacred mountain would likely arrive soon. As Turtle Elder warned, Huang nodded, his mind in motion as the iron sword flew forth, efficiently dispatching all of Lao Jinpeng's subordinates before he hastened to consume the spiritual essences in the mountain's spiritual field. Chapter 45. The Graveyard of Corpses, the Resurgence of Yu. Huang was acutely aware that he could not conceal his identity for long. As the Calamity Realm experts tracked him down, they would soon relay their findings back to the demon's sacred mountain, leading to a rough analysis of his identity. Yet, Huang remained unconcerned. Exposure was inevitable. However, before that occurred, he intended to buy himself more time and eliminate as many as possible. Every slight enhancement in strength would contribute to his future potential. At that moment, Huang's group had clear divisions of labor. Guwani, Xiaotawa, Lin Kaiwei, the Big White Cat, and the Bull Demon King were tasked with swiftly raiding the resources of the 9-demon mountain. Their approach was akin to whispers in the wind, plucking feathers from passing geese. Meanwhile, Huang dedicated himself entirely to absorbing the spiritual essences within the depths of the mountain. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Huang regained consciousness, having reached the perfected realm of the 8th-tier spirit ancestor. However, he found himself still a fraction short of attaining the pinnacle of that tier. Rising to his feet, he stretched, feeling a crackling surge of spiritual power within him. Patience, Turtle Elder advised earnestly. The more spiritual power you can absorb before entering the Calamity Realm, the stronger your foundation will be, thus enhancing your future potential. His wisdom, drawn from the annals of time, was unparalleled. Is that truly the case? If so, I shall not rush into the Calamity Realm, Huang mused. Intrigued by this newfound perspective, he held Turtle Elder's words in high regard. After all, had the Elder not believed in him, he could have easily met his demise during their many battles. Throughout their journey, Turtle Elder had consistently been there to save him at critical moments. Huang understood that there must be qualities within him that appealed to Turtle Elder, and as he grew stronger, the benefits to the Elder would only magnify. An entity like Turtle Elder undoubtedly focused on the promise of the future. Huang once engaged in a profound conversation with Old Turtle, who revealed that he had long been aware of the unparalleled woman sealed within Xiaotawa. He also made it clear that during the impending cataclysm, it would require both his fully matured self and Xiaotawa's assistance. Thus, Old Turtle was fervently eager to enhance his own strength. In ancient times, many extraordinary prodigies would employ various methods to seal and suppress their cultivation before the tribulation, only to soar to great heights when they could no longer contain themselves. There were those who succeeded in severing 9 heavenly tribulations, entering the 9th realm of calamity. Some even chose to self-seal before the tribulation, awaiting this lifetime's brilliant opportunity to strive for the strongest transformation in history. Little Huang, the great era has not yet truly commenced, but the time left for you and for me is dwindling. Old Turtle lamented in conclusion. No matter how the grand era transforms, I shall undoubtedly be the strongest. Huang possessed an indomitable confidence. At that moment, the others had completed their preparations, and without any hesitation, Huang took flight, soaring away from the 9-demon mountain on his sword. Not long after Huang departed, the 2 envoys from the Holy Mountain of Demons tracked him to the 9-demon mountain. The 2 emissaries of the first realm of calamity swiftly surveyed the scene. The perpetrator was the same as that of the annihilation of the Green Flood Dragon ancestor. Moreover, all traces of the soul had been obliterated, leaving no remnants behind, rendering even soul inquiries impossible, the gray-clad envoy remarked. Additionally, the spiritual essence of both the Green Lake and 9-demon mountain had been completely absorbed, with all treasures thoroughly plundered. Furthermore, both the Green Flood Dragon ancestor and the Old Golden Rock were instantaneously slain. This thief is formidable. The blue-clad envoy spoke with a grave expression. Given the considerable distance between the Green Lake and 9-demon mountain, it indicates that the thief's target was exceptionally clear, primarily seeking revenge. Coupled with the fact that this individual's means of attack originated from the spirit realm, we must promptly relay this situation back to the Holy Mountain, requesting an investigation into the collaboration of these two individuals in executing tasks within the spirit realm. The gray-clad envoy stated solemnly. Subsequently, the information was dispatched rapidly. At present, they were unable to pursue further. They had arrived at Nine Demon Mountain because the Holy Mountain had communicated that the soul lamp of the old golden rock had also extinguished. Thus, they had two options. One was to wait for the next target's demise, relying on the Holy Mountain to relay the message before proceeding, but this would certainly allow the enemy to act first. The second option was to hope that the Holy Mountain could swiftly produce an analytical result, allowing them to ascertain the identity of the next target and arrive in advance to intercept them. However, in either scenario, they could only wait for the time being. Meanwhile, Huang's next destination was the Corpse Fiend Valley. This was a realm of a corpse demon, one of the culprits behind the massacre of the mysterious peak. According to the Bull Demon King, the corpse demon was the most terrifying among them. Residing within the Corpse Fiend Valley, he posed a challenge even to those of the first realm of calamity, capable of engaging in battle. Yet, Huang felt no fear. Moreover, the Valley of Corpse Malevolence is inhabited solely by the corpse demon, unlike the likes of the Elder Qingjiao and the Old Golden Rock, who had developed their own factions. The corpse demon alone constitutes a formidable force. For years, he has remained within the valley, absorbing the malevolent aura, rarely venturing outside. As Huang approached the valley, he could sense a chilling, oppressive aura of death enveloping him. Peering down, he beheld a valley shrouded in thick, ominous mist, rendering its inner workings indistinguishable. The domain here is peculiar, with a terrifying gravitational pull emanating from the ground, making it increasingly arduous to fly as one nears the Valley of Corpse Malevolence. Consequently, Huang sheathed his iron sword and employed his agility to hasten towards the valley. His physical prowess was remarkable, bounding across the terrain like a young dragon. Swiftly approaching the valley, the dense malevolent aura signified that this was a significant domain of the Corpse Clan. No living being should approach. Those of lesser cultivation might find themselves transformed into mindless corpses upon nearing the valley's entrance, succumbing to the suffocating aura. The old tortoise gasped in awe, radiating a luminous glow that instinctively repelled the malevolent aura, allowing Guwani and her companions within the Purple Tower to continue their cultivation unperturbed. Huang, possessing formidable physical strength and a refined golden body, was impervious to the malevolent aura. However, as he delved deeper, the situation could become precarious. Knowing that the living should stay away, how dare one tread into the sacred ground of the Corpse Clan? Such audacity! I, the Corpse Demon, have not emerged in a decade, yet my fearsome reputation is squandered by the audacity of an intruder, and worse yet, a mere child. No, you are a human from the spirit realm. How did you gain entry? A hoarse voice echoed, initially rife with arrogance and disdain, but it soon shifted to astonishment and unease. The arrival of a human from the spirit realm was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Despite his arrogance, the corpse demon, an ancient entity, quickly regained his composure. Huang, however, remained silent, directly summoning the heaven-swallowing cauldron, channeling all his strength. The cauldron expanded instantaneously, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, imposing itself above the valley. Temporarily, this space was sealed, preventing entry or exit for the time being. Grasping the weathered iron sword, Huang focused his thoughts and executed the ancient sword technique. With the strike of the sword, he unleashed the second level of the technique. The second move, sword falls to the underworld. Countless sword lights manifested above, descending vertically upon the Valley of Corpse Malevolence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blades pierced the earth. Boom! The ground erupted. Numerous black coffins were forcibly expelled from the depths. These coffins were remarkably sturdy, impervious to the sword lights momentarily, enveloped by a layer of dark, ominous aura that dulled the edge of the blades. Arrogant child, in this land of corpse malevolence, even a first-tier cultivator would I dare to confront. How could a mere spirit ancestor like you shake me? Within the obsidian coffins, the voice of the corpse demon echoed, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the true source of the malevolent presence, whether it resided in a single coffin or if all were inhabited by the same sinister entity. The scene was profoundly unsettling, as dark blood oozed from each coffin, creating a chilling tableau. One particular coffin targeted Huang, advancing menacingly towards him. Yet, Yi Huang did not retreat. He stepped forward resolutely. With a powerful strike, he unleashed the Ding fist, shattering stars. A forceful blow erupted from his fist, manifesting the imprints of the Black Ding, the might of which seemed capable of fracturing the very heavens. With a resounding crash, the coffin shattered into countless fragments, revealing a corpse soaked in black blood. Danger! Retreat! Master Turtle warned preemptively, a sentiment echoed by Yi Huang's own instincts. Executing the second step of the 9 steps of the reverse dragon, he stepped forth, vanishing into thin air. A moment later, the corpse that had just been expelled from the coffin detonated, obliterating the surrounding space. Had Yi Huang remained, he would certainly have suffered severe repercussions. Subsequently, Yi Huang unleashed a flurry of punches, demolishing each coffin in succession. Regardless of how the corpse demon attempted to self-destruct, Yi Huang always managed to evade the blast in time. Cunning human wretch, I shall transform you into a corpse puppet, subject to my command. The corpse demon screeched in a frenzy. Concealing its true form, it dared to boast shamelessly. Yi Huang sneered, aware that he could no longer afford a delay. A swift resolution was imperative. Given the capabilities of the demon Sacred Mountain, reinforcements would soon arrive. I have countless coffins here. I could outlast you indefinitely. The longer you linger in this land of death, the more disadvantageous it becomes for you. Since you cannot harm me, why should I hasten to reveal myself? However, the corpse demon was exceedingly cunning. Just as it appeared to be on the verge of losing control, it regained its composure, refusing to fall for Yi Huang's ploy. Yi Huang's recent tactics were intended to draw out the demon's true form, but the ancient beings were astutely cautious, showing no signs of gullibility. Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? It is your time to emerge. Yi Huang commanded, summoning a stone coffin before him. With a series of powerful sweeps, he shattered the surrounding black-blooded puppets, unleashing a terrifying aura of death. At that moment, the stone coffin opened, and a figure clad in black emerged. Eyes closing, he extended his arms in embrace, and in the next instant, an overwhelming wave of death energy surged into his embrace. The quaking black-blooded puppets soon disintegrated, transforming into streams of death energy, all consumed by Ying. As he advanced, his footsteps were light, yet resonated with the authority of a sovereign of the night, commanding the deathly aura of the entire valley. The earth itself parted, allowing Ying's form to sink slowly into the ground. What manner of creature is this? No, do not approach me. From beneath the ground emerged a sound of unparalleled dread and despair, resonating with the wretched cries of the undead. Ultimately, silence enveloped the area, and the malevolent aura of the corpse fiend valley dissipated, giving way to clarity. Even the mysterious gravitational force underground vanished. The figure of Yu gradually materialized from the depths, extending a finger towards the sky above before retreating back into the stone coffin. The coffin sealed itself and vanished, returning to the inner space of the cauldron. Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the heavens, his expression shifting dramatically. You, devoid of loyalty, you spare the undead, yet why not eliminate the living as well? Yi Huang grasped Yu's intent, but found himself at a loss for words. As he beheld the descending emissary of the demon mountain, a solemnity washed over him, igniting an indomitable fighting spirit within. A powerhouse of the first tribulation realm, I, Yi Huang, shall not shy away from a battle. With that, Yi Huang retrieved the black cauldron, grasped his iron sword, and charged towards the green-robed powerhouse of the first tribulation realm. Chapter 46. The power of the tribulation realm is not to be underrated. As the green-robed emissary made his arrival, Yu had just returned to the cauldron's inner space, unaware of the spectacle of the undead's demise. Had he known, he might have hesitated to approach. The green and gray-robed emissaries of the Mountain of Saints did not linger long before receiving a message from their headquarters. They were informed that the one who had slain the elder Qingjiao and the old golden Peng was named Yi Huang, hailing from the spirit realm. The next targets for elimination were to be either the corpse fiend or the white ape. Thus, the green and gray-robed emissaries split into 2 paths, each heading towards their designated quarry. The green-robed emissary opted for the corpse fiend valley. This decision led to their current encounter. Yi Huang has vanquished the corpse fiend? The green-robed emissary was taken aback upon witnessing Yi Huang's approach. Initially, he had deemed it improbable for Yi Huang to appear in the corpse fiend valley. Considering the terror of the undead, he had assumed that Yi Huang's venture would be akin to courting death. Yet, to his astonishment, not only had the young man arrived, but he had also dealt with the corpse fiend. I'm a powerhouse of the first tribulation realm. Yi Huang, you dare to confront me, a mere 8th-level spirit ancestor? Truly ignorant of your own mortality. The green-robed emissary roared, his visage darkening. The audacity of a mere spirit ancestor to challenge a formidable being of the tribulation realm was an affront, bordering on humiliation. Gathering boundless tribulation energy within his palm, the green-robed emissary unleashed a devastating strike, akin to a mountain crashing down upon Yi Huang. In response, Yi Huang melded with his sword, embodying the essence of both man and weapon, achieving unity. The weathered iron sword became the blade's tip, while Yi Huang's body served as the sword's body, transforming into a radiant beam of sword light that surged forward with unyielding momentum. Crack! The green-robed emissary's tribulation-infused palm was pierced by the sword strike. Yet the force did not relent, continuing its relentless advance towards him. It seems I underestimated you, compelling me to adopt a defensive stance momentarily, the green-robed emissary thought, his gaze sharpening. He then enveloped himself in a layer of pale blue energy, with arcs of lightning dancing upon its surface. Tribulation garb, protect me. This is the protective method employed by those of formidable strength in the realm of tribulation. For each layer of tribulation, there exists a corresponding layer of protective garb. A cultivator at the 9th level of tribulation can manifest 9 layers of such garments, rendering it exceedingly difficult for ordinary attacks to breach their defenses. Of course, the inability to penetrate merely indicates one thing: your assault lacks sufficient power. The old tortoise imparted this wisdom discreetly. In a sense, Yi Huang is still a novice in cultivation, having never received true guidance, although he has grasped various techniques within the confines of the cauldron's first space. Understanding them upon sight and mastering them swiftly, he remains oblivious to certain fundamental principles of cultivation. At this moment, the old tortoise serves as an esteemed mentor, providing timely enlightenment. Boom! With this strike, Yi Huang failed to pierce the opponent's protective garb and was instead sent flying for 100 meters. Yet, his formidable physique allowed him to absorb the majority of the damage. Undeterred, Yi Huang launched himself into an even fiercer and more frenzied assault, unleashing the entirety of his learned skills. The resplendent might of the heavens was summoned forth by his sword. The flower of the other sure bloomed, manifesting a dreamlike strike. With a single finger, he extinguished myriad lives, shattering the moon, breaking the stars. Yi Huang executed the techniques of the immortal sword thunder control, the primordial sword art, the great wilderness prison finger, and the slaughtering sword formula, among others, each one culminating in a cataclysmic force directed at the azure-clad messenger. The old tortoise had remarked that his attacks were insufficient, so he compensated with sheer volume. The azure-clad messenger found himself momentarily bewildered. One solitary strike from Yi Huang indeed posed no threat, but as successive blows rained down without pause, he found himself inundated. Lightning, finger beams, sword light, and fist prints converged upon him in an overwhelming torrent. Crack! The defensive power of the azure-clad messenger's protective garb was undeniably formidable. Yet, after being relentlessly bombarded by Yi Huang's myriad attacks, fissures soon began to appear, ultimately leading to its shattering. Spitting blood, the azure-clad messenger was forced to retreat. How could this be possible? A dignified, first-level tribulation expert sustaining injuries against an 8th-tier spiritual ancestor? The azure-clad messenger struggled to accept this reality, but his fury ignited. For me, this is a disgrace that can only be cleansed with blood. Yi Huang, you have thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to witness the true power of a tribulation realm expert. With a thunderous roar, the azure-clad messenger levitated in the air, his hair and beard billowing, as a yellow bell materialized in his hand. The tribulation artifact, the heavenly yellow bell. Harnessing the tribulation lightning, he condensed it into a sword of law. Strike. The heavenly yellow bell in his grasp expanded rapidly. Ding! With a resonant toll, the heavens darkened, and boundless tribulation clouds surged forth. Subsequently, torrents of thunder descended upon the great yellow bell, which transformed into a colossal blue thunder sword, its tip hovering ominously above Yi Huang's head, slowly descending. In that instant, Yi Huang felt as if he bore the weight of an immense mountain, his body nearly bowing under the pressure. This is indeed the true path of assault wielded by tribulation realm experts. It is undeniably powerful. Yet, to slay me, you still fall short. Yi Huang sepulkoldi. At this moment, he was not in haste to retaliate. Instead, he chose to harness the overwhelming pressure of the calamity's most formidable strike to refine his own being. It was indeed an opportune moment. Chaos Body Refinement Technique, activate. At this juncture, Huang commenced the operation of the Chaos Body Refinement Technique, honing his physique. Within the first layer of the Devouring Heaven Cauldron space, Huang cultivated the Primordial Devouring Technique internally, while externally, he practiced the Chaos Body Refinement Technique. This method allowed one to refine their physical form using the essence of all things in the universe, ultimately achieving a state of corporeal chaos, rendering the body immortal and indestructible. Crack! Under the terrifying pressure of the Calamity Sword, a fissure appeared upon Huang's flesh, with blood seeping forth. It seemed as though his body were on the verge of collapse. A foolish insect lacking in self-awareness, the Qingyi envoy declared with arrogance. He had already concluded that Huang would be unable to withstand this most powerful strike and was doomed to perish without a doubt. Boom! At last, the Calamity Sword descended upon Huang's head, and in an instant, he was engulfed by endless sword energy infused with thunderous tribulation. The Qingyi envoy hovered in midair, looking down majestically, as if gazing upon the mortal realm from a divine vantage point. To annihilate this rogue would be yet another accomplishment. Upon returning to the Holy Mountain, he anticipated receiving rewards that would aid him in advancing to the second tier of the Calamity Realm. The Qingyi envoy smiled slightly, confident of his victory. Is this all you have to offer? However, amidst the radiance of the thunderous sword light, a voice laden with disdain and mockery emerged. What? The Qingyi envoy was struck with horror, for he recognized the voice. Huang was still alive. How could this be possible? The Qingyi envoy found it hard to believe. Yet, in the next moment, he became frozen in midair, his eyes wide in disbelief, as he fixated upon a figure slowly emerging from the thunderous sword glare. This individual appeared to be grievously wounded, with not a single part of him unscathed, as if his body were on the brink of disintegration. Yet, from this person emanated an overwhelming sense of danger, accompanied by a colossal life force, and a surge of blood vitality that soared to the heavens. I had thought that your greatest strike, as a first-tier Calamity Realm expert, would grant me a thorough refinement of my physique. Yet it has lost its efficacy in mere moments. You truly are quite ineffective. Huang shook his head as he regarded the Qingyi envoy, suspended above. At that moment, Huang took deliberate steps, ascending towards the heavens until he was level with the Qingyi envoy. His injuries, under the healing light of the Tortoise Elder, had already healed completely. The Qingyi envoy was overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. Huang had actually utilized his most powerful strike to refine his body. Here he was, a dignified Calamity Realm expert, being treated as a whetstone by a mere spirit ancestor. The Qingyi envoy found it difficult to accept this reality. Since you are so ineffective, you may as well perish, Huang stated coolly, as if uttering a matter of fact. His words jolted the Qingyi envoy back to his senses. He steadied his mind and coldly replied, Huang, I acknowledge that you possess some skill, but based on your previous attacks, you still cannot harm me. The Qingyi envoy retained the pride of a Calamity Realm expert. At this moment, Huang remained silent, advancing toward the blue-clad envoy with measured steps. Behind him, a swirling mass of black energy loomed, as the heavenly devouring cauldron gradually materialized, exuding an aura of boundless demonic power. The fusion of man and cauldron. Huang uttered a low exclamation. The dark cauldron behind him began to disintegrate, transforming into countless black soul talismans that were inscribed upon his body. In an instant, Huang became a vessel of symbols, metamorphosing into an unparalleled demon. In this state, all his cultivation and knowledge experienced a profound enhancement. Radiant celestial might, summoned by the sword. The flowers of the other shore bloom, a dreamlike strike. A single finger extinguishes all life. Once more, he unleashed his previous assault, obliterating the blue-clad envoy. The envoy conjured a protective garment in desperation. With a crack, the first strike shattered the protective attire instantaneously. Subsequently, the second and third strikes followed, landing upon him with devastating force. Boom! Boom! The protective artifacts upon the blue-clad envoy exploded, rendered useless, and he finally sensed the looming threat of death. If this battle continued, I shall perish. This thought burgeoned within him. At this moment, fear gripped him, and he was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. The earlier aura of invincibility vanished entirely. He gazed at Huang as one might regard an unparalleled harbinger of death. Yi Huang, you must not kill me. Cease at once. I am a messenger of the sacred mountain. Should I perish, the demon's sacred mountain will swiftly seal the demon sea, unleashing formidable beings of the ninth tribulation realm to ravage the world and annihilate you. Moreover, upon learning of my demise, my companions will immediately transport the white ape to the sacred mountain for protection. You will never be able to kill him and avenge yourself. Spare me, and I shall cooperate, ensuring your survival, while also presenting you with the opportunity to slay the white ape. In the face of death's terror, the blue-clad envoy spoke rapidly, truly desiring to evade his fate. Having only just attained the strength of the tribulation realm, he yearned to look down upon the world, to live longer and journey further. With the fourth step of the 9 steps against heaven, he sought to traverse the 9 netherworlds. Yet, Yi Huang had already taken a step forward. That step, imbued with overwhelming celestial might and infinite Tao power, shattered the barriers between realms, stepping into the realm of the 9 netherworlds. The envoy's bones were crushed underfoot, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, gasping for breath. You madman, you lunatic. The sacred mountain will not let this go. The blue-clad envoy attempted to utter more, but before he could finish, Yi Huang's sword descended, severing his head, revealing his true form. This elder's original shape was that of an old mountain pig, fit for consumption. Yi Huang swiftly sealed it away, sparing even the pig's head, securing it within the cauldron. Only the white ape remained. Should the envoy learn of the blue-clad one's death, he would undoubtedly bring the white ape to the sacred mountain. A dangerous glint flashed in Yi Huang's eyes as he vanished, soaring on his sword towards the demon sacred mountain. The death of the blue-clad envoy was a significant event, and it was certain that all eyes would turn toward the demon sea, searching for him. However, they would never search for the demon mountain, for it is said that the most perilous places are also the safest. Chapter 47. The Awakening of the Prehistoric Strongest Demon. The atmosphere at the demon mountain is palpably tense. Old Pig, a formidable being of the first realm, has unexpectedly perished. Yi Huang's strength surpasses our wildest imaginations. He has come seeking vengeance for the mysterious peak, first slaying Princess Ziling, followed by ancestor Xianxia, old Jin Peng, and the corpse demon. Next, his target must be the white ape. The white ape must not perish. Should he fall, our sacred mountain would suffer an irreparable disgrace, becoming a laughingstock in the demon sea and even in the realm of cultivation. Within the grand hall of the sacred mountain, a group of powerful demons are in fervent discussion. The white ape is being escorted by the gray-clad towards the sacred sovereign and should be arriving shortly. Once he reaches the sacred sovereign, the white ape's safety is assured. The grand elder of the sacred mountain asserts with unwavering confidence. The other realm experts nod in agreement, acknowledging his words. The sacred mountain, a place of divine authority, commands respect. No one dares to trespass. As long as one arrives at the sacred mountain, safety is guaranteed. Next, we must deal with Yi Huang. This scoundrel dares to slay even our sacred mountain's envoy. How should we handle this matter, esteemed colleagues? The figure of the sacred mountain's lord appears hazy, drifting amidst the smoke within the depths of the temple, emanating an aura of mystery and majesty. We should immediately issue the order to activate the barrier array, sealing the demon sea and cutting off their escape. The Grand Elder suggests. Understood. The Lord of the Sacred Mountain responds calmly. Furthermore, let the 9 great powers of the first realm sweep through the demon sea with their divine senses to locate this scoundrel and eliminate him on the spot, displaying his corpse across the cities as a warning. The Grand Elder adds. Agreed. The Lord responds once more. Thus, all present take their leave, fully aware that there is no longer any doubt. The individual known as Yi Huang, a practitioner from the spirit realm, is destined to perish. Meanwhile, the demon sea is in an uproar. Yi Huang's slaying of Princess Ziling, ancestor Qin Jiao, old Jin Peng, the corpse demon, and a sacred mountain envoy of the first realm is indeed a monumental event within the demon sea. The beings of the entire demon sea are watching closely. Aside from Princess Ziling, the others are under the protection of the sacred mountain. Yi Huang is clearly challenging the sacred mountain. Who is this individual from the spirit realm? In the future, as realms intertwine, we may encounter him again. The beings of the demon sea murmur amongst themselves. In the future? Are you jesting? The 9 great powers will soon sweep the demon sea with their divine senses, and Yi Huang will undoubtedly be apprehended. With no chance of survival, absolutely no future. Yet, many demons share a different sentiment. Who would have thought that such a prodigy still exists in this era? Fascinating indeed. Huang, I shall remember this name. It seems that this great era of contention will not be so dull after all. At that moment, atop a tall building in a city, a white-haired young man gazes down at the crowd below, softly remarking, "Young master, shall we intervene?" At this moment, an elderly man clad in black beside the white-haired youth respectfully inquires, "Should a formidable figure of the ninth realm of tribulation appear here, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For this seemingly ordinary elder clad in black is, in fact, a powerful being of the ninth tribulation realm." The profound respect he shows towards a young man who has yet to reach even the tribulation realm speaks volumes of the extraordinary identity of the silver-haired youth. However, I have just awakened from my seal and must refrain from entangling myself in any matters of fate and causality. Once I am locked onto by the celestial pathway, I fear I may once again be compelled to seal myself away, a burden not worth bearing. I shall bide my time until the celestial pathway wanes and the great era dawns, at which point I can act without reservation. As for Huang, we shall see if he can survive this ordeal. The silver-haired young man mused, genuinely surprised that a talent like Huang still exists in this world. Yet, his astonishment was fleeting, for he did not regard Huang as significant unless he could prove himself worthy of further attention. But should he desire to earn more regard, that opportunity had vanished. This was solely because he was the most formidable prodigy of a bygone age, now awakened from his self-imposed slumber. Indeed, there was no one in this era who could rival the young master. The elder nodded in agreement, subsequently turning his attention away from matters concerning Huang. After all, in his eyes, the sacred mountain was nothing more than a mere ant in the dust. At the foot of the sacred mountain, two figures raced forward. "Finally, we have arrived at the sacred mountain," exclaimed a white-haired woman with a thick mane, exhaling in relief. She was the white ape from the old ape mountain. Upon hearing of the successive downfalls of the ancestor Xianxia, old Jin Peng, and the corpse demon, she had panicked. The news that even the envoy of the first tribulation had been slain by Huang sent her into a deeper frenzy, wishing she could flee at once. Only after the arrival of the gray-robed envoy did her anxiety ease somewhat. Now, as the gray-robed envoy escorted her, they finally reached the sacred mountain, and her heart was entirely at ease. Little did she expect that a remnant from the spirit realm's mysterious peak still lingered. She regretted not eradicating them completely back then, leaving potential future troubles. However, with the sacred mountain's wrath ignited and a ninth realm powerhouse taking action, Huang was destined to perish. As she spoke these final words, her mood lightened, her tone relaxed, and her expression brightened. The gray-robed envoy nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we can rest easy now. My mission is finally accomplished." In any case, no matter how formidable Huang may be, he would never dare to wreak havoc on the sacred mountain. Just wait. It won't be long before news of Huang's demise spreads. At this moment, both the white ape and the gray-robed envoy felt a sense of relief as they conversed while ascending the sacred mountain. Such is the consequence of provoking the sacred mountain. Huang would never withstand it. Even if Huang were to see me, he would not dare to lay a finger on me. The white ape smiled confidently. Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when she froze in place, her smile stiffening, for she truly beheld Huang standing right before her. "I do not know whether I will live or die, but you shall certainly perish," declared Huang as he launched a thunderous assault. At this moment, he was in perfect harmony with himself, embodying the symbols of power, unleashing an unfathomable force of terror. "No, Holy Master, save me," the white ape exclaimed in panic. "Stop." At that moment, a multitude of fearsome gazes from the sacred mountain fixed upon him, commanding Huang to cease. However, before their voices could dissipate, Huang's palm crushed the white ape into a mere pulp. He was dead beyond revival. You actually dared to slay the white ape before the eyes of countless formidable beings of the tribulation realm on the sacred mountain?" The gray-clad saint was rendered speechless, murmuring to himself. Yet, Huang remained silent, a smirk of derision gracing his lips as he regarded the approaching tribulation realm experts. And then he unleashed a punch towards the still-dazed, gray-clad saint of the first tribulation realm. At the pinnacle of the ninth-tier spirit ancestor, combined with the state of perfect harmony with oneself and embodying the symbols, I wonder if a single punch could unexpectedly obliterate a first tribulation realm expert? Huang mused within. He had never entertained the notion of sparing the white ape. Having come this far, all his enemies must be eradicated. Thus, he took a perilous gamble, concealing himself within the sacred mountain. Guided by the instincts of the swallowing cauldron, Huang discovered a secluded cave connected to the spiritual veins beneath the sacred mountain. He infiltrated and siphoned the spiritual energy of the sacred mountain. The richness and magnitude of the spiritual energy from the sacred mountain were beyond imagination. In a mere instant of siphoning, Huang elevated his realm directly to the pinnacle of the 9th-tier spirit ancestor. However, the commotion caused by his energy theft eventually alerted the Tribulation Realm experts of the Sacred Mountain, who began searching for his whereabouts. At that moment, the White Ape had also just arrived at the Sacred Mountain, seeking refuge. At this juncture, Huang ceased to hide, striking with all his might to slay the White Ape, and then he fled. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Huang had gone mad, hiding within the Sacred Mountain, siphoning the spiritual veins, and slaying the White Ape. As if that weren't enough, now he dared to assassinate a First Tribulation Realm saint before all the Tribulation Realm experts on the Sacred Mountain. The demons and monsters observing from a distance were utterly horrified, sensing that the demon sea was on the brink of upheaval. Regardless of the outcome, whether Huang lived or died, he had single-handedly stirred the entire demon sea into chaos. Bang! Huang's fist finally struck down. In the eyes of the astonished onlookers, the gray-clad saint's body exploded into fragments, instantly obliterated. Retreat. After unexpectedly annihilating the gray-clad saint of the First Tribulation Realm with a single punch, Huang swiftly retreated. He first took a step, shattering the fabric of space, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Then, he flew away on his sword, rapidly distancing himself from the sacred mountain of demons. Though this tale may seem lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The multitude of Tribulation Realm experts on the Sacred Mountain were momentarily caught off guard, lost in a daze. This provided Huang with the opportunity to escape at great speed. Once the Tribulation Realm experts of the Sacred Mountain regained their composure, terrifying auras surged into the sky. Fury, fury, unparalleled fury. The entire Sacred Mountain trembled as though it were on the verge of explosion, unable to contain the wrath of numerous formidable beings. The Elder, the Holy Master, and even the powerful entities of the Ninth Tribulation were completely consumed by rage. Their gazes converged on the rapidly fleeing Huang. Huang had offended the dignity of our sacred mountain and must be punished. Thunderous voices resonated with immense authority, akin to the might of divine thunder, echoing throughout the realm of demons and monsters. From this moment forth, they would undoubtedly remember the name, Huang. As Huang fled, he felt an overwhelming intent to kill, palpable and suffocating, coalescing behind him. At this juncture, his speed was already remarkable. He burned his essence and utilized secret techniques, all in a desperate bid to hasten his escape from the demon sea. His singular aim was to survive, to break free from this perilous realm. However, the entire demon sea had been sealed, rendering his escape a Herculean task. Indeed, not a single being within the demon sea believed he could evade capture. Bang! 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 Terrifying lethal strikes, capable of reaching him from 1,000 miles away, descended upon him. Huang's body was battered and broken, perilously close to demise. Yet time and again, he rose to his feet and continued his frantic escape. He utilized mountains, lakes, treacherous terrains, and forbidden zones to evade relentless pursuit, distancing himself from the sacred mountain and edging closer to the boundary. Nevertheless, the prominent figures of the sacred mountain did not seem eager to eliminate Huang outright. Rather, they played a cat-and-mouse game, intent on cornering him into a true state of despair. They wished for him to experience the depths of hopelessness. Gradually, however, they realized something was amiss. Even the second, third, and fourth tribulation experts they dispatched did not relent, yet they failed to vanquish Huang. Time and again, they believed they had him cornered, only for him to evade like an indomitable cockroach, slipping from beneath their very noses. At this point, the powerful beings stationed at the Demon Mountain could no longer remain passive. A formidable figure of the Ninth Tribulation emerged from the sacred mountain, and in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he was merely 10,000 miles from Huang. This must come to an end. Huang, Musti. The Ninth Tribulation expert did not advance further, but extended a finger, gently pointing towards Huang, who had fled to the boundary a great distance away. With a flick, the entire form of Huang exploded, vanishing entirely from the sight of all present. A remote, Targeted kill from miles away. Is this the prowess of a ninth tribulation expert? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Surely, this time, Huang must be completely dead. The beings of the demon sea gasped in astonishment, believing that all had come to a close. Yet, upon an ancient teleportation altar, the scattered remnants of flesh began to reassemble, slowly forming the silhouette of Huang. The first layer of the chaotic body refinement technique. At long last, it has been achieved. Huang beamed with joy. He stood there, completely bare, his physique extraordinarily robust, adorned with invisible, enigmatic spiritual patterns that resembled a mystical battle garment. By harnessing the force of a strike from a formidable being at the ninth tribulation level, Huang finally underwent a profound metamorphosis. His flesh and blood restructured, shattering only to rise anew, successfully advancing the chaotic body refinement technique to its initial tier. The effects of this layer not only rendered his body vitality and bones immensely potent, but also manifested a layer of spiritual patterned armor, whose defensive capabilities rivaled that of a triple-layered protective garment. The chaotic body refinement technique is an unparalleled marvel. It is said that upon reaching its utmost pinnacle, one could materialize in indestructible chaotic battle armor. Huang harbored great anticipation for the future of this technique. As for the present circumstances, he acknowledged the inherent risks he had taken. Particularly, the final strike he borrowed from a nine tribulation powerhouse would have undoubtedly spelled doom for any being below the second tribulation level. Yet, Huang not only survived, but also harnessed this opportunity to cultivate a wondrous skill. His audacity stemmed from meticulous preparation. He first allowed his soul to enter the cauldron, safeguarding its immortality. Subsequently, he ingested a fraction of the longevity tea gifted by Master Turtle, precisely 1/5. In an instant, every cell in Huang's body surged with extraordinary vitality, enabling immediate reconstruction even if his physical form were to be obliterated at that moment. Prior to this, Huang had consulted with Master Turtle, receiving affirmative guidance before proceeding. His actions were not driven by reckless abandon. Fortunately, everything unfolded smoothly. After reconstructing his body, Huang did not hastily don his garments. Instead, he promptly activated the ancient teleportation altar, vanishing from sight in the next moment. As the ancient teleportation altar concealed itself upon his disappearance, the ninth tribulation powerhouse, journeying for miles away, found Huang already vanished without a trace. Not dead? How could that be? At this moment, even the white-clad ninth tribulation expert from the sacred mountain furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of shock and dread within. As a ninth tribulation powerhouse, few occurrences could stir his composure. Yet now, he found himself somewhat at a loss. He had distinctly witnessed Huang disintegrate under his strike. Yet, apart from the remnants of shredded garments scattered about, not a single drop of blood remained. A group of tribulation-level experts pursuing Huang soon arrived, equally astonished. If he was not dead, where could he possibly have fled? The demon sea had been sealed, and they were at the very edge of a barrier. Unless he possessed means to traverse the demon sea freely. A fourth tribulation powerhouse from the sacred mountain, mustering courage, suggested, "This youth harbors too many secrets. We must return to the sacred mountain and deliberate further." The white-clad ninth tribulation expert replied grimly. This time, he had personally intervened, yet allowed a youth of the spirit ancestor realm to escape. This would undoubtedly become a blemish in his life's narrative. Consequently, the sacred mountain's reputation in the demon sea would also suffer a grave affront. The formidable figures of the nine realms and the esteemed members of the sacred mountain scoured this realm several times, yet they found no trace of Huang, as if he had vanished in a thin air. Ultimately, everyone had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. Their attempt to establish dominance had resulted in a slap in the face. This Huang piqued their interest, warranting closer attention. Perhaps in the future, he could be taken as a servant or follower. The silver-haired youth stood atop a towering mountain, withdrawing his gaze with a slight smile. To serve the young master as a subordinate would undoubtedly be a fortuitous blessing for that young man. An unparalleled honor for which he should be eternally grateful to the young master, remarked the elderly man in black with reverence. The silver-haired youth smiled proudly before taking to the winds and departing. In the demon forest, Huang emerged from the ancient teleportation altar. He had finally returned. After stepping off the altar and donning his attire, he reflected on his recent expedition to the demon sea, which had proven immensely fruitful. All those who deserved to perish had met their end. On his next venture, he would no longer need to flee, but would instead sweep through the demon sea with overwhelming force, leveling the sacred mountain of demons. Old Turtle had mentioned that the sacred mountain could lead to the battlefield beyond. Now that the passage from the spirit realm to the outer battlefield had been destroyed, the only route left to seek his parents would be through the demon sea. Thus, it was imperative to conquer the demon sea and obliterate the sacred mountain. Contemplating these matters, Huang began to introspect his own body. At the pinnacle of the 9th-tier spirit ancestor realm, with a first-level tribulation spirit and a body forged by the chaos body refinement technique, he felt immense satisfaction. His current strength, when fully unleashed, could easily slay those of the first tribulation realm, and he possessed the power to contend with peak second tribulation realm warriors. He was now considering breaking through to the spirit emperor realm. According to Old Turtle, the spirit realm was once constrained by the great Tao, allowing only one spirit emperor to exist. In those times, the spirit emperor was indeed unique and supreme. However, the situation has changed. With the decline of the heavenly Tao, the rules of the great Tao have gradually become ineffective. In the spirit realm, the title of spirit emperor will merely denote one among many realms, especially when the spirit emperors from various minor worlds return, ushering in an era of contention among countless emperors. Currently, the position of spirit emperor remains singular. Whoever claims it will receive the most potent baptism of the great Tao in history, and indeed the last, as future breakthroughs into the spirit emperor realm will not be accompanied by such a baptism. Huang finally comprehended why figures like the grand ancestor of Xianxia were willing to risk everything to vie for this final spirit emperor position in the spirit realm. It was all in anticipation of the resplendent era that was to come. These revelations had been imparted to Huang by Old Turtle throughout their journey. Huang's return was not solely to continue annihilating the 9 families and slaying the grand ancestor of Xianxia. It was also to contend for this final spirit emperor position. Once the last spirit emperor position is confirmed, the true grand era will enter its first phase. At that time, the tribulation realm will flourish, and countless emperors will vie for supremacy. "Let us rest here for the night," Huang declared. As darkness enveloped the demon forest, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. For most, spending the night within this treacherous realm would be an exceedingly perilous endeavor. However, Huang, the sovereign of the demon forest, instilled fear in any creature that dared to approach, for none possessed the audacity to provoke him given his formidable strength. The journey thus far had left his companions in a state of trepidation. Tonight, let us indulge in a feast of wild delicacies to quell our fears. Huang cheerfully suggested to the emerging figures of Xiao Taohua, Lin Kaiwei, Gu Wani, Lin Yusin, and Wang Yun. "What sort of wild delicacies are we having, Brother Huang?" Xiao Taohua inquired with evident excitement. With a swift motion, Huang produced the carcasses of the ancient Qianlong, the golden punk, the old mountain boar, and the third princess of the purple spirit snake. The Qianlong and purple spirit snake can be concocted into a nourishing broth, while the pung and the old mountain boar can be roasted to perfection, he articulated, already envisioning the culinary delights. "Wow, that sounds wonderful. It must be delicious," Xiao Taohua exclaimed, her mouth watering at the thought. Lin Yusin and Wang Yun, having remained within the purple tower due to their insufficient cultivation, were nonetheless witnesses to the unfolding events outside. They were already numbed by the overwhelming prowess of the young emperor. The entire spirit realm was poised to tremble. Those who had dared to provoke him, such as the 9 families and the matriarch of Xianxia, would soon find themselves consumed by regret. Huang led the group to the lakeside clearing where Lin Yusin and Wang Yun had previously been attacked, igniting a bonfire. He adeptly prepared the ingredients, retrieving a massive cauldron, not the legendary swallowing cauldron, but one he had acquired. As the cauldron was placed over the flames, he added the meats of the Qianlong and the purple spirit snake, infused with precious spiritual spring water, alongside various premium spiritual herbs. A pot of nourishing dragon snake soup was soon bubbling, merely awaiting its unveiling. Meanwhile, the pung and the mountain boar were skewered over the fire, sprinkled with spices and brushed with spiritual honey, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. After several hours, the dragon snake soup was ready, and the roasted bird and boar were complete. The cauldron brimmed with boiling meat, exuding steam and shimmering with an ethereal glow, a testament to the richness of its essence. Though the roasted bird and boar lacked the enhancement of grand medicinal herbs, the inherent spiritual power of the formidable beast was undeniably substantial. "Let's feast." However, I must caution you to consume only as much as you can digest. Do not overindulge, Huang advised. As he spoke, he ladled a generous bowl of dragon snake soup for Elder Turtle and offered a golden, fragrant leg of the pung to Xiao Taohua. Initially reserved, Lin Kaiwei could not resist the temptation after a first taste, and soon she was devouring the meal with fervor, thoroughly enjoying herself. This is exquisite, truly divine. Lin Yusin and Gu Wani joined in, ravenously consuming their portions. Wang Yun, resembling a famished specter, was no less voracious. Even the Thunder Beast was eagerly slurping soup and devouring meat. The Bull Demon King could not resist. It disregarded the distinctions between kin and stranger. Among the demons, conflict was a natural order, with the defeated often becoming sustenance for the victors. However, until now, it had only consumed its prey raw. Never had it encountered such exquisite flavors that tears of joy streamed down its cheeks. This was delicious beyond measure, so delectable it brought forth tears. The Bull Demon King, typically fierce and menacing, resembled a child lost in bliss, realizing that its previous existence had been in vain. Only by following its master did it truly comprehend the essence of life. As for Old Turtle, it merely sampled the fare, having traversed epochs and seen much. This was merely a momentary indulgence for it. At that moment, the group fell into a comfortable silence, engrossed in their meal. Yet soon, an uncomfortable sensation set in. It was sweltering. The first to succumb was Wang Yun, whose youthful and feeble cultivation led him to abandon all pretense and sprint through the demon forest. Even boasting of hunting tigers and leopards within, exhibiting an exuberance reminiscent of a man rejuvenated. I can't endure this. I must ascend to the moon and dive into the river to catch turtles. Gu Wani was likewise overwhelmed, plunging into the lake and submerging herself to wrestle with the aquatic beasts. Lin Yusin followed suit, diving into the depths to temper the effects of the medicinal properties. The Thunder Beast soared through the demon forest with unparalleled excitement, brimming with boundless energy, resembling a spirited youth chasing the wind. Moo! The Bull Demon King bellowed, reaching its limit, clamoring to plow fields and cultivate land. I can't take it anymore. I must enter the Purple Tower to meditate and refine the medicinal potency. Lin Kaiwei, though more composed and possessing a higher level of cultivation, still maintained her reason and retreated to the Purple Tower for contemplation. In contrast, Xiao Taohua and Huang were scarcely affected. One housed an unparalleled woman within, while the other wielded the primordial devouring technique and possessed a mysterious bloodline. Their consumption knew no bounds. Now, what remained was the dragon and snake soup in the great cauldron, which had absorbed an immeasurable quantity of potent herbs. During this period, from the Broken Tiger Gate, the Chui family, the City Lord's estate, the Murong family, the Primordial Gate, to the esteemed ancestor of the Azure Flood Dragon and Old Golden Pung, nearly all valuable herbs have been thrown into the pot. For individuals like Wang Yun and Lin Yusin, merely a small bowl brought them to their limits. Gu Wani managed 3 bowls, the Thunder Beast 4, and the Bull Demon King could only handle 5. Lin Kaiwei, being formidable, consumed 100 bowls but also reached her threshold. Yet, the soup in the great cauldron had barely diminished by a fraction. Brother Huang, the remainder is all ours. Huang and Xiao Taohua exchanged wide-eyed glances. Notarus, we shall savor it slowly. Huang smiled as he ladled soup for Xiao Taohua, eager to discover if she possessed any limits at all. In theory, the ethereal woman within possesses no limits, yet Xiao Tao's body does. Ah, how delightful it is, hee. Xiao Tao indulges in bowl after bowl. Upon reaching 10,000 bowls, she seems to have hit her limit and unexpectedly drifts into slumber. At that moment, the extraordinary woman within her suddenly opens her eyes. In an instant, time and space stand still. Within Huang's realm of consciousness, he witnesses a breathtaking woman emerging from a crystal coffin, rising elegantly. A beguiling smile gracing her lips as she gazes upon him, gradually approaching. What a captivating little man. Hurry and grow stronger, for I await you at the edge of time and space. The extraordinary woman delicately lifts Huang's chin with her slender fingers and softly utters a phrase. Chapter 49. I can hardly wait to savor your exquisite flesh and blood. Huang finds himself rendered speechless by the scene before him. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, it feels as though a dream shatters, and time and space return to their normal state. Everything around him remains unchanged. Even Old Turtle remains oblivious. Xiao Tao sleeps sweetly in his embrace. Could it be that what just transpired was merely an illusion? Huang, contemplate this. Yet he feels this cannot simply be a figment of his imagination. It must have been the extraordinary woman who drew his consciousness into a mysterious realm, awaiting me at the edge of time and space. Does this imply that I must become the supreme being of this realm to meet her? Huang shakes his head, ultimately deciding not to dwell further on this thought. His primary focus now is to enhance his strength. He gently places Xiaodao into the purple tower, observing as she naturally refines and absorbs the medicinal properties during her slumber, her cultivation advancing rapidly. Such talent is indeed enviable, eating, drinking, and napping, and her power ascends effortlessly. The most vexing part is that there seems to be no limit. Old Turtle has long since fallen asleep. When idle, he typically remains in a deep slumber. Now, only Huang sits beside the campfire, gazing at the remnants of half a roasted pig and half a roasted bird before him. He begins to devour them with a voracious appetite. Finally, he draws in a breath, and the dragon snake broth from the cauldron rushes into his mouth like a torrent. Soon, Yi Huang's body swells, resembling a balloon. The quantity of spiritual herbs in the great cauldron is overwhelming. The entire foundation of several major powers nearly consumed by him alone. The primordial devouring technique, activate. Yi Huang channels his cultivation, absorbing the medicinal essence at a speed 1,000 times faster than others. Sitting cross-legged, he floats in midair. The surging medicinal power first enters the devouring cauldron within him, then circulates throughout his body, converging in his Qi and Dantian. Yi Huang now stands at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of spiritual ancestor. With one more step, he shall reach the realm of spiritual emperor. Yet Yi Huang did not rush to breakthrough. Instead, he transformed the potency of these elixirs into a more robust foundation, awaiting a singular opportunity to ascend to the status of an emperor. Although Yi Huang's cultivation level had not advanced, the consumption and refinement of such an immense quantity of potent medicine had remarkably enhanced his strength. His speed, power, and the depth of his spiritual energy had all seen significant improvement, with his strikes becoming swifter and more formidable. If previously he had been 1,000 times stronger than others at the same level, now he could be considered 15,000 times stronger. This is what the venerable Turtle Master referred to as potential and foundation. Yi Huang now began to understand why those ancient prodigies chose to suppress their realms before the tribulation. It was to unleash greater potential in the future and to journey further. As night swiftly passed, dawn broke, casting its golden rays upon the demon forest, where a thin mist delineated a serene and beautiful morning. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of hoofs. Yi Huang beheld Wang Yun, bloodied and battered, rushing towards him. The previous night, invigorated by the dragon and serpent soup, Wang Yun had ventured far to engage in fierce combat with tigers and leopards. After exhausting himself, he had chosen to meditate in place. As dawn broke, his companions discovered him and immediately attempted to encircle and eliminate him. Had it not been for his recent significant advancement in cultivation and the extraordinary life-preserving artifacts he had acquired from the venerable Qin Jiao and the old Jin Peng, he would have perished at their hands. Junior brother, Lin Yusin exclaimed, rushing forth to rescue Wang Yun. Do you really think we cannot kill him? Foolishness. This is merely a ruse to allow him to lead us here, so we can ensnare you all in one fell swoop. Since the young master of the Xianxia sect has met his demise at your hands, you, along with your families and friends, shall pay the price. Rest assured, once we eliminate you, we will employ secret techniques to search your souls, tracking down every person related to you, one by one, to exact our revenge. This is the cost of slaying the young master of the Xianxia sect. You shall all accompany him to the grave. A chilling voice echoed, accompanied by a terrifying arrow that shot directly towards Lin Yusin. Sister, get out of the way, Wang Yun cried out, but there was no time to react. Even Lin Yusin could not evade the imminent strike. A spirit-level arrow ancestor wielded immense power, capable of slaying opponents of the same rank from a distance. Xianxia sect. How fortuitous. You are precisely the next target of my wrath. I did not expect you to deliver yourselves to me so conveniently. With a decisive step, Yi Huang shattered the fabric of time and space, vanishing from his original position. Just as the arrow was about to strike Lin Yusin, he interposed himself before her. In that fleeting moment, the space before Yi Huang seemed to freeze. The arrow hung suspended in midair, unable to advance an inch. The members of the Xianxia sect, particularly the haughty, spirit-level arrow ancestor, were utterly astonished at the scene before them. Lu Jin, one of the 5 eminent masters of the Xianxia sect, was acutely aware of the terrifying power of the arrow he had just loosed. Yet, at this moment, mere half a meter before the young man, it seemed as though it had encountered an invisible barrier, failing to advance even a fraction. Who exactly are you? Lu Jin stammered, his voice trembling. Elder. He seems to be the young Emperor Yi Huang, a terrified disciple of Xianxia whispered in astonishment. Yi Huang, retreat. Upon hearing that name, Lu Jin's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he began to retreat at breakneck speed, disregarding the other disciples of the Xianxia sect. His sole desire was to flee as far as possible. In the present spiritual realm, who was unaware of the formidable reputation of the young Emperor Yi Huang. Although he had mysteriously vanished for several days, tales of his exploits had only grown more legendary. The 9 clans conspired with the demons to eliminate Yi Huang. But the outcome was the annihilation of the Taichu sect, with all the powerful figures from the surrounding clans perishing and the demons of Miao Miao Peak being eradicated. Ultimately, Yi Huang had vanished, and no one knew his whereabouts. Yet now, he had inexplicably appeared in the demon forest. Lu Jin understood all too well that Yi Huang could slay even those at the pinnacle of the 9th-stage spirit ancestor. As a mere 1st-stage arrow ancestor, he was utterly outmatched. Fully aware of this, Lu Jin fled in desperation, knowing that remaining would lead only to death. Yi Huang, however, remained silent, extending his hand to grasp the iron arrow Lu Jin had shot. At this moment, Lu Jin was already sprinting at full speed, having covered 10 miles in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Yi Huang flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The iron arrow in his hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void in pursuit of Lu Jin. This is dire. If I continue to run, I will surely perish. Lu Jin was filled with dread. Without hesitation, he halted and swiftly knocked another arrow to his ancient bow, unleashing a flurry of shots. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As a 1st-stage arrow ancestor, he unleashed 10 arrows in an instant, each striking the iron arrow Yi Huang had sent forth with remarkable precision. Bang, bang, bang. Yet in the next moment, despair washed over him. All 10 of his arrows were obliterated by Yi Huang's single arrow. This could only mean one thing. The power of Yi Huang's casual shot far exceeded that of his own, 1,000-fold. 10 arrows were no match for one. A bitter smile crossed Lu Jin's face. Bang! The arrow Yi Huang had released pierced through his body, exploding him into a gruesome shower of flesh. It turned out that Yi Huang's arrow possessed not only terrifying penetrating power, but also infused with a sword aura that could shred the opponent's body into pieces upon contact. Ancient archery art go. At that moment, Yi Huang transformed his sword technique into archery. The very iron arrow that had just obliterated Lu Jin now pivoted and soared toward the remaining disciples of the Xianxia sect and the Iron Soldiers. Witnessing Lu Jin's demise, the disciples and soldiers of Xianxia knew their fate was sealed. At this moment, the shadow of death loomed over them, an endless terror spreading within their hearts. Your Majesty, spare us, the Xiantai soldiers pleaded, their voices trembling. We are but humble warriors of the Imperial Pulse Mountain, your subordinates. In light of this connection, grant us a chance. They were aware that as soldiers of the Imperial Pulse Mountain, they were meant to uphold justice for humanity and protect innocent civilians. Yet, they had betrayed their allegiance and aided in malevolence. To such treachery, to those who were disloyal, unjust, and harmed the innocent, only death could be their ultimate fate. Yi Huang replied coldly. Then, the Xiantai sword darted through the demon forest, leaving trails of blood in its wake. In the end, all the disciples of the Xianxia sect and the Xiantai soldiers perished. Let us proceed to eradicate the Xianxia sect. Yi Huang commanded his men to gather their belongings before setting off towards the Xianxia sect. He had previously promised Lin Yusin and Wang Yun that he would obliterate the Xianxia sect and restore the Hunyue sect for them. Now that he returned from the Demon's Sea, it was time to act. Once everything was in order, Yi Huang soared through the skies on his sword, heading straight for Xianxia. The Xianxia mountain stood majestic and grand, adorned with snow-capped peaks, draped in silver, as beautiful as a painting. The Xianxia sect was established atop the main peak, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding mountains. Inside the grand hall of the Xianxia sect, the atmosphere was tense. Wang Chong, the mountain lord, wore an extremely grim expression. The soul jade slip of Elder Lu Jin had shattered, signifying his death. Who could possess the power to slay a first-level spirit arrow ancestor? Regardless of who it was, the Xianxia sect was likely facing a formidable foe. From this moment onward, The entire sect would enter the strictest state of alert and report the situation to the Qinyan sect. Furthermore, the forbidden area within the Tianshan cave was off-limits to anyone. The treasures inside were coveted by the foremost ancestor of the Qinyan sect and must not be jeopardized. Additionally, I feel an unsettling sense of foreboding today, thought Wang Chong. He wished to say more, but suddenly, the grand hall was engulfed in darkness, shrouded by a thick shadow. Gradually, figures emerged from the shadows, pouncing upon the elders of the Tianshan sect like phantoms. No, stop. Who are you? Get out of my body. The elders' faces twisted in horror as they cried out in desperation. However, their voices soon fell silent, their vitality completely extinguished. They did not collapse, but stood like lifeless corpses, turning their gaze towards Wang Chong, each revealing a chilling smile. Mountain Lord, you sensed it correctly. We have come to feast upon you. The group of zombie elders intoned ominously, their nails and teeth elongating to razor-sharp points, before they lunged wildly at Wang Chong. Before Wang Chong could react, he was overwhelmed by the horde of zombie elders, followed by the sounds of gnashing and his anguished cries. Truly a delicacy. At this moment, an unsettling voice echoed from the shadows, sending chills down the spine. Yi Huang, are you coming? Your flesh and blood are what I truly desire to consume. I await your arrival, eager to relish your exquisite essence. Haha. The voice continued to resonate, as if emerging from the netherworld. Meanwhile, Yi Huang, soaring through the skies, beheld the majestic Tianshan mountains, now within his sight. Chapter 50. The Madwoman Lin Kai Wei. Yi Huang descended before the gates of the Tianshan sect, gazing at the world draped in silver, truly a sight of beauty, reminiscent of a fairy tale. The grand hall of the Tianshan sect bore intricate ruins, untouched by the heavy snow, radiating warmth akin to spring, a stark contrast to the icy desolation outside. Yi Huang, you have finally arrived. Our sect master has been waiting for you, a disciple of the Tianshan sect remarked, his voice monotone. Suddenly, with no forewarning, Yi Huang unleashed a palm strike, and the disciple's corporeal form shattered instantly, dissolving into a pool of black blood. There was no soul. The blood was dark. Indeed, they were but zombie puppets. Yi Huang's expression hardened slightly. In that fleeting moment, he realized that the devouring cauldron within him had not absorbed any souls to form soul symbols. Thus he comprehended the truth. Initially, he had merely speculated, but now he was entirely certain. Yi Huang, how ruthless you are, killing upon our first meeting. Are you a cold-blooded creature? No, you are not merely cold-blooded. You are a detestable villain. The cries of countless Tianshan disciples filled the air, their bodies rigid and expressions blank, branding him as a villain. Most would likely crumble under such mental strain, their spirits shaken profoundly. Yet, Yi Huang's heart was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any tremor. However, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Quite intriguing. My purpose here was to annihilate the Tianshan sect. Yet it seems someone has outpaced me. They have set a trap, waiting for my arrival. Thus, it follows that the one who has been monitoring me along this journey is none other than you, a lurking presence, hidden away and detestable. Yi Huang, supple, guided me. He had sensed the surveillance long before, particularly when Lu Jin appeared. Yet he remained composed, only to grasp the full extent of the situation upon witnessing the scene before him. Otherwise, the adversary could not have preempted him in eradicating the Tianshan sect, lying in wait for him to come forth. Calling it a trap is rather harsh. Did you not wish to eliminate the Tianshan sect? I am merely assisting you. Should you not express your gratitude? A sinister voice echoed, seemingly from the abyss. Up to this point, Yi Huang remained oblivious to the identity and true intentions of this voice. However, such details were inconsequential. Once he unveiled the true face of his foe, everything would become clear, rendering speculation unnecessary. Yi Huang gazed at the throng of Tianshan sect disciples, who at this moment trembled violently, their eyes rolling back. Their nails and teeth elongated, their speed surged, and they lunged towards Yi Huang. He disregarded these assailants entirely, channeling the chaos body refinement technique. In an instant, a golden radiance emanated from his form, and spiritual patterns swirled around him, manifesting into an ethereal battle attire. Simultaneously, a powerful aura radiated from his being, coalescing into an invisible barrier. Thus, step by step, Yi Huang advanced toward the Tianshan Great Hall. Bang! 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 The zombie puppets that lunged at him were repelled the moment they drew within half a meter, exploding into clouds of black mist. This was due to Huang simultaneously executing the slaughter sword technique, enveloping his vicinity in an endless torrent of sword energy. Any who dared approach were shredded to pieces. As he progressed, the mutated disciples of the Xianxia sect were obliterated, utterly incapable of hindering him. Villain, villain, you shall meet a wretched end. You shall surely descend into hell. They cursed in unison, their malevolence palpable, indicating they were under the control of a singular entity. Unbeknownst to him, Huang arrived at the hall of the Xianxia sect. Upon entering, he beheld a group of mutated elders, gnawing on something grotesque. As he stepped into the chamber, the warped elders turned in unison, their eyes dark and fixated on him. In their hands, some were smeared with flesh, others clutched entrails, and one cradled a severed head, blood staining their lips. It was Wang Chang, the master of the Xianxia sect. He had been devoured. From the purple tower came Lin Yusin's trembling voice. How is it? Huang, do you fancy this gift I have bestowed upon you? Ha! A sinister laugh echoed once more. As his voice faded, the surroundings began to morph. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the wails of the damned, as mountains of corpses and seas of blood emerged, along with the roads of yellow springs and the bridge of helplessness, as if they had descended into the underworld. Huang, you have finally fallen in my trap. Welcome to my realm, the inferno of mortals. A voice resonated, and a figure gradually materialized before him. This was a man shrouded entirely in a black robe, save for a pair of ghastly green eyes that gazed down upon Huang like a sovereign of this realm. Huang remained composed, speaking with a calm demeanor. If I did not immerse myself in this game, how could you reveal your true form? If I did not take the plunge, how could I consign you to the depths of true hell? Even in the depths of this infernal realm, Huang exuded confidence and poise, as though he were the ultimate arbiter of fate. Ha ha ha. Your ignorance provokes my amusement. This human inferno was birthed after I descended into the spirit world and consumed 1,000,000 souls to manifest it. This place exists as a realm unto itself, unshackled by the heavenly decree. Here, I can unleash my full power. What grounds do you possess to contend with me, Huang? As the voice of the cloaked figure fell, shadows began to materialize around Huang, only to vanish in a thin air. Yet, he could sense their encroachment. Gui Chang. He realized it is you. In Qinghua City, you tested me through Mu Yi, and in the Chui family's forbidden grounds, you attempted to assassinate me with your specters. You are the ghostly cultivator from the realm of puppetry. So, it seems I face an old rival today. Let us settle both new grievances and old accounts. At last, Huang discerned the identity of his adversary. Huang, be cautious. At least 10,000 specters are approaching, Lin Kaiwei warned as she emerged from the purple tower. Lin Kaiwei, what brings you here? He exclaimed. You again. Last time, you thwarted my plans, and now you return. Yet this time, you shall have no opportunity. I will send you both away. Your flesh and blood shall elevate my ghost spirit heart sutra to a new level. The cloaked figure proclaimed. In this place, you may unleash your full power, and so shall I. A heartless ghost cultivator. Do you truly believe I fear you? Lin Kaiwei responded calmly. During her time with Huang, she had experienced an extraordinary surge in her cultivation, a feat she had never dared to imagine before. Initially, coming from a lesser world, she thought she would merely assist Huang in his ascent, yet now, it was Huang who was elevating her. Out there, I may not match you, but here, in my eyes, you are all but ants, the ghostly cultivator declared arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Kaiwei felt a weight in her heart. Such confidence must stem from something substantial. Huang, I shall confront him first, she resolved. If she could vanquish the ghostly cultivator, all the better. If not, she could at least pave the way for Huang. Having followed Huang for some time, she felt guilty for not being able to assist him adequately. With this opportunity presented, she would not let it slip by. Huang nodded, understanding her intent. If she could defeat him, it would make things considerably easier for him. Huang, when did you change? Now you find yourself standing behind a woman, the ghostly cultivator mocked. Huang remained silent, his expression serene. For him, having someone to fight on his behalf was a source of joy. As for standing behind a woman, he welcomed such a fortunate circumstance. Guaixio Wuxin. Silence your foul mouth. I shall strike 3 times. If I do not slay you in 3 strikes, I shall consider myself defeated, Lin Kaiwei stated plainly. As she spoke, she made her move, unleashing her full power. The heavens shone brilliantly as her sword cleaved through the air. Although she did not unleash her ultimate move, the heavenly transformation. Her sword of void was still a significant expenditure of her energy. A radiant sword light swept through the surroundings. Swish! As the myriad of specters approached. They were effortlessly cleaved in twain by a single stroke, all vanquished in an instant. A crimson light erupted, and the multitude of phantoms dissipated into a mist of sanguine vapor. The brilliance of the celestial bloom shone forth, annihilating all in its path. This strike, however, exacted a toll, consuming half of the wielder's vitality. A colossal blade of radiant energy, infused with the power of the dual calamity realm, descended upon this purgatorial domain. Crack! The very fabric of this infernal world fractured, and the specter, devoid of heart, realized that his connection to this realm had been severed, albeit momentarily. His gaze shifted, reflecting a newfound intensity. "You lunatic woman," he muttered, cursing her reckless fervor. The ghostly cultivator, devoid of heart, found his composure shattered. He had yet to make a move. It had already lost countless phantoms, and now his link to this world had been severed, cutting off the source of his power. It was evident that Lin Kaiwei possessed profound insight. This woman was undoubtedly stronger than the whispers had suggested. Had she encountered some fortuitous encounter in the spirit realm? The thought crossed the ghostly cultivator's mind. Should she land another strike, it could spell his demise. Thus, he resolved to retaliate. "Celestial bloom, I wager half my life for one life," Lin Kaiwei slowly intoned. In an instant, she ignited half of her vitality, transforming her sword into a blazing crimson, radiating an overwhelming sanguine brilliance. "By heavens, she has truly lost her mind," he exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. "What manner of bond do you share with Huang that compels you to sacrifice half your life so recklessly?" The ghostly cultivator was thoroughly intimidated by Lin Kaiwei's ferocity. She was ruthless towards her foes, yet even more so towards herself. Yet Lin Kaiwei understood that the longer this battle dragged on, the more unfavorable the circumstances would become for her. Therefore, aside from refraining from using her ultimate technique, the meteor in a moment, she unleashed the remaining 3 most formidable strikes of the celestial bloom, confident in her ability to recover swiftly with Turtle Elder's aid. With the protection of the ghostly nest, she was undying and indestructible. In that moment, the ghostly cultivator had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Lin Kaiwei stood at the pinnacle of her offensive prowess, an unstoppable force. To confront her directly would be akin to courting death. Boom! A terrifying, blood-colored blade of light struck the ghostly cultivator. Layer upon layer of his ghostly nest shattered in an instant, and ultimately his form was obliterated, scattering into the ether. The battle appeared to come to a close. Lin Kaiwei, now weakened, leaned upon her sword, awaiting the dissolution of the purgatorial world. Yet at that moment, a voice resonated within this space. The celestial bloom is truly one of the 3 mightiest offensive techniques within this miniature world. I nearly met my end just now. However, in this realm, as long as I retain a shred of will, I remain undying and unyielding. For this purgatorial world is me, and I am this purgatorial world. As long as the purgatory endures, so shall I. As the voice faded, an endless tide of dark energy surged forth, and the ghostly cultivator emerged from its depths, exuding an air of superiority, akin to a deity surveying mere mortals. "Celestial bloom, meteor in a moment," he proclaimed. Yet at that instant, Lin Kaiwei spoke calmly, her sword's momentum already unleashed. In a moment of despair, Huang confronted the madwoman. Lin Kaiwei, who seemed intent on exchanging a life for a life. The ghostly cultivator, Wuxin, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, terror almost compelling him to flee. If Lin Kaiwei truly resorted to such an extreme measure, his fate would be sealed, despite the certainty that she too would meet her end. He had no desire to perish alongside this deranged woman. At that moment, a large hand rested upon Lin Kaiwei's shoulder, accompanied by a warm voice. "Kaiwei, it is enough. You have claimed one life. The rest is in my hands." Yi Huang's words immediately brought silence to Lin Kaiwei. Her trust in him was unwavering. If he assured her that everything would be fine, she felt assured and promptly retreated to the purple tower to recuperate. "How obedient! Yi Huang, what kind of enchantment have you cast upon Lin Kaiwei?" Wuxin marveled, unable to mask his incredulity and jealousy. How could such a proud woman as Lin Kaiwei be so compliant to Yi Huang? Reveal your true power, or you may find yourself out of chances. Yet, Yi Huang spoke calmly, gripping an ancient iron sword, as the swallowing heaven cauldron materialized behind him, enveloping the surroundings in a suffocating darkness. In that instant, Wuxin perceived a formidable demon approaching him. Chapter 51. A sense of urgency, a thousand-fold cultivation speed, is insufficient. The confrontation between Lin Kaiwei and Wuxin allowed Huang to see through the latter's facade. The notion of immortality espoused by Wuxin was nothing but a farce. He merely possessed two lives, one as a mortal and the other as a ghost. Lin Kaiwei's fervent ferocity had already claimed one of those lives, leaving Wuxin with only his ghostly existence. While it was true that as long as hell existed, he would not perish, he had now merged entirely with his ghostly form. To annihilate Wuxin, one must shatter his earthly hell. At that moment, Wuxin's gaze was fixed on the ominous cauldron emerging behind Huang, his body trembling with excitement. Indeed, it was the demon cauldron chronicled in ancient texts. Possessing this cauldron would allow one to refine the essence of life, vie for unparalleled opportunities, transcend the mundane, and ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, gazing down upon the universe. The path to greatness is boundless. The demon cauldron is eternal. I have found it, Master. My conjecture was correct. The cauldron truly resides with Huang. This is it. Today I shall claim it. Wuxin, in a frenzied state, paid no heed to the perilous aura emanating from Huang and joyously proclaimed. Observing Wuxin's ecstatic demeanor, Huang's expression sharpened. To his astonishment, Wuxin possessed knowledge of the swallowing heaven cauldron. This cauldron had been with him since his inception, and even Huang himself was unaware of its true origins. No ancient texts in the Spirit Emperor's library had recorded its history. Only by inscribing the soul symbols upon the cauldron could Huang awaken its dormant spirit, perhaps then uncovering its origins. Yet now, the heartless entity claims to have encountered ancient texts within the realm of the puppet cultivator, asserting that this is indeed the demon cauldron. The form of the sky-devouring cauldron resembles that of a demon cauldron more closely. At this moment, Huang finally comprehends why the ghostly cultivator has been fixated upon him. It is in pursuit of the sky-devouring cauldron. However, the cauldron is intrinsically linked to Huang, as they are one and the same. To seize the cauldron is tantamount to claiming his very life. You may have found it, but it will cost you your life, Huang calmly declared. At this juncture, he had elevated his state to its zenith, poised to merge his essence with the cauldron, embodying the state of carrying the talisman. After all, the Nameless One is a ghostly cultivator of the second tribulation realm, and he must exert his utmost effort. Today, having laid a trap for your demise, I possess unwavering confidence, the nameless ghostly cultivator replied, his demeanor somewhat tranquil. Ghost Shadow Annihilation Technique. Go. He initiated the assault with his most formidable technique. In his current ghostly form, he could flawlessly manipulate the entire realm of human purgatory. 100 billion ghostly shadows manifested, all converging upon Huang, intent on shattering his soul and transforming him into a mere puppet. Huang, amongst these 100 billion shadows, there exists 100 million souls from your spiritual realm, those you are destined to protect. You shall be extinguished by their very souls. Do you not feel a chill in your heart? Ha ha ha, such is the world. The more sincerely you cherish and safeguard something, the more profound the betrayal will ultimately be. Both you and your father are destined to live a life of treachery, the nameless ghostly cultivator proclaimed loudly. The 100 billion shadows echoed in a cacophony. He sought to awaken Huang's inner demons through this tactic, aiming to shatter his resolve. Yet, it was evidently futile. Huang's resolve had been tempered over 16 years within the cauldron's realm, rendering it unbreakable. To obliterate 100 million beings from my spiritual realm. Then I shall bring along 100 billion ghostly cultivators from the puppet cultivator's world as your companions in death. Huang responded coldly. He harbored no affection for these smaller realms. They once fled the original spiritual realm at the cost of its destruction. Now that the spiritual realm has revived, they seek to return and claim a share of the spoils. They wish to have it all. Thus, in Huang's eyes, these intruders from the smaller realms are nothing but traitors. For instance, the ghostly cultivator, heartless and devoid of empathy, slaughtered 100 million souls merely to forge a human purgatory. Haha, let us see if you can survive today. Conversely, if I can sever you from existence and acquire the demon cauldron, the puppet cultivator's world shall ascend to dominance over the myriad realms. The heartless ghostly cultivator exclaimed with excitement. At this moment, the 100 billion ghostly shadows merged into Huang's being, He made no effort to resist, allowing them to enter his body. Ha, Yi Huang, do you acknowledge your inevitable demise and abandon all resistance? The heartless entity laughed triumphantly. In his eyes, the entry of the 100 billion shadows into Yi Huang's form signified certain death, devoid of any doubt. I, Yi Huang, stand within the human purgatory, guiding the souls of the departed, vanquishing all malevolent spirits. Yi Huang can carry soul talismans within his being. A mere 100 billion ghostly shadows are insignificant. However, Wuxin soon found himself unable to maintain his mirth, paying dearly for his ignorance. For at this moment, the 100 billion ghostly shadows had been refined by Yi Huang, transforming into soul talismans etched upon his body, thereby augmenting his power. Conversely, these 100 billion specters served as the foundation of the human realm's purgatory, and their refinement by Yi Huang initiated a slow collapse. No, how could this be? Wu Ming's countenance shifted dramatically. Should the human purgatory collapse, he would be subjected to the suppression of the great Tao, rendering him incapable of unleashing the full might of his second tribulation. I must conclude this swiftly. Before the human purgatory is obliterated, I must slay Yi Huang. At this juncture, Wu Ming found himself devoid of further options. Yet, would Yi Huang grant him such an opportunity? In an instant, he entered a state of unity with the human cauldron, embodying the talismans, and seizing the moment of Wu Ming's mental lapse, unleashed his most potent assault. Soul-devouring fist. Yi Huang's spirit surged forth, the soul of the tribulation realm erupting with a fearsome soul technique, targeting Wu Ming in his ghostly state. It was a lethal strike. Boom! Yi Huang's spirit, propelled by the force of the tribulation and the power of soul-devouring, struck forth, obliterating Wu Ming's entire form. Yet, the human purgatory was not entirely annihilated. His body astonishingly reformed, albeit in a state of extreme frailty. For his soul had been devoured by Yi Huang to a significant extent. Should this continue, he would undoubtedly be utterly extinguished. It is over, master, save me. In that moment, Wu Ming was finally gripped by fear, sensing the terror of death. In this life-and-death struggle, he found himself uttering the name of his master, beseeching for aid. At that instant, Yi Huang seemed to respond. He retreated without hesitation, activating his utmost defensive state. Bang! Just as he withdrew, a dreadful force erupted from within Wu Ming, striking towards Yi Huang. Yi Huang was sent flying, his defenses shattered, unable to withstand, his very being nearly obliterated. Huh! To withstand my ultimate strike and not perish? A voice resonated from within Wu Ming, alongside a surge of power foreign to him. Master, the demonic cauldron is within Yi Huang. Quickly slay him. Seize the cauldron. Wu Ming's voice echoed. The demonic cauldron truly lies within the spirit realm. But Wu Ming, you are truly a failure, unable to defeat even a practitioner from the spirit realm. Another voice interjected. In that moment, Yi Huang finally comprehended the unfolding events. Within Wu Ming resided a fragment of his master's consciousness, sealing away the power belonging to his master, a secret art of the ghostly realm. Moreover, from the earlier surge of power, Yi Huang discerned that Wu Ming's master was undoubtedly a formidable being, surpassing the might of a ninth tribulation adept. The power sealed within Wu Ming was but a mere trace. Yet, even that trace nearly shattered Yi Huang's corporeal form. Yi Huang, however, would not falter. Under the healing light of Turtle Elder, his body was restored in an instant. Following that, he launched a fierce counterattack. Lightning sword light, arise. Yi Huang extracted boundless thunder from the lightning pool within the cauldron, transforming it into a sword of lightning, specifically designed to slay malevolent spirits. Before him stood the Nameless One, a ghostly cultivator, vulnerable to the power of the lightning sword. Infusing the sword with countless soul symbols, Yi Huang struck with determination. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The instant he unleashed the blow, the voice within the Nameless One's essence began to resonate. Yet it was abruptly silenced as the body was cleaved to oblivion, reduced to ash amidst the tempest of lightning. The inferno of the earthly purgatory crumbled entirely. However, from the remains of the Nameless One, a faint soul light emerged, lingering yet dim. This must be the preserved spiritual awareness of his master. Without the Nameless One as a vessel, and with the earthly purgatory's collapse, you are rendered almost powerless, Yi Huang remarked with chilling calm. It matters not. As long as I am aware that the cauldron resides in your possession, the passage between the small world and the spirit realm shall eventually connect entirely. And at that time, I shall personally retrieve it. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Wu Tian, the sovereign of the ghostly cultivator small world. Huang. Your lifespan hinges upon the moment the passage to the small world fully opens. Guard the cauldron well, and await my arrival. With those words, the soul light dissipated entirely. Huang stood within the grand hall of the Xianxia sect, his demeanor frigid. The words of Wu Tian, the ghostly cultivator lord, weighed heavily upon him. For he was being scrutinized by a formidable being beyond the ninth tribulation, an unsettling sensation akin to a thorn in his back. They are all pressing me. Time is scarce. I must accelerate my path to power. A 10,000-fold cultivation speed is insufficient. I must devise ways to hasten it further, Huang murmured softly. His gaze then fell upon the fallen bag of the Nameless One. As the disciple of a sovereign and a prodigy of the ghostly cultivator realm, surely he possessed some treasures of worth? Huang whispered, hoping to stumble upon something valuable within the Nameless One's bag. Given Huang's status as a young sovereign and his current realm and perception, mundane items hardly captured his interest. With the Nameless One deceased, the bag had become a forsaken object. Although it bore restraints, Huang effortlessly dispelled them. Without hesitation, he upended the contents. To his surprise, a considerable amount of valuable items spilled forth, forming a small mound. However, for Huang, the swallowing cauldron did not resonate, rendering these treasures less than extraordinary. The swallowing cauldron is responding. Could there truly be something of value? Huang's expression shifted, a smile gracing his lips. Yet soon, he realized that the source of the cauldron's resonance did not originate from the contents of a Nameless One's bag, but rather from beneath the Xianxia sect. Previously, he had felt nothing due to the purgatorial space. Now that it had dissipated, he sensed the hidden treasures. It turned out the Xianxia sect harbored something of great worth. Huang swiftly sought out the forbidden caverns beneath the sect. As for Guwani and Xiao Taohua, who were currently scavenging the Xianxia sect, he, guided by the senses of the devouring cauldron, discovered the forbidden cave of Xianxia. To his astonishment, he found a millennium-old Xianxia snow lotus, a rare herb capable of concocting the rebirth pill to save Xiaozi, bringing him one step closer to her salvation. Huang smiled. He had previously inquired with Old Turtle about the possibility of rescuing Xiaozi. Old Turtle had assured him it was feasible, but it required waiting for its restoration. After all, Xiaozi was left with but a thread of vitality on the brink of death. To save her would be akin to defying fate, and mere healing light would not suffice. Even the longevity tea lacked the necessary restorative power, and Xiaozi in her current state could not withstand such a potent remedy. Thus, it was imperative to gather holy herbs to forge the most suitable rebirth pill. It was indeed a commendable find. Yet a millennium-old Xianxia snow lotus should not have triggered the cauldron's response. Huang mused. He forcefully broke through the restrictions in this place and collected the millennium-old Xianxia snow lotus. Finally, he realized the source of the cauldron's sensing was emanating from beneath the Xianxia snow lotus. Huang began to excavate the sealed earth, but his expression shifted suddenly, and he retreated hastily,